He was just a transmigrated high school student who awakened in frank narcolepsy ability, yet he managed to counterkill succubi and stir up storms in this chaotic otherworld. Su Ming pressed his back against the cold wall, his Adam's apple bobbing as the woman before him displayed seductive red lips. Her black slip dress outlined her snow-white figure, and an ambiguous atmosphere washed over him. He wanted to retreat, but the woman approached proactively with a charming smile, revealing deeper cleavage. If you like looking, then look more. Your sister isn't stingy, the woman's voice was alluring. Under the dim streetlight, her shadow suddenly became eerie, writhing and stretching like a living creature, silently creeping towards Su Ming's feet. Thud! The muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh abruptly shattered the ambiguous atmosphere. The woman's smile froze, her eyes filled with shock. You. Su Ming's expression remained gentle, but his long sword was cold and sharp. As the blade twisted, blood splattered. Since sister is so enthusiastic, I should return the courtesy. After all, I'm not a stingy person either. Blood dripped down the sword's edge as the woman's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Even as her pupils dilated, she never understood how this seemingly innocent high school student could see through a succubus's disguise. Miss Succubus, choosing the wrong target can be quite fatal. Su Ming sighed calmly, casually flicking the blood from his blade before sheathing it. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Ember Sequence Authority 1 mission complete. Mission content: slay 5 first-tier alien creatures. Mission progress: 55. Mission reward: flame-stealing authority fragment 1. Next stage: slay 5 second-tier alien creatures. Su Ming, a senior at Hanhai High School, was actually a newcomer to Blue Star who had transmigrated a month ago. Since the Apocalypse Gate connecting to otherworldly ruins descended, global spiritual energy revived. Various demons ran rampant, and Blue Star entered the Apocalypse era. Succubi, zombies, vampires, monsters. Humanity could only resist with their talents. People awakened talents upon reaching adulthood, ranked from F to SSS, where the strong ruled and the weak were slaughtered at will. But after transmigrating, Su Ming awakened the frank narcolepsy, which only improved sleep quality, nearly driving him to despair. Fortunately, he had a transmigrator's special tie system. With the system's power, he had the confidence to establish himself in this chaotic world. After a month of hard work, he finally obtained his first authority fragment. I can get another dream entry opportunity. I wonder who I'll favor tonight. Su Ming stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. 3 hours later, in the suburbs of Hanhai, an old residential complex. The TV screen flickered with static as mixed advertisements played. Midnight sleep paralysis? Mate 1 demon hunters have accepted your order. 20 off for second tier and below alien creature disposal. Marital discord? Jibwa charm crash course. Succubus teachers with professional certification. Su Ming complained about this magical realist world while eating cold duck leg rice. After finishing his meal and washing up, he went to bed and closed his eyes. The Ember Sequence activated, bringing instant weightlessness as the dreamscape descended. His frank narcolepsy talent was overridden by the system as the Ember Sequence Flame Stealer officially came online. Su Ming opened his eyes to the familiar scent of orchids, lying beneath blue phoenix-embroidered silk bedding. Jiang Qingli, the daughter of Hanhai's Jiang family, Hanhai's untouchable flower, and the dream girl of countless young men, now sat beside the bed. She wore lace silk pajamas, her skin whiter than snow, with peach blossom eyes and slender beautiful legs, quietly watching him. But she was merely a talent vessel in the dreamscape, a dream puppet, granted by the system without self-awareness yet with realistic sensations. During his last dream entry, Su Ming had replicated Jiang Qingli's S-rank martial talent, Azure Phoenix, Sword Immortal. Now, he welcomed his second dream entry. Little Jiang, come give me a massage. Yes, master. The Jiang Qingli puppet knelt on the bed, her long legs snow-white, fragrant wind approaching as her delicate hands fell on Su Ming's shoulders. System, what's the mental synchronization index? Jiang Qingli's realm, second tier 9th level, mental synchronization index. 29 higher means closer to original strength. Host's realm, first tier 9th level. Su Ming clicked his tongue softly. After killing aliens for a month, mental synchronization was barely 30%. Low-tier aliens had limited soul power, making progress difficult. The only method was to continuously hunt aliens and strip their mental energy. Just then, a system notification sounded. Flame-stealing authority fragment fusion complete. Ascension ladder mission released. Mission name, Ascension 1. Mission requirement, increase mental synchronization index with Jiang Qingli to 100. Reward, SS rank martial talent divine, sword mastery. Su Ming was stunned, unable to hide his shock. Since the Apocalypse Gate's descent, SS rank talent holders were as rare as phoenix feathers. The last one was Zhang Sanfeng, the Taiji sword saint who single-handedly challenged 100,000 demons 30 years ago. This was destiny. System, what grudge do you have against aliens? Must I kill them all before you're satisfied? Su Ming complained verbally while playing with the Jiang Qingli puppet's pale jade feet, causing her ear tips to blush. Though merely a puppet, her reactions were unervingly realistic. However, Su Ming failed to notice that those long eyelashes trembled slightly, and deep within those empty eyes, a faint glimmer of consciousness stirred. In Hanhai City, at the Jiang family villa, morning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows across the silk sheets. Jiang Qingli jolted awake from her dream, her slender waist arching as the straps of her snow-white, lace nightgown slipped down to her arms. A thin layer of sweat beaded on her forehead as she raised her hand in confusion, her fingertips tracing back and forth across her delicate ankle. The cold sensation from her dream still seemed to cling to her skin like paint. What made her heart race even more was that in the dream, she had obediently called that person master, and had even willingly offered her jade feet. At this thought, she reflexively curled her pale toes, looking particularly docile for a moment. Yet that person's face remained as blurry as if shrouded in mist. "Miss, it's getting late." A maid knocked gently at the door. Jiang Qingli took a deep breath, suppressing the panic from her dream as her voice returned to its cool tone. "Prepare the car. I'm going to school. At Hanhai High School, in martial arts class C. Did you guys hear? The bloodthirsty princess's body was found in North Alley this morning." A short-haired girl held up her phone, lowering her voice excitedly as she scanned her classmates. The Demon Hunter forum already posted photos. A single sword wound pierced straight through her abdomen, with intestines spilled everywhere. It was definitely that mysterious swordsman. The classroom erupted in chaos. "Come on, that swordsman must be 8 feet tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. His sword strikes accompanied by dragon roars and tiger howls." A boy in the front row gestured wildly, mimicking sword slashes while making whoosh sounds. In the back row by the window, Su Ming flipped through his Apocalypse Abnormal Creature Guide, with rustling pages, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Did they really need to mythologize him to this extent? He was starting to feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, the classroom door was pushed open, and the noisy chatter came to an abrupt halt. A tall figure stepped in, long straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, naturally beautiful despite wearing no makeup. A plain white dress that accentuated her slender waistline. Semi-transparent ice silk stockings barely visible beneath her skirt hem. Black flat shoes clicking crisply against the floor. She wasn't a regular teacher, but rather a martial arts specialist sent from above to supervise progress as the martial arts college entrance exam approached. Zhang Bai. With the college entrance exam approaching, I have an announcement. Her cold gaze swept across the entire class, pausing briefly on the boy in the back row. After deliberation by the Ministry of Education in conjunction with the Apocalypse Affairs Management Bureau, those with level talents and below are prohibited from taking the martial arts college entrance exam. As her words landed, the entire room erupted in uproar, with all eyes turning towards Su Ming. His hand froze mid-page turn, a flash of absurdity crossing his eyes. What the hell? This was too ridiculous, clearly targeting him. Huh. The spoiled rich kid Zhao Ting slammed his desk, nearly laughing to tears. "Su Ming, you don't even qualify to take the exam. Why don't you kneel down and beg me? I'll get you a job at a funeral home. After all, an flevel waste like you is only fit to deal with dead people." Su Ming, already in a foul mood, looked up and coldly spat out 4 words, "Shut your damn mouth." Zhao Ting's laughter instantly caught in his throat, had never expected the legendary flevel waste to talk back. The classroom fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Su Ming anew, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. The entire class held their breath, their gazes bouncing back and forth between the two. Well, the flevel waste grew some backbone today? Did you forget about the last time I sent you to the medical room? Zhao Ting shot up from his seat, sending his chair rocking violently. Several lackeys behind him immediately stood up as well, cracking their knuckles with menacing expressions, turning the air thick with tension. Su Ming's brow furrowed sharply. In the next moment, the original owner's painful memories came flooding back, the agony of being brutally beaten in a dim bathroom stall, desperate pleas for mercy, and the cruel laughter of those bastards. The pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with blood in the infirmary, under harsh fluorescent lights, with quiet sobs echoing from the corner with nowhere to escape. TSK, Su Ming clicked his tongue softly, a bone-chilling coldness surging in his eyes. At the podium, Jiang Bai was about to intervene when her pupils suddenly contracted. She caught a glimpse of a familiar green glow in Su Ming's eyes, that unmistakable otherworldly radiance that made her heart skip a beat. Seeing Su Ming's silence, Zhao Ting sneered. "What? Finally remembering how you looked like a beaten dog." Before he could finish, he lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at Su Ming's face. Bang! Su Ming merely shifted half a step to the side, then grabbed Zhao Ting by the throat with his backhand, pinning him against the window frame. His fingers tightened like an iron vice. Zhao Ting's eyes bulged bloodshot, veins throbbing at his temples as his legs kicked frantically in the air. Su Ming leaned in close, his voice soft as a serpent's hiss. Provoke me one more time. He placed his other hand on Zhao Ting's abdomen, right where the fatal wound had pierced through the bloodthirsty princess's body the night before. And I don't mind letting you experience what it feels like to have your guts spilled all over the floor. The classroom fell dead silent. Zhao Ting's lackeys froze in place. The short-haired girl stared wide-eyed, her lips trembling. Did he just— holy shit. Someone gasped, lowering their voice but unable to hide the tremor. Did he really just say guts spilled all over the floor? Jiang Bai's gaze wavered again. She had indeed seen that green glow. It wasn't her imagination. But how was this possible? She stared at Su Ming with probing eyes. Students, don't get too carried away during class, Jiang Bai warned coldly. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, the green glow in his eyes instantly fading as he released his grip like discarding a rag. Bang! Zhao Ting crashed to the floor, his face contorted in pain, gasping like a broken bellows. Su Ming, you're dead meat. My brother Zhao Yan specializes in crushing people's bones bit by bit. Zhao Ting struggled to his feet, his face twisted with malice, spitting out threats before fleeing the classroom in disgrace. Discussions erupted immediately. The Zhao family has serious influence in Hanhai. This is going to be trouble. I heard his brother Zhao Yan is a gold-level demon hunter who kills monsters like chopping vegetables. Suddenly, a clear female voice exploded in Su Ming's mind. What's your relationship with Jiang Qingli? Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, as if his blood had been instantly frozen. He jerked his head up, quickly locking onto the podium. Jiang Bai in her pristine white dress was staring straight at him, her lips curved in a dangerous smile. Don't be nervous, it's me. Few people know that my ability is telepathy. Jiang Bai's voice echoed directly in his mind. Telepathy? AO 900 psychic-type talent. Su Ming tested mentally. Can you hear my voice? Almost immediately, her voice appeared again. No, I can't. Su Ming. Jiang Bai's red lips curved slightly, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Though I can't hear you, I can guess what you're thinking. Come to my dormitory tonight. You wouldn't want others to know your secret, would you? That night, the darkness was enchanting. Knock. Knock at the entrance of the martial arts instructor's apartment at Hanhai High School. Gentle yet rhythmic knocking echoed as Su Ming arrived as promised. Creak, door swung open, revealing an utterly captivating face peering through the gap. Her makeup was flawless, a purple butterfly tattoo adorned her collarbone, and fiery red waves cascaded down to her waist. A tight, sultry bodycon dress hugged her graceful curves, while black stockings outlined the perfect contours of her thighs. Her delicate feet were perched in red-soled high heels that looked like critical strike weapons. Who are you, beautiful? Su Ming looked completely bewildered. Uffed, you don't recognize me? Jiang Bai laughed so hard her whole body shook, and as she turned sideways, a glimpse of pale cleavage appeared at her lace neckline. Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as he secretly swallowed hard. Oh no, could this be walking into a trap today? In the living room, Jiang Bai was half sprawled on the leather sofa, lazily crossing her long legs clad in black stockings. Between her fingers was a slender lady's cigarette, its white smoke curling and mingling with the lamplight. The floor was a mess. Empty bottles scattered everywhere, clothes piled haphazardly, barely leaving room to step. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly, only one thought crossing his mind. This is a woman with a story. Heh, not bad taste. But I'm more interested in hearing your story. Recalling the flash of blue sword light from Su Ming's fingertips, a strange glint flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Tell me, what's really going on between you and Jiang Qingli? She tapped the sofa armrest lightly, her black-stockinged legs crossing beneath the bodycon dress, the lamplight creating an alluring sheen on the silk surface. Su Ming smiled bitterly. So you really can eavesdrop on my thoughts. Yet he couldn't help stealing glances at those black stockings. The woman deliberately placed her left leg over her right knee, her toes playfully dangling the red-soled heel, making his heart race. If you tell me the truth, Jiang Bai suddenly leaned forward, her fragrance filling the air, her black-stockinged calves nearly touching Su Ming's knees. Big sister might let you touch them. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, chuckling inwardly. That's it? Testing me with black stockings? What veteran could resist such a test? To be honest with you, Jiang Qingli and I really have nothing going on. This wasn't a lie. The Jiang Qingli in his dreams was obediently perfect, excellent at massages and shoulder rubs, but she was just a replicated puppet with no connection to the real person. Jiang Bai nodded thoughtfully, appearing serious while actually only caring about the schemes in his mind. But Su Ming's head was just cycling through two words repeatedly. Black stockings, black stockings, black stockings, black stockings. Damn it, Jiang Bai cursed under her breath. She had thought black stockings would easily handle a young man, but instead it backfired on her. In that case, a silver gleam flashed in her eyes. Warning, mental wave intrusion detected. Outsider attempting to spy on the Ember secrets. Ember security protocol automatically activated. The outsider should be punished. The Ember is sacred and inviolable. In an instant, Jiang Bai's hair stood on end. Suffocating terror crashed over her, her cells screaming in alarm. Her nails dug deep into the leather sofa. Her black-stockinged legs instinctively clenched together, her feet arched taut. Quick, hit me, Jiang Bai pleaded hoarsely. Punish me. Su Ming was completely confused. How did this suddenly turn into an SM scenario? Things are moving so fast and we need some foreplay first? But the next moment, he realized something was terribly wrong. Jiang Bai's life force was rapidly draining away. Recalling the system's warning and Jiang Bai's urgent cry slap, Su Ming raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. A miraculous scene unfolded. Jiang Bai's complexion visibly improved before his very eyes. It actually worked. Well then, excuse me. Su Ming rolled up his sleeves, gathered his energy, and began striking with both hands. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. The sounds rang out loud and strong, continuous and unending. In the dark of night, within the small grove outside the villa district, Zhao Ting was already dumbstruck. Ever since suffering that public humiliation, he had harbored deep resentment towards Su Ming and immediately contacted his brother, a gold-level demon hunter. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. How could he possibly lose to a frank loser? Su Ming must be hiding some unknown secret. Sure enough, Zhao Ting discovered Su Ming's suspicious movements. He carefully followed him all the way until he saw him enter Jiang Bai's dormitory. Zhao Ting instantly understood everything. No wonder Su Ming had suddenly become so much stronger. It was all because that bitch Jiang Bai was giving him special training. Damn it. Damn it all. Then came the slapping sounds. Zhao Ting's crank talent for physical enhancement also enhanced his hearing. At first, Zhao Ting was thunderstruck. Now he was completely numb. Those persistent slapping sounds, like demonic music in his ears, made jealous flames rage in Zhao Ting's heart. Thinking of Jiang Bai's voluptuous figure, exquisite face, long beautiful legs, and delicate jade feet after all this time, that bastard Su Ming must have enjoyed every position and technique imaginable. Zhao Ting gnashed his teeth in hatred. He suddenly punched the nearby tree trunk, leaving a deep impression and drawing blood from his knuckles. Adulterers! Adulterers! I'll expose you both. Completely expose you, and see if you still have the face to stay at Hanhai High School. Enough! Enough! Jiang Bai said, covering her face. At the same time, Su Ming's body involuntarily stepped back, his movements stiff like a marionette. Jiang Bai waved her hand to summon a mirror. Her originally exquisite face was now swollen like a pig's head. Good heavens! She was beaten beyond recognition. You brat, you really don't know how to be gentle with a lady. But why did she feel a hint of satisfaction? Jiang Bai's face flushed slightly. Mental control? Su Ming felt his whole body stiffen, unable to move, his face showing surprise. Clearly, he'd been deceived by this wicked woman again. This couldn't possibly be achieved through telepathy. Jiang Bai glanced at him seductively, producing a slender lady's cigarette from nowhere and holding it between her fingers. She took a beautiful drag and blew all the secondhand smoke directly into Su Ming's face. I can keep your secret, but you must keep mine too. Su Ming was stunned. What secret do I need to keep for you? You and Jiang Qingli are complete strangers. As for me, I'm just an ordinary martial arts specialist. Deal? Then why don't you get lost? Planning to spend the night here? Su Ming was speechless. This woman changed faces so quickly, pulling up her skirt and denying everything. After Su Ming left, Jiang Bai lazily sank into the sofa, smoking. Little brat, what secret could be so significant? Her fingers traced the purple butterfly tattoo at her collarbone as she suddenly curved her lips into a smile. But sister loves most the things she can't quite swallow. Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang, the caller ID flashing a familiar name. Jiang Bai lazily held her cigarette and swiped to answer. Aunt, about that matter from before, any leads? A girl's voice came through the receiver, cold as frost, yet carrying a barely perceptible urgency. What matter? Jiang Bai asked knowingly. Silence for a few seconds on the other end. The mysterious boy from my dreams. Jiang Qingli paused, her usually cold voice trembling rarely. He appeared again last night. Though only fragmentary memories remained, those unspeakable intimate scenes flooded over her like a tide. The sensation of palms caressing her thigh, the warm breath by her ear, the tingling when her jade feet were playfully teased. Jiang Qingli suddenly bit her lower lip, letting out an almost inaudible whimper. What did he do? Jiang Bai asked with interest, her tone teasing. Made you unable to speak properly? Jiang Qingli's breathing stopped for a moment. You promised not to ask that question. Her tone gradually returned to calm. All right, I won't ask. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled as she smiled and asked, so after you find him? I'll kill him with one sword. Thunder crashed outside the window as torrential rain poured down. The girl answered quickly, her voice calm to the point of indifference, devoid of any emotion. The next morning, as Su Ming stepped through the school gates, the air seemed charged with static electricity, countless gazes converging on him like spotlights. Crowds whispered among themselves, fingers discreetly pointing in his direction. Look, that guy from the forum. That's him. He's actually quite handsome. No wonder Specialist Jiang. The cacophony of voices flooded his ears, and Su Ming's brow furrowed instantly. Forum? What forum? He pulled out his phone, unlocked the screen, and opened the campus forum. A pinned post immediately caught his eye. Shocking. Frank Loser's night assault on beautiful martial arts specialist. 3-hour audio recording leaked. Click to hear the action. The comments section had exploded with thousands of messages frantically refreshing. High-quality resources, paid access only. Su Ming, that scrawny guy, lasted 3 hours? Must have used enhancement drugs. Bro above, asking for a friend, where can I buy those drugs? Weaklings are still commenting, while the strong have already gone through 3 rolls of tissue. Impossible. Specialist Jiang is my goddess. How could an Frank Loser be worthy? I don't believe it. Some questioned the authenticity of the recording, others demanded details, while even more were green with envy over the Frank's conquest of a goddess storyline. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, his scrolling fingers suddenly stopping poster. Zhao Ting. So it's you? You dog, stirring up trouble behind the scenes, he muttered, his gaze turning cold. Crackle. The campus broadcast suddenly erupted with static. Student Su Ming from Martial Arts Class C. Please report to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. Repeat, student Su Ming from Martial Arts Class C. Please report to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. Su Ming pocketed his phone and headed straight for the academic building. Outside the Academic Affairs Office, before he could knock, the conversation inside was already clearly audible. Director, I really didn't expect this to cause such a huge misunderstanding. The female voice trembled with guilt and remorse. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. What a touching performance. Inside the office, Academic Director Zhang Yuan leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming heavily on the desk. Specialist Jiang, you should understand that once this kind of thing spreads, the school's reputation. Before he could finish, the door was pushed open. Jiang Bai immediately dropped her act, returning to her usual appearance, long black hair draped over her shoulders, a plain white dress, her pretty face full of apology, eyes rimmed with red. But when Su Ming's gaze swept over her, the corner of her lips curved up ever so slightly. Don't panic, she transmitted mentally. I've called for backup, and it's someone like Bao Wudi. Backup? And Bao Wudi at that? Su Ming paused for a moment, then smirked. If that's the case, then let's improvise. Su Ming, who gave you permission to enter? Zhang Yuan's face darkened as he pointed toward the door. Get out. I'll call you in when I'm ready. Su Ming didn't move, his gaze sweeping over the document on the desk labeled withdrawal application, and sneered, what are you supposed to be? Zhang Yuan was stunned, hardly believing his own ears. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled with delight as she transmitted again. I didn't expect you to be so bold. I love it. Keep going. Su Ming ignored her, staring at Zhang Yuan. What? You're already trying to make me voluntarily withdraw, and you still expect me to show you respect? Not even giving students a chance to explain the school rules, just for show. Is Hanhai High School your personal kingdom, Zhang Yuan? How dare you? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan slammed his hand on the desk with a sharp crack. The hardwood table resonated with a dull thud, and several drops of spittle landed on the cover of Su Ming's application. His face flushed with anger as he jabbed his finger at the document's corner. A worthless Frank trash like you dares to talk about school rules? Sign this right now and get out. Su Ming stepped forward instead of retreating, his footsteps echoing on the floor tiles as he closed the distance. Or what? Those 2 cold words cut through Zhang Yuan's roar. Su Ming's lips curved into a smile, but his eyes flashed with icy light. Tie me up and present me to Zhao Ting as a gift to your daddy Zhao? Besides sucking up to the Zhao family, I really can't think of a second reason why you're so eager to expel me. His thoughts exposed so bluntly, Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale. Bang! The office door was kicked open with such force that it trembled on its hinges. Zhao Ting burst in with a sinister grin. Su Ming, didn't expect karma to come so quickly, did you? Behind him, a tower-like figure stepped inside. Heavy footsteps hammered against everyone's hearts as a thick, bloody scent instantly filled the cramped space. Zhao Yan, a gold-rank demon hunter. Brother, it's him. Zhao Ting pointed at Su Ming, his voice distorted with excitement. This bastard used dirty tricks yesterday. I want to cripple both his hands. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Zhao Yan backhanded his brother across the face, instantly swelling half his cheek as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Shut up. You can't even handle an Frank waist. Flexing his wrist, Zhao Yan fixed his cold stare on Su Ming. To make my brother suffer a loss, you've been hiding quite deep, haven't you? Su Ming glanced at Zhao Ting clutching his face, his lips curling upward. Seems your hand hits harder than your brother's mouth runs. Sharp tongue. Zhao Yan bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Let's see if you can still be this loud when I crush your throat. The oppressive aura of a third-order powerhouse suddenly crashed down, the air feeling as if gripped by a giant hand. Zhang Yuan's legs gave out as he collapsed into his chair, cold sweat streaming down his neck. Zhao Ting, however, was excited at the prospect of bloodshed, his gaze venomously fixed on Su Ming. Just as Zhao Yan's fingers formed claws and lunged forward. Clang! A clear sword cry pierced through the oppression. Zhao Yan's arm froze midair, azure sword chi somehow coiling around his muscles, humming and vibrating but unable to advance an inch. You're in my way. A casual statement, like the clear call of a phoenix. Everyone whipped around. At the doorway stood a young girl who had appeared without anyone noticing. Her pristine white school uniform hugged her form, her waist so slender it could be encircled by two hands, her snow-white skin almost luminous under the fluorescent lights. Glass-like eyes swept over the crowd, her natural aloofness making others hesitate to act rashly. Her gaze lingered on Su Ming, her heart skipping slightly. You seem somewhat familiar? Su Ming froze, maintaining his composure on the surface while cold sweat broke out on his back. Jiang Bai's invincible backup was actually Jiang Qingli. Worse yet, the dream replication from the Ember Sequence seemed to have been noticed by the real person. System, you've screwed me over, he cursed silently. Zhao Yan roared. Miss Jiang, this is the Zhao family's private matter. The veins on his arms bulged as the sword chi hummed and vibrated. Jiang Qingli's eyes instantly turned cold, her school uniform sleeves fluttering without wind. Boom. Overwhelming sword intent spread like a tsunami, the wind pressure sending documents flying through the air. The Zhao family? She smiled slightly. And you think you can lord over Hanhai? Zhao Yan's face turned ashen as the oppressive aura was forcibly pushed back into his body. The backlash surged through him, sweetness rising in his throat as he nearly vomited blood. This was the legendary first prodigy of Hanhai, an S-rank talent holder. Zhang Yuan crawled out from behind his desk, stammering. Miss Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Shut up. Jiang Qingli didn't even glance at him, her gaze locked firmly on Su Ming. That inexplicable sense of familiarity grew stronger. The shameful sensation of having her jade feet toyed with in dreams suddenly surfaced, making her toes curl unconsciously as her earlobes flushed with a faint pink. We've met before. Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Bai was drawing her index finger across her throat in a slicing motion, her eyebrows raised with amusement, as if she were watching an entertaining show. Maybe, in the cafeteria? Su Ming stammered, his voice dry as he made up an answer on the spot. Or perhaps the library? You're lying. The cold girl Jiang Qingli's fingertip glowed with a faint blue light, manifesting sword chi thinner than a hair but radiating bone-chilling coldness, hovering just inches from Su Ming's throat. Su Ming's neck tensed as he instinctively stepped back half a pace, but the blue light followed him like a shadow, instantly freezing the air around them. The office door stood open, with the Zhao brothers Zhao Yan and Zhao Ting and Director Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office all present, yet none dared to speak. At that moment, Jiang Bai let out a soft laugh, tapping the desk with her finger, her smile playful. Qingli, why such anger? The Zhao brothers and Director Zhang aren't here to watch you interrogate someone. Her gaze shifted to Zhao Yan, her lips curving slightly. Zhao Yan, your brother lost fair and square, yet he seeks private revenge and drags it to the Academic Affairs Office. If word gets out, what will become of the Zhao family's reputation? Zhao Yan's expression darkened, his peripheral vision warily glancing at Jiang Qingli. The next second, he grabbed Zhao Ting by the collar and growled. Useless. You're an embarrassment. Get out of here. Zhao Ting had already turned pale from the sword chi and tension in the room, not daring to make a sound. Just as Zhao Yan was about to drag his brother away, Jiang Qingli coldly uttered two words, slap yourself. Zhao Ting's face flushed red, his hands trembling but unable to move. A flash of viciousness crossed Zhao Yan's eyes as he raised his hand and delivered a slap so powerful it sent his own brother spinning 3.5 times in the air. Zhao Ting crashed out the doorway, sprawling across the hallway in utter humiliation. A crowd of students had gathered in the corridor to watch the commotion, startled by the spectacle. When they saw it was Zhao Ting groaning on the ground, they burst into cheers of well done, followed by thunderous applause. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Ting burned with shame, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, turning back to glare coldly at Jiang Qingli. Miss Jiang, are you satisfied now? Jiang Qingli didn't even spare him a glance. Seeing this, Zhao Yan had no choice but to leave in disgrace, dragging Zhao Ting with him. Director Zhang witnessed the entire scene, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. Miss Jiang, this was my mishandling. I'll go clarify the rumors immediately and ensure this misunderstanding doesn't spread. Before he finished speaking, he hurried away. The moment he crossed the threshold, a silver light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes as an invisible psychic butterfly entered Zhang Yuan's consciousness. Her lips curved slightly as she whispered darkly, spend the rest of your life struggling through endless nightmares. The office fell silent, leaving only Su Ming, Jiang Qingli, and Jiang Bai. The blue light remained at Su Ming's throat, unchanged. Jiang Qingli's gaze was as cold as a frozen river in early winter. Now that no one's interrupting, you'd better tell the truth. Su Ming's mind raced, but he managed a bitter smile. Miss Jiang, actually, I have seen you before, but it was in a dream. A dream? Jiang Qingli's pupils contracted slightly. Yes, just an ordinary dream. Su Ming scratched his head, his tone sincere yet embarrassed. You know, quite a few guys at school have, dreamed about you. After all, you're the untouchable flower of Hanhai High School. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, nearly laughing out loud. This kid certainly knows how to twist concepts. Jiang Qingli's ears trembled slightly, and her sword chi retreated a bit, though her gaze remained sharp. What exactly happened in this dream? Just scattered scenes, like you reading in the library or practicing swordplay in the martial arts hall. You're lying. Jiang Qingli's fingertips erupted with a brilliant green glow, cold light swirling around them as she stared coldly at Su Ming. The person in my dream looked exactly like you, Student Jiang. Student Jiang. Su Ming suddenly raised his voice, a half-smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You care about me this much? Could it be that you think of me by day and dream of me by night? Or perhaps he deliberately drew out his words. Your dreams hide some unspeakable secret, and it involves me. As his words fell, the air seemed to freeze. The girl's breathing became unsteady, her shoulders trembling slightly. Jiang Bai beside them widened her eyes, holding her breath in secret, her expression like a little creature that had devoured an entire melon field. Su Ming caught the fluctuation in Jiang Qingli's emotions, his eyes flashing as he softened his tone. Since Student Jiang has her suspicions, why don't we recreate your dream? Perhaps it might help you remember more details. The distance between them suddenly closed, their breathing intertwining. Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, catching the faint orchid fragrance from the girl at close range, exactly the same scent as in the dream. Jiang Bai covered her mouth, pretending not to watch, yet her cunning gaze peeked through her fingers as her red lips curved upward. Oh my, today's students are really something else, turning the academic affairs office into a flirting scene. This comment became the final straw that broke the atmosphere. Enough. Jiang Qingli stepped back half a pace, a pink flush appearing on her snow-white neck. She looked deeply at Su Ming, her voice clear and cold, yet carrying a chill. I'll remember you. Don't worry, we'll meet again. If I discover it really was you, the green glow at the girl's fingertips surged again, her eyes flashing with cold light. You'd better watch out. With that, she turned and left quickly, though her footsteps seemed somewhat hurried. Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to muddle through for now. But he knew clearly. He could fool her for a moment, but not forever. System, you really screwed me over this time, he gritted his teeth internally. You should have told me earlier that the original person could sense the dreams. Images from the dream involuntarily surfaced in his mind, the dazzling long legs beneath the lace nightgown, the blush that spread across the girl's snow-white neck when her jade feet were played with, and that soft, sweet master. His Adam's apple bobbed as he fell silent for 2 seconds. All right, perhaps he had played too wildly. Just then, system notification. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Current Jiang Qingli Mental Synchronization Index, 30. What's this supposed to mean? Su Ming was stunned. Could it be that besides hunting alien creatures, contact with the real Jiang Qingli was equally effective? However, recalling the girl's murderous aura just moments ago, his scalp tingled. He barely had time to hide, let alone dare to provoke that tigress again. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Jiang Bai crossed her legs against the chair, her long legs wrapped in ice silk stockings, a teasing smile on her red lips. Enchanted by our campus belle Jiang? What enchanted my ass? Su Ming shook his head bitterly. I nearly got killed by her just now. But it was only nearly. Jiang Bai chuckled softly. Congratulations on temporarily escaping disaster. However, she suddenly leaned forward, her snow-white skin barely visible at her collar, her fragrance wafting over. She's not the only one you need to worry about. Zhao Yan is the type who seeks revenge for the smallest slight. Seeing his stubborn attitude, Jiang Bai stopped beating around the bush and changed the subject. So what about your martial arts college entrance exam? Su Ming's shoulders slumped as he let out a heavy sigh. This was the real headache. I can't exactly exploit policy loopholes, can I? Reality isn't a game, there aren't that many bugs to abuse. Jiang Bai leaned forward slightly, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her lips. I have a way to get you into the martial arts exam. Ever heard of the Spirit Realm? Spirit Realm? Su Ming was taken aback. The Spirit Realm, a sub-reality battlefield created by the Apocalypse Bureau using otherworldly technology, where countless martial arts prodigies fought and climbed the rankings in real-time public competition. Any graduating student who broke into the top 10,000 could earn special qualification to legitimately register for the martial arts college entrance exam. Jiang Bai's red lips curved upward as if painting a picture of an enticing future. As long as you fight your way into the top 10,000, you can take the exam fair and square. Su Ming pondered for a moment before finally giving a slight nod. Not long after he left, Hurried footsteps echoed back into the living room. The cool, aloof girl Jiang Qingli pushed through the door, her gaze locking onto Jiang Bai on the sofa like a cold blade. Jiang Bai had anticipated this, holding a cigarette between her slender fingers as she lazily exhaled a ring of smoke. "Aunt, are you hiding something from me? Who exactly is he?" Jiang Qingli's voice remained cool, but couldn't hide the subtle tremor within. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow with an ambiguous expression. "Oh my, so anxious? Looks like someone's been getting quite the treatment in her dreams. Don't tell me he actually did something indescribable to you." "Jiang Bai? Jiang Qingli's ears turned bright red, her forced composure completely cracking. "Stop changing the subject. Who exactly is he?" Jiang Bai innocently raised both hands in surrender. All right. Since you're so insistent, I'll tell you. Actually, Su Ming is my secret little lover." Jiang Qingli's breath caught in her throat. Jiang Bai blinked, as if confirming that the online recording and all the rumors were true. As soon as she finished speaking, a perfectly timed blush crept across her face. You. Jiang Qingli stared intently at that deliberately shy expression, her eyes filled with bone-chilling coldness. "Fine. Since you refuse to tell me." She spun around abruptly. "I'll investigate it myself." Jiang Bai watched her resolute retreating figure, chuckling softly and shaking her head. Her lips barely whispered an almost inaudible murmur. "Go ahead. Investigate." A cunning glint flashed in her eyes. "I'm just afraid that by the time you're done investigating, you'll end up destroying yourself instead." The next day, weekend. The midday sun blazed down on Su Ming's shoulders like scorching pillars of fire. Outside the Matewan Demon Hunter building, the massive bronze emblem overhead gleamed so brilliantly it was almost blinding. "Tisk, even a hero can be stumped by lack of money," Su Ming muttered under his breath. After spending the entire previous night poring over materials, he had confirmed that accessing the spirit realm required purchasing a specialized connection pod, and his orphan body didn't have much in savings. After weighing his options, he decided to apply as a demon hunter. He could earn spirit coins to buy the pod while killing monsters to improve his mental synchronization index, killing two birds with one stone. With this plan in mind, he pushed through the doors into the Demon Hunter Hall. Overhead, a massive electronic screen displayed blood-red text scrolling and flashing. Drank mission. Clear mutant rats from the sewers. Reward. 500 spirit coins. Crank mission. Eliminate the Bloodfang werewolf tribe. Raiding Bluestone Village. Reward. 1,000 spirit coins. Su Ming raised his gaze to the very top, where a line wrapped in blazing red light stood out prominently under permanent missions. Brank mission. Hunt the nightmare beast that has plagued Qingshan Sanatorium for years. Reward. 20,000 spirit coins. Demon Hunter Association gold level recommendation letter. 15 minutes later, in the testing hall, Su Ming stood before the testing corridor, holding the application form he had just received. Suddenly, the crowd behind him erupted in thunderous cheers. A burly man covered in scars shouldered a steel battle axe as he strode out of the testing area. "That's our brother Scar, passing the bronze level retest for 3 consecutive years. He's got solid brank talent." The scarred man basked in the crowd's adulation, strutting proudly. "In my first year as a demon hunter, I slaughtered 7 aberrants." Behind the counter, the staff member finished reviewing the form, frowned, and looked up at Su Ming's youthful face. "Frank talent?" His tone carried unmistakable hesitation. "Kid, this is demon hunter testing, not playing house." Su Ming's expression remained impassive. "High school students can't take the test?" "Well, they can." The other person looked troubled. Harsh laughter already rang out from the crowd. "The last Frank demon hunter, the grass on his grave is 3 meters tall by now. Young people these days really don't know their limits." The scarred man was even more arrogant, hefting his massive axe across his shoulder, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth, spittle flying. "You want to be a demon hunter before you've even grown hair down there? I could fart and blow you away." Laughter exploded around them. Su Ming slowly turned around, surveying the noisy crowd, his lips curling into a cold smile. "What are you smiling about, you little?" The man's curse was cut short. Clang. The iron sword left its sheath. Su Ming flicked his wrist, cold light flashed, and the blade actually sliced across the man's cheek from a distance. Warm blood spurted out, splattering the faces of those nearby. Cries of shock erupted. The man felt a chill on his face, raised his hand to find it covered in crimson, his expression instantly twisting as he roared. "You're asking for death." He swung his massive axe down. Su Ming's figure swayed as he dodged to the side. A cold gleam suddenly sliced through the air, the sword's edge hovering steadily before the scarred brute's throat, barely half a finger's width away. The hall, which had been bustling with noise, now fell silent as if someone had severed its vocal cords. If the sword advanced even half an inch further, the brute would surely be splattered with blood on the spot. The icy sword intent pressed against his skin, and the brute froze in place. Cold sweat mixed with the texture of his scar as it trickled down his forehead, yet he didn't dare even lift his hand to wipe it away. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Slap yourself, he mumbled, his voice trembling. Su Ming looked at him indifferently. Slap yourself. I said, slap yourself. Su Ming's expression remained emotionless as he repeated once more. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap exploded through the spacious hall, causing everyone's pupils to contract as the air seemed to freeze. Su Ming's gaze swept around the surroundings, and those who had previously mocked him lowered their heads one by one, no longer daring to make eye contact. At that moment, the metal door at the far end of the testing hall slowly opened. A middle-aged man in a black uniform strode out with stern features, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the entire scene. What's going on? His voice was deep and powerful. A staff member hurriedly ran over from behind the window, stammering his report. Manager Zhou, this student came to take the bronze level test, and then instantly subdued this person. Manager Zhou's gaze shifted back and forth between the scarred brute and Su Ming, his pupils contracting sharply. To instantly subdue a bronze level demon hunter, this young man must be at least silver level. He suppressed his surprise, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Young man, how about trying the silver test directly? Su Ming smiled lightly. Why not? Manager Zhou led Su Ming into the silver level testing hall. In the center stood a metal circular platform about 10 meters in diameter, with complex runes carved into the surrounding walls, silver light flowing through them. This is the combat testing area, Manager Zhou explained. Silver level requires defeating a first-tier peak-level aberrant projection within 3 minutes. Su Ming nodded and stepped onto the platform. Test begins. The runes lit up, and light mist appeared in the center of the platform. In an instant, a nearly 2-meter-tall werewolf materialized, its entire body covered in black scales, blood-red eyes fixed deadly on Su Ming, a low growl rumbling from its throat. First-tier peak, werewolf, Manager Zhou reminded through the loudspeaker. Good luck, young man. The werewolf roared, its heavy claws crushing the ground as it lunged forward. At the monitoring screen, Manager Zhou gripped the control panel, ready to terminate the test at any moment. In the next instant, Su Ming merely sidestepped lightly, the iron sword in his hand flashing with cold light as it traced a clean arc. The werewolf's movement instantly stopped, its massive body split in half and dissolved into scattered points of light. The entire battle lasted less than 3 seconds. Manager Zhou's hand hovered over the termination button, motionless, his entire body frozen in place. What the hell? The two returned to the hall, all eyes locked on Manager Zhou. His Adam's apple bobbed as he took a deep breath, his voice booming. Test results confirmed, silver level demon hunter qualification certified. Time taken 3 seconds. As his words hit the ground like thunder. 3 seconds. Holy shit, how is that possible? I've been stuck for 3 years, and he passed in 3 seconds? Meanwhile, at the top floor of Hanhai High School's library, Jiang Qingli sat alone at a desk by the window, earphones in her ears, browsing through Su Ming's files. Today she unusually wasn't wearing her school uniform, but instead a moon-white dress with a slender waistline and long legs beneath the lace hem. Students passing by in the hallway couldn't help but glance over. Look, it's Jiang Qingli. God, she's so beautiful today. Shoo, don't disturb her. Discussions arose one after another, yet no one dared to approach. Jiang Qingli remained calm, focused on reviewing the files. Level talent, orphan background, excellent academic performance. She slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her mind conjuring that blurry figure from last night's dream. A strand of hair fell down, and she unconsciously tucked it behind her ear, but the earphone cord caught on the table corner and fell to the ground with a pop. In the quiet library, her phone suddenly played the intense, clapping sounds on speaker. It was the viral audio from the forum, crisp and rhythmic. The male students who had been secretly watching instantly froze, their expressions shifting from infatuation to bewilderment, shock, and then disbelief. It's over, the goddess is broken. The goddess has fallen. The entire top floor of the library fell into dead silence. Only the embarrassing audio from the video continued blasting at maximum volume through the headphones that had fallen out. Holy crap. Who's bold enough to watch porn in the library? Oh my god, it's Jiang, the campus beauty. She actually watches this stuff in private? Shocked stares shot toward her like a barrage of arrows. Jiang Qingli stood frozen in place, struggling to maintain her composure as she bent down to pick up the fallen headphones, clutched the materials on her desk tightly, and rushed toward the stairs. After fleeing the top floor and bursting out of the library, she ran nearly 100 meters before finally stopping. The cold wind hit her face, but her burning cheeks were still flushed with heat, and even her pale neck showed an alluring pink tint. Thinking back to that mortifying scene, the girl's eyes grew misty, and her delicate toes curled instinctively inside her shoes and socks. She stared down at Su Ming's photo on the cover of her research materials, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and let out a trembling, indignant whisper, "Bastard." Su Ming had no idea he'd just earned himself another black mark in someone's heart. By the time he left the Demon Hunter building, dusk had settled in, and the streetlights stretched his shadow into fragmented patterns. Walking while scrolling through his phone, he kept refreshing the yellow and black Mate 1 Demon Hunter app. Suddenly, his finger paused. E-level mission. Target: clear ghouls from abandoned subway station west of Hanhai High School. Estimated quantity: 35. Reward: 300 spirit coins. Newcomer first order bonus 50. Requirements: first tier cultivation or above. Tisk: even monsters can be ordered for delivery now? Su Ming grinned and tapped accept order. Half an hour later, he stood at the entrance to the abandoned subway station. The entrance gaped like a monster's maw. Su Ming drew his iron sword and stepped inside slowly, his nostrils assaulted by the stench of rotting flesh mixed with rust. From the depths came the sound of gnawing and crunching. By the faint moonlight, he could see 3 hunched ghouls tearing at a mangled corpse. Before he could finish speaking, all 3 ghouls looked up simultaneously, their cloudy eyes locking onto him. Whoosh! The largest one lunged forward, claws aimed straight for his heart. Su Ming didn't move a muscle until the foul wind hit his face. Then his eyes flashed. The iron sword came down. Clang! The sound of metal rang out as the ghoul's right arm was severed at the shoulder, black blood spraying everywhere, while its fang-filled maw released a bone-chilling shriek. The remaining 2 seemed to receive some command and pounced like rabid dogs. Su Ming's sword moved like a gale, and in the blink of an eye, 2 heads went flying. The first ghoul with the severed arm actually took the opportunity to turn and flee. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, sacrificing its companions just to buy time to escape. These creatures really were cold-blooded. As the thought crossed his mind, he hurled his iron sword. Bang! Wrapped in cyan's spiritual light, the long sword traced a beautiful arc and pinned the target to the ground in the distance. Accompanied by a final unwilling shriek, Su Ming strolled over leisurely and pulled out his sword. If I let you get away, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? With those words, he casually beheaded it with one stroke. Mental Synchronization Index 1. These pathetically weak ghouls had such meager soul power that all 3 together only increased his progress by 1%. The higher the index, the less low-level creatures could contribute. He knew this all too well. Su Ming flicked the blood off his blade and was about to venture deeper. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an urgent order alert. Massive ghoul energy fluctuations detected. Suspected ghoul nest ahead. Red warnings flashed across the screen. Mission update to rank. Clear ghoul nest in abandoned subway station. Quantity: unknown. Additional reward: 1,000 spirit coins. Requirements: second tier cultivation or above. Su Ming was only first tier, so the system immediately triggered safety protocols and auto-matched him with nearby exorcists on the platform. The young man instinctively wanted to hit cancel, but watched helplessly as the page displayed match successful. Match successful. Silver rank Demon Hunter, Lung Linua. Note: drag me down and I'll kill you. This platform is way too smart. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. Clearly, he'd been paired with quite the spirited teammate. Click, click, click. Crisp high heel sounds echoed from behind. Lung Linua approached under the moonlight, her black combat suit outlining her stunning curves, ice crystal heels refracting cold light. She glanced at Su Ming, noticed his school uniform, parted her red lips, and scoffed. Does Mate 1 hire high schoolers now? Hey lady, what's wrong with high schoolers? Su Ming waved his phone, the silver badge glowing brightly on screen. Silver ranquery equals here. Hearing lady, Lung Linua paused slightly. Her ample chest, wrapped in the black combat suit, rose and fell twice before she snorted coldly, brushed past him, leaving a faint fragrance. Su Ming shrugged and followed at a leisurely pace. The subway entrance was decrepit, reeking of decay, walls covered in black, sticky stains. They descended the stairs as broken light fixtures left them in rapidly fading illumination. The tunnel grew darker with each step until Lung Linua conjured a wisp of ice blue light from her fingertip, barely illuminating the path ahead. Rusted rails lay twisted, and mottled walls crawled with dark green moss. Su Ming suddenly stopped, frowning as he whispered, "Something's wrong. It's too quiet for a ghoul nest." Before he finished speaking, dense rustling echoed from the tunnel depths, like countless appendages scraping against stone walls simultaneously. His scalp tingled as Su Ming suddenly grabbed Lung Linua's wrist and pulled her into his arms. The next second, a puddle of corrosive black-brown liquid crashed heavily where she'd been standing, causing the walls and floor to emit white smoke with a sizzling sound. Lung Linua's pupils contracted sharply, her ears reddening as she whispered barely audibly, "Hitch, thank you." Su Ming had no time to notice the softness in his arms, his gaze locked on the tunnel depths. Regular ghouls can't do that. We've probably encountered something big. Rumble. The ground trembled lightly. From the pitch-black depths, a massive shadow slowly approached. Su Ming suddenly grabbed Lung Linua. Run? It's a ghoul mother. The benefits of being top in theory class exploded in this moment. At the tunnel's end, a three-turtle monster materialized. Its swollen abdomen resembled a spider's, gray-white skin festering and peeling, dozens of tentacles dangling down, each tip wrapped around a withered corpse. Flanking it were several second-tier individuals, larger than regular ghouls, their crimson eyes fixed deadly on their prey. A peaked second-tier ghoul mother. Lung Linua's voice trembled. How could it appear in a place like this? The mother's abdomen suddenly split open, releasing an eardrum-shattering shriek. Instantly, countless ghouls poured from every corner of the tunnel, surging toward them like a tide. Back to back, Su Ming roared, raising his iron sword horizontally across his chest. Lung Linua snapped back to reality, cold light flashing in her palms as two crystalline ice blades instantly took shape. The two pressed their backs together as a nauseating stench hit them. The surrounding tunnel seemed flooded with a black tide of ghouls pressing in from all sides. Roar! Howls echoed one after another as battle erupted. Though Lung Linua's heart jolted at the sudden turn of events, as a silver-rank demon hunter, she quickly steadied her breathing. Her eyes turned cold as frigid energy exploded around her. Ice crystal spikes. With her sharp cry, dozens of razor-sharp ice cones materialized from thin air, shooting out like a torrential downpour. The foremost ghouls were pinned to the walls, black blood splattering as the stench grew even more intense. On the other side, Su Ming's iron sword blazed with cyan light. Swish, swish, swish. Each strike sent a rotting head flying, the Azure Phoenix sword energy tearing through withered corpses like paper. However, the Ghost Mother's summoning was endless, forcing both fighters to retreat step by step under the dense tide of undead. Buy me 30 seconds. Su Ming shouted again, his sword technique suddenly changing as a fan-shaped cyan sword energy swept horizontally, instantly clearing all ghouls within 3 meters. Lung Linua bit her red lips tightly. Underestimating women will cost you dearly. Her hands formed seals rapidly as intricate ice patterns appeared in her palms. Extreme Frost Domain. Ice blue claw-like patterns climbed into her pupils as her breath turned to white mist. The eerie fog automatically avoided Su Ming while precisely enveloping all the ghouls. Crack crack. The piled corpses visibly slowed and frosted over, instantly transforming into rows of ice sculptures. Though the Ghost Mother's movements were only slowed, it was enough. Cyan light danced in Su Ming's eyes as his aura became like an unsheathed blade. Knees slightly bent, he exploded forward in a flash. S-rank talent. Azure Phoenix Sword Immortal, Overload Mode. Clang. The sword sang clearly like a phoenix cry piercing the 9 heavens. An arc of cyan light cut through the tunnel as the Ghost Mother's grotesque face froze instantly, her massive body splitting down the middle. Boom. The giant corpse crashed to the ground, shaking dust and stones loose. Lung Linua's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips parting slightly. This is silver rank. She stared intently at Su Ming's back, her mind suddenly recalling the mysterious swordsman that had been trending on the forums. Su Ming gasped heavily, his sword hand trembling slightly. That last strike had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. But gazing at the Ghost Mother's remains, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Ember Sequence Authority 2 mission complete. Mission content: slay 5 second-order aberrant creatures. Current progress: 55. Mission reward: Stolen Fire Authority Fragment 1. Next phase: slay 10 third-order aberrant creatures. Fragment automatically absorbed. Remaining dream entry chances: 1. Ability gained: Moment of Brilliance can replicate others' talents for 30 minutes. 10-hour cooldown. Storage limit 03. Mental Synchronization Index 4, currently 35. Host Realm: Second Order, First Layer. Data flickered as spiritual energy surged like a rushing river. Su Ming's eyes blazed with intense light as something within him broke through with a crack. Second Order. The system panel danced before his eyes, the newly unlocked ability making his lips curve into a wild grin. System rocks. Truly worthy of a transmigrator's golden finger. Behind him came Lung Linua's trembling voice. Who exactly are you? Su Ming turned around, twirling his rusty iron sword in a flourish before grinning. A demon hunter driven by pure interest? Lung Linua froze for a moment. The carefree, grinning young man before her was none other than the mysterious swordsman who had recently caused quite a stir in demon hunting circles. The youth casually sheathed his rusty blade with effortless grace, making it hard for her to connect that brilliant flash of sword light with this corroded piece of metal. Recalling that strike, her heart raced and her breathing quickened, her black-stockinged legs instinctively pressing together. Have you heard of Qingshan Sanatorium? Lung Linua suppressed the turmoil in her chest and cut straight to the point. Qingshan Sanatorium? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. Suddenly he remembered the blood-red bounty notice in the demon hunting hall. Brank mission: hunt the nightmare beast. Location: Qingshan Sanatorium. Holy crap, the youth blurted out. You're not thinking of taking that Brank mission, are you? He looked her up and down with the expression of someone staring at a lunatic. Lady, you nearly died on a Drank mission, and you dare touch Brank? Really want to throw your life away? Lung Linua's ears turned red as she pressed her lips together. I've been stuck at silver rank for 2 years. I have to climb higher. I need that gold rank recommendation letter. Su Ming picked at his ear, looking uninterested. If the nightmare beast were really that easy to kill, someone would have cleared it already. Find someone else. All the mission rewards go to you. I only want the recommendation letter. The team has several renowned demon hunters, plus a gold rank expert leading us. Safety's guaranteed. Linua spoke rapidly. Su Ming frowned. If the lineup's so impressive, why drag me in? I'm only silver rank actually. I just officially registered this afternoon. What? Linua's pupils contracted. You reached silver right after registering? Suddenly realizing something, she gasped. You're that 3-second man from the forums? 3-second man? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Su Ming's mouth twitched. Linua's gaze fell on the rusty sword as she bit her lip. 100,000. 100,000 spirit coins. Su Ming's steps came to an abrupt halt. 100,000 spirit coins. 10,000 was enough for an ordinary family's food and drink. For a year, how many duck leg rice bowls could 100,000 buy? The temptation was enormous. For real. Linua, never go back on my word. She slapped her chest, causing waves to ripple. Deal. Su Ming looked away, muttering under his breath, casually throwing out 100,000. This woman's no ordinary person. Meet at the Qingshan Sanatorium entrance tomorrow morning. Linua couldn't hide her joy. That evening, Su Ming called Jiang Bai to request a few days off and sort out his martial arts college entrance exam qualification. Classes? He could skip them. Hearing his request for leave, the woman on the other end laughed lazily. What's wrong? Afraid to see Jiang Qingli? Su Ming could only laugh it off awkwardly. After chatting briefly, when Jiang Bai learned he was going to Qingshan Sanatorium, she fell silent for a long time before dropping a line. Be careful of the patient in room 404. 404? Su Ming's pupils contracted. Jiang Bai seemed to know something. He pressed for details, but only heard the dial tone. Calling back, no one answered. Tossing his phone onto the desk, Su Ming repeated 404 in a low voice, his heart heavy. At the same time, there was another thorny issue: the dream entry opportunity he'd just gained today. With his mental index below 100, the dream puppet wouldn't change. Since that was the case, should he go flirt with Jiang Qingli in the dream? He couldn't touch the real-world tigress, but surely he could try in dreams. He showed a mischievous smile. Activate Ember Sequence. A sensation of weightlessness swept over him. Before his vision cleared, a familiar orchid fragrance entered his nostrils. Su Ming opened his eyes. The bed was empty, the puppet nowhere to be seen. Water sounds came from the bathroom, and behind the frosted glass, a graceful silhouette was faintly visible. Splash. The door was pushed open. Wet jade feet stepped onto the floor, slender ankles adorned with water droplets that slowly trickled down. Master, the water temperature is just right. Jiang Qingli's doll-like voice was soft and sweet, her lace nightgown barely covering the tops of her thighs. She tilted her head, drying her hair with a towel as wet strands slid down her gently curved shoulders. The left strap had slipped loose, revealing half an inch of smooth, pale skin that gleamed under the lamplight, tiny water droplets rolling down and casting a hazy, cold glow. Su Ming's Adam's apple trembled slightly as his gaze traveled down her smooth legs. Her delicate feet were pale with a hint of pink, like cherry blossoms, and as if sensing his burning stare, her toes curled restlessly. Master, what are you standing there for? Jiang Qingli walked barefoot and sat on the edge of the bed, her soft ankle sliding directly into Su Ming's palm. The warm touch carried a hint of perspiration as she breathed sweetly. Doesn't Master love playing with my feet the most? Su Ming instinctively caressed them, his thumb tracing her arch. That subtle movement made her pretty face flush quickly as she let out a low whimper like a cat. Master, be gentle. Her eyes reddened at the corners as her body melted softly into his embrace. Thunder crashed outside the window as heavy rain pounded against the sill. In the doll's originally hollow eyes, clear shame and resistance suddenly appeared. The Jiang family villa. Jiang Qingli bolted upright in bed, her chest heaving violently. Her white lace nightgown was soaked with cold sweat, clinging to her graceful curves. Outside, the same torrential rain fell like a waterfall with flashing lightning, and in the glass reflection, she saw her own lingering flush. That dream again. She bit her lips hard, her slender shoulders trembling at the intimate scenes. What terrified her more was that his actions in the dreams grew more excessive each time, as if seeking revenge. She increasingly suspected the mastermind was Su Ming. Taking a deep breath, murderous intent surged in Jiang Qingli's cold eyes. I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. The next morning, rare thick fog filled the view. Qingshan Sanatorium stood alone in the wilderness, its dark building looming like a monster against the gray sky. The iron gate was covered in rust, creaking ominously. Several black birds circled overhead, their cries piercing and mournful. Before the iron gate, Linua waited with several demon hunters. Seeing Su Ming, she nodded and pointed to the tall man at the front of the group. Let me introduce you. This is the gold-level demon hunter, Zhao Yan. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Zhao Yan? Zhao Ting's brother. What a narrow path for enemies. Zhao Yan turned around, his hawk-like gaze pinning Su Ming in place as his lips curved into a menacing arc. Su Ming? What a coincidence. The air instantly froze. Linua sensed something amiss, her brow furrowing slightly. You know each other? Of course we do. Zhao Yan revealed his white teeth. We're old acquaintances. Su Ming remained expressionless, cold light flashing in his eyes. His right hand quietly moved toward his sword hilt, the familiar touch steadying his mind. With his second-tier cultivation and this sword in hand, Zhao Yan posed no real threat. Simultaneously, spiritual energy surged within him. Moment of brilliance, activate. Su Ming mentally copied Zhao Yan's ability, a rank talent berserk. Explosive increases in strength and speed for a short duration. Their auras clashed as killing intent spread. Linua coldly intervened. Enough. This isn't the place to settle your grudges. Zhao Yan glanced at her sideways, remembering various rumors about this woman from the forums. His eyes darkened slightly, but he still grinned. I was just joking around with the kid. Miss Lung, no need to be so tense. He slowly glanced at Su Ming and said, however, everyone knows how dangerous level missions can be. Even gold-rank demon hunters can meet their doom. Yet you brought along this green kid, who's still wet behind the ears. Isn't that being irresponsible to the rest of us? Before he finished speaking, several other demon hunters immediately joined in the jeering. Brother Zhao is right. Miss Lung, don't tell me you want us to babysit your pretty boy? Exactly. This scrawny kid will probably wet himself in fear. Haha. And then we'll have to clean up his mess. Linua's eyes turned cold as she snapped. Shut up. Don't underestimate him's that mysterious swordsman. If anything happens to him, I'll take full responsibility. Recalling the scene of the young man slaying the ghost mother with a single sword strike and rescuing her from danger, her tone brooked no argument. Linua's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly silencing the previously rowdy group. They all turned their gazes to Su Ming in unison. Could the legendary mysterious swordsman really be this young? The silence lasted only half a second before Zhao Yan suddenly threw back his head and laughed loudly. Ha! The mysterious swordsman? And Frank Waste, who only knows how to hide behind women, suddenly becomes the mysterious swordsman? Miss Lung, are you naive or just stupid to believe the lies of some brat? Su Ming couldn't be bothered to argue back. He simply let out a cold snort and flicked his wrist. Azure sword light suddenly blazed forth. A cold gleam flashed, and Zhao Yan's expression changed drastically as he leaped backward. The sword light grazed past his forehead with a hiss, leaving a thin line of blood. What a pity. Su Ming sheathed his sword, his tone flat. Next time, your luck won't be so good. Zhao Yan raised his hand to touch his forehead, the crimson on his fingertips stinging his pride. He licked the corner of his mouth, a sinister smile slowly spreading across his face. Interesting, truly interesting. I can't wait to crush your bones one by one. The sword in Su Ming's hand trembled lightly, emitting a clear ringing sound. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. This is nothing. The real show is yet to come. Veins bulged at Zhao Yan's temples as his knuckles cracked audibly. Linua stepped forward half a pace, positioning herself between the two men, and warned coldly. Zhao Yan, if you still want your payment, rein it in. Zhao Yan's gaze shifted between the two before he spat. Tsh, what a buzzkill. Yet his malicious stare remained fixed on the young man, as if sizing up prey ready for slaughter. Level missions were always perilous, and deaths were commonplace. Made no effort to hide his ill intent. Everyone could see his expression clearly. Linua's heart sank slightly as she glanced sideways at Su Ming. The young man merely shrugged nonchalantly, the corner of his mouth curving upward. He despised being targeted, especially when it wasn't certain who the real prey would be. Caw! The harsh, grating cry of crows echoed through the thick fog. Each member of the group harbored their own thoughts, but no one spoke again. The team stepped through the gates of Qingshan Sanatorium. After years of nightmare beast ravages, this place had long been sealed off, devoid of any human presence. Wild grass reached their calves, with only a sturdy plane tree still standing defiantly, its branches and leaves intertwined, casting mottled shadows. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled softly, as if silently counting the years. The group didn't linger in the courtyard, stepping directly over the accumulated fallen leaves and pushing through the doors into the main building. The moment the doors closed behind them, the thick fog suddenly descended, churning into a viscous black tide like the gaping maw of some giant beast. A cold, damp oppressive force suddenly enveloped everyone. The suffocating sensation of drowning struck. Buzzbuzzed old fluorescent tube overhead flickered erratically, its harsh white light strobing on and off. The acrid smell of disinfectant mixed with mildew assaulted Su Ming's nostrils, making his throat constrict. He pushed himself upright and found himself standing alone in a dim corridor. Peeling walls with moss growing wild through the cracks, and brown-red bloodstains scattered across the white tile floor like careless smears that stubbornly refused to wash away. He surveyed his surroundings warily. On both sides, a row of hospital room iron doors were fitted with narrow observation windows, their inner surfaces covered in dried, bloody handprints layered so thick the original glass was invisible. Su Ming drew his iron sword and approached the nearest door, squinting as he peered inside. In the corner, a middle-aged man in a white coat was curled up, arms wrapped around his knees, head hanging low, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. "Hello," Su Ming called out softly. The middle-aged man's head snapped up. His ashen face seemed drained of all color, the despair in his eyes instantly exploding into shock, then transforming into wild joy. He scrambled on hands and knees to the door, frantically pounding on the observation window, his lips moving but producing no sound, as if the entire corridor was sealed by an invisible barrier. The silence beyond the iron door made Su Ming's brow furrow slowly. His gaze dropped to the name tag. Chief of Psychiatry Qinshe, with small gold lettering in the corner. Qingshan Mental Hospital. Qingshan Sanatorium. That was the name from 10 years ago. Su Ming's pupils contracted slightly. Could this man be from 10 years ago? Inside the room, the man's sweat and tears flowed together as he knocked his forehead against the door repeatedly, smashing dark red bloodstains into the tiles, his plea for help bordering on madness. Su Ming took a deep breath to steady himself. "Don't panic." Those two brief words drifted through the door crack into the deathly silence, making the man kowtow even more desperately, treating Su Ming as his last lifeline. Su Ming hesitated no longer, swinging his sword to break the lock and kicking the door open with a bang. The door slammed against the wall and bounced back as he stepped inside. The entire hospital room was empty. The man's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only a corpse on the bed, dried to skin and bones, emanating an indescribable sickly sweet stench of decay. Su Ming moved closer to examine it. Though the features were distorted, the outline was unmistakably that of the man who had just been pleading for help. Judging by the corpse's withered state, it had been dead for at least several years. He stepped back grimly, his mind flashing to an absurd comparison with Schrodinger's cat. The walls were covered in overlapping scratches and handprints, like bloody tree rings recording the deceased's prolonged torment in life. Su Ming returned to the corridor, only then realizing that the strangeness was just beginning. Behind every door he passed, figures rushed to the observation windows pleading for rescue, but without exception, once opened, each door revealed only a long-dried corpse. The sounds of breaking locks, kicking doors, and footsteps echoed through the corridor, yet he could never hear any sound from within the rooms. The entire floor was wrapped in deathly silence. As his actions disturbed more rooms, those figures desperately pounded on windows and opened their mouths in silent screams, like actors in a silent film stripped of their voices, left with only soundless struggle. Su Ming's heart grew heavier. Suddenly, woo! The sound of a young girl sobbing came from the distance, soft and choked, circling through the empty corridor as if layered with invisible echoes. Su Ming's scalp prickled as he gripped his sword hilt tighter for courage and followed the sound. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly. After walking for what felt like an eternity, he finally stopped at the source of the sound. Room 404. Last night, Jiang Bai had specifically warned him, beware of the patient in room 404. Now the observation window on this door was surprisingly clean, without a single bloody handprint. Su Ming held his breath and slowly peered inside. A girl of about 12 or 13 was chained to the bedside with heavy iron shackles. Her stained white hospital gown blended with the gray walls into a dark backdrop. Most terrifying were her eyes. No distinction between pupil and white, just solid silver light flickering coldly. Seeing her dirty little face clearly, Su Ming's pupils dilated in shock, cold terror exploding through his limbs as he blurted out, "Jiang Bai." The crying suddenly stopped. The little girl whipped around, the silver light in her pupils blazing intensely. Su Ming's mind felt like it was split by a sharp axe as countless memory fragments that weren't his own came flooding in. A man in a white coat approaching with a syringe, S-level psychic talent, Linua Wanxiang, a natural weapon in the making. A white-haired elder patted the girl's head. "From today on, you'll be called Jiang Dai. You must become the Jiang family's sharpest sword." In a sealed laboratory, the girl's arms were filled with tubes. The 108th mental stress test begins. Hiss! He gasped sharply, veins bulging at his temples. In the hospital room, the girl cowered in the corner in terror. Don't come near me. Those bad people want to give me shots again." As the stabbing pain receded like a tide, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Was that Jiang Bai's past? His grip on the sword tightened unconsciously. That woman who was usually cheerful and playful, dressed in black stockings with her mature charm, actually carried such heavy memories. Only the girl's crying could still be heard, while all the other people in the hospital room had become silent. This might mean something. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, pondered for half a second, then swung his sword to break the lock and pushed the door open. Beside the bed, a tiny figure trembled violently. Fortunately, she hadn't turned into one of those withered corpses. Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There were no bloody handprints on the walls. Instead, densely packed numbers and dates covered half the wall like a countdown to despair. Perhaps this was how the researchers bound the girl's spirit. Seeing a stranger enter, the girl's fear deepened. No, don't come closer. Su Ming sheathed his sword and lightened his steps. I'm not a bad person, not wearing a white coat. I'm here to save you. His gentle voice gradually calmed her trembling. Through her teary eyes, she indeed saw no terrifying white clothing. Suddenly, her little nose twitched slightly, and confusion appeared on her innocent face. You have a familiar scent. Su Ming was stunned and smiled bitterly to himself. I can hardly tell you I've met the grown-up you, can I? This cowering little kitten was such a stark contrast to the future seductive woman in black stockings. The difference was simply absurd. In the dim corridor, Su Ming held the girl's ice-cold little hand as they walked forward. She was very well behaved, neither crying nor making a fuss. He said softly, let's go find other survivors. Before he finished speaking, the crisp sound of shattering ice crystals suddenly came from ahead. A blood-covered figure stumbled toward them. Linua. When she saw Su Ming and the girl, she froze for less than a second before screaming, run. Behind her, a giant mantis monster several meters tall was in hot pursuit. Its compound eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light. Its 6 insect legs scraped against the tiles with ear-piercing sounds, and its scythe-like forelimbs were raised high. This strike would be enough to cut Linua in half at the waist. In a split second, a cold gleam erupted in Su Ming's eyes as he transformed into a streak of black lightning and lunged forward. The moment he brushed past Linua, he gripped his iron sword horizontally and slashed down with tremendous force. Clang! The cold iron collided with the mantis creature's razor-sharp leg blade, sending out a shower of brilliant sparks. The massive recoil nearly tore his grip apart, but Su Ming used the momentum to his advantage, pushing off with his foot and leaping onto the monster's back, his blade finding its mark precisely between the joints. Squelch! Black blood gushed forth as the mantis creature let out a piercing shriek, its 4-leg blades thrashing wildly, carving several deep grooves into the walls on either side as it tried to shake Su Ming off its back. Die, you bastard! Su Ming's eyes blazed with killing intent as his Qingluan sword light cascaded like a waterfall, slashing straight toward the creature's compound eyes along its neck. The final strike pierced through its skull. Thud! The mantis creature's massive body crashed heavily onto the corridor floor, black blood splattering across the walls. Su Ming flipped down and landed gracefully, flicking his sword to shake off the foul-smelling blood in an arc before turning to Linua. Where did you pick up this thing? Linua opened her mouth to speak, but her expression instantly froze. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat as he followed her gaze back. The ground was completely empty. The corpse, blood, even scattered limbs had all vanished without a trace, leaving only those shocking gouges in the walls to remind them of the deadly battle they had just fought. From Linua's perspective, the massive corpse seemed to be swallowed by mist, disappearing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. She recounted the entire process to Su Ming without missing a single detail. Su Ming fell silent, his mind racing through vast amounts of information. As a top student, he quickly identified the answer: a nightmare beast. It was a type of anomaly without physical form that could manifest through people's deepest fears and feed on negative emotions. Linua nodded, her face deathly pale. If not for Su Ming's timely rescue, she would likely be dead by now. It's normal for someone to fear that kind of thing. Her voice still trembled, but suddenly she thought of something crucial, her face changing dramatically. Wait. If it can materialize fears, then what we're most afraid of, wouldn't that mean? What are you afraid of? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, cutting her off with a calm voice. Linua took a deep breath, forcing down her racing heartbeat. I hope I'm overthinking this. She looked up at Su Ming's composure. What about you? You don't seem worried at all. What are you most afraid of? Su Ming paused for half a second, then broke into a grin. Me? I'm only afraid I'll never get to eat duck leg rice again. Linua's mouth twitched, deciding not to dwell on it further, and shifted her attention to the timid little girl nearby. What's her situation? Su Ming briefly recounted how he encountered the girl in the laboratory building, deliberately omitting her connection to Jiang Bai. Someone from 10 years ago? Linua's pupils contracted in disbelief. However, she showed no surprise about the Jiang family human experiments. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. You don't seem surprised at all? Linua scoffed. The dirty secrets of wealthy families, it's always the same old tricks. What's so surprising about that? Su Ming shrugged, secretly confirming that this woman had an extraordinary background. Watch out! Linua suddenly shouted. Su Ming's hair stood on end as he instinctively crouched down. Huosha's massive sword whistled past his scalp, the wind pressure nearly bursting his eardrums. Su Ming rolled forward, just barely dodging the giant sword's follow-up crushing blow. Boom! A white ceramic floor shattered into powder. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. As he looked up, he saw Zhao Yan stepping through the crumbling ground with a fawn-like grin plastered across his face. You little bastard, I finally found you. Zhao Yan's gaze swept around Linua before suddenly stopping on the timid little girl, his eyes instantly lighting up with a terrifying gleam. Looks like today's my lucky day. I found the Nightmare Beast's true form as well. The Nightmare Beast's true form. Both Su Ming and Linua's faces changed simultaneously. Zhao Yan looked at Linua with a sinister expression. Miss Lung, kill that little girl, and your golden tier recommendation letter is yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little girl trembled all over in fear, desperately trying to hide from Linua. Linua's heart tightened, and she instinctively looked towards Su Ming. Su Ming simply shook his head slowly. Linua's expression showed her inner struggle. The scene of Su Ming saving her earlier flashed through her mind, and she finally made her decision. She pulled the little girl behind her and whispered, "Don't run around. I'll protect you." The little girl nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick. Utterly foolish. Zhao Yan's face darkened. You'll regret this. He suddenly turned towards Su Ming, his temples throbbing visibly, his neck twisting left and right with audible cracks. Su Ming, what the hell kind of spell did you cast on these women? Why are they all so unreasonably protective of you? A rank talent, berserk. As Zhao Yan roared, his muscles instantly swelled, veins bulging like coiling dragons. His shoulders and back expanded, tearing his combat suit to shreds. His height shot up to 8 feet, and the massive sword in his hands felt light as a feather. Each step he took left spiderweb cracks in the white ceramic tiles. In the next moment, he exploded forward, appearing before Su Ming in the blink of an eye, his giant sword crashing down like a meteor. Die, you bastard. Boom. Su Ming raised his sword to block, but the brute force sent him flying 3 meters back, his spine slamming hard against the wall, leaving it cracked. That's it. Zhao Yan licked his lips, dragging his massive sword with an ear-piercing scraping sound. Who gave you the balls to provoke me? Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, crimson light surging in his eyes as blood vessels rapidly spread across his pupils. A rank talent, berserk. In an instant, surging power erupted from within his body, like molten waves flooding through his limbs and bones. An indescribable rush of exhilaration nearly made him moan aloud. Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, his iron sword spinning lightly in his hand, the blade's arc flashing like silver rings. Now, he grinned widely. It's my turn. The surging bloodlust emanating from the sword-wielding youth before him was all too familiar to Zhao Yan. This was unmistakably his prized talent, the symbol of his berserker ability, yet it was manifesting in someone else. In an instant, Zhao Yan's features contorted, his eyes bloodshot with crimson veins, resembling a demon escaped from purgatory. Stop pretending, you bastard, he roared, raising his massive sword high. Clang. Iron sword met giant blade, sparks flying everywhere. The enormous weapon swept horizontally, shattering tiles to pieces as debris danced around their feet. Little brat, quite nimble, aren't you? Su Ming's toes barely touched the ground as his form glided past the massive sword, his iron blade gleaming with azure light. Zhao Yan was a fraction too slow to withdraw it. The sharp edge sliced across his shoulder, blood spurting forth. I'll tear you apart. Zhao Yan shrieked, his giant sword creating an impenetrable wall of wind, yet couldn't even graze Su Ming's clothing. Though they shared the same talent, in their hands it seemed worlds apart. Zhao Yan merely flailed with brute force, while Su Ming's every strike combined a beast's ferocity with a swordsman's precision. Soon, Zhao Yan's body was crisscrossed with wounds, blood staining his chest and abdomen, though his mouth remained defiant. Damn little bastard. I'll dismember you piece by piece. Su Ming sneered coldly. Still talking tough when death is at your door? Pity your strength doesn't match even half your bluster. Zhao Yan nearly exploded with rage, his face turning purple as he almost coughed up blood. Not far away, Linua's almond eyes widened, her red lips parting slightly. This was the first time she witnessed the youth's true, unfathomable depths. Even a gold-rank demon hunter was being thoroughly dominated. In the corner, the silver-haired little girl clutched her clothes tightly, her silver pupils bright as stars. Big brother is amazing. Suddenly, a slimy dragging sound echoed from the depths of the corridor. Thud-thud-over, a dozen mangled corpses crawled from the shadows, their severed necks exposing white bone, intestines trailing on the ground, leaving crimson, slippery tracks. Su Ming's heart tightened, and rather than press his advantage, he leaped backward. Though accustomed to the bizarre, facing such a parade of the damned still sent chills down his spine. The headless corpse at the front raised its rotting arm, pointing at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, pay with your life. The voice was hoarse, like hellish chains scraping against stone. Zhao Yan's pupils contracted, cold sweat dripping from his jaw as his grip on the massive sword faltered, the weapon clanging to the ground. No, impossible. You're all dead. Dead. The specters remained silent, black blood seeping from their hollow sockets as their mouths twisted into eerie grins, advancing step by step. I'm a gold rank demon hunter. How could I fear a bunch of dead commoners? Zhao Yan screamed hoarsely, his berserker bloodlust exploding as he swung his sword in a wide arc. Whoosh, the massive blade stirred up fierce winds, yet only cleaved through empty air. The phantoms dissolved into black mist, instantly reforming behind him. Zhao Yan returned her lives. The next moment, the specters swarmed forward, black fog engulfing his entire form. The sound of flesh being torn was brief and piercing, then fell into deathly silence. When the mist cleared, only blood-stained white bones remained on the ground. So the rumors were true. Linua murmured, her gaze complex. According to rumors, to advance to gold rank, Zhao Yan had once detonated the forbidden explosive crystal in the civilian district, killing innocent people now. Those very spirits had personally collected their debt. At that moment, the phantoms slowly turned their heads, looking in Su Ming's direction. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but become alert. Thank you. Fragmented voices echoed through the silent corridor, the deep gratitude of a middle-aged man, mixed with the crisp words of a young girl and the cheerful whispers of children. The jumbled sounds made Su Ming momentarily dazed, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He never expected that the nightmare beast would inadvertently help these restless souls fulfill their unfinished wishes, a blessing in disguise amid misfortune. The next second, bone-chilling cold swept over them. Ice crystals spread wildly along the walls, and the frozen corpses were instantly encased like ice sculptures before shattering with a crack, turning into countless fragments. Anger flared in Su Ming's chest as he looked up toward the source of the cold wave. At the end of the corridor, a man in a suit emerged slowly. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, those cold eyes resembled a serpent's vertical pupils, radiating icy killing intent. Linua trembled all over, her pupils contracting as her hands unconsciously clenched until her knuckles turned white. Big brother. Father is very disappointed in you, sister. The man's voice was deep, each word carrying frost. Linua's lips turned pale, her throat so hoarse she couldn't make a sound. Her legs felt like lead as she could only watch her brother approach step by step. With each forward step, the ice beneath his feet spread another inch. Su Ming gripped his sword and stepped forward, positioning himself between the siblings. Only then did Jin spare him a proper glance, suddenly chuckling. So you're my little sister's husband? If you want to be a son-in-law of the Lung family, you'd better weigh your own capabilities first. The air seemed frozen as the two men faced off. Su Ming's muscles tensed throughout his body, fighting spirits surging in his eyes, while Jin stood looking down with only cold indifference toward an ant. Be careful. He was already at the 5th tier, a stellar-level demon hunter, and he's probably even stronger now. Linua suppressed her fear, her face pale, as she warned. The nightmare beast's manifestation is limited, it can't completely replicate his strength. Su Ming quickly explained, but even so, Jin's oppressive presence remained terrifying. Nightmare beast. Jin raised an eyebrow, surveying their surroundings, his gaze growing even colder. I see. Little sister, after all these years you're still afraid of me. How dare a mere creature manipulate me? Before his words finished, he suddenly thrust his hand toward his own heart. Blood spurted out but was instantly frozen by the icy aura. Jin looked up at Su Ming, the corner of his mouth curving into a chilling smile. Young man, you're quite interesting. I look forward to meeting you properly. I hope you won't disappoint me that day. With those words, his figure vanished instantly, as if swept away by a fierce wind. The corridor returned to deathly silence. After a long moment, Su Ming's mouth twitched. Your brother. How is he even more dramatic than you? Linua remained silent for several seconds, then said expressionlessly, Can I take that as a compliment? Su Ming shrugged, not pursuing the topic further, and instead asked, Besides Zhao Yan, where are the other demon hunters? I've only seen you and Zhao Yan. Linua shook her head. The two exchanged glances, both understanding. The others were likely in grave danger. Su Ming sighed. This woman had confidently brought a team of experts earlier, only to see them wiped out in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the most unreliable thing in this world was a beautiful woman's promise. Suddenly, Linua's legs gave way, and she collapsed forward into Su Ming's arms, her fragrance filling his nostrils. Su Ming's first thought was that this woman was trying to take advantage of him, but the next second, he realized something was wrong. The woman in his arms was pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably, clear signs of severe blood loss. Only then did Su Ming notice the large bloodstains spreading across her abdomen. Lifting her clothes, he saw a ghastly wound on her snow-white waist, flesh torn open and bone visible. The mantis creature had clearly struck with vicious intent. Without hesitation, Su Ming tore off his t-shirt, exposing his muscular torso, and pressed the fabric firmly against the wound to stem the gushing blood. He knew this would only buy them moments. They had to escape this nightmare realm and get medical help immediately. To leave, they first had to eliminate the nightmare beast's true form. Zhao Yan's words suddenly thundered in his mind. The little girl is the nightmare beast's true form. Su Ming whipped his head around. The little girl seemed to sense his thoughts and stumbled back 2 steps in terror, shaking her head frantically. No, it's not me. Can you read minds? Su Ming froze, then realized yes, she was Jiang Bai. The girl lowered her voice. I know where the real form is. Hope flickered in Su Ming's eyes at these words. The little girl raised her small hand, first pointing at the ceiling, then drawing a large circle in the air. Su Ming and Linua exchanged bewildered glances. The next second, the girl blurted out. The entire Qingshan mental hospital is the nightmare beast's true form. Boom. The entire building suddenly shuddered. The corridor lights flickered maniacally, blood vessel-like tentacles crawled from cracks in the walls, and the ceiling writhed like a living creature. Most terrifying of all, a wave of blood surged from the end of the corridor like a tsunami bearing down on them. Damn, this is supposed to be a prank mission? Su Ming scooped up Linua, grabbed the little girl's hand, and bolted. The Demon Hunter platform is a total scam. This is at least rank difficulty. The corridor seemed endless, and carrying an injured woman while dragging a child, he was quickly overtaken by the blood wave. Linua's face was ashen as she bit down hard on her tongue tip, the pain helping her focus momentarily. Ice crystals exploded from her palm, temporarily sealing the gash in her abdomen, forcing herself to activate her talent. Her eyes took on a frosty gleam as her hands formed rapid sealsa, half-meter-thick ice wall thundered upward, blocking the blood tide. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he whistled appreciatively. Why didn't you tell me you had that trick up your sleeve? However, crash. The blood tide struck with tremendous force, instantly shattering the ice wall. The backlash from overexertion hit her, and Linua spat blood that crystallized into tiny ice shards midair. Her arms went limp as she closed her eyes in despair. Was this how she would die? At that moment, bone-chilling cold exploded from behind them as a new ice wall shot up from the ground, forcibly blocking the blood wave. Linua spun around, ice crystals swirled around Su Ming's fingertips, his cold eyes sharp as blades. Don't panic. I'm still here. Her heart felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer that was clearly her own ice talent. Cracks rapidly spread across the ice wall as the blood tide pounded relentlessly, but her mind was flooded with questions. How could he do that? Obviously, this wasn't the time for explanations. Moment of splendor rank ice talent. Su Ming stared intently at the crumbling ice wall, knowing this was merely a temporary reprieve. If they didn't find an escape route immediately, all three would perish in this sea of blood. In this life-or-death moment, a leisurely, raspy voice suddenly drifted from a nearby patient room. Young ones, need a helping hand? Su Ming's pupils contracted. The little girl clutched his clothes tighter, silver eyes filled with alarm as her whole body trembled. The voice came from the room on their right. Through the observation window, an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged on the bed, his clothes tattered but his presence commanding. The moment Su Ming saw his face clearly, he felt thunderstruck. Holy shit. Linua couldn't hide her confusion. Who is this old man? Su Ming blurted out. You definitely never went to high school. Linua looked completely baffled. Why bring this up now? Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as he trembled with excitement. His photo appears at least 10 times in history textbooks. His heroic deeds are legendary. The old man stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. This old man's name remains unchanged whether standing or sitting. Zhang Sanfeng. Linua's pupils contracted sharply. The Taiji sword saint, Zhang Sanfeng. The name struck her eardrums like thunder. The old man on the hospital bed burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating throughout the ward. Huh? Who would have thought that youngsters these days still recognize this old man? Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as his heart felt like it was being squeezed. A living legend from the textbooks was just behind a rusty iron door. 30 years ago, when the gate of apocalypse erupted at the foot of Mount Everest, legend had it that this very man before them had pierced through 100,000 demons with a single sword, saving the nation from collapse and rescuing the people from dire peril. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Sanfeng was already cursing at the top of his lungs. Don't even mention it. Those bastards from the Apocalypse Council insisted this old man was sick. Su Ming listened with secret amazement. The blood tide is coming again. Linua suddenly grabbed his sleeve, her voice trembling. Su Ming looked up to see the ice wall being frantically battered by crimson waves, its surface covered in spiderweb cracks, ready to collapse at any moment. Senior, please save us, he cried out urgently. Zhang Sanfeng made hand seals, his cloudy eyes suddenly blazing with sharp light. Don't panic. It's merely an illusion created by a nightmare beast. Though this old man isn't his true form, dealing with this situation is more than enough. Before his words finished, a Taiji yin-yang diagram appeared in his palm, with black and white energies spinning wildly, actually forming a miniature black hole that twisted and devoured even light itself. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock as he watched the old man casually press his palm against the wall. Boom. Though it seemed effortless, it unleashed terrifying power. The wall was silently annihilated by the Taiji true energy, instantly creating a perfectly round hole 2 meters in diameter with a surface smooth as a mirror. Go this way, leave this building. Zhang Sanfeng withdrew his palm and stood with his sleeves fluttering without wind. As long as I'm here, this building cannot contain you. Thank you, senior. Su Ming severed the door lock and burst into the ward. His pupils immediately contracting. Zhang Sanfeng's body was gradually becoming transparent, like a pencil drawing being erased. Senior, this is... Don't panic. The old man picked his ear nonchalantly. That beast can manifest this old man, but it can't imagine how I would perish, so it can only erase my entire existence. From here on, it's up to you. He winked at Su Ming, black and white energies flashing in the depths of his cloudy pupils. You're not bad, kid. The real me outside would like you too. With those words, his figure completely vanished as if he had never existed. Let's go. Su Ming scooped up Lung Linua with one arm, took the little girl's hand with the other, and leaped through the hole. The courtyard was overgrown with waist-high weeds as the three landed. Lung Linua clutched the wound on her abdomen, her face deathly pale. The little girl gripped Su Ming's clothes tightly, a strange gleam flickering in her silver eyes. What the hell? The moment Su Ming looked up, his heart sank in the center of the abandoned courtyard. A dark red heart the size of a 2-story building was slowly beating. Even more horrifying, countless thick blood vessels extended from the bottom of the heart, burrowing into the ground like roots and intertwining with an ancient parasol tree in the yard. The tree's root system had long been stained dark red, and viscous blood even dripped from its branches and leaves. Big brother. The little girl suddenly tugged at Su Ming's sleeve, her silver eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Break it, and we can get out. Su Ming nodded slightly, but remained silent, sword intent surging in his eyes. With a swift motion, azure sword light poured forth like a waterfall, cutting through the air so thick it was nearly solid, striking heavily against the giant heart suspended in midair. Splurt. The heart was instantly split in two, black blood gushing forth in columns as piercing shrieks tore through the corridor. The entire hospital shook violently, ceiling lights flickering wildly. At the same time, brilliant white light beneath the heart condensed into a door, revealing blue skies, white clouds, and the familiar city skyline beyond an exit. Hope suddenly blazed in Lung Linua's eyes as she struggled through the pain, trying to rise and rush toward the door of life. Wait! Su Ming reached out to stop her, his gaze locked firmly on the nearby light door, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper before looking down at the little girl. Are you going to keep pretending? The silver eyes trembled almost imperceptibly. Lung Linua gasped. You mean, that's not an exit, but an even deeper illusion? Su Ming sighed softly, disappointment floating in his eyes as he slowly pointed his sword tip toward the little girl. The real source is her. The little girl's expression instantly froze. What is Big Brother saying? Her voice remained childish, yet couldn't hide the silver radiance churning in her eyes. You have too many flaws, Su Ming said expressionlessly. Even Senior Zhang Sanfeng couldn't escape the rules set by the Nightmare Beast, so how could you freely enter and exit the ward? The answer is simple: these rules were established by you in the first place. His tone remained steady, yet each word cut like a blade. Second, when you said the entire hospital was the Nightmare Beast's true form, the surroundings immediately began to change responding to your command. Too convenient. You're certain I'm the Nightmare Beast's true form? The little girl tilted her head with a half-smile. I never said that. Su Ming shook his head. You truly are Jiang Bai from her youth, just a projection manifested by the Nightmare Beast. But the Nightmare Beast didn't anticipate that your mental talents were powerful enough to backfire against it, ultimately turning it into your puppet. Shifting his tone, he smiled slightly. Besides, I know Jiang Bai well. She's skilled at deception, deliberately showing me that memory was just to appear weak, making me think you were innocent. The little girl's smile gradually faded, silver light trembling wildly in her pupils as if pushed to the breaking point. Of course, there's more. Su Ming continued. The person who understands you better than I do is yourself. He paused, drawing out his words. It was you who reminded me to be wary of you. As his words fell, the little girl's silver eyes suddenly contracted. Her small shoulders shook violently, teeth grinding audibly as she shrieked with tearing hatred. That damned woman. That bitch. We endured the same pain. So why does she get to go out and enjoy happiness while I'm trapped here forever? 5 years. Do you know how I've survived these 5 years? I won't accept it. I won't. She raised her head, her grotesque childish voice shattering the silence. I admit you're clever, but unfortunately it's too late. Instantly, silver light flashed like lightning, blindingly bright. Resentment exploded as her mental power surged like a raging tide. With a casual wave of her small hand, the light door leading to blue skies suddenly twisted, transforming into countless gaping bloody maws. Boom. The ground cracked and collapsed, revealing an bottomless dark abyss below. Howling winds roared up from the depths, sweeping away broken walls and fixtures. Brother, sister, stay and keep me company. Keep me company forever. She shrieked with laughter, trying to drag Su Ming and his companion into the depths of an illusionant eternal prison from which they could never escape. Hold on to me. Su Ming roared, shielding Linua as he stepped forward. In an instant, his eyes blazed with fury, one black and one white, with the essence of taiji flickering between them. Having long suspected something was wrong with the little girl, how could Su Ming be unprepared? His SS rank martial talent, moment of splendor taiji sword, erupted instantly. Gripping his iron blade, the sword trembled violently, releasing a clear cry like that of a phoenix. A streak of azure sword light, carrying both black and white energies, shot skyward, forming a spinning miniature taiji diagram that transformed into a brilliant rainbow, piercing straight toward the girl's forehead. Thud. No blood spilled, yet the girl's body became riddled with hairline cracks as silver light burst from the fissures. No. How dare you? Before her shriek could finish, the silver radiance exploded. Su Ming's vision went white as he was pulled into a blinding sea of light. When the light faded, he found himself standing before a dilapidated orphanage. Paint peeled from the walls, the iron gate was rusted, and sunlight filtering through the sycamore branches cast scattered patches of light on the ground. In the overgrown grass, a little girl in faded clothes crouched carefully, picking wildflowers. This is our past, came a familiar child's voice beside his ear. Su Ming turned to see the silver-eyed girl standing next to him, all malice gone, quietly gazing at her flower-picking self with complex emotions in her eyes. This was her life, flashing before her eyes. Adults and their annoying perceptiveness, she pouted, noticing Su Ming's understanding. Is she doing well out there? The girl asked, staring at the patch of grass, her voice muffled. Su Ming thought of the scattered wine bottles and clothes in Jiang Bai's dorm room, and the loneliness she couldn't hide, even while smoking, feeling a tightness in his chest. Serves her right, the girl said with a bitter smile that couldn't mask her pain. Silence stretched between them. Does the grown-up me look pretty? She asked again, her voice so soft it seemed afraid of rejection. Su Ming recalled Jiang Bai's long, elegant legs and black stockings, and her captivating charm, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Not bad, I suppose, he replied, trying to stay composed. The little girl stole a glance at him, her ears turning red as she pretended to be calm and looked away, once again watching her flower-picking self. You know what? She whispered. Every day here, I counted the sycamore leaves outside the window. 1, 2. I hoped that when the 1,000th leaf fell, someone would come take me home. He remembered the desperate counting game in room 404, feeling a pang of sorrow. Even though I know I'm fake, that I can't grow up, and I'll never leave this place. Her voice scattered on the wind. The little girl in the grass clutched her wildflowers, the petals trembling in the breeze, fragile yet vibrant. Suddenly, the girl beside him smiled a smile filled with acceptance as her body gradually became transparent, sunlight passing through her to cast a faint shadow on the ground. This is enough, she whispered, somewhere between a sigh and contentment. This is enough. Eliminated Tier 3 Anomalous Entity, 110 Mental Synchronization Index 5, Current, 40. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he stood before the crumbling gates of Qingshan Sanatorium. The morning sun rose as the mountain mist completely cleared. Is it over? Linua asked weakly from where she lay on the ground. Su Ming gazed at the plane tree, took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Suddenly, the harsh roar of an engine pierced the air, growing louder as it approached. The screech of tires against pavement shattered the silence. A fiery red sports car drifted sharply and came to a stop right in front of them. The window slowly rolled down, and Jiang Bai's face emerged from the shadows utterly captivating, with a mysterious smile playing at the corners of her lips. Well, handsome, she whistled softly, her gaze boldly sweeping over Su Ming. Need a ride? The familiar yet strange face left Su Ming momentarily stunned. This confident, bold expression was completely different from the timid little girl he'd seen in the illusion. Jiang Bai's red lips parted as if to tease him further, but suddenly froze. As though catching some invisible signal, she whipped her head around toward the sanatorium. Su Ming followed her gaze. Sunlight bathed the courtyard where plane tree branches swayed gently, their new leaves still adorned with morning dew that sparkled like freshly fallen tears. In his peripheral vision, Jiang Bai's lips moved silently. Though she made no sound, Su Ming clearly caught those 3 words, thank you. A breeze stirred the plane tree leaves with a gentle rustle. For a moment, he seemed to hear a girl's voice, tinged with mischief and relief. Not bad taste, though. Su Ming froze. A faint blush colored Jiang Bai's pale earlobes before quickly fading, so fast it made him wonder if he'd imagined it. That fleeting touch of color was more heart-stopping than any deliberate flirtation. Are you blushing? He couldn't help but ask. Jiang Bai turned back. Her expression already returned to lazy indifference. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger and smiled softly, drawing out her words. Silly, you're seeing things. Su Ming was about to retort when his peripheral vision caught sight of Lung Linua struggling to sit up. Her black stockings, torn during battle, revealed glimpses of pale skin through several tears along her slender legs. Her combat suit was ripped at the shoulder, the tear extending down to outline her delicate collarbone and enticing curves. Jiang Bai followed his gaze, and the finger twirling her hair stopped. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing before she lazily raised her chin. Looks like you two had quite the wild time. Su Ming sheepishly rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that this was all thanks to her. Just as he opened the car door, Jiang Bai had already slipped into the driver's seat, giving him a sidelong glance with her red lips curving into an electrifying smile. Get in. Su Ming stepped into the passenger seat, but couldn't help glancing back at Lung Linua, who was severely injured in the back seat. Cold sweat beaded on the girl's forehead, and her abdominal bandages were already soaked with blood. Su Ming frowned. She's badly hurt. Huh, Jiang Bai interrupted impatiently. Since when does the young miss of the Lung group need you to worry about her? Before she finished speaking, a dense rumbling suddenly came from the distance. Dozens of luxury cars formed a long convoy in the night, their headlights cutting through the air like blades. Lung Linua's face was deathly pale as she pressed her hand firmly against her abdomen. You should go. Those people are here for me. She looked up and finally got a clear view of Jiang Bai's face. Her pupils contracted sharply as she gasped. You. Jiang Bai tossed her fiery red hair, her smile bold and sharp. Stop staring. This level of beauty is something you'll never reach in your lifetime. Lung Linua's eyes turned cold as she turned her head and whispered to Su Ming. This woman is trouble. You'd better stay away from her. Right back at you, Jiang Bai shot back without backing down. A pampered young miss who won't stay in her mansion like a caged canary, but instead runs around trying to seduce other people's men? The words were too cutting. Lung Linua's ears instantly flushed red, the color spreading down to her neck. She simply pressed her lips together and said nothing, only staring intently at Su Ming with those shimmering eyes. Jiang Bai followed suit, also fixing her gaze on Su Ming, her eyes flowing with provocation and flirtation. Under the scrutiny of two top-tier beauties, Su Ming broke out in a cold sweat. When had he, an innocent young man, fallen into such a battlefield? The engine roared as the red sports car shot forward like a flame cutting through the night. Neon lights streaked past the windows in reverse, but the atmosphere inside the car became eerily quiet. Jiang Bai gripped the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at Su Ming from the corner of her eye. Really nothing you want to ask? About what you saw at Qingshan Mental Hospital. Su Ming was taken aback, not expecting her to bring it up voluntarily. After a few seconds of silence, he said gently, those are your private matters. It wouldn't be right to pry. Jiang Bai shrugged, tossing her hair carelessly. What's there to hide? Everything you saw was real. I'm an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, then was adopted by the Jiang family, and trained as a killing weapon. It was Qingli's parents who saved me. Her father took me in as his goddaughter though no one in the Jiang family acknowledges it. Only little Qingli followed me around since childhood, calling me Auntie. At this point, a soft nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Later I escaped from the Jiang family and drifted around for many years. I only returned to Hanhai recently. Su Ming listened quietly, thinking to himself. She looks no more than 24 or 25, yet she speaks as if she's lived 2 lifetimes. He never would have imagined that the aloof young girl had once been like a little shadow following her around. Hey, Jiang Bai suddenly turned to look at him. It's rude to mutter about a beauty in your head. She paused, her voice dropping. As for Qingli, she wasn't always like this. Ever since my brother's accident. The words cut off abruptly, veins bulging on the steering wheel as her knuckles turned white from gripping it so hard. Su Ming's heart jolted so there were such painful memories hidden behind that untouchable flower. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Bai suddenly fixed her burning gaze on him. Though I don't know what your relationship with Qingli is, I trust you won't hurt her. Su Ming smiled bitterly. This trust was too heavy a burden. How could he possibly hurt that girl? He'd be grateful if she didn't hurt him. Just then, his phone vibrated abruptly. Su Ming looked down to see a line of large text flashing on the screen. Congratulations on completing your level mission. Nightmare beast successfully hunted. Your payment has been credited, 20,000 spirit coins. Immediately after, another message popped up. Ding. Transfer notification Han, you has transferred 100,000 spirit coins to you. Please confirm receipt. Su Ming's eyes lit up. That woman Lung Linua truly kept her word aside from the recommendation letter. She paid every bit of the mission reward without shortchanging him, plus an additional 100,000 spirit coins. Combined with his earnings from the previous Ghoul mission, he finally didn't need to worry about money anymore. TSK, the young lady certainly spent generously. Jiang Bai in the passenger seat caught a glimpse of the floating screen data and whistled. So what's it gonna be? Don't you owe your sister a nice meal? $7 duck leg rice. All you can eat, Su Ming grinned. Bai rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. The line of people wanting to take me to dinner in Hanhai City stretches from the university to the harbor mouth. And that's all the sincerity you've got? Haha, just kidding, Su Ming shrugged. What would you like to eat? At least a 3 Michelin-star restaurant. Before she finished speaking, ring ring ring. A sharp, urgent ringtone suddenly pierced the car. Jiang Bai's expression darkened. Silver light flashed briefly in her pupils, and the air in the cabin seemed to compress instantly. Su Ming felt his hair stand on end, and his spine chill. This woman's secrets were clearly significant. Stay in the car, she said in a calm but unquestionable tone. The sports car pulled over to the roadside, and she stepped out on her black-stockinged legs to take the call. Su Ming obediently remained in the passenger seat but strained his ears, vaguely catching words like Twilight Cult and Cursed Seal. When the call ended, Jiang Bai returned, emotions still churning in her eyes. Unfortunately, you've lost the chance to have lunch with a beautiful woman. She flipped her fiery red hair. I have urgent business to handle. Su Ming nodded understandingly and obediently got out of the car. The sports car's engine roared as Bai drove away, blowing him a kiss before departing. The following afternoon, Hanhai City's most luxurious cosmic commercial tower bustled with crowds, its extravagant display windows blazing with brilliant lights. Following directions, Su Ming passed through the corridors and entered the floor specializing in spirit realm equipment. Above the transparent dome, a massive holographic screen was broadcasting a crushing battle. Long live Thunder King. He's already won 7 in a row. Could he be going for 10 consecutive wins? In the noisy crowd, a fat man wearing thick gold chains pumped his fist and roared, Thunder King, I bet 30,000 on you. Go for 10 straight wins. Su Ming skirted around the excited gamblers and headed straight for the Spirit Realm Connection Pod specialty area. A store clerk in a tight uniform approached proactively, confirmed the model, and went to the warehouse to retrieve the item, asking him to wait a moment. Just then, a mocking voice drifted from the side. Well, if it isn't our frank-waist Su Ming. Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly and looked toward the voice Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting approached with a sinister smile. You're lucky my brother is out on a mission today, or he'd definitely break your dog legs. Hearing these words, Su Ming revealed a strange smile, his eyes carrying a hint of pity. Seeing Su Ming's complete lack of reaction, Zhao Ting's expression grew even colder as he lowered his voice threateningly. Don't think you're safe just because Jiang Qingli has your back. Your good days are numbered. Before he could finish, a sharp phone ringtone cut through the air, shattering what remained of his menacing aura. Zhao Ting pulled out his phone, his gaze still locked on Su Ming as if he might tear him apart at any moment. Su Ming's lips curved slightly in an ambiguous smile. Perhaps after you take this call, you'll tone down your attitude toward me a bit. Psycho, Zhao Ting muttered under his breath, but still swiped to answer. From the receiver came a middle-aged man's trembling voice, deep and strained. Your brother is dead. Those 4 simple words hit Zhao Ting's eardrums like a sledgehammer. His breathing stopped abruptly, and his mind went completely blank with a buzzing sound. Father, are you joking with me? My brother is a gold-rank demon hunter. How could he possibly? Damn it. You think I'd joke about something like this? The voice on the other end was accompanied by the crash of something heavy falling. The demon hunting platform has confirmed it. Your brother Zhao Yan is dead, killed during a prank mission. I don't care where you're fooling around, get your ass back here right now. Beep. The call ended mercilessly. Zhao Ting stood holding his phone, looking as if his soul had been drained, staring blankly at Su Ming. At that moment, a store clerk approached with enthusiasm. Sir, you're in luck. We just happen to have one last deluxe connection pod available. Great, show me. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and turned back to flash Zhao Ting a brilliant smile. Thanks for the good luck, seems like today really is my lucky day. That smile stung painfully in Zhao Ting's eyes. Su Ming's earlier strange words, combined with the devastating news from the phone call, formed a terrifying possibility his brother's death might very well be connected to this frank waste standing before him. Su Ming walked past him, his tone light and casual. Actually, I still prefer you when you were being arrogant earlier. This final comment hit Zhao Ting's chest like a heavy blow. He staggered backward and eventually left the mall in a daze, his expression wooden and his spirit completely shattered. Deep in the warehouse, the last deluxe connection pod lay quietly under the lights. Its streamlined silver shell reflected a cold gleam, resembling a hibernation chamber from a sci-fi movie. You can try it out first, sir, the clerk said, skillfully adjusting the equipment. We'll calibrate the parameters based on your feedback. Su Ming eagerly lay down inside the pod. The clerk gave an okay gesture, the pod cover closed, and he shut his eyes. Guest login successful. When he opened his eyes again, only pure white space remained before him. Guest privileges were limited, with most functions grayed out and locked. He quickly explored and found the only illuminated button: match battle. Searching for random opponent. Match found. Your opponent is Thunder Fury. On the other end, the arena was filled with thunderous cheers. Thunder Fury finally got matched with someone. Haha, another poor soul has arrived. 10-win streak. 10-win streak. The crowd roared with excitement. and the fat man who had placed heavy bets earlier was shouting at the top of his lungs, ready to scream himself hoarse. Your opponent is tourist number 10086, Quang Lei, who was stretching his muscles and warming up. Suddenly, the system notification exploded in his mind. He froze for a moment, then slowly curved his lips into a grin, his pearly white teeth gleaming under the light. Am I really this lucky? Actually matched with a newbie tourist. He licked his lips, eyes blazing with intensity, already fantasizing about the glory of 10 consecutive victories. Random battlefield matching in progress desert. Battle begins. The pure white waiting space instantly collapsed, and Su Ming found the ground beneath his feet transformed into barren wasteland. Scorching heat waves rushed toward him, dust storms swirled in the distance, and the murky yellow sky hung like a lowered lead curtain. Howling winds carried sand particles that drilled into his eardrums. He took a deep breath, the dry, burning air searing his nostrils, as if he had been transported to the northwestern desert. About 50 meters away, a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood before a sand dune. His bulging muscles strained against his tight clothing, and crackling blue electric arcs coiled around his fists. When Quang Lei saw his opponent was just a young man who looked like a complete newcomer, he couldn't help but throw back his head and roar with laughter. Huh? What a rookie tourist. A cruel gleam danced in his eyes. Kid, meeting me is your bad luck. As his laughter echoed, Su Ming merely glanced down at his plain gray training outfit, then at the ordinary iron sword in his hand, and shook his head with a faint smile. Laughing? I'll make sure you can't even cry later. Quang Lei was thoroughly enraged by that calm demeanor. He slammed his fists together, creating a burst of blinding electric light. Today I'm going to use you to complete my 10-win streak. At that moment, the area in front of the holographic giant screen in the mall lobby was in complete uproar. Quang Lei's angry. This newbie is dead meat. Place your bets. How many seconds can he last? A fat man wearing gold chains waved his fists and roared. I'm betting 30,000. Quang Lei will definitely win. In the desert, Quang Lei struck first. The sand beneath his feet exploded as he shot forward like a cannonball, his right fist wrapped in blinding lightning aimed straight at Su Ming's face. Die. In that split second, a cold gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. His figure shifted like a phantom, dodging half a step, and his iron sword moved with casual ease, its tip precisely striking Quang Lei's wrist. What? Quang Lei's attack missed completely. His pupils contracted sharply as his right arm went numb instantly, his lightning power forcibly severed. Before he could react, the sword's momentum shifted, cold light striking like a viper's tongue. A bloody gash immediately opened across his chest. Ah! Quang Lei cried out in pain, staggering backward, his face filled with disbelief. You, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Su Ming remained silent, turning his blade as he lunged forward like an arrow released from its string. Sword light cascaded like a waterfall, carving several azure arcs through the air, each strike precisely targeting vital points. Splash! 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 Blood sprayed as Quang Lei retreated step by step. His proud A-level lightning ability was utterly defenseless against this ghostly, unpredictable swordsmanship. Fear quickly filled his eyes. Impossible. With a furious roar, he frantically channeled his spiritual energy, electric light shooting skyward. Thunder explosion domain. With Quang Lei at the center, violent lightning exploded outward, transforming a 10-meter radius into a pool of thunder. This was his signature killing move that had instantly defeated countless opponents. However, Su Ming's lips curved slightly as his iron sword suddenly emanated black and white energy, drawing a perfect taiji circle in front of him. The violent lightning was completely absorbed by the taiji diagram. Here's your return, Su Ming said softly as the taiji diagram erupted with even more ferocious lightning than before, blazing white electric light rolling like an enraged dragon, instantly devouring the wild thunder completely. Boom! The deafening explosion tore through the air as Quang Lei's figure was hurled away by tremendous force, flying dozens of meters in an arc like a broken ragdoll before crashing to the ground. His charred body twitched twice, then crumbled into specks of light that quickly dissipated. Battle over. Winner tourist 10,086. The shopping mall hall fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the massive holographic screen overhead, dumbfounded. The so-called Quang Lei had actually been defeated by an unknown tourist in just 3 moves. How is this possible? The gold-chained fat man's Coca-Cola dropped to the floor with a splat, soda spilling everywhere as his face turned deathly pale. Damn, my 30,000 yuan. Holy shit, who the hell is this newbie? That swordsmanship was terrifying. Quick, find out who tourist 10086 is. The cacophony exploded like boiling water as the crowd frantically searched for any possible information about tourist 10086. At this moment, Su Ming had quietly logged out of the spirit realm. He sat up from the connection pod, stretched his shoulders, and smiled at the clerk. Nice experience. I'll take it. After paying and arranging home delivery, he didn't linger and walked away. The clerk watched the young man's figure disappear into the distance. Unable to hide her joy, the commission on this high-end connection pod was substantial. Suddenly, commotion arose outside. After listening for a few moments, she trembled in shock. Quang Lei had actually lost? She remembered Quang Lei was a somewhat famous spirit realm combat streamer with quite a following. The person who defeated him. The clerk suddenly froze. She rushed into the back storage room and pulled up the login records. Tourist 10,086. In the conference room of the Zhao family villa, the air was so thick it seemed ready to drip water. Bang! At the head of the table, Zhao family patriarch Zhao Tianxiong slammed his palm down, shattering the mahogany surface as would chips scattered. Veins bulged at his temples as his voice turned hoarse. My son Zhao Yan, a gold-level demon hunter, died just like that without explanation. Investigate. Find out who else was on that level mission. Whoever it was, the Zhao family will make them understand what blood debt means. Over a dozen Zhao family core members sat in terrified silence. Zhao Yan was the most outstanding talent of the younger generation. Reaching the third tier before 30 was the Zhao family's future hope. Yet now he'd been cut down with a single sword. Rage nearly ignited the entire conference room. The Zhao family was a major clan in Hanhai after all, and public intelligence quickly reached Zhao Tianxiong's desk. Qingshan Mental Hospital, Nightmare Beast. Only 2 people survived that level mission. Codename, Cold Moon. Silver-level demon hunter Linua, a level ice abilities, suspected to be the daughter of Lung Corporation. Seeing this line, Zhao Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply as everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Lung Corporation. Is it the Lung Corporation I'm thinking of? Of course. What other Lung Corporation could it be? Patriarch, you must think carefully. If it's really them. Someone urgently reminded. Never mind the Zhao family. Even if all the prominent families in Hanhai City were tied together, they couldn't match a single Lung Corporation. Lung Corporation, a true behemoth. His business empire's tentacles stretched across all of China, and he was also one of the 3 major shareholders of Meituan's demon hunting platform. Zhao Tianxiong clutched the battle report, his eyes twitching violently. Silver rank demon hunter. Su Ming, level talent. Narcolepsy, the acknowledged waste of Hanhai High School. Yet this waste had actually made it through a dangerous level mission, while his eldest son, Zhao Yan, had died inside. You fucking tell me, does this make any sense? He slammed the documents heavily on the desk, his words grinding out between clenched teeth like knives. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In the corner, his second son Zhao Ting cowered as he stood up, his voice trembling. Father. Big brother did die in the level mission, but that bastard Su Ming definitely can't escape responsibility. All eyes immediately focused on him. Zhao Tianxiong's gaze was sharp as nails. What do you know? Zhao Ting's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, trembling as he spilled everything that had happened over the past 2 days. The more Zhao Tianxiong listened, the angrier he became, slamming the table. If it weren't for you, this useless piece of trash, stirring up trouble, how would your brother have gone to find that kid? Zhao Ting's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat sliding down his temples. He understood that his father had always favored his elder brother, and with his brother dead, he was now like withered grass on a cliff's edge in the Zhao family. At this moment, the white-haired grand elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuya, raised his hand to calm the restless atmosphere. Family head. The urgent matter is to investigate the cause of Yenner's death, whether it was natural disaster or human calamity. Investigate? Investigate my ass. Zhao Tianxiong took a deep breath. Lung Lingua's matter can be set aside for now, but that kid must die. Send someone to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Impossible. Zhao Wuya shook his head. That kid now has the Jiang family's protection. A direct assault would only result in mutual destruction. Then what do you suggest? Zhao Tianxiong clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. The Jiang family controlled both the legal and illegal sides of Hanhai City. They were indeed troublesome. The conference room fell silent again. Suddenly Zhao Ting shot up, speaking urgently. Father, I have an idea. His eyes flashed with venomous hatred. The school is holding mock exams in a week. We can ask those monsters from Martial Arts Class A to work together and find a chance to cripple him directly. Martial Arts Class A? Zhao Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, cold light gleaming. Exactly. Zhao Ting grinned maliciously. No matter how strong Jiang Qingli is, she can't protect him in every single match. Under sufficient reward, there will always be brave men. Even if they cripple Su Ming in front of everyone, the school wouldn't dare offend Class A's geniuses for the sake of one waste. Once he becomes half crippled, won't he be at our mercy then? Zhao Wuya stroked his long beard and slowly nodded. This plan is feasible. I'm acquainted with Class A's instructor and can arrange things secretly. Excellent. Zhao Tianxiong's killing intent was fierce. We'll do as you say. I want that little bastard to wish he were dead. As night fell, moonlight cascaded like water. In the old residential complex on the outskirts of Hanhai, cold white streetlights carved jagged shadows across the buildings. Inside a cramped room, Su Ming lay flat in a brand new spirit realm connection pod, its blue indicator lights flickering as the hatch sealed silently. A subtle electric current swept across his eardrums, and his consciousness was suddenly hurled into pure whiteness. Welcome to Spirit Realm. New user detected. Would you like to undergo talent assessment? Su Ming took a deep breath and clicked confirm. The next second, a thunderous shock exploded in his mind. Talent assessment in progress. Frank talent detected narcolepsy. Hearing the result, Su Ming's mouth twitched. The system truly showed no mercy, though he had long grown accustomed to such setbacks. Please customize your username. Evil Ghost, he said, his gaze darkening as he spoke those two words. If necessary, he could indeed become an evil ghost, whether facing monsters or humans. Welcome to Spirit Realm, Evil Ghost. May your martial path flourish. A translucent panel hovered before him, streams of data flowing across its surface. Real-time rankings, holographic broadcasts, betting system Spirit Realm's sophistication exceeded expectations. The top 100 fighters could attract millions of viewers to each battle. Su Ming tapped the panel. Display current ranking. Spirit Realm ranking system loading. Current ranking, 100,869,527th China server. The long string of numbers filled his vision, his pupils contracting as he sighed inwardly. The road ahead was long, but his goal was singular break into the top 10,000 and earn qualification for the martial arts college entrance exam. First official login detected. Would you like to equip an identity concealment mask? Note, the mask will hide your true appearance and personal information. Confirm. Cold metal pressed against his skin as a blue-faced, fang-toothed demon mask instantly covered his features, yet his vision remained unobstructed. Matching opponent. Match found. Opponent. Iron Wall ranking, 100 million and first record, 23 wins, 21 losses. A flash of white light, and Su Ming's feet touched ground as his surroundings transformed into an ancient Roman Colosseum. Across from him stood a towering man over 2 meters tall, his bulging muscles gleaming with metallic luster, typical physical enhancement type. 0 wins, 0 losses? Haha, a newbie. Iron Wall pounded his fists against his chest, the dull thuds echoing like war drums. How about I give you 3 free shots? Su Ming grinned. Sounds good. His opponent crossed his arms and planted his feet, thick eyebrows raised in provocation. The air seemed sliced by a blade's word light flashed. Iron Wall maintained his original stance, but his eyes instantly went vacant. A crimson dot spread from between his brows before his entire form shattered into fragments of light. Only as his soul light began to dissipate did he realize what had happened, his roar catching in his throat. That doesn't count. You have no martial honor. I wasn't ready, the voice cut off abruptly. Su Ming shrugged. In reality, you would have been dead within the first second. Battle concluded. Victor Evil Ghost. Without pause, he clicked Continue Matching. The subsequent battles seemed copy-pasted. Whether martial arts specialists or elemental users, every opponent fell to his iron sword within 30 seconds, some to torrential slashes, others to viper-like killing strikes. 3-win streak. 4-win streak. 8-win streak. The audience exploded from a handful of viewers to tens of thousands. When Su Ming's 9th opponent was pinned to the canyon wall by his sword, the livestream camera deliberately zoomed in for a close-up. The demonic mask with its blue-green face and protruding fangs flickered in and out of the shadows within the gloomy canyon. In the eerie light, a pair of pitch-black eyes revealed a clean yet unfathomably deep tranquility. The chat exploded instantly. Holy shit. Bro, you look so badass. This is supposed to be a newbie? Place your bets. How long can this rookie's winning streak last? I remember the last newbie this incredible was that prodigy Jiang Qingli. Su Ming glanced at the semi-transparent interface. The number on the peak rankings was frozen. Current ranking, 93,967. 9 straight wins had shot him into the top 100,000, much faster than he'd anticipated. Time to call it a day. His voice was flat, as if merely commenting on the weather. The audience erupted in wails of protest. No, streamer. One more match. Just one. I'll introduce you to my sister as a wife. Don't be shameless, someone this skilled wouldn't lack girlfriends. Will we see you again? Master. How can I live without you? The last comment scrolled by with a conspicuous ID, Idiot Kuanglei. You owe your dad 30,000 spirit coins. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and shook his head with amusement. It's getting late. Everyone should sleep early. Staying up late isn't good for you. He shrugged, preparing to log off, but the system suddenly flashed a red alert. Rank 9997 Shadowblade has issued a challenge. Accept? The chat instantly boiled over. It's actually Shadowblade. That's a genuine top 10,000 player. Finally, we'll see the streamer go all out. Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly and pressed confirm. The scene instantly switched to a neon-lit nighttime cityscape. Advertising lights danced across wet streets while cold wind carried the scent of gasoline. From the dark alley opposite, a black-clad figure slowly emerged, half-masked, revealing only a pale jawline. Your sword is fast, Shadow Blade's raspy voice was like sandpaper, but not faster than shadows. Before he finished speaking, he dissolved into black mist. The next second, a dagger was already at Su Ming's back. Clang! An ice crystal shield materialized with a thunderous crash, azure patterns weaving through the air. Without turning around, Su Ming thrust backward with his sword, cold light piercing Shadow Blade's shoulder. His opponent grunted and retreated violently, but the sword tip bloomed with dozens of ice spikes like a chain net, instantly sealing off every escape route. You! Shadow Blade's eyes widened, but before he could finish, frost consumed his entire form, turning him into a human ice sculpture. System notification, 10 win streak. Current ranking, 19,876. Su Ming raised his hand and lightly tapped his mask with his knuckles. The metallic clang rang crisp and piercing in the quiet night. Just so. At that moment, the audience chat fell completely silent. What the hell kind of monster just appeared? Shadow Blade couldn't even last a few moves? Who can measure this guy's limits? Su Ming didn't respond and logged straight out of the spirit realm. What he didn't know was that the spirit realm forms had already been ignited by his performance. Unprecedented. Mysterious swordsman's 10 win streak. Terrifying. Top 10,000 player? Nothing special. A second Jiang Qingli has appeared. Trending 1. Who is the demon mask? At the same time, in an expensive part of downtown Hanhai City, a luxurious villa was brightly lit. In the training room, Jiang Qingli sat cross-legged with pale green sword energy swirling around her. She meditated with closed eyes, her entire being like an unsheathed blade. Plus her phone vibrated frantically. Qingli, there's huge news in the spirit realm. On the other end, Qi Lian's voice was nearly breaking from excitement. Jiang Qingli frowned slightly. What happened? A newbie got a 10-win streak. Even a top 10,000 player lost. 10 wins. Shock flashed in Jiang Qingli's eyes that she couldn't quite hide. Absolutely true. The whole forum's gone crazy. Qi Lian was practically pounding the table, her excitement audible through the phone. This person went from 0 to the top 20,000 in just a few hours. My God, I wish he were my boyfriend. Jiang Qingli's pupils contracted slightly. She knew exactly what a 10-win streak meant. Each victory exponentially increased the difficulty of the next match. Even with her exceptional talent, she had only managed 9 consecutive wins when she first entered the spirit realm. After hanging up, she immediately opened the forum. The most prominent feature on the homepage was the mysterious swordsman's 10-win streak special livestream. She randomly clicked on a recorded match. On screen, a gray-clothed youth wore a demonic mask, an iron sword radiating cold intent in his hand. His figure moved like a phantom, sword light sweeping like a spreading phoenix, defeating his opponent in just 3 moves. This sword work. Jiang Qingli's pupils suddenly contracted as recognition dawned. Impossible. How could? She murmured to herself. Could there really be a second Azure Phoenix sword immortal in this world? 18 consecutive victories. Current ranking, 9,527. Su Ming stared at the light screen before him, the crimson battle record burning like a brand, causing a satisfied smile to curve at the corners of his lips. Over the past few days, he had completely transformed into an internet-addicted teenager, spending almost day and night immersed in spirit domain. This streak of 18 wins had finally pushed him into the peak 10,000. The words, "Evil Ghost," were projected alongside his battle record onto the server-wide announcement board, the blood-red font dancing wildly. The next second, the global channel exploded. Holy shit. New record for fastest entry into the top 10,000. 18 consecutive victories with cross-level killsys. This guy even human? Please show yourself, master. I want to have your babies. The flood of comments made the holographic screen flicker like snow, but Su Ming simply stretched his neck, joints cracking softly. Ding. A private message notification lit up. As soon as he opened it, his pupils contracted slightly. Cinder Qingluan. Damn. He cursed under his breath. Just what he was afraid of. This ID clearly belonged to that cold and proud young lady, Jiang Qingli. After a moment's thought, his fingers flew across the keyboard. Evil Ghost. Beauty, if you're going to flirt, follow the basic rules, send a photo first. Then we'll talk about life. Rosenmouth emoji. 3 seconds of silence from the other side. Qingluan. I am Jiang Qingli. Evil Ghost. Oh ho, so it's Miss Jiang. What can I do for you? If it's just something trivial like wanting to kiss me in person, please don't bother me, I'm very busy. Half a minute later, a line of murderous text appeared in the reply box. Qingluan, do you want to die? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his smile fading slightly. Evil Ghost. Ahem, I was just joking. Qingluan, don't let it happen again. Evil Ghost, fine. Seeing the word fine appear, Jiang Qingli's furrowed brow had just begun to relax. She was about to ask about sword techniques when, pop, a crimson exclamation mark appeared. You have been blocked by this user. Cannot send messages. Instantly, the coldness in the girl's eyes almost became tangible. She gritted her teeth. Damn it. Don't let me catch you. Su Ming sat up from the spirit domain connection pod, shaking his stiff shoulders. Ring ring ring. His bedside phone vibrated urgently. Little Su Ming, well done, came the sweet, teasing voice from the other end. It was Jiang Bai, the mysterious swordsman who's trending #1 on Spirit Domain. Are you stalking me? Su Ming chuckled. Uffed. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Sister's been browsing, and 8 out of 10 posts are trying to figure out your identity. Even your little sword flourishing moves in battle have been turned into memes. Is that so? Su Ming replied casually. Jiang Bai hummed lightly, then got to the point. Tomorrow is the citywide martial arts college entrance exam simulation. It's more relaxed than the actual exam. Go get familiar with the process and feel free to go all out. Understood. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Officer Jiang, if I take first place, is there any special reward? 2 seconds of silence on the line. Head Zhang Bai's laugh was lazy. Naughty. The next day, Hanhai High School's martial arts gymnasium buzzed with activity. Over 1,000 examinees lined up for registration, while the dome's holographic projection displayed 4 blazing red characters. Wilderness Trial. In the shadows by the side, Su Ming leaned against the wall with one hand, his fingertips gently caressing his sword hilt, his gaze calm as still water. Ah! Sudden screams from the audience stands made him furrow his brow slightly. Following the sound, he saw Jiang Qingli leading the martial arts elite class through the crowd. Her white dress made her skin appear snow white, her expression ice-cold, her steps composed. That aura of keeping others at 1,000 miles distance, that cold nobility, seemed to instantly quiet the noisy venue like a snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, to be admired from afar but never defiled. The prodigies from martial arts class wore golden badges on their chests, their expressions arrogant like peacocks strutting with their feathers spread. Below the stands, admiring and flattering gazes swirled together. Surrounding them at the center, Goddess Jiang Qingli. Goddess Jiang Qingli. Brother Rinkai looks as handsome as ever today. The girl's screams rose and fell in waves. Rinkai tossed his bangs, his gaze locked onto Jiang Qingli's slender figure, basking in the glory of being the center of attention. Silence. The vice principal, nearly 50 years old, spoke with a resounding voice. The electronic amplifier boomed through the hall as he announced the rules for this mock exam wilderness survival mode. There were 3 ways to earn points: killing exotic beasts, seizing other students' badges and points, and finding hidden supply points. Gold, silver, and bronze badges corresponded to base scores of 30, 20, and 10 respectively. Point rankings would be updated in real time. The higher the rank, the better the reward, with the first place receiving a super grand prize. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Jiang Qingli in the crowd below, his intention crystal clear. Then he added the final rule. The entire process will be live-streamed. If you perform exceptionally well, you might be directly admitted by distinguished patrons without needing to take the college entrance exam. In the noisy martial arts hall, Su Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Looking up, he caught several hostile gazes from the Class A formation, especially from a blonde-haired student who even made a throat-slitting gesture at him. In a flash of understanding, he realized the Zhao family had spared no expense to buy these people off. Looking at those dazzling golden badges, a gleam flashed in his eyes as a dangerous smile curved his lips. What had been a boring exam suddenly became much more interesting. Teleportation begins now. As the vice principal's voice fell, the otherworld spatial formation roared to life. Purple light shot skyward, instantly swallowing everyone's figures. The smell of damp, rotting leaves hit him in the face. The soft soil beneath Su Ming's feet was still trembling as the environment switched from the crowded hall to a primeval forest that blocked out the sky. Ancient trees towered overhead, and the cries of birds and beasts echoed in the distance. A whooshing sound suddenly arose. 3 figures emerged from the dense undergrowth surrounding Su Ming. Golden badges glinted on their chests. They were top prodigies from Class A. Haha, what great luck. We found our target right after landing. The blonde spat out grass debris, a short blade reflecting cold light in his palm. Tell me about it. He's just in frank waste. There's no easier job in the world. Cut the chatter. Break one of his arms, and we're done. I don't have time to waste on trash. The 3 chatted casually, not taking Su Ming seriously at all. One of them looked at Su Ming with an arrogant tone. Hey, classmate, be smart and break your own arm. Save us the trouble. Among the tree canopy, swarms of livestream drones buzzed overhead as comments flooded in. Holy crap, it's a bloodbath right from the start. 3 Class A prodigies surrounding 1 Class C loser. He's frank trash among trash. He must be scared stupid. How much did the Zhao family pay you? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and suddenly spoke. The long sword at his wrist spun, sword flowers blooming with silver light. Yet his face wore a sincere smile. I wonder if the money they paid to buy you as dogs is enough to buy coffins? The chat froze for a moment, then exploded. Is this guy insane? And Frank loser acting so arrogant? Am I the only one who thinks he's cool? Fearless against the strong, rising to the challenge. Bro, you won't think he's cool when he gets beaten to a pulp. You're asking for death. The blonde's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he lunged forward, his short blade aimed straight at Su Ming's throat. At the same time, the red-haired girl on the left conjured flames in her palm, while the burly man on the right slammed his hands to the ground. Half-meter-tall earth spikes burst from the soil with sharp cracks, blocking all escape routes. 3 attackers surrounded him, yet Su Ming remained calm and unhurried, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Die! The blonde's blade closed in, but Su Ming merely flicked his wrist. His iron sword executed a fierce rising dragon/gold light flashed, screams erupted, a severed arm flew through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. The red-haired girl's pupils contracted sharply as her fireball was just taking shape. Thunk. The iron sword pierced through her palm. The flames spiraled out of control, engulfing her entire body with a thunderous roar. Her charred skin smoldered continuously. Impossible! The burly man roared, throwing punches at Su Ming's back. Without even turning around, Su Ming hurled his sword backward. The iron blade shot like a meteor through the man's shoulder, pinning him to an ancient tree trunk. The impact shook the canopy, sending leaves cascading down. The chat exploded again. 3 seconds. What did I just witness? This is supposed to be Frank. Class A geniuses slaughtered like dogs. At the Zhao family estate, in the conference room, Zhao Tianxiong slammed the table violently, his eyes bloodshot, blood seeping from his gums. Useless. What kind of pathetic geniuses? All fucking useless. Contact Renkai. I accept his terms from last time. I want to see Su Ming on his knees begging for mercy. Unlike Zhao Tianxiong's fury, the Zhao family's grand elder, Zhao Wuya, squinted in contemplation. That sharp sword technique clearly resembled high-level swordsmanship talent. Back beneath the ancient tree, Thunk, the iron sword was pulled from flesh, spraying droplets of blood. The burly man collapsed to his knees with a thud, cold sweat dripping down his face as pain contorted his features. He looked up in terror at his companions. The red-haired girl had become a charred, bald figure, occasionally twitching. The blonde had lost an arm and was curled up wailing. Who are you exactly? The burly man's voice shook uncontrollably. Su Ming flicked the blood from his sword and grinned. You came here to hunt me down, yet you don't even know who I am? We were just doing a job for money. The burly man clutched his wound desperately, his voice trembling. Every grievance has its source, every debt its debtor. Su Ming crouched down and patted his pale face. Don't worry, I'm the most generous person around. The burly man had just begun to feel relieved when. Leave behind one hand, and I'll let you go. Su Ming's smile instantly turned ice cold. What? The burly man's pupils dilated. If a Class A genius lost an arm, his life would be over. No, absolutely not. Oh. Su Ming lifted the man's chin with his sword tip. Then you'd rather leave your life behind? The iron sword planted itself in front of the burly man as the young man's tone turned cold as ice. Choose for yourself your hand, or your life? The burly man stared fixedly at that rust-stained iron sword, its cold gleam piercing his eyes. Cold sweat beaded on the burly man's forehead as he gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed his right arm with his left hand. Crack! The sound of breaking bone rang out clearly, followed by an agonizing scream that shattered the forest silence. Su Ming watched indifferently and nodded approvingly. A wise choice. With that, he turned his gaze toward the blonde-haired youth who had collapsed on the ground. Don't come any closer. Stay back. The blonde's face was deathly pale as he desperately crawled backward, his voice hoarse with terror. I'm a Class A genius. A cold flash of steel cut through the air. Ah! The blonde could only watch helplessly as his arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, his pig-like screams tearing through the sky. The bald woman nearby tried to flee but couldn't escape the blade either. Blood sprayed from her shoulder as Su Ming cut off her arm as well. Clang! 3 golden badges fell into Su Ming's palm, chiming as they struck each other. 90 points secured. He activated his phone, and the leaderboard appeared on the holographic display. First place, Su Ming 90 points. Second place, Jiang Qingli 50 points. Third place, Ren Kai 40 points. Su Ming licked his lips, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. Since points are this easy to earn, why not hunt down those Class A geniuses directly? The moment he finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded. Defeating 3 Class A geniuses isn't enough? He wants to keep hunting. Who the hell is this guy? Those geniuses are in for a world of hurt if they cross this demon. Meanwhile, in the school administration's conference room, the atmosphere was so tense you could cut it with a knife. Who exactly is this student named Su Ming? Fong Hanyuan, the graying class of martial arts coordinator, slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet, his white beard trembling with rage. How dare he cripple 3 of my Class A geniuses? They're the pillars of our nation's future. He pounded the table furiously, spittle flying. Expel him. Expel him immediately. No should be thrown in prison. The school officials exchanged bewildered glances, equally shocked. That 3 Class A geniuses working together couldn't last. Even one exchange against Su Ming left everyone baffled about the boy's true capabilities. The vice principal sat at the head of the table with a dark expression, silently staring at the sword-wielding youth on the holographic screen. Suddenly, a soft chuckle echoed from the corner. Heh. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Jiang Bai, who usually kept a low profile, twirling a strand of her hair while her red lips curved into a mocking smile. Old man, you call those geniuses? 3 against 1, and they still got Slaughteretto, they even know how to fight. The room erupted. She had actually called Fong Honyuan old man to his face. Everyone knew that Fong Honyuan was highly respected in educational circles and was a fourth-tier powerhouse. Insolent. With his roar, Fong Hongyuan's overwhelming aura crashed down like a mountain. You ill-mannered brat. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Despite the crushing pressure, Jiang Bai remained perfectly composed, her lips curling upward as silver light flashed in her eyes. You decrepit old dog. You dare lecture me about respect? Don't think I don't know what you've been up to behind the scenes. Those pathetic little schemes of yours aren't worth mentioning. But if I really decided to drag them into the light, could your half-dead bones handle the exposure? Fong Hongyuan's pupils contracted sharply. What are you implying? Don't you dare slander me. Jiang Bai's smile vanished, her voice turning ice cold. How much did the Zhao family pay you to help them destroy people, you old cur? Her words sent shockwaves through the conference room. Every eye turned to Fong Honyuan, whose face had turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as his white beard trembled. The silver gleam in Jiang Bai's eyes intensified as she slowly recited the school regulations. Article 7 of the school code states, clearly any school official who colludes with outside forces to persecute students faces punishment ranging from cultivation destruction for minor offenses to... She suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. A bullet to the head for major ones. Fong Hongyuan's face shifted from green to pale white, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bai like a venomous snake. Where's the evidence? His voice was hoarse. Without evidence, this is slander. Jiang Bai lazily crossed her legs, her fair calves swaying gently under the lights with a cold gleam. You old fool, I see you won't shed tears until you see your coffin. A silver USB drive appeared in her palm. All the transfer records from the Zhao family over the years, plus all the dirty dealings between you and Zhao Wuya, the Zhao family's grand elderates, all in here. The corner of her mouth curved upward. Professor Fong, you're really vigorous for your age, playing the submissive role behind closed doors. Want to hear the recordings? The part where you call Zhao Wuya daddy is especially thrilling. The conference room fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, their strange gazes all locking onto Fong Honyuan. The old professor's face twitched, murderous intent surging. He suddenly lunged forward, his 5 fingers like claws aimed straight at Jiang Bai's throat. Stop! The vice-chancellor slammed the table and roared. But Jiang Bai seemed oblivious, her red lips curving slightly. The next moment, her pupils turned ice-cold silver-white time, seemed to freeze like jammed gears. Fong Hongyuan's form froze midair, his ferocious expression locked in place. With a crisp crack, his entire right arm was twisted by an invisible force. The fourth-tier powerhouse instantly collapsed like a broken puppet, his forehead slamming hard against the floor. Jiang Bai leaned down, gently patting his sweat-covered cheek. The Ministry of Education's investigation team is already on its way. Enjoy your retirement. The tables had turned in an instant, the air seeming to solidify. Everyone in the conference room felt fear, shock, or secret chagrin for Dedada's events completely overturned their imagination. Who could have predicted that the seemingly delicate little flower would suddenly reveal such ruthless dominance, crushing Fong Honyuan in one move? Just like on the holographic screen, where that sword-wielding youth swept through Class A's geniuses with devastating force. The sound of swallowing was particularly clear in the dead silence. This teacher-student pair was terrifyingly formidable. Ding! Su Ming planted his foot on Class A genius Zhang Meng's chest as his phone flashed a crimson warning. Candidate Zhang Meng has lost combat ability eliminated. The comment stream was instantly flooded with snowflake-like exclamation marks. 2 words, invincible. I'm getting more excited for his epic showdown with Jiang Qingli. Number 9. Su Ming flicked the blood droplets from his sword blade and sheathed it. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the distance, the sound waves sweeping over the primeval forest as birds and beasts cowered. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, nimbly climbing up the tree canopy in a few swift moves, his gaze locking onto the towering aura from the northwest, the lair of a third-tier Lord-class beast, the ghost-faced Spider Queen. His eyes blazed with excitement. Hunting a Lord-class monster meant 1,000 points. Madman, the previously slumped examiner at the control station suddenly shot to his feet, staring at the big screen in disbelief. He's lost it. This guy has definitely lost it. On the holographic map, the red dot representing Su Ming was moving in a straight line toward the crimson marker. In all previous simulation exams, no one had ever dared to challenge a Lord-class monster single-handedly. The youth raced through the dense forest, his toes touching branches as his figure moved with the grace of a wild goose. 5 minutes later, Su Ming came to a stop, crouching on the thick branch of an ancient tree. Through the gaps between leaves, he caught sight of the entire nest of 30-meter-wide spider web stretched like a ghastly pale maw, with a ghost-faced spider queen the size of a car crouched at its center. 8 compound eyes flickered with an eerie green light, while the twisted human face pattern on her abdomen rose and fell with each breath, as if it were alive. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as his mind quickly recalled the records from the Apocalypse Anomalous Creature Compendium. The ghost-faced spider queen's carapace was as hard as titanium alloy, with only the ghostly face pattern on her abdomen serving as a fatal weakness. During egg laying, she released paralyzing toxic gas that could instantly incapacitate the unwary. He took a deep breath, muscles tensing. Then in the next second his legs exploded with power, launching his body like a cannonball toward the spider queen. Hiss! The spider queen's crimson compound eyes suddenly contracted, her abdomen jerking inward as foul-smelling mucus shot out in a murky stream. Su Ming rolled sideways, the mucus grazing past his back as it struck a tree behind him thick enough for 2 people to embrace, corroding a basin-sized hole through it. Acrid white smoke billowed up as the bark sizzled and crackled. Break! Su Ming roared, his sword blazing with azure light as 3 sword chi strikes precisely severed the web's key anchor points. The spider silk snapped instantly, the entire massive web swaying wildly as the spider queen's enormous body momentarily froze. Without the web's support, her movements were noticeably slower. Shriek! The enraged spider queen swung her scythe-like forelegs, their heavy whooshing sounds merging into one as they carved furrows half a meter deep into the ground. Immediately after, her 8 legs became blurred shadows, like black spears thrusting at Su Ming from all directions. Having anticipated this, Su Ming leaped skyward with his sword, evading every attack. While still airborne, the ghostly face on the spider queen's abdomen suddenly contorted, spitting out dozens of fist-sized egg projectiles. The eggs burst midair, releasing billowing green toxic fog, as over 20 ghost-faced spiderlings shrieked their way through the mist, claws raised high, radiating killing intent. Su Ming's heart tightened as he quickly retreated several steps, his sword sweeping out in a fan-shaped azure sword chi that cleaved the front row of spiderlings in half, green bodily fluids splattering everywhere. Using the momentum, he slid low, diving beneath the spider queen's abdomen. Die for me! His battle cry accompanied the sword's thunderous hum. The blade tip, wreathed in rolling azure light, pierced precisely into the ghostly face pattern. Screech! A piercing shriek tore through the air as green blood erupted like a fountain. The spider queen's massive body lost all support and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Slain Tier 3 Anomalous Creature, 210, Mental Synchronization Index 5, Current 45, Realm, Tier 2 5th level. Simultaneously, his phone chimed with a notification ding. Congratulations on slaying the Tier 3 Lord Class Anomalous Beast Ghost-Faced Spider Queen. Points 1000. Su Ming swiped the screen, revealing the leaderboard. First place, Su Ming 1559 points. Second place, Jiang Qingli 785 points. Third place, Rinkai 650 points. The point gap was like a chasm, with comments flooding in. I lack the words to express myself, so I'll just say holy shit. A Lord-class anomalous beast, and he'd solo killed it. He flicked his sword clean of blood, and was about to leave when the surrounding bushes suddenly rustled. Several figures burst through the air, completely blocking his escape route. Leading them, Rinkai stared directly at Su Ming, his peripheral vision catching sight of the massive spider queen corpse nearby, his pupils contracting sharply. This. The others likewise gazed at Su Ming with a mixture of shock and fear. One person single-handedly slaughtering a Lord-class anomalous beast? Even their group of Class A students wouldn't dare imagine such a thing. Someone quietly swallowed hard, though they felt somewhat reassured by their numerical advantage. Interesting. A mere Class C student capable of single-handedly hunting a Lord-level beast? Seems like you've been hiding your true abilities quite well. Rin Kai stepped forward, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper as his sinister gaze locked onto Su Ming like a venomous snake. Su Ming lazily picked at his ear without even lifting his eyelids. Good dogs don't block the road. Sharp tongue. Rin Kai laughed coldly in fury, his pupils suddenly gleaming with a faint silver light. The air rippled as if struck by invisible stones, creating layers of transparent wave-strength psychic talent. Mental assault. Crack. A piercing pain shot through Su Ming's temple like a silver needle, the throbbing agony spreading along his nerves. Hurts, doesn't it? A malicious satisfaction crept across Rin Kai's face. That was only 30% of my power. Don't think having a little skill makes you invincible. Do you understand? A maggot like you isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. His lackeys behind him perked up, clapping and jeering. Boss Kai is awesome. Rin Kai raised his hand, pointing directly at Su Ming's forehead with a cold sneer. I heard you're sleeping with your martial arts instructor? Perfect timing to let her see what happens when her pretty boy gets broken. Before finishing his words, he clenched his fist, his chilling psychic powers surging instantly. A more intense pain struck, yet Su Ming's sword-gripping hand remained perfectly steady. This level of mental pressure was nothing compared to the training Jiang Bai had put him through. He looked up at Ren Kai's face, twisted with excitement, and chuckled mockingly. How many bones did the Zhao family throw you? You're working so hard as their dog. The air instantly froze. You're dead. His sore spot exposed. Ren Kai's veins bulged as his eyes blazed with fury. I'll turn you into a drooling idiot. You can try. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, though the smile on his lips gradually turned cold. Stop. With that fierce shout, several water arrows shot through the air. Cold light refracted through the water droplets like a barrage from a crossbow, aimed straight at Ren Kai. Ren Kai's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated, his psychic power forming a transparent barrier that was immediately riddled with spiderweb cracks by the water arrows. Through the swirling mist, Qi landed gracefully on rippling water. The girl's delicate oval face appeared even more pristine beneath the thin fog, her spirited brows radiating an imposing sharpness. Water swirled in her palm, quickly forming a rushing water blade. Have you no shame, Ren Kai? Colluding with the Zhao family to hunt fellow students of E completely disgraced Class A. Qi, this has nothing to do with you. Ren Kai shouted sternly. Don't think I won't make a move against you just because you're close with Jiang Qingli. Qi disgust was undisguised, her voice cutting like an ice blade against iron. A pathetic simp like you dares to mention Qingli's name? Ren Kai's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and nearly burst out laughing. Who would have thought this guy was actually a simp for his dream girl? Qi. Ren Kai gritted his teeth, his voice like grinding gravel. I'm asking you one last time, are you going to get lost or not? Qi didn't respond. She flipped her palm, and a 3-foot water wave rose from thin air, with crystal droplets rapidly forming dozens of arrows in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of cutting air filled the space as water arrows shot forth, forcing Ren Kai's group to scatter and defend themselves. Taking advantage of their distraction, Qi darted to Su Ming's side and urged him in a low, urgent voice. Why aren't you running yet? I'll try to buy you some time. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression unnaturally calm. Qi stomped her feet anxiously. They won't do anything to me, but you're the one in danger if you stay. Why are you helping me? Su Ming tilted his head, studying her oval face. Did Jiang Qingli send you? What the hell? How can you be so shameless? Qi eyes widened, then she rolled them. Are you even close to Qingli? Does she even know your name? Su Ming shrugged. I've seen and touched her black stockings, white stockings, cute face, and delicate feet. What do you think? This has nothing to do with her. Qi suppressed her anger. I'm doing this for the honor of martial arts class A. I don't want Ren Kai to be the bad apple that spoils the whole bunch. Ren Kai's eyes blazed with malice. Qi, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Since you won't take the easy way, you'll take the hard way. None of you are leaving. Qi glared at Su Ming with frustration. Great. Now it's too late to run. Su Ming stepped forward, his tone calm. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Are you insane? Qi grabbed him tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. I came to save you, not to watch you commit suicide. At this moment, the live stream chat was flooding with comments. Haha, this girl is pretty cute with her fierce attitude. Does the boss even need saving? Just crush them all. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and chuckled. To deal with these small fries, I'm more than enough alone. As his words fell, his aura exploded. Qi froze, about to speak. Su Ming raised his hand to stop her, bloodlight surging in his eyes. Moment of glory berserk. Boom. Gathering power in his legs, he shot out like a cannonball. The violent airwaves swept up Qi hair, causing the girl to stagger backward as she muttered quietly. This guy must be a show-off. The next second, Su Ming's figure ghosted into the crowd like a phantom, his iron sword blazing with blue light. Ren Kai's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily formed a mental barrier. Crack. Before the sword even arrived, the sword energy had already torn the transparent shield to pieces. Ah! Ren Kai screamed and retreated, blood gushing out like it cost nothing. Boss! A nearby lackey raised his alloy shield. Su Ming delivered a whip kick to the shield's surface. Bang! The tremendous force was like a mountain crushing down. The alloy shield instantly dented, and the lackey was flung away like a broken sack, crashing through 3 ancient trees before finally stopping. Damn! Attack together! The remaining 4 roared, unleashing their talents at full power as fireballs and ice spikes filled the sky. Su Ming grinned, flicked his wrist, turned his sword, and several blue sword energies whistled forth. Those attacks disappeared as if they had hit a black hole. Su Ming flourished his sword, and the iron blade suddenly erupted with blinding azure light. Within a 10-meter radius, sword energy surged and danced chaotically. Fallen leaves were instantly ground to powder, and thick tree trunks were covered with spiderweb-like sword marks. The 4 attackers only managed half a cry of alarm before blood and flesh flew everywhere. leaving them covered in wounds. One sword overwhelming four opponents. The live chat exploded instantly. Holy shit. Who still remembers? He's only Frank. 6 against 1, and they still got crushed. Do they even know how to fight? No matter what he does next, nothing will surprise me anymore. Rin Kai's face turned deathly pale as he yanked out a crimson vial and jabbed it into his neck. You forced me to do this. His muscles visibly swelled at an alarming rate, blood beads seeping from his pores as his aura instantly broke through to the third tier. Berserk serum? Su Ming raised an eyebrow with a mocking laugh. You dare use forbidden drugs? I want you dead. Rin Kai roared, his mental power overloading as the ancient wood beneath his feet cracked and exploded, charging forward through a cloud of blood mist. Su Ming's robes billowed without wind, his black hair flowing as he neither dodged nor retreated. His sword edge casually flicked upward. Splurt. Blood bloomed as Rin Kai's right arm fell along with his shoulder. Ah! Rin Kai knelt screaming as the sword tip pressed against his throat. That's it. Su Ming stepped on his head, grinding it into the mud. Strength genius? Not far away. Qi Lian, who had rushed to help, stood frozen in place. Her almond eyes were wide, her rosy lips parted enough to fit an egg. She had come thinking to rescue someone, only to become a spectator. Her fingertips dug into her palms, feeling no pain, left with only one thought. How is this possible? The drone cameras in the canopy buzzed continuously, streaming the footage live. The chat continued its frenzy. Haha, this young lady is already questioning reality. I see our own initial reactions reflected in her. Qi Lian's ears quickly turned red, embarrassment flooding her heart. She had just confidently declared she would save someone, only to find he needed no saving at all. The sword edge pressed down another inch, drawing blood from Rin Kai's neck. You can't kill me, his voice trembled. I'm in strength psychic genius. If you kill me, you'll be expelled immediately. The martial instructor of our Class A is a 4th-tier powerhouse, so won't let you get away with this. Su Ming said softly. You're right. I indeed cannot kill you. Just as Rin Kai began to relax, he saw Su Ming reveal a bone-white smile. Booty can make you wish you were dead. Silver light rippled in the depths of Su Ming's pupils, a taste of his own medicine. In that fleeting moment, and shrank mental assault. Invisible psychic force transformed into a spiraling steel drill, boring straight into Rin Kai's mind. No, don't. Rin Kai's body went cold, his voice breaking. In just 2 seconds, his pupils dilated, his mouth twisted, drool flowing as only idiotic giggling remained. More humiliatingly, he wet himself on camera, the acrid smell spreading as he grabbed mud and stuffed it in his mouth. Hee hee, tasty, mud is tasty. The chat exploded again. Holy shit. Shrank genius Rin Kai turned into an idiot. This is absolutely insane. Qi Lian finally managed to squeeze out. What? What did you do to him? Su Ming flexed his wrist casually. Nothing much, just let him experience a real psychic assault. At that moment, a cold voice drifted from deep within the forest. You shouldn't have crippled him. Su Ming seemed to have anticipated this arrival, his lips curving slightly. What? Does Jiang University's campus belle feel sorry for her little lapdog? He turned toward the voice's source, and through the dappled shadows, Jiang Qingli appeared in snow-white robes, her undrawn blade already radiating chilling intent. Gazing at the young man not far away, Jiang Qingli's pupils suddenly contracted. Sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, casting dappled shadows on his upright figure. His iron sword pointed diagonally toward the ground, its blade faintly churning with crimson blood, like a ferocious beast that had long lain dormant finally tearing free from its shackles. Those dark eyes were unfathomably deep, bloodlight flickering within them, their razor-sharp intensity enough to make one's heart race with fear. Jiang Qingli's knuckles tightened involuntarily, her grip on the cold sword hilt making it creak audibly. Half a month ago, this young man named Su Ming had been an ordinary student whose spiritual energy fluctuations were so weak they were barely detectable. Yet now, the overwhelming aura surrounding him made her instinctively tremble. Only true masters understood this kind of dangerous premonition. She stared at that barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth, her heart trembling slightly. How could such a transformation be possible? After a moment of silence, she finally spoke in a calm voice. You've crippled Rin Kai. Many people will come looking for trouble with you. No matter. Su Ming shrugged, his tone casual. What I'm best at is dealing with trouble. Jiang Qingli's brow furrowed slightly, coldness crystallizing into a sharp edge in her clear gaze. Her eyes fell upon that rust-stained iron sword, blood energy coiled around the blade like thin mist, utterly terrifying. What? Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, his voice carrying a playful yet gentle lilt. Classmate Jiang, would you like to try my sword? Both knew this battle was unavoidable. The first place would never be easily surrendered, and moreover, there lay buried between them deep grudges unknown to others. The main event is finally here. Now I'm wide awake. Fight! Fight! Battle of the century. Place your bets. Place your bets. The optical brain's live comments exploded instantly, Betting pools forming rapidly. Frank Dark Horse comeback versus Jiang family S rank sword immortal goddess. A wealthy user with the ID Stupid Thunder. I'll pay your dad 30,000 spirit coins directly through 100,000 spirit coins on Su Ming. Comments are going crazy. Big shot is amazing. This is going all in. The dense forest suddenly fell silent. Even the insect chirping seemed strangled. The young man stood with sword in hand, his eyes black as night. The young woman's dark hair swayed gently, her sword still sheathed yet already radiating coldness. Suddenly, mountain winds howled, battle erupted. Buzz. Jiang Qingli's wrist trembled lightly. The Qinghuan sword broke free from its sheath, its clear ringing echoing through the forest. Countless azure sword energies transformed into torrential rain, shredding leaves into fine fragments. Light flashed rapidly in Su Ming's eyes as he roared and activated martial arts SS strength talent, Taiji. His sword movements flowed like water, using softness to overcome hardness, deflecting the azure sword rain layer by layer, though the aftershocks tore the ground into spiderweb cracks. His steps remained steady as bedrock, standing immovable. Jiang Qingli's gaze suddenly sharpened, her sword transforming into an azure rainbow striking directly at Su Ming's forehead. So fast, Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, raising his iron sword horizontally. Clanked, two swords collided, sparks flying, the impact shockwave exploding outward. Su Ming borrowed the force to retreat 3 steps, his toes touching the ground to dissipate all impact. Jiang Qingli pressed her advantage, closing in with sword techniques like continuous rain, giving him not a moment's respite. Interesting. Su Ming chuckled softly, black and white energies coiling around his blade as it suddenly spun. The Taiji domain instantly expanded, completely absorbing all of Jiang Qingli's attacks. Outside the arena, Qi Lian watched with rapidly contracting pupils, her voice trembling. How is this possible? Someone can actually face Jiang Qingli hidden. Comments exploded again. Holy shit. These are high school students. These are probably 2 monsters fighting each other. Incredible. My blood is boiling. Meanwhile, in the school administration office, Fang Hongyuan had already been taken away by the investigation bureau, leaving the remaining administrators staring at Su Ming and Jiang Qingli's duel on screen, collectively speechless with shock. Even the well-traveled vice principal looked utterly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. On the light screen at the front of the classroom, sword shadows surged and cold light flashed in all directions. Zhang Bai brushed a strand of hair from her temple, her red lips curving upward, excitement gleaming in her eyes that she couldn't hide. You little rascal, you've been hiding quite deep. She had long known Su Ming harbored secrets, but never imagined he could be this powerful. On the screen, Jiang Qingli's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Her iceberg beautiful face was tense, her delicate cherry lips pressed into a tight line, her gaze so intense it seemed ready to drip water. Seeing her younger sister like this, Zhang Bai nearly laughed out loud. Ever since Jiang Qingli awakened her S-level talent, she had swept through peers her age, but today she had finally met her match. But wasn't he supposed to have F-level talent? This performance doesn't look like it at all. It's more like high-level martial arts talent. Came confused whispers from a corner of the classroom. That single sentence instantly pulled everyone's thoughts away. Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed, and just as she prepared to cover for Su Ming, a booming voice burst forth first. Isn't this simple? In this vast world, nothing is impossible. The vice principal was so excited, even his beard trembled. There are even talents abroad that grow stronger by eating shit. In this old man's opinion, this boy clearly has the legendary hidden talent with multiple awakenings. At these words, everyone's eyes lit up in unison. History had seen prodigious talents with multiple awakenings, and without exception, they all became pillars in times of chaos. Excellent, excellent. This old man always knew he was extraordinary. The vice principal slammed the podium, his voice booming like a great bell. With fortune on our side, Hanhai shall prosper. Seeing everyone convinced, Jiang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, though she remained vigilant. The unspeakable events between them that night, and the soul-consuming terror, still clung tightly to her heart. Meanwhile, Su Ming had no idea he'd been labeled a prodigious talent with hidden talent multiple awakenings, nor that rumors of his underdog comeback were rapidly spreading throughout Hanhai City. At this moment, he was completely focused on his battle with Jiang Qingli. In the dense forest, branches swayed and sword energy crisscrossed. After repeated fierce attacks with no breakthrough, a trace of coldness flashed in Jiang Qingli's beautiful eyes. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded from within her, her aura climbing steadily, instantly breaking through the third-tier barrier. You're strong. She pointed her sword forward, her voice cold as an icy spring. But this is where it ends. Third-tier versus second-tier gap was like heaven and earth. The Qinghuan sword energy rolled up tsunami-like waves of force, shattering all vegetation in its path. Su Ming was forced to retreat repeatedly, his rusty sword barely able to lift its head. Just as victory seemed assured, the spiritual power within Su Ming suddenly boiled. Mental synchronization. As Jiang Qingli stepped into the third tier, his realm simultaneously broke into the second tier 7th level. His previously depleted meridians felt as if molten lava had been injected into them, and a violent power surged forth wildly. His eyes brightened, his blood burning hot. Black and white energies coiled around the rusty sword, the blade humming incessantly. Boom. The Qingluan sword momentum was forcibly shredded by the black and white vortex. A cold gleam flashed, and Su Ming's sword tip came to rest steadily at Jiang Qingli's snow-white throat. Silencino one dared make a sound. Su Ming breathed slightly heavily, withdrew his sword and stepped back, cupping his hands. I yield to your skill. Jiang Qingli's pupils contracted sharply. She looked down at the Qingluan sword in her hands for a long moment, her fingertips trembling slightly. I lost. As those words fell, the chat exploded into chaos. I hereby declare that from this moment on, a new king has risen. Damn it. Jiang Qingli actually lost. I just lost my shirt on this bet. Screw you, Kuanglei. You owe me 30,000 spirit coins. I'm rich. I'm freaking rich. You're literally my god. Dense streams of comments swept across the light screen like machine gun fire, nearly obscuring the entire view. Some beat their chests in despair, while others threw back their heads in wild laughter. Envy, jealousy, rage, and worship swirled together into a blazing tsunami of emotion. At the arena's edge, Jiang Qingli stood frozen for several heartbeats, turbulent waves churning in her eyes. She bore countless titles, the greatest prodigy of the vast sea, the sharpest sword of the Jiang family. Yet now, defeated before countless witnesses, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief she couldn't quite understand. The young man sheathed his sword with a crisp flash of cold light. In the next instant, Jiang Qingli's pupils contracted sharply. That wrist movement, that sword flourish, it was the signature move of the spirit domain ghost. No wonder his techniques during their clash had felt strangely familiar. She stared intently at the young man's still sweating profile, murmuring barely audibly. So that little thief was you all along. Yet another thought remained unspoken in her heart. Was the person in my dreams also you? Ding. A system notification suddenly rang out. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Current Jiang Qingli Mental Synchronization Index 50. The abrupt mechanical female voice exploded in Su Ming's mind, making his scalp tingle instantly. Looking up, he met the girl's burning gaze directly. His heart skipped a beat, and he reflexively averted his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. This was Bada, needed to get out of here. He turned and walked away decisively. Behind him, Jiang Qingli bit her lower lip lightly, her knuckles white as her gaze followed that retreating figure intently. The countdown reached 0, and the simulation exam officially ended. The martial arts hall's main lights blazed to life as cacophonous noise erupted. The vice principal stepped onto the stage holding a results tablet, his serious voice unable to suppress its trembling. Announcing the results from martial arts class A, only Jiang Qingli and Qi Lian survived. The entire venue fell silent for half a second before exploding into chaos. Holy crap, that group of class A geniuses all wiped out. I heard they teamed up to hunt a lord-level beast and got completely annihilated. Bullshit. They got slaughtered by some class C maniac going solo. I saw it with my own eyes. That guy beat down everyone he met, specifically targeting class A students. Someone quickly lowered their voice. Shoo, keep it down. Jiang Qingli's right over there. Heh. I heard even Jiang Qingli got. Silence. The vice principal's thunderous roar shook the entire venue. The crowd instantly fell quiet. He narrowed his eyes as he scanned the room, his gaze finally locking onto a young man standing in the corner with his sword. The youth's expression was calm, his fingertips leisurely caressing the sword hilt, as if that stunning display of carnage had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Only the final sprint remains before the college entrance exams. The vice principal clenched his fist, struggling to contain his excitement. Everyone give me your absolute best effort. After a few perfunctory sentences, he couldn't even be bothered with his usual motivational speech. His mind was consumed by a single thought. He absolutely had to meet this wolf in sheep's clothing prodigy immediately. Half an hour later, in the vice principal's office, Su Ming arrived following a text message from Jiang Bai and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, the air seeming to freeze instantly. Over a dozen blazing gazes snapped toward him, radiating an intensity that suggested they wanted to dissect him for study. Su Ming cleared his throat and raised his hand to touch his nose bridge, his ears reddening. If a bunch of lovely young ladies were staring at him like this, that would be one thing. But being scrutinized by a group of old men approaching 50 was something he'd rather avoid. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Ming spotted Jiang Bai in the corner, who was relentlessly throwing flirtatious glances his way. He silently grumbled to himself, genuinely worried that her fluttering eyes might cramp up any second. Beside Jiang Bai sat a slender girl with a cold expression, Jiang Qingli, her gaze slightly downcast. Sensing Su Ming's attention, Jiang Qingli unhesitatingly turned her face away, acting as coldly as if he didn't exist in the room at all. Su Ming helplessly forced a bitter smile. It looked like trouble had come knocking. Student Su Ming. A dull bang suddenly echoed as the vice principal shot to his feet, nearly causing several school officials to drop their thermos cups. The elderly man's eyes gleamed as he stared at Su Ming like he'd discovered a rare treasure. Your performance is simply. The words stuck in his throat, unable to find adequate description. No wonder a student labeled as grade, trash, cutting through the school's elite, was a plot so outrageous that even third-rate web novels wouldn't dare write it. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. Some speculated he was a secret weapon from a hidden family, while more ridiculous theories claimed he was a deity descended from heaven. The vice principal, despite his vast experience, had never witnessed such an absurd yet real comeback. The old man trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. I've witnessed many talented individuals rise to prominence, but I've never encountered a student like you, one who defies heaven itself. Thank you. Su Ming nodded, neither humbly nor arrogantly, his expression remaining composed. With the system at his disposal, if he couldn't handle this scene, he'd truly disgrace his fellow transmigrators. The vice principal stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with undisguised admiration. Good. Very good. To maintain such humility after achieving such success shows remarkable character. His expression then turned serious. As the first-place winner of this simulation exam, you will receive qualification to enter the Apocalypse Secret Vault Spiritual Energy Hot Springs. These springs only release spiritual energy tides once every 10 years, capable of strengthening the body and deeply unlocking human potential. Their value is immeasurable. The vice principal intended to continue but suddenly changed direction. By rights, this opportunity should be yours alone, but certain behaviors during your simulation exam were inappropriate. After high-level discussions, he observed Su Ming's expression while carefully choosing his words. We've decided to have you and Jiang Qingli split the quota. Student Su Ming, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Su Ming flashed a smile but shook his head. Sorry, but I do have objections. His tone wasn't loud, yet it plunged the entire office into instant silence. He dropped his smile, his gaze sharp as steel. Inappropriate behavior? Please tell me exactly what I did wrong. Without waiting for the vice principal to respond, he raised his hand to interrupt, his words cutting like a blade. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. The Zhao family bribed several Class A students to gang up on me, so I crippled them, perfectly justified. He let out a cold laugh. As for Ren Kai becoming an idiot when he took banned drugs and tried to kill me, no one stood up to call his behavior inappropriate. The vice principal was momentarily speechless, while other school administrators exchanged bewildered glances. Despite the bright lights in the auditorium, the air seemed to freeze. Jiang Bai's eyes blazed with intensity, her red lips curving into an alluring smile as her gaze shifted back and forth between Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli stood to the side, her delicate hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her cool and beautiful face filled with complex emotions as her school uniform wrinkled under her grasp. The entire venue fell silent, with only the sound of rapid breathing amplified in the stillness. After a moment, the vice principal bowed his head in admission of fault. This matter was indeed poorly considered by the school. I apologize to you on behalf of Hanhai High School. Beads of sweat trickled down from his temples. Su Ming nodded slightly, choosing to quit while ahead, his manner relaxed yet sharp. I can share the reward with Jiang Qingli, but not because the school demands it, it's my personal choice. After speaking, he winked at the girl with a smile in his eyes. This little rogue. Jiang Qingli bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, her pride nearly making her refuse outright. From the corner of her eye, she saw her Aunt Jiang Bai frantically signaling her. The next instant, an urgent voice exploded in her mind. Silly girl. Accept it quickly. We're all family. Why make such distinctions? Jiang Qingli's delicate body trembled as images of her aunt and Su Ming exchanging meaningful glances flashed through her mind, an indescribable emotion lodging in her chest. She lowered her gaze, her long lashes fluttering. Thank you. Her voice was barely audible. The vice principal secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. At least it was a happy ending for everyone. However, where some rejoice, others grieve. The Zhao family's main hall was brightly lit, yet oppressively suffocating. Useless. All of you are fucking useless. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he kicked Zhao Ting flying with one foot. Zhao Ting crashed into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. 500,000 spirit coins, all used as stepping stones for that frank bastard. Zhao Tianxiong furiously smashed the armrest, the sandalwood instantly shattering. Beside him, Zhao Wuya's face was grim, his phone dead and unresponsive. Clearly, his old friend Fong Honyuan was in trouble. His withered fingers trembling, He stared intently at the replay of Su Ming and Jiang Qingli's battle on the light screen. Suddenly his pupils contracted. Wait! He frantically pressed pause, the image freezing on two intersecting sword lights. Look! So similar. Zhao Wuya's voice trembled. Their sword techniques are almost from the same source. Zhao Tianxiong was stunned, a venomous gleam appearing in his eyes. You mean exactly? Zhao Wuya smiled sinisterly, making a throat-slitting gesture. We've been thinking about this wrong. Enemies aren't necessarily enemies. Let's use a borrowed knife to kill, and have the Jiang family deal with that bastard for us. 2 days later, the spirit spring was located deep within a valley shrouded by ancient barriers. Mist swirled around as countless spirit particles floated like fireflies. The hexagonal spring pool glowed with pale blue water, its surface rippling with light, the energy so dense it was visible to the naked eye. Su Ming and Jiang Qingli arrived side by side, and as soon as they set foot there, they saw that the top talents from 3 other elite high schools had already gathered. These individuals were all first-place winners in their school's mock exams, familiar with each other and conversing in low voices. When they noticed that Hanhai High School had actually sent 2 people, their faces darkened simultaneously. Since when did Hanhai deserve 2 spots? The red-haired youth Chu Feng sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over Su Ming with complete contempt. I heard Hanhai High School got double first place in this mock exam. Linua crossed her arms and sneered as she scanned the crowd. Her gaze finally settled on an unfamiliar face. Su Ming. Xiao Shui also sized him up, raising an eyebrow and saying coldly to Jiang Qingli, Qingli, you've always been so picky. When did you start keeping this kind of person around? Before Jiang Qingli could respond, Su Ming was already laughing, his voice casual yet grating. What? Afraid I'll steal your spiritual energy quota? Chu Feng snorted and stepped forward, his fist erupting in blazing flames. Afraid? Of you? Do you dare take one punch from me? If you lose, get lost immediately. Su Ming remained standing casually, not even bothering to raise his hand. Are you sure you want to fight here? Arrogant. Chu Feng roared, his blazing sun fist wrapped in scorching waves as it thundered forward. Everyone saw Su Ming's body shift slightly as his right hand shot out like lightning to grip Chu Feng's wrist, then swung him around. Bang! Chu Feng was thrown down in a cloud of dust, instantly disheveled and covered in dirt. Su Ming released his grip and commented lightly, a grade blazing sun fist. The power's decent, but the technique is too crude. The breathing around them suddenly grew heavy. Chu Feng scrambled up, his fury intensifying as flames danced wildly around both fists. Enough. Jiang Qingli drew her azure phoenix sword halfway from its sheath, its cold gleam menacing. Su Ming's qualification is legitimate and valid. I merely benefited from his success. Anyone who objects can challenge me right now. The sword light flashed, cutting through the air like an ice blade. No one dared speak again. Chu Feng muttered under his breath, and Jiang Qingli flicked her fingertip, sending a strand of sword energy that sliced off a lock of hair from his forehead. Keep talking, and next time I'll take your head. Buzz! The entire hot spring barrier suddenly trembled violently. The administrator's melodious voice echoed from above. The spiritual energy tide is about to begin. Please enter the pools. The flames automatically extinguished. Chu Feng and the others looked ashen but no longer dared to act rashly. Su Ming dusted off his sleeves and strolled leisurely toward the hot spring area, as if he had merely stretched. 10 minutes later, hot mist swirled around them. Su Ming stared at the stone tablet inscribed with Hanhai High School, veins bulging at his temples. Their school had been assigned an area only 3 square meters in size, barely the size of a palm. What are you spacing out for? Jiang Qingli's voice drifted through the mist. She had already removed her outer coat, wearing only a moonwhite ice silk gauze garment that became semi-transparent in the steam, revealing her delicate curves. Su Ming spun around abruptly, nearly colliding with that snowy white figure. He hastily stepped back half a pace, his heels stepping into the pool water with a splash that sent water flying, directly soaking her garment. You. Jiang Qingli looked down at the wet fabric clinging to her skin, her ear tips quickly turning burning red, the blush spreading to her neck. She pressed her lips together and stepped into the pool. The white gauze hem floated as her slender legs and jade feet appeared briefly above the water's surface. She sank until the water reached her collarbone before stopping, her raven black hair spreading across the water's surface. Keep your eyes to yourself, the girl said through gritted teeth. Su Ming whistled and deliberately moved half a foot closer to her. The vice principal said we should share resources. Before he finished speaking, the pool water erupted like thunder drums, churning and boiling. The spiritual energy tide had begun. Jiang Qingli lost her footing and was pushed backward by the waves, her entire body crashing into Su Ming's embrace. Through the wet clothing, Su Ming clearly felt 2 soft mounds pressing against his arms as he instinctively supported her slender waist, his palm touching her delicate, burning skin. Let go. Jiang Qingli struck back with her elbow, hitting his chest hard. Su Ming grunted but didn't retreat. She took the opportunity to break free and straightened her upper body, crystalline water droplets sliding down her collarbone into the depths of her chest. Su Ming rubbed his chest and grinned, deliberately drawing out his words. Little classmate Jiang, your heartbeat is too loud for my ears. No, you heard wrong. The girl's voice trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly maintained her cold demeanor. Ding system notification, mental synchronization index 1. 1. Current 55. Jiang Qingli's realm breakthrough. Advancing to second order 8th level. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Large amount of spiritual energy detected, auto-absorption in progress. The spiritual energy particles, originally distributed evenly across the 4 areas, surged towards Su Ming's pool like hundreds of rivers flowing to the sea. The water's surface rose with blue golden waves of light, like a miniature galaxy churning beneath his feet. What's happening? The spiritual energy concentration is plummeting. Chu Feng from the adjacent pool shot to his feet, red hair dripping, his face filled with shock. Linua and Xiao Shue's expressions changed dramatically, as well the pool water beneath their feet had become crystal clear, all spiritual radiance gone. 3 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the Hanhai High School area, still roiling with blue mist. It's that bastard. Chu Feng snarled through gritted teeth. He's absorbing our spiritual energy. At that moment, Su Ming was immersed in a wondrous cultivation state, every pore greedily devouring spiritual energy. Less than a meter away, Jiang Qingli benefited as well, her snow-white skin glowing with blue radiance as the spiritual power within her surged. Something's wrong. Jiang Qingli's eyes snapped open, catching the hostility in the 3's gazes. Su Ming's eyes remained tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed clearly at a critical juncture. Su Ming, she called softly, receiving no response. Without hesitation, she ceased her cultivation and stepped out of the pool, spiritual energy evaporating the moisture from her clothes instantly. Boom. A fireball tore through the air, blazing hot as it shot straight towards Su Ming. Jiang Qingli's pupils contracted sharply. The Azure Phoenix sword left its sheath, a flash of cold light splitting the fireball in half. The explosive shockwave scattered the water mist and whipped up her raven black hair, revealing her icy features clearly. Chu Feng, are you seeking death? Her voice was cold enough to freeze. Stand aside. Chu Feng's fists blazed with roaring flames. That kid used dark arts to steal spiritual energize, broken the rules. Lin Wan drew her silver bow, the bowstring condensing 3 spiritual energy arrows. Qingli, we respect you, but today we must have an explanation. Xiao Shui silently formed hand seals, frigid air suddenly rising as the pool's surface instantly froze with thin ice. Enough talk. If you want to touch him, Jiang Qingli pointed her sword forward, you'll have to go through me first. You. Chu Feng trembled with rage. You're turning against us for a piece of trash? Trash. A cold gleam flashed through Jiang Qingli's eyes. Someone who can defeat you in one move is trash? Then what does that make you? Not even worth as much as trash. Her words completely ignited Chu Feng's fury. He roared, flames surging wildly around his fists as he transformed into a blazing projectile charging forward. Blazing sun ascendant. Jiang Qingli advanced instead of retreating, the Azure Phoenix sword tracing a brilliant cold arc as her sword energy forcibly split the raging flames in 2. Bang! Sword met fist, shockwaves exploding outward. Chu Feng staggered back 3 steps, while Jiang Qingli merely had her robes flutter lightly as she stood firmly in place. Attack together. Stop him. Lin Wanjiao shouted, releasing 3 spirit arrows that shot out in blue arcs, transforming into 3 cold gleams aimed directly at Su Ming's forehead. At the same time, Xiao Shui formed hand seals, causing dozens of ice spikes to condense on the pool's surface, sweeping forward with piercing sounds through the air. Jiang Qingli's eyes darkened. With a flick of her wrist, the Azure Phoenix sword pointed diagonally into the air, its cold gleam trembling before instantly splitting into 3 sword shadows. Clang, clang, clang. All 3 spirit arrows were knocked down. She turned her left palm and gently swept it across the water surface, causing a water barrier several feet thick to rise thunderously, swallowing all the ice spikes. Jiang Qingli, you can't protect him. Chu Feng snarled with a twisted smile, charging forward again. Dark red flames coiled around his fists, the scorching waves causing the air to explode. Knowing she couldn't delay any longer, Jiang Qingli released all her spiritual power from her dantian. The Azure Phoenix sword suddenly blazed with blinding blue light, and a clear sword cry pierced through the mist of the hot spring area. Boom! A blue sword energy, like an Azure Phoenix spreading its wings, sent Chu Feng flying. The aftershock shattered Lin Wanjiao's bowstring and forced Xiao Shui to retreat several steps, her ankles nearly slipping on the wet stone surface. All 3 fell in a disheveled heap, their faces filled with terror. You've actually reached the 3rd tier. Chu Feng's mouth leaked blood as his voice trembled. Jiang Qingli stood with sword in hand, its tip coldly pointed at them. Take one more step forward. and don't blame me for being merciless. Just then, the pool water behind her suddenly began to boil. Buzz, a powerful spiritual pressure exploded from Su Ming's body, causing ripples to roll across the entire hot spring pool. Breakthrough achieved. Third tier. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, starlight flowing in his pupils. As he rose, water droplets slid down his well-defined muscles, refracting the misty vapor. His gaze swept over the three disheveled figures before finally settling on Jiang Qingli's tense back. "Thank you for your hard work," he said softly. Jiang Qingli didn't turn around, but her shoulders quietly relaxed. "Finished?" "Yes." Su Ming stepped out of the pool and stood beside her. "Leave the rest to me." The faces of Chu Feng's trio instantly turned deathly pale. Though they were all at the third tier, they found themselves completely pinned down by the oppressive aura emanating from Su Ming. "This is impossible," Lin Wanjiao murmured. Su Ming grinned, revealing pearly white teeth. "Now, it's time to settle accounts." He raised his palm, condensing a black and white energy orb in his hand. The Taiji pattern slowly rotated as the surrounding hot spring mist was torn into whirlpools. "Wait!" Xiao Shui cried out urgently. "We surrender. We'll give you the spiritual energy hot spring." Chu Feng opened his mouth, still wanting to resist, but when Su Ming's icy gaze swept over him, his voice died in his throat, and he lowered his head in silence. Su Ming snorted coldly and flicked his finger, dispersing the energy orb into starlight. "Get lost." As if granted amnesty, the three stumbled away from the hot spring area, not daring to look back. Only the rolling mist remained. Su Ming turned to find Jiang Qingli staring at him with complex emotions in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingli was silent for half a second, then suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him close. "You were awake the whole time, weren't you? You deliberately watched me fight three people alone." Su Ming was yanked forward, his nose brushing against her slightly damp hair as a faint, elegant fragrance hit him. "Well," he blinked. "You seem to be enjoying the fight, so I didn't want to interrupt." "You." Jiang Qingli was so angry her chest heaved. Just as she was about to explode, her feet gave way. The earlier outburst had nearly drained all her spiritual power. Su Ming quickly caught her slender waist. "Careful." Their eyes met in the swirling mist. Jiang Qingli saw her reflection in his eyes, and a blush crept up her cheeks. Ding. System notification, Mental Synchronization Index 5. Current Jiang Qingli Mental Synchronization Index, 60. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat, just as he was about to speak. "The spiritual energy tide has ended. Please exit in an orderly manner." The administrator's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the barrier. Jiang Qingli snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream, hastily pushing him away and frantically adjusting her clothes. Let's go." She practically fled, her figure swallowed by the mist. Su Ming touched his nose, grinning like a child who had stolen candy. The real-life Jiang seemed not so difficult to approach after all. Late at night, Jiang Bai lounged lazily in a leather sofa, her slender fingers holding a lady's cigarette, the crimson tip glowing and dimming. "Hello, auntie." "What's wrong, little Qingli?" She exhaled a smoke ring, her voice languid. "Missing your auntie in the middle of the night." Silence for a few seconds on the other end, only shallow breathing audible. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, tapping ash into the ashtray. "Didn't enjoy the spiritual energy hot spring? Or, I met him." Jiang Qingli suddenly spoke. "Who?" Jiang Bai narrowed her eyes. "The person from my dreams." Jiang Bai straightened up, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. "Oh, what happened? Tell your aunt about it." "I don't want to talk about it." Jiang Qingli's voice sounded muffled through the phone. "Tisk." Jiang Bai deliberately leaned back into the sofa, drawing out her tone. "Don't tell me you." Cut him down with one strike. Silence fell on the other end again. After a long pause, came a barely audible reply. "No." In that moment, Jiang Qingli's voice grew even softer. "I couldn't lift my sword." The fingers holding the cigarette froze midair. An S-level swordsmanship talent unable to lift a sword? It sounded absurd, like a joke, but Jiang Bai could hear the abnormality behind it. She stared at the cigarette pack with the phoenix tree pattern on the coffee table, her throat tightening. "Aunt." A confused voice came through the receiver. Jiang Bai abruptly stubbed out the cigarette, sparks scattering onto the black glass coffee table. "Get some sleep." Her voice was hoarse, yet her slender fingers gripped the phone until they turned white. Beep. The call ended, leaving only the last wisp of smoke from the ashtray slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, at the old residential complex in Hanhai, in the bedroom where even moonlight couldn't penetrate, Su Ming's phone screen suddenly lit up in the darkness, displaying a text from an unknown number. "Evil Ghost Boss. I'm your biggest fan. The mock exam livestream from a few days ago got my blood pumping. Interested in collaborating on something big?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the sender's ID. Stupid thunder. "Oh, your dad, 30,000 spirit coins," and tapped with his fingertip. This person not only knew Evil Ghost's identity, but also knew he was Su Ming. He replied, "How did you find out?" "Hee hee." I'm useless at everything except having good eyes. Boss, ever heard of Hell Arena? Hell Arena? Su Ming's gaze darkened. That was the most dangerous underground battleground in the black market, with only one rule: life or death. Anyone who could win 3 consecutive matches was insane, and the rewards for winning streaks were always generous. He typed, "What makes you so confident I'd take on this kind of black market business?" The message had barely been sent when the other party replied almost instantly, "Don't say that, boss. I've been watching you for a long time. From your 18-win streak in the spirit domain to dominating the mock exam. You were born for Hell Arena." Then a photo popped UPA metal demon mask with a blue face and fangs, the very one Su Ming used in the spirit domain, gleaming coldly. Su Ming chuckled softly, pretty well prepared. "You want to set up a scheme to make some money? What do I get out of it?" Haha, worthy of being the boss, so straightforward. I provide the money, you provide the skill, 50-50 split on profits. Then came a voice message, with a deliberately lowered voice coming through the speaker. "Boss, this arena is backed by the Zhao family's betting operation. If you can fight through 10 matches, you'll not only get an 11 spirit weapon, but also make the Zhao family lose their shirts. An 11 spirit weapon worth at least hundreds of thousands of spirit coins on the market. Even more tempting was making the Zhao family suffer." Su Ming rubbed his fingertip against the phone, his lips curving upward. "Why not? Time, location?" He sent 2 words. The other party responded quickly. "Boss is so decisive. Tomorrow night at midnight. Enchanted Night Bar in the black market." The next night, in the black market. The neon sign of Enchanted Night Bar stood out particularly garishly in the darkness. As the most notorious den of vice in Hanhai City, even Su Ming, an innocent high school student, had heard of its infamous reputation. He pushed open the heavy metal door, and deafening electronic music crashed over him like a wave. Bodies writhed together on the dance floor, while the air was thick with the sharp scent of alcohol and perfume, as if every breath could ignite his throat. Well, a handsome new face. A blonde woman swayed over on sky-high heels, her low-cut leather dress barely containing her ample, pale curves. She deliberately tugged her neckline even lower, eyes smoldering with seduction. "First time here? How about big sister buys you a drink?" Su Ming looked up, catching sight of her purple-pink pupils and the sharp fangs revealed when she smiled. Charm Knight's signature gimmick, and the reason countless men became hopelessly addicted, a group of licensed succubi. He flicked his fingers, and his sword sheath at his waist rang out with a crisp clang as cold steel flashed. Yet his lips curved in a harmless smile. "Don't stand there being an eyesore." The woman paused momentarily, then laughed like a swaying flower, leaning close to his ear to whisper breathily. "Quite the temper." She licked her lips, eyes roaming over his body. "Don't tell me you're someone's little wolf pup." The next second, her nose twitched slightly, pupils dilating in shock. "You reek of succubus death?" Her expression instantly turned ice cold. "You're not welcome here. Please leave." Su Ming raised an eyebrow with a light chuckle. "Was Bloodlust Princess one of your veteran employees too? So you're the one who killed Bloodlust Princess?" The woman's face turned frigid. "She used to work here, but she betrayed us and nearly dragged us all down with her." Rage building, she squeezed out through gritted teeth. "Did that damned bitch die horribly?" Su Ming shrugged. "Not bad." The woman's expression shifted several times before she suddenly smiled brightly. "Sisters, our honored guest has arrived." In an instant, 7 or 8 gorgeous succubi surrounded him from all directions, their fragrance overwhelming. When the fat man wearing gold chains arrived at Charm Night, the scene before him left him petrified in the genuine leather sofa. Su Ming lounged lazily while delicate fingers massaged his shoulders, soft hands gently pounded his legs, and an enchanting beauty held peeled grapes to his lips. The surrounding customers turned red with envy. "Which young master is this? I'd die happy if I could enjoy this treatment just once." The fat man drooled with envy, becoming even more convinced. Truly worthy of being an evil spirit boss. This grandeur, this presence. Thinking of tonight's Hell Arena, his confidence soared. More than 10 minutes later, the two squeezed into a dark, narrow alley. At the end, the underground tunnel entrance gaped like a beast's maw, with damp rot mixed with the stench of blood assaulting their senses, while the walls were covered in dried, bloody handprints. Su Ming wore his evil spirit mask, catching sight of the fat man's face flushed red like he was constipated. "Speak up if you have something to say." The fat man coughed twice. "Boss, are there any little tricks, with those succubi just now?" Su Ming rolled his eyes and replied flatly. "Nothing special, just a particular skill." The fat man was momentarily speechless, his admiration flowing like an endless river. After passing through the long tunnel, they stopped before an iron door. Above the doorframe hung 2 grotesque skulls, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames. "We're here." The fat man lowered his voice, excitedly rubbing his hands together. "This is the entrance to Hell's Arena." The open space in front of the door was stained with blood, several corpses scattered haphazardly across the gray stone tiles. Fresh blood was still seeping into the cracks between the stones, and the metallic stench mixed with the underground dampness and mold hit them in the face. On either side of the entrance stood two burly men, nearly 6 feet tall, bronze-skinned, muscles rippling like twisted roots, faces crisscrossed with scars, their sinister eyes boring into the newcomers like nails. The fat man quickly put on a friendly smile and approached them. "Brothers, we're here to participate in the arena fights." The scarred brute on the left spoke first, his gaze falling on Su Ming's demon mask with a sneer. "Wearing a mask to scare people? You think you can come to Hell's Arena and get yourselves killed? Better not wet your pants and dirty our floor." The other man waved them away dismissively. "This isn't a place for you. Get lost." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. "Oh, what does it take to qualify for entry?" The scarred brute grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, and slapped his bulging chest muscles. "You need to take at least one punch from me. Looking at you, I doubt you could handle even one finger." The fat man broke out in a nervous sweat and was about to smooth things over when Su Ming's figure flickered. He moved like a shadow, closing in on the brute, his right hand gently touching the man's wrist before his fingers snapped shut. Crack! The sound of breaking bone rang out crisp and clear. "Ah!" The scarred brute's face went deathly pale instantly. He dropped to his knees, clutching his wrist and letting out pig-like squeals. Su Ming shook his hand, his tone still flat. "Now, are we qualified to enter?" The fat man stared slack-jawed at the brute on the ground, then at Su Ming, swallowing hard. "Boss, that was just two." The remaining guard was sweating bullets, quickly stepping aside. Please come in." The iron door slammed shut behind them, and thunderous cheers flooded their eardrums like a tidal wave. The air was thick with the acrid mixture of blood, sweat, and cheap tobacco. Bright spotlights swept over them. Su Ming squinted slightly, his gaze falling on the Centera's circular arena 50 meters in diameter, its surface dark red and black, as if every inch of sand had been soaked in blood. "The rules are simple." The fat man squeezed through the crowd and whispered in Su Ming's ear. "The champion has to survive 10 death matches. The prize money doubles with each win. Win 10 straight, and you get an upgraded spiritual weapon." They made their way to the front row of the spectator section, where they had a clear view of every drop of blood on the arena floor. At that moment, what could only be described as a slaughter was taking place. Bone Crusher Wang Ming versus Iron Man Gao Peng. Bang! Gao Peng took a heavy punch to the chest, his back slamming hard against the arena barrier as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he tried to prop himself up on his elbows, Wang Ming had already stepped on his chest bone, his chain-wrapped fist raised high. "Next life, remember to pick on someone your own size." The fist came down with a howling wind. Crack! The sound of the skull shattering was swallowed by the audience's screams. Blood splattered across Wang Ming's face, and he stuck out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, showing an expression of pure enjoyment. The announcer's voice nearly brought down the roof. 7 wins. Tonight's first 7-win streak. Bone Crusher Wang Ming. Does anyone else dare to challenge him? The audience erupted like a tsunami, some shouting Wang Ming's name, others throwing cash toward the arena. Wang Ming raised his blood-stained iron fist, basking in the crowd's worship, his gaze sweeping challengingly across the entire venue, as if silently asking, "Who's next?" In the dead silence that followed, Su Ming slowly raised his hand. The spotlight immediately locked onto him, his demon mask gleaming with cold metallic light under the harsh illumination. The entire arena erupted. A new face, a mysterious swordsman wearing a demonic mask. The spotlight sliced through the darkness like a blade as the announcer shrieked and waved his arms wildly. "He will challenge the 7-time champion Bone Crusher Wang Ming." The stands immediately boiled over, chaotic cheers crashing toward the arena like waves. "Ha ha! Another one here to die. Place your bets. How many rounds can he last?" At the center of the ring, Wang Ming grinned menacingly, his chain-wrapped fists clanking ominously, their spiked tips still dripping with Gao Peng's blood. He roared arrogantly. "Kid, with those skinny arms and legs, can you even take one punch from me?" Su Ming didn't respond, only walked slowly onto the platform. His rust-stained iron sword slid silently from its sheath as he assumed the most basic stance, old-fashioned, yet solid as a rock. Wang Ming's expression darkened as he shook his chains violently. "Stop playing games." The announcer's arm dropped sharply. "Begin." Wang Ming exploded forward like a charging bull, his iron fist tearing through the air straight at Su Ming's face. Boom. The punch created a shockwave, stirring the air currents. Su Ming merely sidestepped gracefully, his iron sword arcing like a swimming dragon clang. The blade precisely blocked the chain gauntlet, sparks flying. "Decent power, but poor technique," he commented coolly, flicking his wrist as hidden force traveled back along the chain. Crack! Wang Ming's right arm joint dislocated, the sharp pain making him grunt as he staggered back 2 steps. The stands erupted again. Holy shit! Wang Ming got pushed back? Who the hell is this newcomer? Fury suppressing the pain, Wang Ming's killing intent surged as he swung his chain like a meteor hammer, the spiked gauntlet shooting towards Su Ming's throat. Su Ming's gaze turned cold, his form instantly blurring. Swoosh. Sword light flashed like lightning, severing the chain completely. What? Wang Ming cried out in shock, but before he could react, Su Ming had already closed in, delivering an upward slash. A severed arm flew through the air, blood spattering everywhere as Wang Ming screamed in agony. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then exploded in deafening cheers. The newcomer killed Wang Ming instantly? This guy's a freaking monster. The announcer's voice trembled. Instant kill. Absolute instant kill. This demonic swordsman will be tonight's new champion. The fat man in the crowd danced with joy. Boss is amazing. Su Ming sheathed his sword and calmly surveyed his surroundings. Next, the following matches followed the same pattern. In the second match, he disarmed his opponent with one sword strike, the blade's tip pressed against their throat. In the third match, his opponent had barely assumed a fighting stance before being blown off the platform by sword energy. The fourth, fifth, and sixth matches, Su Ming never once caught his breath, each victory decided in an instant. The stands fell silent, everyone holding their breath, eyes fixed on that tall, slender figure. The seventh match. The announcer's hand holding the microphone trembled. The opponent is blood-poisoned Jiang Qingli. A tall, thin man slowly stepped onto the platform, his face deathly pale, eyes glowing red, his 10 fingernails sharp as cold blades. The fat man below shouted a warning. Brank talent blood claws. Boss, be careful, his nails are highly poisonous. Begin. Jiang Qing's form flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing behind Su Ming, his blood-red nails stabbing straight for his heart. At the critical moment, Su Ming didn't turn around but struck backward with his sword ding. The blade blocked the blood claws, sparks flying. Jiang Qing's pupils contracted sharply, but before he could change his attack, Su Ming's sword technique suddenly shifted. Ah! His right hand was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. The sword light didn't stop, sweeping across both his legs. Blood splattered everywhere. Thud! Jiang Qingli immediately dropped to his knees, terror written across his face. No, don't kill me. Su Ming slightly lifted his sword tip, carving a thin, bloody line across that pale face. Get lost. Jiang Qingli scrambled off the arena, as if granted amnesty. The stands erupted 7 consecutive victories, and each battle was an absolute crushing defeat. The audience roared in amazement. What kind of monster just crawled out of nowhere? At the peak of the chaos, the host suddenly pressed his earpiece, his expression changing drastically. He swallowed hard, his hand trembling violently as he raised the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Hell Arena has just received a special challenge. The entire venue fell silent. If the ghost swordsman is willing to simultaneously challenge 3 top-tier fighters, the host's voice suddenly shot up. The organizers will raise the reward tones glass spiritual weapon. What? The audience exploded. Fatty's face turned deathly pale as he screamed toward the arena. Boss, this is definitely a trap. Glass weapons are priceless on the black market. Here's no way they'd be willing to. Silence, the host barked. Unrelated personnel must not interfere with the arena. Fatty's face flushed red as he cursed. Go to hell. You clearly can't handle losing. Someone, remove this fat man. Before he could finish, Su Ming's blade was already steady before the host's eyes. The host's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat the size of beans sliding down his cheeks. Boss, let's get out of here. Fatty urged, sweat beading on his forehead. Su Ming shook his head slightly, a playful smile curving his lips as his voice, though quiet, carried clearly throughout the venue. Bet on me. Those 3 short words seemed to carry a spell, instantly silencing the chaos. Fatty's eyes widened like saucers as he swallowed hard. The host stood stunned, his microphone clattering to the ground. After a moment, Fatty's expression shifted wildly. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll bet everything I own on you winning. He slammed all his possessions, even the thick gold chain around his neck, onto the betting table. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness this historic moment together. Please welcome the first challenger, Mad Beast Baluk. Heavy footsteps thundered as a giant over 2 meters tall stepped onto the arena, his muscles like cast iron. The second Phantom Qianyan. The host's voice quavered. A black shadow silently glided across the ground, seeming to merge with the darkness itself. And finally, the host suddenly dropped to his knees, throwing back his head to roar. Please welcome the undisputed emperor of our Hell Arena. Tsunami-like cheers exploded. The emperor. That man is here today too. Tyrant Tailong. The crowned king with a 24-win streak. The host screamed at the top of his lungs. Boom. The arena shook. Tailong slowly ascended the platform, his bare torso covered in crisscrossing scars, bulging veins beneath his knotted muscles. His eyes blazed red, pupils burning with beast-like fighting spirit, and incomparable wild aura sweeping across the entire venue. Fatty felt chilled to the bone, his atoms apple bobbing with difficulty. 3 third-tier fighters, even the tyrant. He looked towards Su Ming with trembling eyes, only to find the young man hadn't even lifted an eyelid, his fingertips gently caressing the sword hilt. still completely calm. Damn it, I'm going all in. Fatty slammed his chips onto the betting table with a resounding crash, shouting again, I bet on the boss to win. Boom boom boom. Heavy war drums echoed through the underground space, the audience's clamor receding like a tide, leaving only the heavy breathing of several figures on the arena. Spotlights descended as Su Ming slowly raised his sword, cold light flowing along the iron blade. Behind the demon mask, those deep eyes flashed with sharpness. The battle begins. Before the host could finish speaking, the savage beast Baluk had already launched himself like a cannonball, his metallic fist tearing through the air straight towards Su Ming's face. Boom. Su Ming didn't retreat a single step, raising his iron sword horizontally to block. Clang. Metal rang against metal as the arena floor instantly cracked, with Su Ming's toes at the center. What? Baluk's eyes widened in shock. His heavy punch, powerful enough to shatter steel plates, had been steadily blocked by a rusty old sword. A cold smile curved Su Ming's lips as he twisted his wrist slightly, the sword edge redirecting Baluk's force back at him. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bone exploded as Baluk's thick arm was twisted into an unnatural angle. Ah! The giant howled in agony, staggering backward. At that moment, the air behind Su Ming suddenly distorted. Whoosh! A cold gleam silently pierced through the air toward his back. In the nick of time, Su Ming's form shifted like a ghost, dodging by half an inch as his sword struck back with a reverse thrust. Ding! Sparks flew as the iron sword suddenly blazed with blinding blue light, sword energy surging upward. Ah! The lurking assassin Qianyan grunted and retreated violently, his right arm instantly stained red with fine cuts. Boom! The tyrant Tai Long made his fierce entrance, his fists wrapped in blood-colored energy, crashing down like a falling meteor. Su Ming blocked horizontally with his sword, but was sent flying several meters by the savage force. Bang! His back slammed against the iron cage at the arena's edge, a metallic taste rising in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boss! The fat man below stamped his feet anxiously. The stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Tyrant! 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 Tai Long grinned wickedly as he cracked his neck, bones popping audibly. Is that all you've got? Su Ming wiped away the blood, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Moment of glory berserk. Boom. Violent energy exploded from within his body, muscles swelling, veins bulging like twisted dragons, pupils completely stained with blood. Now that's more like it. Tai Long licked his lips, his fighting spirit blazing even fiercer. Baluk roared and charged again. Qianyan melted into shadows, ghostly blue poison gleaming on his dagger's edge. Three-way encirclement, killing intent locked in place. The audience fell into frenzied howling. The fat man stared fixedly at the arena, fists clenched tight, fingernails digging into his palms without notice. In a flash, Su Ming's pupils blazed with silver light. Moment of glory metal strike. Ah! Baluk suddenly clutched his head and screamed, blood seeping from all 7 orifices as his massive body crashed to his knees. Qianyan fled desperately into the shadows. Think you can escape? Su Ming sneered coldly. His sword blazed with blue light as dozens of sword energies poured down like rain. Ah! Qianyan was forced to reveal himself, blood spraying as he crashed heavily onto the arena floor. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 powerhouses had fallen, and the entire venue fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Buzz silver-white ripples emanated from Su Ming's pupils once more. Tai Long grunted, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, but suddenly burst into wild laughter. Petty tricks. The totem on his chest glowed crimson as he forcibly withstood the mental strike, his iron fist wrapped in violent energy striking again. Boom. Su Ming was forced back 3 steps, instantly opening his Taiji domain as black and white energies coiled like swimming dragons, dissipating the punch's force layer by layer. Interesting. Tai Long licked the blood from his lips. But how many times can you deflect? His fists moved swift as machinery, countless punch shadows pouring down, completely engulfing Su Ming. Bang 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 explosive sounds continued without end. Half the arena collapsed, dust clouds rolling. Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliant light as his sword traced a perfect arc. The next moment black and white sword energy spun like a massive millstone, actually reversing Tai Long's punch force back at him. What? Tai Long was sent flying by his own punch, blood spurting from his mouth. He staggered as he landed, knees buckling, forcing himself upright as he wiped the blood streaming from his lips, battle intent blazing wildly in his eyes. It's been years since anyone pushed me this far. He gripped the crimson totem on his chest with 5 fingers, blood-red patterns crawling up his arms like venomous snakes, covering his entire body. Dying under this technique is your honor blood rage. In the next instant, towering blood flames erupted from Tai Long's pores, the scorching heat waves burning scorch marks into the arena floor. His muscles swelled at a visible rate, skin bursting and rapidly healing, covered by a layer of menacing blood-colored scales. With a deafening beast roar, Tai Long completely transformed into a humanoid monster. He's lost it. He's completely lost it. The announcer collapsed to the ground, voice trembling. Tyrant mode. Last time he used this technique, he tore apart 2 Lord-level beasts with his bare hands. On the other side of the arena, Su Ming gently rotated his wrist, the iron sword humming as blood light and black-white energies wildly intertwined in his eyes. What a coincidence. I just finished warming up too. Boom. Both figures vanished simultaneously. The next second boom. A towering shockwave exploded, flipping the first row of spectators outside the barrier as screams erupted everywhere. When the dust settled, everyone froze in place. Su Ming's iron sword had pierced through Tai Long's chest, while Tai Long's massive fist stopped 3 inches from Su Ming's forehead, unable to advance another inch. Thud! The blood-armored giant collapsed, the floor shaking. The arena fell into deathly silence. Su Ming stood alone in the center, his blood-stained sword pointing diagonally at the ground, the ghoulish mask with its blue face and fangs gleaming with an eerie cold light under the arena lights. Who else? Those 3 low words struck like thunder, instantly igniting the audience. Ah! Screams, howls, and wails merged into chaos as some fainted from excitement, while others tore at their own hair. Demon! 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 The fat man burst into tears, waving his chubby arms and shouting like a man who'd just passed the imperial examinations. I'm rich. I'm rich. The announcer stared blankly, his voice hoarse. The winner is the demon swordsman. More than 10 minutes later, staff members respectfully led Su Ming and the fat man to a secluded private box. Distinguished guests, please wait here. As soon as the door closed, the fat man immediately pulled out his phone, fingers tapping the screen frantically, his eyes nearly popping out. Holy shit. Boss, we've struck it rich. 32 odds 3 million spirit coins. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. That's it. That's it. The fat man nearly jumped up. You call that little? How much did the Zhao family lose? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The fat man looked around and lowered his voice. Although Hell Arena has other owners, tonight the Zhao family was the house, and this round alone cost them at least 100 million. Hearing this, Su Ming's lips curved into a dangerous arc. Excellent. That alone makes this trip worthwhile. Bang! The door was pushed open again as the previous staff member entered carrying a rosewood box. Opening it revealed a pitch-black longsword covered in fine blood patterns that pulsed slightly in strength spirit weapon called Knight. As agreed, it's yours now. Su Ming took the sword, his fingertips gliding over the blade as tremendous energy roared in his palm. He nodded with satisfaction. Finally upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. The iron sword served me well, but its material can no longer handle my current level of combat. At that moment, an elderly man in black traditional Chinese clothing appeared silently, his voice hoarse, yet carrying undeniable authority. Mr. Demon, my master wishes to see you. Su Ming chuckled softly. Seems the mastermind behind Hell Arena can't sit still anymore. Su Ming and the fat man followed the old man through dark corridors, their footsteps echoing off the metal walls. The 3 stopped before heavy metal doors carved with a majestic iceberg. Rumble! The doors slowly opened, cold air rushing out mixed with the rich aroma of cigars and whiskey. Crystal chandeliers hung high above, crimson carpets embroidered with golden patterns. A man in a white suit sat with his back to them, facing floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the still-boiling arena below. Mr. Demon, he turned around, his pale, handsome face reflecting the cold light of gold-rimmed glasses, lips carrying a barely perceptible smile. Or should I call you Su Ming? Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply because he recognized the cold, stern man before him. It was none other than Linua's older brother Ling Jin. I've heard my little sister mention you, a promising young man, I presume? Ling Jin chuckled softly, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the leather armrest. Under the dim yellow light, his gold-rimmed glasses reflected a cold gleam. I never expected you to come to my territory, charging through the underground arena single-handedly. Even the tyrant Tai Long couldn't stop you. Truly impressive. He stood up after speaking, approaching Su Ming with steady steps, his gaze locking onto his prey like a venomous snake. However, I'm curious, why are you wearing a mask in my domain? Su Ming shrugged, his tone playful. Personal preference. Is that a problem? Ling Jin suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter carrying a chilling undertone. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met such an intriguing young man. Halfway through his laughter, he abruptly stopped, his gaze sharp as a blade. But do you know how much you've cost me tonight? Su Ming tilted his head, feigning confusion. Oh, wasn't it your subordinates who proposed the 3-0 challenge? I thought you were being quite generous. Ling Jin narrowed his eyes, the atmosphere around him turning frigid. Sharp-tongued brat, thinking you can run wild in my territory just because you have some skill? Before he finished speaking, several figures emerged from the shadows in the corners, their auras all matching Tai Long's level. Su Ming gripped his sword tightly, his eyes behind the mask cold as frost. Is this how you treat your guests? Ling Jin raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to spread out. and smiled again. Don't be nervous. I just want to discuss a deal. A deal? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. With your abilities, wasting away in high school is pointless. Why not work for me? Money, power, women, whatever you want, you can have. Lung Jin spoke in a low voice, stopping within arm's reach of Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. It does sound tempting, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in being someone's dog. In that case, Lung Jin adjusted his glasses, his gaze indifferent. You may leave. Su Ming and the fat man exchanged glances, sheathed the sword, and turned to go. The door closed, and silence returned to the room. Lung Jin lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Uncle Hu, what do you think of this young man? Things that ordinary people dream of were placed right in front of him, and he didn't even bat an eye. The elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing responded hoarsely. This old servant has lived most of his life, but this is the first time I've encountered a young man with such character. Lung Jin's voice was low. The family doesn't have much time left for little sister. This is all I can do. Uncle Hu hesitated to speak, finally bowing his head. Young master has done his best. We can only hope the young miss will eventually understand your good intentions. Lung Jin raised his hand to interrupt. Let's hope so. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family mansion, the massive crystal chandelier swayed with a whooshing sound, broken porcelain and with chips scattered across the floor. 100 million. A whole 100 million spirit coins. Damn it all. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, as he frantically overturned the coffee table like a madman, then grabbed an ashtray and hurled it at the kneeling steward. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Bang. The ashtray shattered, blood flowing from the steward's forehead, but he dared not wipe it away. He tremblingly held up his phone. Master, this footage just came from the black market. In the video, the demon swordsman wielded his blade with deadly precision, that signature sword flourish identical to Su Ming's performance in the simulation exam. It's that little bastard? Zhao Tianxiong's entire body stiffened, his face turning from red to blue to white, and he actually spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It's him. Zhao Wuya's voice struggled from his throat, his withered fingers clenched tight. Su Ming. Impossible. Zhao Tingru felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, his voice trembling. How could he possibly possess such power? That's the tyrant Tai Long, a monster that can tear even third-tier beasts to shreds. In the Jiang family's living room, Zhao Tianxiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes as he barked at the Jiang family members. Move. If we delay any longer, this little bastard will turn the tables on us. Still unsatisfied, he gritted his teeth and opened a hidden compartment in the bookcase, pulling out a blood-red token and hurling it at the butler's face. Go to Dead Yet and post a bounty. 10 million spirit coins for that little bastard's head. Minutes later, the Zhao family's bounty post swept through Hanhai City's dark web. Shrank assassination mission. Target Su Ming, senior year at Hanhai High School. Additional requirement. Submit full torture kill footage. At dawn, the iron gates of hell arena slammed shut as morning light filtered through the mist, casting shadows on two figures. We struck it rich, boss. The fat man rubbed his hands together, his eyes squinting into crescents with laughter. 50-50 split. I am transferring 1.5 million to you right now. Ding. The notification chimed crisply. Su Ming glanced at it, a slight smile playing at his lips. This efficiency beat running yourself ragged on demon hunting missions by miles. The fat man stared at his phone's skyrocketing balance, so excited he pounded his chest. Let's go? Dragon Pavilion. The most expensive place in Hanhai, not going home until we're drunk. Su Ming nodded with a smile while duck leg rice was delicious. It was time for a change of pace occasionally. Half an hour later, they arrived at the most bustling commercial district. Traffic flowed like water, neon lights flickered. Along the way, the fat man chattered excitedly about luxury cars and mansions, displaying the complete demeanor of a nouveau riche, while Su Ming only nodded occasionally in response. Passing the Demon Hunter building, heart-wrenching wails suddenly pierced Su Ming's ears. Please, I beg you, save our village. A raggedly dressed middle-aged man knelt on the steps, his forehead bleeding from repeated kowtowing. Those werewolves have taken our village every day. Our people are killed. I fought my way out just to beg you masters for help. The demon hunters coming and going merely glanced indifferently before hurrying away. Sigh, here he is again. The fat man sighed. This man's been kneeling for days. No one dares take the job. Su Ming frowned. Why not? Bluestone Village is on the edge of the wasteland. Half a month ago, the Bloodfang tribe set their sights on it. The leader is peak third tier, with dozens of mutant wolf cubs. The fat man lowered his voice. No profit in it would risk their neck. That broken village is dirt poor. Can't even scrape together basic commission fees. Su Ming fell silent, about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. A call from Jiang Bai. Hello? You little bastard. Are you tired of living? Jiang Bai's voice mixed urgency with anger. You've been marked for death. The Zhao family posted a 10 million spirit coin bounty on your head. 10 million. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he sneered coldly. The Zhao family really thinks highly of me. Rare anxiety came through the phone. Don't be stubborn. Once a dead yet, bounty goes up, every assassin around Hanhai will target you. Su Ming's gaze swept over the villagers still kowtowing, his voice calm as ice. Officer Jiang, do you remember what I told you? The other end went quiet for 2 seconds. What? When soldiers come, generals block them. When water comes, earth dams, if however many come, I'll kill them all. After hanging up, he turned to the pale-faced fat man. Looks like Dragon Pavilion will have to wait. With that, he strode toward the bloodied supplicant. The surrounding demon hunters stopped in their tracks, whispering among themselves. I recognize him. That's the rookie who shattered the testing stone with 1 strike, directly promoted to Silver Runka Genius. What a waste. Even gold ranks can't handle the Bloodfang tribe. What can 1 silver rank do? Youthful vigor is good, but don't throw your life away. Doubt and mockery filled his ears, but Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He crouched down and asked those desperate eyes, where is Bluestone Village? The villagers' eyes suddenly blazed with hope. In the northwest, 50 miles out, on the edge of the wasteland. Sir, you lead the way. Su Ming uttered just 2 words. He turned back to instruct the fat man. You go prepare an off-road vehicle. The fat man opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing the cold light flickering in Su Ming's eyes, he finally nodded heavily. Don't worry, boss. 10 minutes. Roar. The off-road vehicle thundered out of Hanhai City, its tires kicking up clouds of dust. The villager in the passenger seat sat rigid, his hands gripping the seatbelt so tightly his knuckles turned white. His voice was hoarse. Sir, those beasts nail living people to wooden stakes and watch them bleed and scream. My wife. His words caught in his throat as murky tears rolled down his cheeks. She was still shouting for me and the children to run. The car fell into deathly silence, filled only with the man's heart-wrenching sobs. Fatty gripped the steering wheel, his eyes reddening as he listened. Su Ming lowered his head, running his fingers along the blood-red patterns on the dark knight's sword, violence churning in his eyes. The city's outline was soon left behind as desolate scenery rushed toward them. Along the broken highway, occasional animal carcasses gnawed down to bone flashed by. Stop the car, Su Ming suddenly said in a low voice. In the distance stood a village shrouded in gloom, the stench of blood carried on the wind into their nostrils. Fatty swallowed hard. Boss, that's Qingshi village up ahead. Should I just drop you off here? Su Ming pushed open the door and stepped out, the blood patterns on his dark knight sword glowing ominously. Wait here for me. He walked into Qingshi village, immediately greeted by a scene of crimson horror. Blood had soaked into the earth, and dozens of corpses hung inverted from wooden frames, blood dripping from their fingertips to form dark red streams. Some bodies had their faces gnawed down to white bony, a ghastly sight. Beasts, Su Ming muttered, his knuckles white as the dark knight sword trembled slightly, its blood patterns responding to his killing intent with an eerie red glow. Howl. A 3-meter white werewolf threw back its head in a long howl, human limbs still hanging from its claws. Surrounding werewolves growled as they fought over their feast, the air thick with blood and bestial savagery. Su Ming's gaze turned completely cold. You all deserve to die. His low words drifted on the night wind, and the werewolf leader's pointed ears shot up, its crimson eyes locking onto the village entrance where a tall figure was slowly approaching. Its nostrils flared, and suddenly it bared its fangs in a vicious grin. Psychic flesh and blood the most delicious. Rustle. Over 30 werewolves stopped feeding in unison, their glowing green eyes lighting up in the darkness. Whoosh. A massive werewolf lunged forward first, claws slicing through the air. Blood surged in Su Ming's eyes berserk mode. His wrist turned lightly slash. A 3-foot blood-red arc exploded forth. The werewolf was instantly severed at the waist, its organs spilling out with a wet sound. The first one, Su Ming's lips curved into a dangerous smile as he flicked his sword clean, then crushed the still-twitching heart under his heel, blood splattering everywhere. The pack erupted. Kill him, the werewolf leader roared, the sound making the ruined houses tremble. Several werewolves formed a fan-shaped encirclement from the front, while over 10 others quietly circled behind to cut off his retreat. Su Ming sneered. A pack of beasts that knows tactics? His wrist flicked lightly, and the blade erupted with blinding blue light. An arc of sword energy howled across the battlefield. The front row of werewolves were severed at the knees. Moment of brilliance mental strike. The dozen werewolves behind had just leaped into the air when their forms suddenly froze. The next second, their heads exploded like overripe watermelons in rapid succession. Pop, pop, pop. Crimson blood mixed with bone fragments splattered everywhere, blooming into grotesque flowers of gore. Roar. The werewolf leader could no longer contain himself. His joints cracked and popped as his muscles swelled to terrifying proportions, skin tearing apart, while blood-red veins crawled across his body like flames. Come here and die. Su Ming's eyes blazed with intensity as he noticed a blood-red crystal embedded in his opponent's chest, pulsing with each breath. Die! The werewolf leader became a white blur, his claws slicing through the air with a putrid wind. Clang! The deafening clash of metal rang out as the stone beneath Su Ming's feet cracked into a spider web, yet he remained unmoved. He lunged forward, his left fist wrapped in black and white energy, driving it into his opponent's abdomen. With a slight twist of his knuckles, the Tai Chi force burrowed into the creature's organs like a drill. Uffed! The werewolf leader spewed blood mixed with organ fragments. Hell! It staggered to its feet, its roar tearing through its throat. The surrounding wolf pack instantly went berserk, surging towards Su Ming like a tide. Continue. Su Ming's blade trembled as black and white energies held around it. Meanwhile, the thunderous battle alarmed a half-collapsed cellar in Qingshi village. Through the cracks, several terrified eyes peered through broken wooden boards, watching the chaos outside. Mom, it looks like it's a human. A dust-covered boy whispered, tugging at the woman beside him. Shh, stay quiet. The woman covered his mouth, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Those beasts can disguise themselves as humans to trick us into coming out. The next moment, the explosive sound of sword light tearing through air came dangerously close. Splurt! Blood splattered against the wall, followed by the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground. The boy mustered his courage and peered through the crack, his pupils contracting sharply. A figure moved like a phantom through the wolf pack, his black sword creating a storm of blood and carnage with every swing. It's a demon hunter. A demon hunter has come to save us. Suppressed cries erupted from the cellar. Impossible. An old man with white hair murmured from the corner. Why would those important people care about our poor village? The thick stench of blood seeped through the cracks into the cellar. The boy gagged but kept his eyes glued to the scene outside. The man's wolf-slaying movements flowed like water, as if he were performing an elegant execution. Monster, the old man whispered tremblingly. He's more of a monster than those werewolves. No, he's a hero who's going to kill all those beasts. The boy's eyes shone with frightening intensity as he broke free from his mother's grip, clawing at the crack and screaming. Kill! Kill them all! Outside the cellar, Su Ming glanced toward where the villagers were hiding and said calmly, Stay hidden. Then he turned to face the enraged werewolf leader. Human, you are strong. The leader's voice was hoarse and distorted, the crystal in his chest erupting with blinding red light. But the blood fang tribe never retreats. Rip his body swelled once more, patches of fur falling away to reveal bloody muscle. His spine pierced through his skin, forming rows of bone spikes. Running on all fours, the ground cracked beneath him as debris flew in all directions. A second phase? Su Ming sneered, pointing his sword forward as black and white energies coiled around the blade. Zing! The clear sword cry pierced through clouds and stone. Boom! Two violent energies collided, the shockwave hurling all debris within 10 meters into the air. The werewolf leader's claws froze 3 inches from Su Ming's throat, caught in an iron grip by his left hand wrapped in black and white energy. Crack! Tai Chi force flowed up the claw, instantly pulverizing the leader's entire right arm. Roar! The excruciating pain drove it mad. Strike while it's down. Su Ming's eyes exploded with cold light as his blade trembled like a phoenix's cry, sword light pouring down like a torrential rain. Splurt! 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 Flesh and blood scattered as the werewolf leader was shredded to pieces in midair. Blood rain mixed with broken bones fell down, turning a 10-meter radius crimson red. The third-tier peak werewolf leader completely annihilated. Slain third-tier aberrant creature, 310, mental synchronization index 5, current 65. The dust settled. Wooden boards cracked and splintered from the cellar as surviving villagers helped each other climb out of the ruins, their faces filled with the dazed relief and awe of those who had narrowly escaped death. They looked toward the sword-wielding youth. All because this young man who had single-handedly slaughtered the entire wolf pack still radiated an aura of undispersed killing intent. The young boy was the first to rush up to Su Ming, his dirty face lit up with bright eyes. Thank you, sir. Su Ming sheathed the Dark Knight's sword and surveyed the surviving villagers around him, gaunt and emaciated, dressed in rags, with terror still lingering in their eyes. How many are still alive? He asked in a low voice. 20 or 30. The boy's throat tightened. There were originally over 200 people. Su Ming's heart sank as he instinctively looked toward the corpses hanging upside down in the distance. The mangled remains were still fresh with blood, clearly victims of the wolf pack's torture. My lord. An elderly man with white hair shuffled forward tremblingly, tears welling in his cloudy eyes. You are our village's savior. Tend to the wounded first. Su Ming sighed and turned around. At the village entrance, the fat man stumbled over with several villagers, still looking anxious. Boss, he swallowed hard, glancing at the carnage everywhere. Is it over? What about those werewolves? All dead, not one left. Su Ming nodded calmly. Holy shit. Worthy of being the boss. Awesome. The fat man's admiration was off the charts. The surrounding villagers trembled and dropped to their knees with a thud, their foreheads repeatedly hitting the ground. Benefactor, your great kindness, Qingshi village will never forget. One middle-aged man choked up. But my poor wife. Su Ming reached out to help him up. The Bloodfang tribe's raid came without warning, a complete disaster from nowhere. Ever since the Apocalypse Gate descended and the Apocalypse era began, humans were no longer the sole rulers of the Blue Planet. The world was now brutally divided into three parts: safe zones where humans gathered, wilderness areas overrun by alien creatures, and the absolute forbidden zone where the Apocalypse Gate stood. In the Hanhai region, both sides had maintained non-aggression until tonight. The fat man moved closer, lowering his voice. Boss, I've been thinking, something's not right about this. Before he could finish, Su Ming caught a glimpse of crimson in his peripheral vision. On the ground lay a blood-red crystal that had fallen from the werewolf leader's chest. He picked up the crystal. Crimson liquid flowed slowly within the transparent shell, with twisted, eerie runes carved on the back. The moment his fingertips touched it, bone-chilling cold penetrated his bloodstream. The fat man peered over. This looks like some kind of talisman. Talisman. A scene flashed through Su Ming's mind. That time, he overheard Jiang Bai's phone call when she mentioned cursed seals. His thoughts tensed, and he immediately called Jiang Bai. Agent Jiang. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point, his voice unusually grave. Remember that phone call you made in the car last time? I overheard a bit. After several seconds of silence, Jiang Bai cursed. You little bastard. Eavesdropping on a lady's phone calls isn't gentlemanly. Where the hell are you right now? Killers from Hanhai are searching the entire city for you, and you still have the mood to wander around. I may have found a cursed seal. Su Ming simply dropped the bombshell. Instantly, the breath on the other end of the phone became sharp as a blade. Location? Details. Su Ming described every detail of the blood crystal, its color, the flowing liquid, and the twisted rune. The receiver fell into dead silence. Even breathing disappeared. 3 seconds later, Jiang Bai's voice was ice cold. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Soon after, that familiar red sports car came speeding over. Jiang Bai pushed open the car door and stepped out, her high heels clicking against the blood-soaked earth as her crimson dress fluttered in the wind. The night breeze carried a metallic scent as her gaze swept across the wasteland littered with wolf corpses, finally settling on the blood-dripping crystal in Su Ming's palm. Her pupils contracted sharply. It's definitely a cursed seal. Her usually languid voice carried an unusual gravity. Su Ming opened his fist and handed the crystal to her fingertips. The werewolf leader had this embedded in his chest. Once activated, his body underwent complete mutation. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, her knuckles turning white from tension. This is a crimson curse seal, created by a mysterious organization that specializes in triggering the bloodthirsty instincts of supernatural beings for horrific blood sacrifice rituals. Blood sacrifice? Su Ming's eyebrow twitched. So these werewolves attacking the village were being controlled, all for a blood sacrifice. Exactly. Jiang Bai's voice was low and sharp as a blade. They weren't ordinary supernatural creatures, but puppets driven by cursed seals. After the blood sacrifice is complete, the seal absorbs the resentment and life force of the dead, converting it into energy. Su Ming's heart jolted. Who's behind this? Jiang Bai fell silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 4 words. The Twilight Cult. Su Ming froze, while the fat man beside him turned pale. The Twilight Cult. The legendary fanatic organization that worships the Gate of Apocalypse? Seems your friend knows quite a bit. Jiang Bai nodded. She pulled out a palm-sized silver metal box and gently placed the bloody crystal inside. As the lid closed, blue runes instantly crawled across the surface, completely sealing the crystal's emanations. 2 months ago, 3 villages around Hanhai were simultaneously attacked by supernatural beasts. Her speech was steady, as if reviewing a cold case file. Later, we discovered that the leaders commanding the beast hordes all had identical crimson crystals embedded in their chests. Su Ming's eyes narrowed again. So the Twilight Cult is very likely planning something bigger in Hanhai City. A silver gleam flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. The fat man wiped his sweat, his weight making the gravel crunch beneath him, yet the sweat beads kept rolling down faster. Jiang Bai stuffed the metal box back into her bag, her voice returning to that lazy drawl, though still retaining its edge. Tisk, crimson curse seals, nothing but trouble. With that, she turned toward the red sports car, her high heels striking the ground in crisp rhythm. Just as she stepped into the car, she suddenly looked back, her eyes carrying 3 parts annoyance and 7 parts allure. And you little troublemaker, you'd better behave yourself lately. The Zhao family's bounty is no joke. Su Ming caressed his sword hilt and smiled. Yes, ma'am, Agent Jiang. Roar. The engine thundered as the red sports car kicked up dust and dirt, its taillights disappearing into the depths of the night. Agent. She's your supervising agent. The fat man blinked. I'm still a high school student, remember? Su Ming raised an eyebrow casually. The fat man opened his mouth to argue, but one glance at the wolf corpses scattered everywhere made him swallow his words. He could only mutter under his breath, single-handedly slaughtering wolf packs, conquering hell-level arenas, and now getting mixed up with the Twilight cult. What kind of high school student does this stuff? What are you mumbling about? Su Ming frowned. Ahem. What do we do next? Go home and catch up on sleep, what else? Su Ming shrugged. In the old residential complex on the outskirts of Hanhai, iron gate hinges creaked. Su Ming had just pushed open the door and stepped under the eaves when his footsteps suddenly stopped. A faint exotic fragrance lingered in the air, like expensive perfume mixed with a subtle hint of blood. Someone had been here. His gaze instantly turned ice cold as his right hand moved to the hilt of his black knight sword, silently stepping into the house. An assassin? Su Ming's gaze swept toward the bedroom, where a thin line of light seeped beneath the door. The air carried a faint mixture of motor oil and lingering perfume. He slowed his breathing as the dark knight sword silently left its sheath, the blood-red patterns on the blade flashing briefly in the dim light. Creak's bedroom door was gently pushed open. Light cast a long, slender shadow. On the wooden chair beside the bed sat a woman in tight black leather, casually crossing her legs while toying with a silver dagger between her fingers. The blade caught the light bulb's glow, reflecting cold white light, like moonlight frozen on steel. Well, finally home. She looked up, her red lips curving into a dangerous smile. I've been waiting quite a while for you, Su Ming. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. An assassin with such a tough attitude. The woman chuckled softly, her voice lazy yet electric. Allow me to introduce myself, codename Night Owl, a rank assassin, here specifically for your head. She stood up, her heels clicking crisply against the wooden floor as the dagger spun between her fingers, scattering fragments of cold light like silver serpents coiling around her hand. A 10 million spirit coin bounty is worth making the trip myself. Su Ming snorted coldly. Just you alone? Of course not. Night Owl tilted her head, her smile growing wider. Who would dare be careless with a 10 million target? The others are already lying in ambush nearby. As soon as she finished speaking, several dark figures flashed past the window, the glass reflecting an instant of cold light. The Zhao family really went all out. Su Ming glanced between Night Owl and the windows, his voice quiet but sharp as a blade. 10 million spirit coins, enough to draw every rat out of the sewers. Night Owl laughed instead of getting angry, her breath fragrant. Quite the mouth on you. No matter, once I cut out your tongue. Before she could finish, Su Ming charged forward. Power exploded from his feet as his figure became an arrow released from its bow. The Dark Knight, sword carving a fierce arc of light. Bang! The window glass shattered simultaneously as three dark figures burst in like phantoms. As the sword light pressed close, Night Owl's pupils contracted sharply. Her spine twisted unnaturally as she barely dodged. The silver dagger met the long sword's sparks flew everywhere. Nice reflexes. Su Ming praised quietly, twisting his wrist to change the sword's momentum from a thrust to a sweep. Bang! Night Owl was knocked back repeatedly, her back slamming hard against the wall as plaster fragments scattered. She drew a sharp breath. This high school student's swordsmanship was incredibly seasoned. Don't just stand there. Attack together. Night Owl shouted fiercely. All three assassins struck simultaneously. The first wielded twin short blades coated with a dark blue substance, clearly poisoned. The second flicked several throwing darts from his fingers, their sharp whistling cutting through the air. The last formed hand seals, chanting quietly as spiritual energy gathered between his fingers. Su Ming quickly assessed the situation. Except for the last one, who was a spiritual arts practitioner, the first two were pure martial assassins. Though Moment of Brilliance was still cooling down, he wasn't afraid of facing their four-person encirclement with his Azure Phoenix sword technique. His eyes flashed with sharp light as explosive force surged through his wrist. The Dark Knight sword seemed to come alive, weaving an impenetrable curtain of steel. Clang, clang, clang. All the throwing darts were deflected, and the fierce assault of the twin blades was skillfully parried. Suddenly, the practitioner completed his hand seals and shouted. An invisible mental shock wave blasted towards Su Ming. Humph! Su Ming grunted, his temples throbbing. Seizing the opportunity, the twin blade assassin closed in, his blades aimed directly at Su Ming's throat. At the critical moment, Su Ming's figure ghostly shifted 3 inches to the left as the blades cut through empty air. His right fist, charged with power, shot forward with force coursing through his body, striking heavily against his opponent's chest. Crack! The sound of the opponent's sternum shattering was crystal clear, his entire chest caving in as if struck by a sledgehammer. Blood mixed with fragments of organs gushed out as the assassin was sent flying several meters, landing with his head twisted to one side, dead on impact. First one. Su Ming flicked the blood droplets from his sword tip, his voice cold and hard. Yi Zhao's face stiffened. She had thought 4 of them working together would be enough to take down the young man, but she hadn't expected him to remain so effortlessly in control. She quickly gestured to the remaining 2 assassins, who abandoned any thoughts of direct confrontation and began circling to harass him. Don't get too cocky, Yi Xiao sneered, grabbing a small vial from her waist and smashing it against the floor. Bang! Purple smoke instantly filled the room, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Can't see anything now, let's see how you handle this. Yi Xiao's voice echoed through the mist. Su Ming chuckled coldly. I admire your naivety. He simply closed his eyes, opening all his other senses. The moment his vision was stripped away, the subtle sounds around him flooded into his ears like a tide. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air from his left. Su Ming raised his sword to block, the blade splitting a poisoned dart in two. Immediately after, he spun around, the dark knight sword striking like a dragon breaking through waves, thrusting straight into a blind spot in the fog. Squelch! The blade pierced flesh, followed by an agonized scream. Second one. The young man's voice sounded like death's judgment. Yi Zhao's expression darkened, her face so grim it could wring water. The young man could still lock onto targets with zero visibility. His strength far exceeded even her most pessimistic estimates. Damn it! Plan B, she shouted harshly. The last assassin heard the command and quickly retreated, throwing out a black sphere. Boom! The explosion was deafening, the floor cracking and collapsing as Su Ming fell through to the next level along with the smoke. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking echoed at the edge of the hole. Yi Xiao looked down, her lips curving into a mocking smile. So stubborn, handsome boy, but the game ends now. A crisp snap of her fingers. Blue light suddenly blazed, the psychic traps lying in ambush around them activated one by one, weaving an airtight force field. Su Ming felt his body instantly become 10 times heavier, his movements like being trapped in a swamp. For this 10 million, we've made thorough preparations. Yi Xiao leaped down gracefully, a silver dagger spinning at her fingertips. Any last words? Last words. Su Ming's lips curved into a mocking smile. You're the ones who should be saying last words. Green light flashed, sword light flickered, and the assassin responsible for setting up the formation couldn't even react before his head was flying through the air, blood spurting in a column. Third one. He murmured in a low voice like counting, his tone bone-chillingly cold. Yi Xiao retreated in horror. How is this possible? In the muddy force field, Su Ming approached step by step, each footfall making the floor resonate with deep thuds. Thump 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 like heavy hammers pounding on Yi Xiao's heart. Last one. The young man's sword pointed straight at her throat. Go to hell. Yi Zhao's form flickered like a ghost, her dagger tracing a sinister arc straight towards Su Ming's heart. Su Ming didn't retreat but advanced, the dark knight, sword cleaving down to meet her. Clang! Blinding sparks exploded. Crack! The dagger in Yi Zhao's hand shattered on the spot. She stared blankly at the handle in her grip, her eyes filled with shock. This is impossible. This isn't a grade psychic weapon. Before she could finish speaking, the sword blade turned, silver light flashing across. Thud! Yi Zhao's head hit the ground, her headless body collapsing heavily. Ring ring ring. The phone's ringtone was particularly jarring in the silence. Su Ming wiped the blood from his sword and looked at the screen. The 3 characters, Jiang Qingli, were flashing continuously. He raised an eyebrow. This was the first time she had contacted him on her own initiative, though of course, that private chat in the spirit realm didn't count. Hello. The phone suddenly filled with a young woman's rapid breathing, her cool voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. The bounty the Zhao family put out? I know about it. Su Ming tucked his phone between his shoulder and ear, a slight smile playing at his lips. Is Miss Jiang worried about me? Don't flatter yourself. Jiang Qingli lowered her voice again, only to be interrupted by muffled sounds in the background. What's that noise on your end? On the living room floor, heavy corpses were being dragged, blood streaking in arcs. Su Ming lifted his foot and tossed the last assassin into the corner where bodies were piled like a small mountain, casually saying, nothing much, just a few mice that wandered into the wrong house. The phone fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, Jiang Qingli spoke in almost a whisper, as if pressed against the receiver. The family meeting just ended. Second uncle and the others. They accepted the Zhao family's invitation. She paused, as if gritting her teeth. The Jiang family might come after you. The Jiang family? Su Ming's brow slowly furrowed. I have no grudge against them. Why would they? Jiang Qingli remained silent for a long time, her voice carrying a subtle tremor. Maybe it's because you shattered my undefeated legend. The Jiang family won't allow the title of Hanhai's top prodigy to slip away. It's a matter of family honor. Su Ming was stunned for a few seconds, then let out a cold laugh. Just for such a ridiculous reason? Jiang Qingli's tone suddenly turned ice cold. They've gone mad. From the day my father died, the Jiang family is no longer what it used to be. Su Ming fell quiet for a moment, then replied softly. All right, I'll be careful. The call ended abruptly. He put away his phone, his expression dark. Memories sliced through his mind like blades, the pale, shadowless lights of Qingshan Mental Hospital, blood-soaked bandages, Jiang Qingli huddled and trembling in the corner of a hospital room. Su Ming raised his hand, his fingertips caressing the dark blade, its blood-red patterns flickering faintly, as if resonating with its master's fury. The Jiang family's offensive came faster and more fiercely than he had anticipated. Within just a few days, all the large screens, news apps, and spiritual energy forums in Hanhai City were simultaneously bombarded. Shocking. Frank Waste actually steals Jiang family prodigy's sword techniques. Jiang family prodigy Jiang Qingli's reputation tainted by shameless scoundrel Hanhai's disgrace. Expert analysis. Su Ming's sword moves show 90 similarity to Azure Phoenix sword technique. Public opinion exploded instantly. I knew it. How could Frank Waste suddenly become so strong? Despicable. This is a major taboo in the martial world. Jiang Qingli is an S-rank prodigy, and she was taken advantage of by this kind of person. On street corners and in alleyways, the Jiang family's hired commentators mixed with the crowds, fanning the flames and painting Su Ming as a shameless thief of martial techniques. Immediately after, the Jiang family issued a public announcement. Tomorrow at noon, a life-and-death arena would be set up at the Demon Hunter Guild, with Jiang family head Jiang Xian personally challenging Su Ming. The news sent shockwaves throughout the city. Jiang Xian? He's a top expert from the previous generation who's already reached the 4th tier. Su Ming is finished. They clearly want his life. He deserves it for stealing sword techniques. Inside the Jiang family's council hall, the atmosphere was tense. Second Uncle Jiang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face cold and menacing. The sandalwood screen in the center of the living room cast his shadow, sharp and unyielding as a blade. Several Jiang family elders stood beside him, their sleeves swaying, yet none dared speak first. Jiang Xian, must this matter really escalate to a life-and-death duel? The eldest white-haired elder finally asked in a deep voice, his brow furrowed with concern. Jiang Xian's tone was ice-cold. Su Ming stole our Jiang family's sword techniques and tarnished Qingli's reputation. This is unforgivable. If we don't punish him severely, where will the Jiang family's dignity stand? The white-haired elder's beard trembled. But this is making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, we both know martial talent can't be stolen. It's encoded in one's genes. Can someone learn it just by watching twice? His voice grew increasingly urgent. Now people outside are saying we Jiang family are making excuses, bullying the weak with our power. Precisely because of this, Jiang Xian interrupted with a cold laugh. We must crush that little mouse on the arena before the entire city, letting everyone in Hanhai know who the true master is. You, the elder, trembled with rage. The Jiang family's century-old reputation will be destroyed by. Enough! Jiang Xian suddenly kicked over the table, sending precious blue and white porcelain cups crashing to the floor with crisp shattering sounds. Porcelain shards flew everywhere as the white-haired elder staggered back 2 steps, staring at the mess on the floor, his face pale as death. Fine, very well. The Jiang family will perish under you people. Before finishing his words, he stormed out in fury. Jiang Xian watched his retreating figure with dark eyes, spitting contemptuously. Foolish old man. He raised his hand with a light gesture. Come. Shadows writhed in the corner as several black-clad guards silently emerged. I heard Zhang Dai has returned. Go bring her back. Jiang Xian licked his dry lips, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. Remember, I want her intact. Deep in the night, the old residential complex was silent. Su Ming's living room ceiling light was only half-lit, casting dim yellow light on the worn coffee table. His phone vibrated violently on the glass surface, the screen flashing on and off repeatedly. Hello, he answered. Immediately, Fatty's furious roar came through the receiver. Boss. Those Jiang family bastards are playing dirty. Su Ming's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with amusement. They're just looking for a legitimate excuse. These wealthy families are disgusting. What clearing their name? Screw them. Fatty was so angry his mouth was trembling. Those idiots online are joining the frenzy too. If talent could really be copied, everyone would be practicing Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. Su Ming's laughter was light. They know the truth deep down, they just want to watch the spectacle. They want to see both the underdog's comeback and the fall from grace. Are you really going? Fatty's voice suddenly tightened. That mad dog Jiang Xian is no pushover. Su Ming looked up at the pitch-black night outside the window. The stage is set. How could I disappoint such kindness? Great. I'm going to bet on you. I'll stake everything I have. Fatty instantly became excited on the other end. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This guy's mood swings were impressive. Place a bet for me too. No problem. The moment the call ended, 3 steady knocks echoed from outside the door. Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly as his right hand reached toward the black case beside the sofa. The door lock clicked open from outside. Zhang Bai leaned against the doorframe, her black stockings beneath the slit red dress revealing glimpses of her long legs. She dangled a set of keys with a lazy smile. A little privilege. Su Ming's gaze swept over the keys as he sighed. The privilege of breaking and entering, you mean? Caring for your physical and mental health, she approached, her familiar fragrance filling his nostrils. Su Ming shook his head inwardly, such a beautiful woman, yet her shamelessness knew no bounds. Jiang Bai suddenly looked up, rare worry floating in her eyes as her red lips trembled slightly. Tomorrow, can you win? Maybe we shouldn't. The words reached her tongue, but were swallowed back. The usually languid and alluring woman now seemed restless and anxious. Su Ming's eyes flashed with strange light as a thought struck him. Moment of brilliance. Activate. Copying S-level psychic talent myriad manifestations. Current talent slots. A level berserker, S-level myriad manifestations, SS-level tai chi. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, though his tone remained serious. Don't worry, I'll win. Jiang Bai nodded gently, worry still lingering in her expression. Su Ming decided to change the subject. How's the investigation into the Crimson Curse mark going? Jiang Bai sighed. Those cultists hide better than sewer rats. Su Ming listened quietly without interrupting. All right, she waved her hand, her red lips curving upward. It's getting late. I should go. Su Ming suddenly spoke. Won't you stay here tonight? My bed is quite large. Jiang Bai's steps halted, her eyes flickering as her red lips curved into an ambiguous smile. Really? Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as he maintained his composure. Really? Their eyes met, sparks seeming to fly in the air between them. Jiang Bai suddenly stepped back, tucking loose strands of hair behind her ear, her pale cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Good luck tomorrow. She left those words behind, her departing footsteps noticeably more hurried than usual. The next day at noon, the Demon Hunter Guild was bustling with crowds. In the center of the arena stood a life-and-death platform forged from black iron, gleaming coldly under the scorching sun. Its hard surface seemed ready to cut through one's gaze. Dozens of holographic cameras were mounted high around the perimeter, their lenses rotating to capture every angle, with red indicator lights glowing for the global live broadcast. Suddenly, the crowd parted like a receding tide, creating a pathway. Su Ming, a black-clad youth gripping his sword knight, walked steadily through the human wall. Look, that's Su Ming who stole Jiang Qingli's swordsmanship. Can martial talent really be stolen? Do you actually believe that? True or not, the excitement is what matters. Daring to challenge the entire Jiang family, this kid must have a death wish. The fat man squeezed to Su Ming's side, sweat beading on his forehead as he lowered his voice. Boss, I stayed up all night researching Jiang Xian. He doesn't have many combat records, but 80% chance he has some kind of energy shield talent. Su Ming nodded, a cold glint flashing briefly in his eyes. The Jiang family is here. At this shout, the crowd split again. More than 10 Jiang family warriors in matching dark blue uniforms marched in formation. Leading them was Jiang Xian, his dark robes billowing, face sinister, eyes cold as frost. The oppressive aura of a fourth-tier warrior swept over the area, causing onlookers to instinctively step back, their throats bobbing nervously. Jiang Xian stopped before the platform, his voice cold and hard. Su Ming, you stole my family's swordsmanship and dishonored my sister Qingli's name. Today I cleanse our family's honor. Su Ming sneered. No need for pretense if you want to kill me, just say so. Jiang Xian said no more. His figure floated lightly yet thunderously onto the platform, standing with hands behind his back, looking down like viewing an ant. Su Ming pushed off with his toes, breaking through the wind to face him. The referee announced loudly. Life and death duel begin. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Jiang Xian suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Boom. In a flash, Su Ming raised his sword to block. Clang. The metallic clash was deafening. Spiderweb cracks spread across the platform's surface, and Su Ming was forced back several steps by the tremendous force. The gap between fourth and third tier is truly staggering, he thought grimly, though his expression remained unchanged. Jiang Xian sneered, his figure closing in again, palm strike aimed at the throat. That palm was wreathed in blue spiritual energy, gleaming with metallic coldness. Shrank martial talent bronze, energy shield, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Bang! The energy blast struck his chest, sending Su Ming flying backward, smashing through the black iron barrier at the platform's edge. A bright red line of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The entire venue erupted in commotion. Su Ming wiped the blood with his hand, killing intent surging. Moment of glory berserk. Boom. Surging spiritual energy exploded outward, his muscles instantly swelling, veins crawling up his arms. The Taiji domain rapidly contracted, black and white energies coiling around his sword blade, producing a piercing resonance. Clang. The two forces collided heat-in, shockwaves rolling outward, debris flying from the shattered platform. Through the swirling dust and smoke, a figure was blasted backward, crashing heavily into the platform's broken edge, iron fragments scattering. It was Su Ming. He was drenched in blood, his left arm twisted and deformed, clearly broken. Boss! The fat man below the arena had bloodshot eyes, almost ready to charge onto the stage. As the dust settled, Jiang Xian stepped forward. Though his robes had several tiers, his aura remained overwhelming. He sneered. Didn't expect that, did you? I've already reached the peak of the 4th tier, just one step away from the 5th. Peak 4th tier. Gasps of shock rippled through the audience, faces filled with horror. Jiang Qian clearly relished the crowd's astonishment. His cold gaze locked onto Su Ming. With my next move, I'll take your life. Su Ming struggled to his feet, spitting a mouthful of crimson blood that quickly soaked through his clothes. Facing the crushing spiritual pressure of a peak 4th tier warrior, he truly felt the abyss between them for the first time. At the edge of the crowd, Jiang Qingli stared intently at the arena. Her lips were pressed tight, fingernails digging deep into her palms as drops of blood fell unnoticed. In the center of the arena, Su Ming took a deep breath. His eyes blazed with blood-red light intertwined with black and white energy. Licking the blood from his lips, he suddenly broke into a sinister grin. You're speaking too soon. He suddenly grabbed his mangled left arm and, before everyone's eyes, twisted it violently. Crack! The sharp sound of bones snapping back into place made the surrounding warrior's skin crawl as the fractured bone was forcibly reset. Jiang Qian's pupils contracted sharply, his momentum faltering. The stands fell dead silent. They had never seen such a ruthless person calmly reset their own bones mid-battle. Now it's my turn. Su Ming's low voice seemed to echo from hell itself. The dark night sword blazed with blinding blood-red light as he completely abandoned defense, charging straight into Jiang Qian's palm strike aimed at his heart. Trading life for life? Madman. Jiang Qian's face changed drastically as he instinctively pulled back his strike and retreated. As the head of the Jiang family, how could he gamble with his life? With this retreat, the outcome was already decided. You fell for it. Su Ming's lips curved bloodthirstily as silver light exploded in his eyes. Moment of splendor, myriad manifestations. Boom. Heaven and earth turned upside down as Jiang Qian suddenly found himself standing on a towering cliff with dark mist churning in the abyss below. Illusion. He roared, bronze energy erupting as the illusion shattered instantly, but the real blade had already pierced 3 inches into his shoulder. Seeking death, Jiang Qian bellowed, his bronze hand grasping the sword blade. The sword suddenly changed direction, its cold gleam tracing a sinister arc. The hastily formed bronze energy was split apart by a single strike, the blade tearing a bone-deep gash across his chest. Uffed. He spewed blood wildly, staggering backward with terror in his eyes. Su Ming pressed his advantage, his sword flashing like a crescent moon. Jiang Qian's entire arm flew high into the air as blood sprayed everywhere. A piercing scream shook the entire venue. Clutching his severed arm, cold sweat and blood dripping together, his voice was hoarse. You. But he couldn't complete a full sentence. Under the sunlight, Su Ming's face was covered in blood, yet his expression was cold as ice. You think you're so tough? Before the words finished, his sharp sword thrust forward again, its cold gleam targeting Jiang Qian's throat. Don't harm the family head. 3 thunderous roars erupted. From the Jiang family's viewing section, 3 gray-robed elders shot up simultaneously. 3 waves of 4th-tier pressure crashed toward the arena like a collapsing mountain and raging tsunami. Boom! The sword point was only half an inch from Jiang Qian's throat when those 3 waves of pressure transformed into python-like forces, carrying fierce winds as they crashed down together. Bang! The sudden tremendous force sent Su Ming flying over 10 meters. Thud crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, his chest shuddering as blood splattered across the stone floor. Fuck you bastards. Does the Jiang family have no shame? The fat man below roared furiously, veins bulging on his neck, eyes blazing with rage. But he was pinned down by a swarm of Jiang family warriors and couldn't move. The entire venue erupted. The livestream camera shook violently as the chat exploded. What the hell is this? Despicable Furinon. What happened to the death match with no outside interference? So fucking shameless. The Jiang family's century-old reputation has gone to the dogs. At the center of the arena, the one-armed Jiang Qian was helped to his feet by an elder. His face was twisted in pain. The sound of bloody phlegm bubbles bursting in his throat was grating, yet he still sneered maliciously. You little beast, did you really think you had won? 3 elders advanced shoulder to shoulder, their spiritual energy pressing down like an invisible iron wall. Crack, crack, crack. Su Ming's bones throughout his body made crisp sounds on the verge of breaking. His knees trembled, but he gritted his teeth, pressed his forehead to the ground, and slowly straightened his spine like a drawn bow, forcibly withstanding the suppression of 3 4th-tier powerhouses and standing back up. Dead silence. Everyone in the stands held their breath. Their gazes locked on that blood-soaked figure stood like an unyielding blade that would break before it bent. Below the stage, the fat man clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his eyes instantly reddening as tears rolled down uncontrollably. Fuck these bastards, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Jiang Qian's eyelids twitched wildly, his sanity completely shattered as he shrieked until his throat tore. Flay him alive. Hang his corpse at the city gates. The gray-robed elder at the front raised his hand, fingers forming a blade as scorching flames swirled up, condensing into a several-meter-long flame blade that chopped down. Clang! A clear sword cry pierced the clouds and sky as a streak of azure sword light slashed down from the heavens, instantly cutting the blazing giant blade into scattered flames. Stop! A voice cold as frost suddenly rang out, carrying bone-chilling coldness that swept across the entire venue. Everyone turned toward the sound. A young woman stood in snow-white robes that billowed and danced in the wind, her raven-black hair flowing like silk. She held the Qingluan sword at the center of the arena, cold light rippling along its blade as it reflected her jade-like face, cold as winter frost. Jiang Qingli, have you lost your mind? Betraying your family for an outsider? Jiang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice nearly tearing his throat raw. Jiang Qingli raised her sword horizontally in front of Su Ming, her voice calm and steady. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first. How can you face the Jiang family that raised you all these years? Without the Jiang family, where would you be now? Jiang Xian roared. The young woman suddenly laughed softly, years of suppressed hatred surging in her eyes. I don't need to answer to the Jiang family. The Qingluan sword trembled lightly, its clear ring piercing the air. I only need to answer to my father. Jiang Xian, do you dare claim you know nothing about my father's death? Jiang Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he staggered back half a step. You? The sword burst with blinding blue light, sending her robes billowing as her gaze turned ice cold. Remember this, it's not that I depend on the Jiang family. The sword light swept across, carving a 10-foot chasm straight through the stone arena floor. It's that the Jiang family depends on me. Good, good, good. Jiang Xian trembled all over, his face twisted with rage. Guards, seize them both. As his words fell, several powerful auras rose from the spectator seats as Jiang family elders descended onto the arena. The elders exchanged glances, hesitating. Are we really going to attack Qingli? Silence. I am the family head. Jiang Xian raised his command token high, spittle flying from his mouth. The elders had no choice but to form an encirclement, their fourth-tier spiritual pressure layering upon itself until the arena floor cracked inch by inch. The white-bearded elder sighed. Miss Qingli, forgive us. Flames roared in his palm, so intense they distorted the air around them. Jiang Qingli turned to shield Su Ming, lowering her voice. Can you still move? Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as the blood markings on his dark knight sword glowed with an eerie red light. I'm not dead yet. Fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes wove together in an instant, forming a net of death. The Qingluan sword traced a clean arc through the air, its sword energy crisscrossing as it tore through 3 attacks. Jiang Xian spat blood, laughing maniacally. Death throes. Activate the formation. Several elders formed hand seals as complex spiritual patterns emerged from the ground. The Jiang family's spirit-binding array. The Jiang family came prepared. Cries of alarm rose from the crowd below. As the formation activated, Su Ming's spiritual energy became trapped as if in a quagmire, and Jiang Qingli's sword momentum suddenly stalled. The white-bearded elder clasped his hands together, golden light bursting from his fingertips. Suppress. Boom. A golden pillar of light descended from the heavens. Jiang Qingli's heart trembled as she raised her sword to meet it. Heaton. Clang. The blade was pressed down inch by inch. The young woman gritted her teeth, her sword letting out a pitiful wail under the unbearable strain. Her grip split open, blood trickling down the hilt, and finally dripping at Su Ming's feet. The crimson drops caught Su Ming's eye, his pupils contracting sharply as bloodshot veins instantly filled his vision. Go! Su Ming roared hoarsely. You can't hold on. Blood seeped from Jiang Qingli's lips, but her voice was colder than her blade. Shut up. If I retreat, even 1 step, you'll die today for certain. Mental Synchronization Index 10. Current Mental Synchronization Index, 75. The golden beam of light surged violently. At the same time, her form was pressed down several inches by the tremendous force. The Qingluan sword cracked with a sharp snap, a hairline fracture appearing along its body, yet it still held firm in the final 3 inches of space before Su Ming. Jiang Qingli. Su Ming screamed, watching the crack spread toward the sword's tip. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jiang Qingli pressed her lips together, persisting in silent determination. In the audience, the fat man was pinned down by Jiang family warriors, his face pressed against the cold ground, yet he still struggled to lift his head toward the arena. Veins bulged at his temples as he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn the Jiang family. At the center of the arena, Jiang Qingli's wrist trembled as blood dripped from her arm. Her prostrate posture gradually bent under the pressure. The white-bearded elder leading the Jiang family looked on with reluctant eyes, opening his mouth to persuade. Qingli, why must you? Before he could finish, Jiang Xian cut him off with a sinister laugh. Raising his remaining left hand, he condensed his bronze chi into a massive phantom palm and shouted, It's over. Kneel and die. The moment the giant palm descended, the blazing sun suddenly dimmed. The audience looked up, and unicing gray-black clouds had somehow swallowed the sky, and in the next instant, Fierce winds arose as goose feather snow poured down like a waterfall. The sky, it's snowing? Someone reached out in bewilderment to catch the snow, only to shiver from the cold. This snow is freezing. The temperature plummeted to freezing point. The undried blood on the arena instantly formed a brownish-red ice film. Jiang Xian's chi palm also froze midair into an ice sculpture, then exploded with a bang into countless ice crystals. Clap, clap, clap. Clear applause echoed from deep within the wind and snow. Everyone turned toward the sound to see a figure walking through the snow. A tall, slender form in an exquisite white suit. Ice blue light gleaming from behind gold-rimmed glasses. With each step, a sheet of crystalline ice spread beneath his feet. He stopped at the arena's edge, snowflakes swirling around him. Quite the performance, Lung Jin commented coolly, twirling his fingertips as a crystalline ice flower slowly bloomed in his palm. Is the Jiang family head planning to gang up on the few? Jiang Xian's severed arm was instantly sealed with frost to stop the bleeding. His pupils contracted sharply, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lung Jin? This is the Jiang family's private matter. It has nothing to do with your Lung Corporation. Private matter? Lung Jin chuckled softly. Do you know that Su Ming belongs to me? Wind and snow exploded with his words, the audience huddling in their clothes as the entire life and death arena transformed into a world of white ice and snow. Jiang Xian growled through gritted teeth. Your Lung Corporation would make an enemy of the Jiang family over a high school student? Make an enemy? Lung Jin adjusted his glasses, his voice calm, yet bone-chilling. Are you worthy? Is your Jiang family worthy? Jiang Xian's face darkened like iron. The Jiang family head with only one arm remaining how undignified. Lung Jin's gaze fell on Jiang Xian's bloody right arm stump. Perhaps I should help you achieve symmetry. Before his words finished, he raised a finger crack. Transparent ice crystals materialized over Jiang Xian's left arm, and within mere breaths, the limb was frozen with spiderweb cracks. Ah! Jiang Xian let out a heart-rending scream, staggering backward several steps. He was only kept from falling by the elder behind him, who steadied him. Lung Jin didn't look at him, his boots crunching crisply on the snow as he walked straight towards Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. With each step forward, the spirit patterns of the soul-binding array beneath his feet cracked with sharp snaps, as if crushed by an invisible sledgehammer. By the time he stopped before the two, the entire grand formation covering the Jiang family had shattered into fragments of light that scattered in the wind. Can you still stand? He looked down, his voice calm. Su Ming knelt on one knee, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sneer. I won't die. Lung Jin nodded slightly. Lung Jin. Jiang Xian was barely able to stand with the elder's support, his severed arm causing his voice to distort with pain. Are you really going to interfere? Don't forget our families still have a partnership. Partnership? Lung Jin turned around, the howling wind and snow swirling into white vortexes around him. That's over now. Jiang Xian's face instantly turned deathly pale. You? Before he could finish, an ice spike materialized out of thin air, stopping just against his throat. The surroundings fell into deathly silence. The spectators in the viewing stands held their breath, and even the falling snow seemed to freeze midair. Young Master Lung, the white-bearded elder of the Jiang family, rushed forward, bowing humbly. Our Jiang family was indeed at fault first in this matter. Please show mercy. Lung Jin's expression remained unchanged as he slightly curled his fingertip, making the ice spike press closer by an inch. Brother. A trembling female voice broke through the silence. Through the wind and snow, Lung Linua approached, holding a black umbrella. The umbrella frame swayed as thin snow fell from it, her boot tips leaving a clear trail of footprints in the snow. Little Lin, how did you get here? Lung Jin frowned. Lung Linua stood beside her brother, her gaze briefly sweeping over the blood-covered Su Ming, her pupils contracting slightly. She said in a low voice, the family has spoken. After a brief silence, the ice spike dissolved into fine frost that drifted away. Jiang Xian immediately collapsed, caught by the elders who scrambled to support him. Get lost. Lung Jin raised his hand, his tone cold. If there's a next time, I won't mind letting the Jiang family have a new head. The Jiang family members fell silent, helping the one-armed Jiang Xian retreat in disgrace, their earlier arrogance completely swallowed by the wind and snow. The snowfall gradually lessened, leaving only sparse flakes drifting down. Lung Jin looked towards Su Ming. Can you walk? Su Ming raised the dark knight, sword to use as a crutch, the blood patterns on the blade flowing with dark light. Don't trouble yourself. Lung Jin didn't press further, then looked toward Jiang Qingli. Miss Qingli needs treatment. The crack-covered azure phoenix sword returned to its sheath as Jiang Qingli shook her head. No need. Lung Jin chuckled softly. You two are quite interesting. Su Ming and Jiang Qingli's gazes met in the wind. The young woman's ear tips flushed with a faint red as she quickly looked away. Lung Jin glanced at his watch. Little Lin, escort Miss Qingli back. Lung Linua responded, and was about to step forward when Jiang Qingli took a step back. I can walk by myself. She looked back at Su Ming, her lips moving slightly before finally settling on a nod, then turned and left. The footprints remaining in the snow were soon covered by fresh snowfall. Stubborn girl, Lung Jin commented, then looked towards Su Ming. Come with me. Su Ming turned his head toward the chubby guy below the platform and raised his hand in a reassuring gesture. The chubby guy understood, nodding vigorously and silently mouthing, Boss, I'll wait for your news. At the top floor of the Lung Group's Hanhai branch, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Hanhai City glowed with soft white halos through the mist in the snowy night, looking like scattered constellations blown apart by the wind from afar. Su Ming sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of hot tea, the warmth from his fingertips making his freshly healed wounds itch. The Lung family physician's medicine was clearly effective. He surveyed his surroundings. Ebony wood panels, gunmetal gray carpet, and even the chandelier cast only cold light. The entire office was identical to the hellish arena, oppressive, restrained, just like Lung Jin himself. Thank you for today, he said without beating around the bush. But why did you help me? Lung Jin stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall figure cut sharp and straight by the lights. 2 reasons, he said, turning around, his gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses like a hawk locking onto its prey. First, I can't stand the Jiang family bullying with numbers. And the second? Su Ming pressed. Lung Jin walked to his desk and pulled out a silver-gray metal box from the drawer identical to the one Jiang Bai had used to store the Crimson Curse seal. Because of this, he opened the lid, revealing a golden crystal lying quietly on black velvet. Runes swirled and twisted like pulsing veins. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Something from the Twilight cult? You know, quite a bit saves me the explanation. Lung Jin snapped the lid shut with a click, his gaze suddenly turning cold. The Jiang family has connections to the Twilight cult. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat as he gripped his teacup tighter. Do you have proof? Not yet. Lung Jin shook his head frankly. But several merchants Jiang Xian has been frequently meeting with recently are all peripheral members of the cult. This information was crucial for both Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. Su Ming said solemnly, Thank you for the warning. But Lung Jin didn't pause. Besides those 2 reasons, I'd like to ask you for a personal favor. What is it? The man rarely showed fatigue, his voice low and hoarse. The Lung family children are all raised through a survival-off-thefitist method. At 20, they must pass the frigid abyss trial. Only those who survive earn inheritance rights. He unconsciously rubbed his glasses frame as he spoke. Outside, wind and snow battered the windows with dull knocking sounds. Su Ming's mind conjured Lung Lingua's delicate yet cold face, his pupils contracting sharply. You mean? The trial has been moved up. Lung Jin suddenly slammed his fist on the mahogany desk, cold air exploding from his knuckles as the surface instantly covered with ice crystals. Those old bastards used the excuse of anomalies in the ice secret realm to set the date for next Wednesday. His voice trembled with rage. They want little Ling to die in there. They want her to die in there. Su Ming was so shocked he nearly knocked over his teacup. Why? Lung Jin tapped the frozen ice crystals on the desk surface, slowly explaining. The Lung family's founding patriarch gained a miraculous encounter in the Gate of Revelation, and the ice bloodline has been passed down since then. However, in their eyes, little Ling's ice talent is only agridunworthy of the Lung family name. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. They consider such a bloodline a family stain. Su Ming could hardly believe his ears. The helmsman of a massive business empire would use such methods to eliminate stains. So this was the true nature of so-called elite family honor. Utterly despicable. Lung Jin added in a low voice. Little sister may seem strong and cold, but that's her protective facade. His gaze fell on the frozen desk surface, his voice heavy as falling snow. She's always lived in the family shadow. The demon hunting platform was the Lung family's enterprise. She desperately wanted to climb the ranks to prove herself, even if it only earned her a single word of recognition. Lung Jin shook his head, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. This girl still didn't understand that in those people's eyes, bloodline mattered far more than any of this. Su Ming understood and pressed further. So what exactly does the trial involve? Lung Jin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice low. You should have heard of the Apocalypse treasuries. The frigid abyss secret realm is also one of the Apocalypse treasuries formed after the spiritual energy outbreak. Su Ming nodded slightly. Having once bathed in spiritual energy hot springs, he naturally knew what Apocalypse treasuries were. Unlike the spiritual energy hot springs, the frigid abyss secret realm was a special type of secret realm among the Apocalypse treasuries. Lung Jin took a deep breath and slowed his speech. Minus 50 degrees Celsius, a wasteland crawling with ice-type beasts. Contestants must compete for 3 frost cores. As he spoke, he pulled open a drawer and retrieved a yellowed parchment fragment. The paper showed a complex map of ice caverns, with dense red annotations in the corners. Ice Soul Rift Valley, Soul Hanging Corridor, Polar Altar Core. The frigid abyss trial has maintained a death rate of 40% over the years. Lung Jin paused for a moment. then suddenly removed his glasses, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. And this time, he lowered his voice. There's been unusual activity in the secret realm. The Lung family sent people to investigate and discovered traces similar to the Twilight cult. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. The tragedy at Bluestone Village was still vivid in his memory. Knew the Twilight cult was a group of absolute madmen. In that case, can't the trial be cancelled? Su Ming frowned. Those clan elders won't agree. Lung Jin's voice carried restrained anger. The Frigid Abyss trial has been a tradition for 100 years. They won't cancel it over what they consider baseless rumors. Su Ming remained silent for a long while before finally asking, "Then why did you choose me?" "The rules allow each contestant to bring one assistant." Lung Jin looked directly at him. Age limit is under 25. This is precisely when the Lung family's younger generation is tested on their connections. He held up 3 fingers. First, you survive being surrounded by 4th-tier opponents. Second, you possess trump cards I can't see through. Third, Lung Jin showed his first genuine smile of the evening. Xiao Lin has your photo hidden in her desk drawer. That Ice Queen has a crush on me. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with himself. Excellent taste. After a moment, he took a deep breath. I can agree, but I have one condition. Name it. I want Enstrank's spiritual energy weaponal longsword. Lung Jin was taken aback. Didn't you already win one from me at the Hell Arena? Are you planning to go the dual sword route? As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly stopped. This is for that girl from the Jiang family, isn't it? Su Ming shrugged and nodded. If not for her, I would have died young. You're a man too, you should understand how difficult such a debt is to repay. Lung Jin raised an eyebrow. What about me? I saved you too, didn't I? Can you compare to a pretty girl? Su Ming gave him a look. Besides, didn't I already agree to your request? Hearing this, amusement flickered in Lung Jin's eyes behind his glasses. It seems my sister has a long road ahead. Fine, I agree. Su Ming turned and pushed open the door. Before leaving, he glanced back at Lung Jin, light flowing in his eyes. Moment of brilliance activate. Replicate nature type S-rank talent winter is coming. Current talent slots. S-rank forest of all things. S-rank winter is coming. SS-rank taiji. The door opened, revealing a graceful silhouette at the end of the corridor. Lung Linua stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Snowflakes quietly settled on her hair, making her skin appear porcelain-like. Hearing the sound, she spun around abruptly, panic flashing in her eyes before quickly returning to her cold demeanor. You're out. Her voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing Lung Jin in the office. Behind the door, Lung Jin was pressed against the wall, listening intently, a dignified young master, yet completely devoted to his sister. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. What's this? Were you waiting for me? Lung Linua's ears turned slightly red, but she maintained her aloof expression. Don't flatter yourself. She paused, then lowered her voice. What my brother said, it was all just joking. Oh, Su Ming deliberately drew out the sound. Which part? The Frigid Abyss trial, or the photo? She quickly interrupted, her cheeks flushing pink, then forced herself to remain calm. That was just gathering intelligence. Yes, gathering intelligence. Su Ming chuckled softly and stepped forward. Lung Linua instinctively stepped back, her back pressing against the cold glass, her eyelashes trembling. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Su Ming winked, his expression serious. I just think you look much cuter when you blush than usual. Lung Linua's pupils contracted slightly, her breathing suddenly stopping. The next second, she forcefully pushed Su Ming away, turned and walked quickly away, her steps hurried, as if fleeing in panic. Su Ming watched her retreating figure, his smile deepening. When Su Ming walked out of the Lung Corporation building with the sword case in his arms, the snow had already stopped. At the building entrance, Fatty stood covered in a layer of silvery snowflakes, rubbing his arms from the cold while pacing in circles and peering through the glass doors. Seeing Su Ming emerge, he bounced forward like a spring. Boss, are you okay? That ice face didn't give you trouble, did he? I'm fine. Su Ming shook the snow off his shoulders. He just wanted me to do him a small favor. Small favor. Fatty's eyebrows shot up, knew perfectly well that these big-shot small favors were never really small. But Su Ming clearly didn't want to elaborate, so he wisely kept quiet. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the sword case in Su Ming's arms. Boss, what's that? After the snow, the sun had come out, its light dancing across the golden patterns on the case like tiny sparks sliding over white snow. Su Ming flicked open the clasp with a crisp click, lifting the lid to reveal a pristine white sword lying quietly inside. The blade seemed forged from ice crystal, reflecting a moon-like cold radiance, with a delicate and lifelike azure phoenix carved on the hilt. Frost Song. Fatty gasped. Another strength spiritual weapon. Su Ming nodded and casually pulled out his phone to call Jiang Qingli. Got in strength sword, with azure phoenix patterns. Oh. The girl's cool voice revealed no emotion. She simply gave him an address, and hung up. Su Ming pocketed his phone and waved at Fatty. I've got something else to handle. Head back first. Fatty winked and gave him a thumbs up, Got it, boss. Then he left, his footsteps crunching through the snow. 20 minutes later, Su Ming stood before an elegant little villa. When the door opened, Jiang Qingli appeared wearing a moon-white robe, her damp hair dripping water at her collarbone. She first noticed the sword case, her eyes lighting up slightly, a reaction Su Ming caught completely. Good, she likes it. The next second, her gaze shifted to the bandages wrapped around his left arm, her voice dropping. Your injury. How is it? Su Ming lifted his arm and flexed it, the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting with the movement. Nothing serious. The Lung family's physician is truly gifted. That's good, she replied softly. Su Ming pushed the sword case toward her. Want to try the sword? Jiang Qingli was silent for a moment, her fingertips brushing the case's edge. This is a Lung family treasure. Why did he give it to you? I agreed to help him with something. Su Ming shrugged, not mentioning the Abyss trial, then added seriously. More importantly, I think it suits you perfectly. The girl lowered her eyes and suddenly pushed the case back. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. Su Ming stepped forward, meeting her gaze. When you blocked that strike for me in the arena, why didn't you say it's too dangerous? I can't block it. Jiang Qingli's ears turned slightly red as she looked away. That's different. How is it different? Su Ming deliberately moved closer, catching the cool, subtle fragrance in her hair. Or does Miss Jiang look down on my gift? You? She looked up to glare but softened when she saw the still healing scratches on his face. Biting her lip, she finally whispered, thank you. Su Ming's smile spread. That's more like it. Jiang Qingli carefully lifted Frost's song. Hum. The blade resonated with a clear, melodious vibration, as if responding with joy. Cool and pure spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips into her body, merging perfectly with her own spiritual power. It seems to really like you, Su Ming said softly. Maybe it's been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Qingli didn't respond, but Su Ming caught the momentary glimmer of moisture in her eyes. She spun around abruptly and strode toward the training room, leaving only one sentence behind. I want to test the sword. Su Ming followed to the doorway, leaning against the frame with his gaze locked on her retreating figure. The Frost Song sword seemed to awaken as it fell into Jiang Qingli's hands, its blade gleaming like snow with a sharp, cold edge, yet every move flowed seamlessly with the graceful techniques of the Azure Phoenix swordsmanship. Beautiful, Su Ming praised sincerely. As the sword movement ceased, Jiang Qingli breathed slightly heavily, staring at the blade while her fingertips gently traced the Azure Phoenix pattern on the hilt. It's not enough. I'm still not strong enough. Su Ming noticed a shadow of darkness flash across her eyes. The Jiang family won't let this go. I know. Su Ming nodded, his expression growing somber. Lung Jin told me that Jiang Xian might have connections to the Twilight cult. Jiang Qingli's knuckles tightened, causing Frost Song to emit a clear ring. Are you certain? Just suspicion, no solid evidence. Su Ming lowered his voice and moved closer. If it's true, staying with the Jiang family is very dangerous for you. After a long silence, Jiang Qingli shook her head. I can't leave. The clues my father left behind. They're all in the Jiang family ancestral home. What clues? The cause of his death, and my mother's whereabouts. Her voice was so low it almost dissolved into the air. Su Ming said solemnly. All right, but you must be extremely careful. You too. Though Jiang Qingli didn't know what Su Ming was planning to do for the Lung family, she keenly sensed it would also involve danger. The two looked at each other for a moment before Su Ming turned and left. Jiang Qingli leaned against the window, quietly watching his figure until it completely disappeared. Night had already fallen. Su Ming casually hailed a taxi and settled into the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and struck up a conversation with a smile. Young man, going out so late? You don't look too well. Yeah, got a bit injured. Su Ming replied indifferently, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of the Dark Knight's sword. Just as the driver was about to say something more, suddenly roar. Engine thunder exploded from behind. Su Ming's eyes snapped open. In the rearview mirror, 3 modified SUVs tore through the night in pursuit, their steel bodies trembling violently, with dark figures emerging from their roofs carrying black spiritual energy rifles. Zhao family people. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Spiritual energy rifles, military-controlled weapons for dealing with large alien beasts. How could they appear on the streets? The driver's hand trembled, nearly losing control of the car. Holy shit. What's happening? Speed up, Su Ming barked. The accelerator hit the floor, the old engine letting out a painful wail as speed instantly surged, yet they were still being overtaken by the beast-like SUVs behind them. Bang, bang, bang. Spiritual energy bullets tore through the air, creating brilliant flashes of light at the car's rear. Are they insane? Shooting in the city? The driver's face turned ashen. Su Ming sneered coldly. The Zhao family are nothing but mad dogs now. Jiang Xian's defeat has crushed their last shred of sanity. He pressed one palm against the window, channeling spiritual energy as the Dark Knight sword's blood-red patterns emerged, ready to break through the window and face the enemy at any moment. Kuosha bullet grazed past the window, creating terrifying cracks in the windshield. The taxi swerved wildly, tires shrieking against the asphalt. Can't shake them. Su Ming's gaze turned ice cold. The opponent's vehicles completely outclassed theirs, closing the distance relentlessly. The sunroof of the lead SUV opened, and a scarred man emerged halfway out, grinning maliciously as he raised a rocket launcher. In that instant, Su Ming's heart clenched violently, and he burst out cursing. Holy fuck! Boom. The rocket streaked toward the taxi with a fiery tail. Jump! Su Ming roared, kicking open the car door and dragging the driver as they rolled out of the vehicle. Boom. The taxi exploded into a blazing fireball behind them, the scorching shockwave hurling both men several meters away. Su Ming landed with one hand braced against the ground, rolling to absorb the impact. His old wound on his left arm tore open with a sickening rip, blood seeping through the bandages and staining his entire sleeve crimson. Yet he didn't even flinch, his cold, piercing gaze locked onto the approaching convoy. Not far away, the taxi driver sat collapsed in a pool of blood, black smoke mixed with engine oil filling his lungs, making him cough violently as his face turned deathly pale. Hide and stay quiet, Su Ming said curtly, his eyes never leaving the approaching SUVs. Click. 3 psychic rifles mounted on the vehicles loaded simultaneously, their cold barrels precisely targeting his chest, throat, and forehead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 psychic bullets tore through the night. Su Ming sidestepped half a pace, the bullets grazing past him and blasting bullseyed craters in the asphalt. Immediately, a second wave of gunfire swept toward him. His pupils contracted sharply as he flicked his wrist, sword light weaving like a sudden downpour into a protective net. The psychic bullets collided with the sword net, erupting in blinding sparks, but one still grazed his calf. Ugh! The impact made his legs buckle, nearly bringing him to his knees. Seeing this, the scarred leader jumped down from his vehicle, hefting a broad cleaver as he approached step by step, grinning savagely. Su Ming, you can't escape now. Su Ming spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his dark sword hanging low as blood dripped from its tip. Just with you lot. The scarred man laughed maniacally. Stop pretending. You're still recovering from your injuries at the Jiang family battlery at the end of your rope now. He waved his arm, and over a dozen Zhao family warriors surged forward, tightening their encirclement. In that split second, Su Ming's lips curved into a cold smile. Moment of glory activate. S-rank talent winter is coming activated. Snap. As his fingers snapped, frost exploded outward like ripples, with him at the center, instantly freezing everything within 10 meters. The 3 warriors charging at the front maintained their lunging poses, but had become ice sculptures, their expressions of terror frozen on their faces. What? The scarred man stumbled back several steps, his voice trembling. Aren't you supposed to be severely injured? Shoot. Keep shooting. The remaining Zhao family warriors frantically pulled their triggers, only to discover their weapons had frozen solid along with the triggers, and even their rocket launchers had become rigid as stone. Su Ming's eyes blazed with cold light. Since you're seeking death, he stepped forward, and the ice layer shattered beneath his feet. Instantly, the scarred man's body was covered in frost, his muscles stiffening. Before he could even cry for help, he heard Su Ming's calm words. The first one. A flash of sword light, and a head flew skyward, the blood fountain instantly crystallizing into crimson ice shards in midair. The remaining Zhao family warriors were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee. Think you can escape? Su Ming sneered, clenching his left hand. Boom. 3 massive ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly impaling the 3 men. Their corpses hung on the ice pillars as frozen blood droplets fell with soft pattering sounds. The last remaining gunman collapsed to the ground, raising his stiff hands. Don't kill me. I'm just... Bang. Su Ming crushed his jaw with one kick, then swept his sword horizontally, severing the head cleanly. Zhao family dogs don't deserve to beg for mercy. He turned back to look at the blazing wreckage of the taxi. The driver cowered between the flames and corpses, his teeth chattering. Cough, cough. Young man. What exactly are you? Just an ordinary passenger, Su Ming replied calmly. The driver swallowed hard, his gaze wandering over the scattered ice shards and dismembered limbs, his scalp tingling with fear. This wasn't a passenger, this was a human-shaped beast. What's your account number? I'll compensate you for the damages, Su Ming said, shaking the blood from his sword as he turned around. The driver shook his head frantically, not daring to step closer, stammering, No need. How dare he ask for compensation from such a ruthless person? But when Su Ming's indifferent gaze swept over him, the driver still obediently gave out his account number. Su Ming lowered his head and swiped on his phone, his fingertips tapping the screen a few times. Ding, the notification sound rang crisply. The driver reflexively pulled out his phone, and after just one glance, his entire body nearly froze. Deposit received. 500,000 spirit coins. In that instant, the driver felt ice cold from his spine to his fingertips, his atoms apple bobbing like a jammed gear. Boss, Is all of this really for me? His voice carried undisguised trembling. 500,000. Even buying 10 of his beat-up taxis would leave plenty to spare. Piercing sirens suddenly cut through the night. Red and blue police lights flashed alternately, instantly making the entire street as bright as daylight. Nobody move. Hanhai Security Bureau. The amplified voice exploded across the street. Two armored vehicles screeched to a halt. Their doors burst open, and dozens of fully armed security officers poured out in single file, their spirit energy rifles pointing their dark muzzles at Su Ming and the taxi blown to scrap metal at the center of the frozen scene. The leader was a stern-faced, middle-aged man. He surveyed the surroundings, his pupils contracting sharply. Ice spikes pierced through corpses hanging in midair, heads and severed limbs scattered everywhere, blood plasma frozen into dark red amber, and the ground covered with spider web-like frost patterns. All units on alert, he roared, and dozens of rifles chambered rounds simultaneously. Then he pressed his earpiece, his voice hoarse, requesting class support. Repeat, high-risk spirit energy user rampage detected in East District. The recruits turned pale at first sight, staggering backward. Captain, is this a slaughterhouse? The veteran officers stared intently at the ice surface. Nature-type talent, at least 4th tier. Gun barrels bristled everywhere. The security captain took a deep breath, suppressing his trembling. Drop your weapons. You are surrounded by the Hanhai Security Bureau. The young man raised his eyes, his cold gaze like frost. Everyone instinctively stepped back half a pace. I was only defending myself. Su Ming shook his sword, flicking off ice fragments, the frost from his breath dispersing in the light. The Zhao family used military-grade spirit energy rifles to ambush ordinary citizens, and you don't care? This statement caused a stir among the security officers, forming a semicircle. Ordinary citizens? Military rifles? Even rocket launchers? The middle-aged captain bent down to examine a frozen corpse, pulling a silver badge from the body's waist, the Zhao family crest. His frown deepened. The Zhao family is becoming more and more lawless. But when he looked at Su Ming again, his expression grew even more serious. You're Su Ming, the high school student who defeated Jiang Qingli in the death match. Su Ming remained non-committal, simply sheathing his black knight sword with a click. Captain, there's a survivor here. Two security officers pried open the mangled car door and helped out the still trembling driver. The driver's face was ashen, his lips chattering. Officer, I'm just a driver. They suddenly just take him back for questioning. The middle-aged man waved his hand, then looked at Su Ming. You, come with us too. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Don't be nervous. The captain's tone softened. Routine questioning. The Zhao family using prohibited weapons in the city district. This matter can't be overlooked. You're a party involved, and also a survivor. We need your testimony. He deliberately emphasized the word survivor, his gaze carrying undisguised admiration. Su Ming glanced at the driver being loaded onto a stretcher and nodded slightly. All right. Inside the security bureau's interrogation room, the lighting was harsh white. The middle-aged security officer sat across from Su Ming, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as he scrutinized the young man before him. Did you have some kind of conflict with the Zhao family before? He finally asked. Su Ming's lips curved slightly upward. They put a 10 million spirit coin bounty on my head. Does that count as a conflict? The tapping stopped abruptly. The officer was stunned for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. I'd say it does. He pondered for a few seconds, as if weighing his words carefully. The Zhao family crossed the line, this time using military weapons in the city and ambushing ordinary citizens. This won't just be swept under the rug. His tone shifted, and his gaze grew complicated. However, your abilities clearly exceed those of an ordinary high school student. Higher-ups will probably want to make contact with you. Su Ming simply shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Ring. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The officer glanced down to see Deputy Director, Hanhai City Security Bureau, on the caller ID. He frowned and shot a glance at the composed Su Ming across from him, feeling an inexplicable sinking sensation in his chest. The moment he pressed the answer button, the deputy director's roar exploded from the receiver. Who the hell did you bring in? The volume made his fingers tremble slightly. It's not an arrest, just routine questioning. Those idiots from the Zhao family clearly violated regulations by using military weapons, and you dare to detain the victim for questioning. The deputy director's voice suddenly dropped to a menacing whisper. People from above and the Lung Corporation are both applying pressure. Now, immediately, this instant release him. Beep. The call ended abruptly. The officer stood frozen in place, phone still in hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Stepping out of the security bureau, the night breeze carried a chill. Neon lights reflected off the wet pavement in a kaleidoscope of colors. Su Ming looked up to see a red sports car parked under a streetlight. Jiang Bai leaned against the car door, her red dress outlining her graceful figure, the hem fluttering gently in the wind. She held a slender lady's cigarette between two fingers, the glowing tip flickering bright and dim as her autumn water eyes, half closed, regarded Su Ming with an expression somewhere between amusement and mockery. Well, student Su, causing trouble again. Su Ming walked over, raising an eyebrow. Agent Jiang, picking up students this late at night? Jiang Bai let out a soft snort, stubbed out her cigarette, and parted her red lips slightly. Cut the smart talk and get in the car. The car was filled with the woman's subtle perfume mixed with the scent of tobacco, somehow putting one's mind at ease. Su Ming turned his head toward the driver's seat. How did you know I was at the security bureau? Jiang Bai held the steering wheel with one hand while brushing her long hair away from her ear with the other, answering lazily. Your sister here has excellent sources of information, and besides, she glanced sideways at Su Ming. You caused such a huge commotion, it would be hard for me not to know. Seems like I'm quite famous. Su Ming chuckled softly. Don't flatter yourself. Jiang Bai snorted. Then her expression grew serious. The Zhao family has gone mad, even daring to use military weapons. You'd better be careful lately. But after this incident, the security bureau will be watching them, so they should behave themselves for a few days. Su Ming nodded. After a brief silence, Jiang Bai suddenly said. Jiang Xian broke both his arms, and the Jiang family is now in complete chaos. Her tone dropped a few notches. That girl Qingli might be pushed into the position of heir candidate. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Is she willing? When has the Jiang family ever cared about the younger generation's wishes? Jiang Bai shook her head, her red lips curving into a mocking smile. Su Ming remained silent. The sports car swept past the brilliantly lit district, neon lights streaking across the windows. Suddenly, Jiang Bai frowned slightly, her red lips parting. Someone's following us. Su Ming instinctively checked the rearview mirror. A black sports car was tailing them closely, its headlights ghostly. Those mad dogs from the Zhao family really are persistent. He narrowed his eyes. Wrong. Jiang Bai tapped the steering wheel with her fingertips. They're Jiang family shadow guards. They only follow the family head's orders. She suddenly laughed softly, her voice carrying a dangerous amusement. 9 times out of 10, they're after me. In the darkness, Su Ming said nothing, but his hand had already moved to his sword sheath. The blood-red patterns on the blades slowly flowed in the shadows. Jiang Bai rolled her eyes. Must you always resort to violence? Su Ming was taken aback. The next moment, silver light exploded in Jiang Bai's pupils as she clenched her right hand in the air. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal erupted. Su Ming spun around. The black car looked as if it had been crushed by a giant hand, its body instantly caving in, blood mist spraying with shattered glass as the people inside were squeezed and burst like tomatoes. Blood immediately flowed across the road, sending pedestrians scattering in terror. Jiang Bai shook her hand as the silver light faded. Now it's quiet. Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, his fingers gripping the sword stiffly. Though he'd known Jiang Bai for quite some time, this woman remained shrouded in an impenetrable fog. He recalled the phone call the deputy director made in the security bureau's interrogation room, mentioning people from above joining forces with Lung Corporation to apply pressure. Now, he had a pretty good idea who those people from above were. The car resumed its steady speed as Jiang Bai tapped the steering wheel with her fingertips, smiling mysteriously. I heard you gave little Qingli a frost song sword? You're quite good at winning girls' hearts. Su Ming suddenly felt uncomfortable, clearing his throat. It was just something I did on a whim. Oh, Jiang Bai glanced over, her red lips pursing slightly. Then where's my impromptu gift? The temperature in the car seemed to plummet. Su Ming's body stiffened, his Adam's apple moving. Next time for sure. I'm just teasing you. Jiang Bai suddenly laughed. I wouldn't be interested in those things anyway. Su Ming could only smile awkwardly in response. But Jiang Bai's smile vanished in an instant, her voice turning ice cold. Lung Jin got you to agree to enter the Hanyuan secret realm with just a sword. What a bargain he struck. Su Ming's smile froze on his face, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. You know about the Hanyuan secret realm? That's not all I know. Jiang Bai paused, her eyes flashing. I also know the real reason why the Lung family moved up their trial this time. Su Ming stared at her perfect profile, his breathing slightly labored. What reason? They seem to have discovered some kind of S-level spiritual energy material deep within the Hanyuan secret realm. Jiang Bai lowered her voice. The Lung family wants to use this trial as an opportunity for their descendants to go in and retrieve it. S-level? Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. That was a top-tier resource far beyond conventional understanding, powerful enough to serve as a strategic weapon. What exactly is it? Not sure. Jiang Bai shook her head, her eyes growing more serious. Supposedly it's related to the Lung family's ice god of war. The ice god of war. The Lung family's founding patriarch. Su Ming drew in a sharp breath. Don't tell me Lung Jin didn't mention this. Jiang Bai sneered. That man single-handedly suppressed and level beast tide. Su Ming's palms began to sweat. Jiang Bai suddenly lowered her voice. And there's more. Lung Jin mentioned the Twilight cult to you, didn't he? He mentioned it briefly, but there's no proof. Huh. Jiang Bai's gaze sharpened. You've got some nerve, kid, wading into such deadly waters. Su Ming shrugged. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune my ass. Jiang Bai reached out and grabbed his ear in frustration. Ow, ow, ow. Su Ming winced. Agent Jiang, I was wrong. Wrong about what? She twisted harder. I shouldn't have been reckless, shouldn't have courted death. Su Ming hissed through his teeth. I promise I'll come back in one piece. Only then did Jiang Bai release him, snorting coldly. Remember what you just said. Time flew by, and soon it was the week of the Hanyuan trial. Wednesday morning, the message arrived. Su Ming swiped open his phone to see a location pin from Lung Lingyiweef Hanhai Demon Hunter building. The Lung family's really loaded, using a teleportation array directly, he muttered, flagging down a taxi. 20 minutes later, the Demon Hunter building blazed with lights. The moment he stepped into the lobby, passers-by exclaimed, Holy shit, isn't that the 3-second guy? What 3-second guy? That's the boss who even beat up the head of the Jiang family. Another immediately retorted. Su Ming's mouth twitched. At the elevator entrance, Supervisor Zhao was just coming out. Seeing him, his eyes widened like saucers. You little bastard, you're something else. I heard you tore off one of Jiang Xian's arms. Just lucky, Su Ming shrugged. Lucky my ass. Supervisor Zhao slapped his shoulder. You're practically becoming a legend among Hanhai's demon hunters. He gave a thumbs up. By the way, here for the gold level exam? No, I'm here to use the teleportation array. Supervisor Zhou's expression darkened. The Hanyuan trial? The Lung family won. Su Ming nodded. I heard this one's not going to be peaceful. Be careful. Before he could finish speaking, the elevator dinged. Lung Linua stepped out, her black combat suit outlining her slender figure, ice crystal heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. Sorry to keep you waiting. She spoke coolly, glancing at Supervisor Zhou with a slight nod. Young Mississippi. Supervisor Zhou nodded respectfully and tactfully stepped aside. You two carry on, I'll be going. On the third basement level, the teleportation area was brightly lit. Lung Linua barely spoke the entire way, though her fingers unconsciously twisted at the hem of her clothes. Nervous. Su Ming glanced sideways at her. No. She immediately released her grip, her tone cold and hard. At the teleportation array, a technician handed them 2 ice blue badges. These are locators. Keep them on. If you encounter mortal danger, crush them, and you'll be forcibly teleported to a safe zone though that means forfeiting the trial, of course. Su Ming pinned the badge to his collar, the icy touch sending a chill through his heart. Lung Linua took the other badge, her slight trembling still betraying her emotions. It's not too late to back out now, Su Ming said quietly. Lung Linua looked up, her ice blue pupils full of defiance. I don't need to. The array's base runes lit up, blinding blue light shooting up in a pillar. An invisible force twisted their vision, the air seeming to spiral into a vortex. The next instant, bone-piercing wind struck their faces. Su Ming's eyelashes instantly frosted over, his exhaled breath shattering into ice crystals the moment it left his throat. Beneath their feet lay half-meter-thick permafrost, with ghostly blue light seeping through the cracks, revealing the crisscrossing abyssal fissures below. This godforsaken place was the Hanyuan Canyon, known as the Forbidden Zone for the living. Over 20 people had already gathered around, forming 5 or 6 small groups. The bitter wind cut through like blades. The Lung family disciples, blessed with ice talents, wore only thin training robes that fluttered in the wind. However, their hired allies were bundled up in thick winter gear, moving clumsily. The only exception was Su Ming, who still wore just a light jacket. Is that Lung Linua? I heard she hasn't been home for 2 years. An A-rank talent dares to take the trial? She's asking for death. Who's that kid next to her? Looks like a high schooler. Whispered conversations drifted on the wind into their ears. Lung Linua's expression remained cold, but her fingers hidden in her sleeves turned white from clenching. Just then, a young man in a white sable coat approached, his heels crunching on the frozen snow. Behind him followed a burly man carrying a horse-slaying saber on his shoulder. The young man's gaze swept up and down Su Ming's figure, his lips curling with disdain. Little Lin, where did you pick up this pretty boy? Has he even been weaned yet? The surrounding Lung family disciples all turned to look, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. So, what if she was from the main bloodline? She was still being suppressed by them, the branch families. This generation's main line only had Lung Jin and this unwelcome young lady before them. Su Ming's fingertips lightly tapped his sword sheath, his gaze instantly turning ice cold. Lung Linua stepped forward to block him, her voice sharp as an ice blade. Lung Feng, watch your filthy mouth. The named Lung Feng's face darkened, his sable coat whipping in the fierce wind. You little bitch, you think bringing some wild man will. Before he could finish, a black shadow flashed. Su Ming had already closed in, pressing his black sword sheath directly against Lung Feng's throat. Though the sword remained sheathed, his killing intent seemed to take physical form. Say it again. Su Ming's voice was light as the wind. I'll make sure you never speak again. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Even the burly man hadn't had time to raise his blade. Stop. An aged roar suddenly exploded. 7 figures approached through the snow. The leading elder had a silver beard covered in ice crystals and held a mysterious ice staff that he slammed heavily into the ground. Boom. Ring-shaped ice waves burst outward, forcing everyone to step back 3 paces simultaneously. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he quickly sheathed his sword and retreated, marveling inwardly. This person's spiritual pressure was several times stronger than Jiang Qian's. The trial hadn't even begun, yet internal strife had already started. The elder Leng Wuhan's gaze swept across the scene like a blade, lingering on Su Ming and Leng Linua for half a breath. Next time, you're disqualified. Leng Feng retreated to the back of his group with an ashen face, his venomous stare fixed on Su Ming. Su Ming grinned and made a throat-slitting gesture at heme emotion both strange and fresh that surprised even himself. Leng Feng's pupils contracted slightly. He snorted coldly, swished his sable coat, and looked away. The wind grew more fierce. Leng Linua gently tugged at Su Ming's sleeve. Don't mind them. Su Ming raised his hand to pat the back of hers reassuringly, but the girl jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, her ear tips quietly turning red. The Grand Elder unrolled a parchment scroll, his voice amplified by spiritual energy and carrying clearly throughout the entire canyon. The rules are simple. There are 3 frost cores deep in the canyon. The first 3 Lung family disciples to bring back a frost core will pass the trial. He paused, his eyes sharp. But this time is different from previous years. Unusual spiritual energy fluctuations have appeared deep in Frost Abyss Canyon, and there may be unknown dangers. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, immediately crush your badge to teleport away. Someone in the crowd curled their lip dismissively. What danger could there be? Our Lung family has controlled Frost Abyss Canyon for over 100 years. The Grand Elder looked at him coldly, hoping your strength is as tough as your mouth. He looked around and saw everyone staring at him with eager anticipation. It seems you're all ready, the Grand Elder announced in a deep voice. In that case, let the frigid abyss trial begin. As his words fell, he drove his mystic ice staff deep into the ice beneath his feet. Crack! Thick fissures spread in all directions, and azure light erupted from the cracks as everyone's footing instantly crumbled. Su Ming felt his body suddenly yanked by weightlessness, plummeting through the ice-blue corridor-like chasm. When his vision refocused, he found himself in a sealed ice cavern. The circular ice walls pulsed with an eerie blue glow, and countless icicles hung overhead like a sword formation. A slight tremor came from his arms. Leng Linua was clutching his robes tightly, frost crystals clinging to her long eyelashes. Random teleportation? Su Ming quickly surveyed their surroundings. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she stepped back half a pace and replied, yes, the landing points are different each time. She produced an ice-blue badge, channeling spiritual energy into it, as a 3-dimensional projection unfolded between them, the middle layer of Ice Soul Ravine. Leng Linua folded the map away, her lips pressed into a tight line. Bad luck. We're far from the final altar. Before she finished speaking, Su Ming suddenly pressed his hand on her shoulder. Don't move. His sword emerged 3 inches from its sheath, the cold sword intent reflecting off the ice walls. He caught sight of a distorted shadow that nearly blended with the environment. A massive python, made entirely of ice crystals, slithering along the ceiling, blue venom dripping from its fangs. Second-tier beast, phantom ice python. Leng Linua's nerves tightened, but Su Ming's lips curved into a cold smile. Perfect for warming up. The blood patterns on his dark knight sword blazed to life. Boom. The hanging icicles shattered under the force, and azure sword light transformed into chaotic streams, forcibly revealing the invisible giant python. Leng Linua's pupils reflected the youth's airborne figure, used the broken ice as stepping stones to surge upward, and with a flash of arc light, the ice python's head was split in 2. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Current, 76. Thud. The sword tip pierced its vital point, extracting a walnut-sized blue crystal core. Su Ming casually tossed it to Leng Linua for replenishing ice spiritual energy. The girl fumbled to catch it, her ice-blue eyes widening. A second-tier beast that family records warned required careful handling had been slain with a single sword strike. Let's go. Su Ming flicked the blue blood from his blade, then suddenly tilted his head. From deep within the ice cavern came extremely faint tremors, as if some massive creature was swimming through the ice layers. Leng Linua suddenly gripped his wrist. Something's wrong. The family records say Ice Soul Ravine shouldn't have. Boom. The entire ice cavern shook violently. The ice dome above cracked in a spiderweb pattern as a sky-blocking shadow crushed overhead. Su Ming immediately tackled the girl, shielding her against his chest. Soft fragrance filled his embrace, but he had no time for distractions, staring fixedly upward. That is. Leng Linua's voice trembled. Through the gaps in the collapsed ice dome above, a nearly 100-meter-long body of black ice slowly slid past. 7 crimson crystals were embedded along its spine, with twisted runes identical to the curse marks that had appeared in Qingshi village. 5th-tier sovereign class beast cursed ice dragon. Su Ming's entire body tensed. Damn, we encounter a big one right from the start. He cursed inwardly. This thing was definitely not naturally evolved. Those crimson curse marks were clearly artificially implanted. The Twilight Cult. The ice dragon suddenly paused, its triangular head grotesquely rotating 180 degrees as 6 compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the two people in the ice cavern. The ice dragon's pupils blazed with murderous intent as it opened its massive maw, gathering an ice blue breath that radiated deadly cold. Get down, Su Ming roared, tackling Lung Linua to the icy ground. Boom. The crushing ice blue breath slammed into the ice wall behind them, followed by a deafening explosion that sent ice shards flying like shrapnel while bone-chilling currents swept over them. The shockwave hurled both of them along with the debris several meters away, their backs crashing hard against the opposite ice wall. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Ming's mouth, but he had no time to wipe it away as he raised his arm to shield the girl in his embrace. Are you hurt? Lung Linua's face was pale as snow, yet she bit her lip and shook her head. I'm fine. Having missed its target, the ice dragon let out a piercing shriek, its massive body writhing between the ice layers as frigid mist churned around it, clearly preparing for a second assault. We can't fight this thing. Su Ming's heart sank. Even worse, the explosion had caused extensive cracks to spread across the ice cavern's ceiling, with chunks of ice continuously falling. He pulled Lung Linua to her feet. Follow me. The two sprinted toward the depths of the ice cavern, pursued by the continuous thunderous crashes of collapsing ice and the dragon's furious roars. As they ran, Lung Linua activated the ice blue badge on her wrist, projecting a holographic map into the air. After a quick glance, she called out urgently. There's a vertical passage to the right ahead. It leads down to the lower level of the ravine. Got it. Su Ming suddenly stopped and spun around, drawing his sword. Clang. The Dark Knight's sword precisely blocked a massive falling icicle. His muscles bulged as he deflected it upward, sending the icicle flying back to strike the pursuing ice dragon's head. Go. They rushed into the right passage, where a nearly vertical ice shaft stretched before them, dark and seemingly bottomless. Without hesitation, Lung Linua leaped down, pressing her back against the ice wall as she slid rapidly downward. Su Ming followed close behind, his sword flashing as he shattered falling debris above. The massive ice dragon squeezed to the opening but got stuck, its 6 compound eyes blazing crimson with rage. The 7 scarlet crystals along its spine suddenly lit up in unison, their runes writhing and pulsing. Oh no! Su Ming wrapped his arms around Lung Linua and forcefully activated his Taiji domain. Black and white energies formed a protective barrier, completely enveloping them both. In the next instant, crimson beams erupted from the dragon's spine, vaporizing the ice along their path. Boom! The energy impact made the entire ice shaft tremble as cracks spread everywhere. The barrier shook violently as Su Ming gritted his teeth and held on, blood dripping from his chin while his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Linua pressed the ice serpent crystal core she had obtained earlier against Su Ming's chest. Absorb it. Cool energies surged in, rapidly replenishing Su Ming's spiritual power. He whispered, thanks, and tightened his grip, accelerating their descent. The ice dragon's attack missed again, and it furiously rammed the ice layers, causing the entire ravine to shake with thunderous tremors. Splash! Splash! 2 splashes erupted as Su Ming and Lung Linua plunged into the underground ice lake at the bottom. The cold cut like knives, but since both possessed ice-type abilities, they weren't instantly frozen. They surfaced, their breath forming white mist as Su Ming looked around. This is. In the center of the ice lake stood a towering crystal altar, atop which floated a deep blue crystal pulsing with light like a heartbeat. A frost core. Lung Linua's pupils contracted sharply, but Su Ming felt a sense of foreboding. How can this be such a coincidence? His gaze sharpened as he quickly scanned their surroundings. Fine ice shards floated on the lake's surface, while dark shadows could be glimpsed swimming beneath. Something's wrong. Su Ming quickly assessed the situation, pressing his hand on Lung Linua's shoulder and whispering a warning. This is too easy. The moment he finished speaking, eerie ripples suddenly spread across the lake's surface, and the ice shards trembled violently. Su Ming's eyes darkened as he grabbed Lung Linua's wrist and yanked her behind him. There's something underwater. Splash! 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 Over a dozen ghostly blue figures burst from the water. Second-tier pack beasts, bone-devouring ice lizards. Their massive lizard-like bodies were covered in translucent crystalline scales, their fangs dripping corrosive ice venom, and their crimson eyes locked onto the pair. Hiss! The lead ice lizard let out a piercing shriek, and the entire frozen lake instantly boiled as countless ice lizards swarmed from all directions, forming an encirclement. Lung Linua's fingertips trembled slightly as her ice spiritual energy surged, creating a circle of ice walls around them with crackling sounds. Clang! 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 Claws frantically tore at the barriers, cracks spreading across the ice surface. It won't hold much longer, she gritted through clenched teeth. Su Ming nodded slightly, his killing intent surging. When have I ever taken this kind of abuse? He pressed his palm forward, and black and white energies rushed from his palm, instantly forming a rotating taiji domain that tightly enveloped them both. The ice lizards crashed into the domain and were immediately shredded by the yin-yang forces, their scales shattering and flesh flying. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Mental Synchronization Index 1. System notifications exploded in his ears, but Su Ming had no time to pay attention. Go! He wrapped his arm around Lung Linua's slender waist, manipulating the taiji domain to forcefully tear open a bloody path. The attacking ice lizards came wave after wave, but were crushed into bloody mist the instant they touched the domain. Held half in his embrace, Lung Linua's ear tips burned hot, but she dared not lose focus. Ice blue spread through her eyes as she raised her hand to conjure several ice spikes, finishing off any stragglers. Boom! The ice layer above collapsed again, the ice dragon's roar echoing from overhead, its killing intent unabated as its massive horn hammered down toward the lake's surface like a sledgehammer. Lung Linua's face changed drastically. Su Ming's eyes flashed fiercely as his speed suddenly increased, stepping on the floating ice lizard corpses and charging straight for the altar at the lake's center. As the ice layer shattered thunderously, he grabbed the frost core suspended above the altar. The ghostly blue crystal contained vast ice-type energy, like the heart of a miniature glacier. Use this. He decisively pressed the frost core into Lung Linua's hands. The moment the frost core touched her hands, vast ice-blue spiritual energy flooded her body like a tide. Lung Linua's pupils contracted sharply, frost instantly forming on her long lashes as the surrounding temperature plummeted below freezing. The frost core was resonating with the Lung family's direct bloodline. I think I can control it. Her voice trembled with barely contained excitement as she pressed both palms toward the lake's surface. Crack! With the altar as the center, new ice layers spread visibly outward, instantly freezing the charging ice lizard swarm into menacing ice sculptures. Awesome! Su Ming's praise was brief but heartfelt, though the crashing sounds overhead grew more intense as the ice dragon prepared its next strike. Blast that thing! Lung Linua understood, raising the frost core high with both arms as extreme cold power rapidly gathered. The girl's pupils turned completely azure blue, and a ghostly blue beam of light shot skyward, colliding heat-in with the descending ice dragon's breath. Boom! The instant the two extreme cold energies collided, the entire frozen lake shook violently. The shockwave pulverized the surrounding ice lizard sculptures into dust, and the altar at the lake's center collapsed with a thunderous crash. Smoke and debris from the explosion obscured their vision as Su Ming swiftly pulled Lung Linua into his arms and leaped into the dark waterway revealed beneath the altar's rubble. Behind them, the ice dragon became wedged tight in the narrow passage, able only to roar skyward in fury, its bellowing echoing through the lake's depths. The lake water was bone-chillingly cold as they dove deeper, swimming for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Su Ming noticed the girl in his arms beginning to convulse slightly. Lung Linua's lips had turned pale, her ice-blue pupils gradually losing focus from lack of oxygen. His heart clenched as he cupped the back of her head and pressed his lips firmly against her cold ones in the ethereal blue underwater light. The oxygen-starved girl instinctively parted her cherry lips, and his tongue slipped past her teeth, transferring every last bit of air from his lungs into her mouth. Mummed water muffled all sound but couldn't hide the flush of crimson that spread across her face. Even underwater, Su Ming could clearly see her ear tips turning blood red. Lung Linua tried to pull back, but found herself held fast by his grip on her head, her eyes wide with shock in the water. Breaking the surface, Lung Linua found herself clinging to Su Ming's body. Her soaked clothing clung to her slender waist and revealed glimpses of snow-white skin, making Su Ming's Adam's apple bob. She lowered her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes, and lightly tapped his chest with her hand, the force so gentle it felt more like a caress. From an angle Su Ming couldn't see, the girl's eyelashes fluttered as a subtle smile curved her lips. Did this count as turning the tables? Su Ming had barely begun to speak when Lung Linua noticed tiny ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes and, as if possessed, reached out to brush them away. The moment her fingertip made contact. Beep beep beep. The ice blue badge on his chest suddenly shrieked, projecting a holographic map with 3 red dots rapidly closing in. The intimate moment shattered instantly. These frost cores exposed the bearer's location. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Seems like some people are eager to meet their maker. Damn fools. How dare they interrupt someone's private moment? Lung Linua's voice was colder than polar winds, murderous intent churning in her ice-blue eyes. She gripped the frost core in her palm, surging cold power roiling within her, wanting nothing more than to sink those bothersome intruders into the frozen abyss for 10,000 years. Just as she was about to engage the enemy, Su Ming caught her wrist. Linua looked back in confusion, only to see his gaze drop meaningfully downward. Following his look, she finally noticed her wet clothes clinging to her skin, revealing her enticing curves in full detail. Naturally, I want to keep the spoils of war to myself. Su Ming raised an eyebrow with a hint of teasing. I'd rather not let others take advantage of you too. Linua's ear tips instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading down her snow-white neck to a soft pink. The words "why didn't you say so earlier" rolled around on her tongue before finally emerging as a soft huff. Possessive bastard. Spiritual energy surged around her body, instantly drying her clothes. Before long, the sound of dense footsteps echoed from ahead. Lung Feng walked at the front, his sable fur coat billowing in the cold wind, his eyes filled with sinister intent. Two branch family members of the Lung clan followed closely behind, along with three enforcers who had appeared earlier: the burly man, the tall thin one, and the masked figure surrounding him protectively. You little bitch, hand over the frost core. Lung Feng stretched out his palm, a vicious smile spreading across his face. For the sake of our shared bloodline, I'll leave your corpse intact. I quite admire something your grand elder once said: hope your strength is as tough as your mouth. Su Ming's lips curved into a cold smile as he unsheathed the knight's sword, its blood-red patterns writhing like living creatures along the blade. Linua raised her hand in silent warning. The frost core's ethereal blue light danced in her palm as the temperature plummeted, ice crystals spreading across the ground. Lung Feng's expression darkened as he waved his hand. Attack! Kill them! The burly man charged first, his horse-gutting saber whistling through the air as it cleaved downward towards Su Ming. Su Ming sidestepped and swept upward with the knight's sword splurt. A severed arm flew high as scalding blood instantly froze into tiny ice shards in midair. The tall thin man's gaze turned fierce as he shouted, "Tough opponents. Don't hold back, attack together." He flanked from the side, but was blocked by an ice wall that Linua suddenly raised, the frigid air hitting his face and freezing his steps. Meanwhile, the masked figure flicked his sleeve, sending dozens of hidden weapons shooting forth like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. Su Ming's wrist trembled rapidly as his sword light deflected all the projectiles. He sneered coldly, "Petty tricks." Before the words had finished leaving his lips, the blade erupted with azure light in a sweeping strike. Splurt. The burly man was cleaved in half at the waist, his organs and blood hitting the ground before immediately frosting over and freezing. The sword's momentum continued unabated, rushing straight toward Lung Feng. Lung Feng's face changed drastically as spiritual energy surged wildly, an ice shield instantly forming, only to be struck by the sword light and covered in cracks. How is this possible? The shield shattered, Lung Feng spat blood from his chest and staggered backward. Linua seized the opening and unleashed the frost core's full power. She formed hand seals as ice blue spiritual energy poured forth like a tidal wave. The ground instantly froze, trapping all five enemies from the ankles down in solid ice. The tall thin man roared and struggled, but Linua flashed to his side and struck his chest with her palm. Crack frost exploded from within his body, turning him into an ice sculpture. The masked figure turned in terror, trying to flee. Su Ming kicked up a shard of broken ice bang. The ice spike struck the masked man's skull, deadened, blood and bone fragments exploding in a crimson spray. You're seeking death. Lung Feng's eyes blazed with fury as spiritual energy surged wildly. He bit his tongue and sprayed blood onto his sable coat, causing the runes to pulse with crimson light as a blood-red ice spear took shape, aimed directly at Linua's heart. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he flashed in front of Linua like lightning, the knight's sword clashing hard against the ice spear boom. The shockwave exploded outward, forcing him back half a step, but he steadily blocked the killing blow. Truly worthy of being a young master of the Lung family, so many treasures. With his killing strike thwarted, Lung Feng's hands trembled as he reached for the ice blue badge at his waist, wanting to crush it and teleport to safety. The moment his fingertips applied pressure, swish. A pitch-black sword light pierced through his chest, and as the knight's sword's edge emerged from his body, the badge in his hand shattered into countless ice blue points of light. Lung Feng's pupils contracted sharply as blood gushed from his throat. The teleportation light had enveloped his entire body, yet it could only carry away a gradually cooling corpse as it faded. Outside the secret realm, at the entrance to Hanyuan Gorge, fierce winds howled year-round, whipping shattered ice into the air that rustled down to form snow lines at the feet of several elders. Beneath the crystal table, array patterns glowed with an eerie blue light as the group sat around it, each wearing different expressions. In this trial, young Lung Feng has the best chance of success. The second elder stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. Lung Feng was his protege. The third elder gently swirled his teacup, his voice low. A ruthless nature combined with ice bloodline. Plus that gold-rank demon hunter he brought along claiming the frost core shouldn't be a problem. The Grand Elder sat with eyes closed, his mystic ice staff tapping the ground lightly, the sound echoing. This old man favors Lung Wuhan more. He possesses both cunning and determination. At this, he opened his clouded eyes, his tone suddenly grave. That squinting young man beside him is no ordinary person either. The second elder snorted coldly, his voice turning harsh. The one with the least hope is Lung Linua, a direct descendant of the main bloodline. Yet her talent is merely a rank, and she dares to bring some nobody into Hanyuan? She's brought nothing but shame to the Lung family. Several elders shook their heads and chuckled quietly. Only the Grand Elder remained expressionless. The fourth elder lowered his voice. I heard that girl hasn't dared return home for 2 years. Her father was once so glorious, yet he produced such a... If it weren't for her brother, she would have been disowned long ago. The fifth elder sneered. The moment Lung Jin's name was spoken, the air around the crystal table seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone fell silent as cicadas in winter, the most terrifying prodigy of this generation of the Lung family, whose talent, methods, and temperament all reached the pinnacle, even threatening to surpass the founding patriarch. Unfortunately, this monster had never been to their liking. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly erupted with blinding blue light, shattering the frozen atmosphere. Several elders rose in unison, with the second elder laughing and clapping his hands. Look, I told you someone would return this quickly. The blue light vanished abruptly. Thud. Lung Feng's corpse crashed heavily onto the ice, a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, crimson blood soaking through his sable coat, terror and disbelief frozen on his ashen face. Dead silence. The third elder's hand froze midair, and the second elder's teacup shattered with a crack. This is impossible. The second elder roared, cold light flashing in his eyes. Investigate. Retrieve the footage of his final moments immediately. The third elder activated the array with trembling voice, and an ice blue screen unfolded in the image. Lung Feng's face was deathly pale as he frantically struck his ice blue badge calling for help, only to be pierced through the chest by a pitch-black sword light. The final frame froze on a young man's profound eyes, calm as still water, like the eternally frozen layers of Hanyuan, chillingly cold. It sits that high school student. The third elder's throat bobbed. The second elder's beard bristled with rage as he stepped forward. In the trial, drag that little bitch and her boy toy out and tear them too. Silence. The Grand Elder shouted sternly, his mystic ice staff shooting forth cold light. No slander against the direct bloodline of the Lung family. The Hanyuan trial has followed the same rules for 100 years. Life and death are one's own responsibility. If you interfere now, you'll make us a laughingstock among the other families. His gaze swept over the assembled elders, his voice ice cold. This matter will be discussed after the trial concludes. Deep in the gorge, blade-sharp winds howled, their wailing like the cries of weeping ghosts. No, don't kill us. The last 2 remaining branch family disciples collapsed in the snow, their faces ashen. We were forced into this. Su Ming stood amid the wind and snow, blood patterns glowing eerily on his knight's sword. His lips curved into a cold smile, begging for mercy. The blade flashed, and pitch-black cold light swept across. Thud, thud. 2 heads flew skyward, and the spurting blood froze into crimson ice crystals before it could hit the ground. Lung Linua stood quietly to the side, the frost core in her palm emanating an ethereal blue glow, her exquisite and captivating face showing not a trace of mercy. Those who kill shall be killed in return. Su Ming nodded, shaking the blood droplets from his sword blade as he turned his gaze toward the depths of the canyon. Let's go. The 2 stepped onto the thick ice. The temperature dropped with each step, and their exhaled breath crystallized into frost particles with crackling sounds in the air. Even Lung Linua, who was born with mastery over ice and frost, couldn't help but shiver slightly. She glanced sideways at Su Ming. The young man wore thin clothing yet maintained his usual composure, as if he were standing in a spring breeze. Are you really not cold? I can't feel it. Su Ming shrugged casually, his exhaled breath instantly condensing into ice fragments that fell to the ground. Before his words had fully faded, he had already draped his jacket, warm with his body heat and scent, over her shoulders, the hem wrapping around the girl's slender waist. If you keep acting tough, you'll freeze into an ice sculpture, young lady. A faint blush crept up Lung Linua's ears as she pressed her lips together in silence, simply tightening the jacket around herself. The canyon grew increasingly deep and mysterious. Twisted patterns emerged on the ice walls on both sides, writhing like biological veins. Lung Linua whispered a warning. Ahead is the soul-hanging corridor. The ice layers will interfere with perception, making it extremely easy to get lost. Just as she finished speaking, a crisp shattering sound came from the thick fog ahead. The ice surface bulged with fist-sized bumps that exploded with loud bangs. A giant wolf covered entirely in ice spikes burst through the ice, its body roughly the size of a small SUV. The white vapor it exhaled scattered into fine ice crystals, and its crimson wolf eyes locked onto the third-order beast. Ice soul demon wolf. That big? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. What has it been eating to grow so robust? A deafening howl shook the air as massive claws cracked the ice layer, and the beast lunged forward. Time for a slide tackle, Su Ming shouted, his form gliding low across the ice beneath the wolf's belly. The Black Knight's sword thrust upward into the soft abdomen before slashing horizontally with tremendous force. Warm, foul blood sprayed everywhere as he rolled away. Aru! The demon wolf screamed and rolled, crashing heavily into the ice wall. Its entrails spilled across the ground, and after twitching twice, it fell silent. Slain third-order alien creature. 410, mental synchronization index 2, current 82. Done. Su Ming used his sword tip to pry open the wolf's head, extracting a walnut-sized blue crystal core whose remaining warmth pulsed against his fingertips. Suddenly, a string of seductive laughter drifted from the fog. Oh my, if it isn't the young lady of the Long family. As the fog dispersed, a voluptuous woman in tight leather clothing approached, arm in arm with a burly man. Her snow-white cleavage seemed ready to burst from its constraints. Lung Yan. Lung Linua's brow furrowed slightly. Lung Yan's gaze swept over the wolf carcass on the ground before settling on the blood-dripping sword blade, her pupils contracting slightly. She licked her red lips and fixed her gaze on Su Ming. Little handsome, you're quite the fighter. Want to play with big sister? The muscular man beside her turned pale. Yinner, what do you mean? Shut up. Lung Yin backhanded him with a crisp slap that echoed through the canyon. When I'm talking, it's not your turn to interrupt. She swayed her serpentine waist, her fingers glowing with crystalline blue light. As she approached Su Ming, her voice became increasingly sultry. Being with that ice block must be so boring. Let big sister show you what ecstasy feels like. Get lost. Su Ming raised his sword, the cold gleam pressing against her snow-white throat. I have no interest in cheap trash. Lung Linua glanced at Su Ming. What a vicious tongue. Sure enough, Lung Yan's face instantly darkened, her lips twisting into a vicious sneer. You refuse the toast, so you'll drink the penalty wine. She shrieked in a shrill voice. Kill that brat. Leave that bitch for me to deal with personally. The tower-like muscular man roared in response, his arm muscles bulging as earth-yellow spiritual energy surged around his fists. His massive fist, wrapped in fierce wind, smashed towards Su Ming. The punch stirred up ice shards that scattered in all directions. Su Ming raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. Oh, quite loyal. He held the Dark Knight, sword horizontally across his chest. Clang. A sharp metallic ring exploded as blade met bone fist, sparks flying. The muscular man laughed wildly. My fists can punch through armored vehicles. Before he finished speaking, he threw another punch. Is that so? Su Ming twisted his wrist and moved his sword, cyan sword light flashing like lightning. Splash. A column of blood spurted as his thick right arm flew through the air. Fuck. My hand. The muscular man knelt and wailed miserably, blood gushing from the stump. Su Ming lifted his foot and stomped on the man's knee. Crack. The leg bone snapped backward at a grotesque angle. The entire ice valley echoed with pig-like screams. Lung Yan's scalp tingled as she turned and fled frantically. Think you can leave? A cold light flashed from Lung Linua's fingertips. The frost core pulsed, and ice crept up Lung Yan's calves, freezing her in place. Bitch, let me go. Lung Yan struggled and cursed, her former arrogance completely gone. Su Ming ended the muscular man's life with one sword strike and turned to approach. Lung Yan's face was deathly pale as she suddenly tore open her collar, two white mounds bouncing out. Little handsome, I'm willing to do anything. Splash. The Dark Knight, sword pierced through her chest. Su Ming withdrew the blade and uttered two words coldly. Disgusting. Lung Linua withdrew her frost and said softly. She was my cousin. Su Ming shrugged. Not anymore. Suddenly, the entire suspended soul corridor trembled. The twisted patterns on the ice walls writhed and transformed into hideous ghostly faces. Woo-woo mournful wails echoed from all directions. Lung Linua suddenly grabbed Su Ming. Be careful, suspended soul phantoms. Before she finished speaking, translucent blue-green ghost shadows burst through the walls, claws bared. Su Ming swept his sword horizontally, but it was like cutting through air. Physical attacks are useless. Lung Linua quickly formed hand seals, her frost core erupting with blinding blue light. Ice seal. Extreme cold waves swept out, freezing the first batch of phantoms into ice sculptures, but more ghost shadows swarmed in like a black tide covering the sky. Su Ming scooped up Lung Linua and sprinted toward the end of the corridor. The phantoms' shrieks pierced their ears like drills, seeming to invade their consciousness. The two crashed toward the ice waterfall at the corridor's end. Bang! The ice waterfall shattered, fierce wind howling. Su Ming held the girl's slender waist tightly as splashing ice crystals danced around them. Behind the waterfall curtain was a massive, crystal-clear ice cave. In the deepest part of the ice cave stood two figures quietly, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Su Ming positioned Lung Linua behind him and squinted to observe. On the left was a young man in silver-white martial attire, his features sharp as if carved by a blade, casually tossing a frost core in his hand. Ice crystals danced around him, forming miniature ice tornadoes with overwhelming cold. On the right was a squinting young man in a plain gray windbreaker, wearing a harmless smile, but the dangerous aura emanating from him made Su Ming's heart sink even more threatening than the silver-clad youth. Lung Linua leaned close to Su Ming's ear and whispered, "The one on the left is Lung Wuhan, the top talent of the younger generation in the Lung family." Lung Wuhan smiled. "Miss Linua, don't flatter me. In the Lung family, who would dare claim to be first in front of your brother?" He glanced at Su Ming's bloodstained sword edge meaningfully. "However, that you've survived this long is quite surprising to me." Lung Wuhan squinted as he examined the blood on Su Ming's sword, then suddenly grinned. "How about this? Kid over there, you kill her, and I'll let you live." Su Ming chuckled softly and enunciated two words with perfect clarity: "Idiot." The controlling smile on Lung Wuhan's face instantly froze, and the ice tornado around him exploded with a thunderous roar, spreading bone-chilling cold in all directions. His gaze turned murderous as he growled, "You're asking for death." The frost core in his palm suddenly burst with icy blue light, and the temperature in the ice cave plummeted drastically. Crack! The ground rapidly sprouted rows of jagged ice spikes like waves surging towards Su Ming and Lung Linua. Su Ming swept Lung Linua into his arms and retreated quickly, his dark night sword creating a dense web of sword light that shattered all the incoming ice spikes. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. The squinty-eyed man had vanished. "Behind you." Before Lung Linua could finish her warning, a gray shadow had already ghosted up to Su Ming's back. A transparent dagger flashed with cold light, striking directly at his vital point. Without turning around, Su Ming blocked with a reverse grip. Clang! The clash of metal rang out explosively, sparks flying as the impact numbed Su Ming's hand and made his dark knight sword tremble slightly. His heart sank. This strike was far more powerful than expected, at least fourth tier. The gray-clothed young man smiled as he flicked his dagger, his windbreaker billowing without any wind, his voice light, yet laced with killing intent. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a top assassin from the killer organization Owl, codenamed Grey Owl." Owl. Su Ming's mind flashed to the image of the female assassin who had broken into his home. She had called herself Night Owl. Grey Owl spun his dagger like a butterfly knife with elegant deadliness. "It seems Mr. Su Ming remembers." "That's right. Night Owl was one of ours too. I was just taking on some side work when I ran into you at fate. Kill you, and Night Owl's spirit will thank me." "She certainly will," Su Ming sneered. "Because you'll be going down to keep her company." Grey Owl's eyes turned ice cold. "Arrogant fool." His dagger traced an extremely cunning arc towards Su Ming's throat. Clang! Su Ming blocked with a reverse grip again, sparking blinding flashes as the ice beneath his feet cracked. Grey Owl shook his numbed hand and suddenly grinned wickedly. "Do you know the rules of Owl?" For throwing knives slid out from under his windbreaker simultaneously. "Fight to the death." Whoosh! The throwing knives shrieked through the air, their speed several times faster than before. At the same time, Lung Wuhan cupped his hands, and a massive ice tornado roared toward them. Lung Linua's pupils contracted sharply. The frost core in her palm erupted with blinding blue light as she thrust both hands forward, raising an ice wall half a meter thick from the ground. Boom! The ice tornado crashed into the ice wall, spiderweb cracks spreading instantly before the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lung Linua's face turned deathly pale despite both possessing frost cores. The gap in talent was too vast. At this critical moment, silver light suddenly flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Moment of splendor, all things in nature. The light in the ice cave twisted strangely, and an inexplicable, bone-deep chill pressed down on everyone's hearts. The four throwing knives suddenly stopped 3 inches from Su Ming's throat, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. "What?" For the first time, Grey Owl showed genuine shock. His pride and joy, the killing throwing knives, were being held in midair by an invisible, giant hand. At the same moment, Lung Wuhan's ice tornado also stopped mysteriously, the shattered ice crystals frozen in their pre-explosion state. "This is time-based talent." Lung Wuhan cried out in horror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had never witnessed such a sinister talent. Su Ming's lips curved into a cold arc as the blood patterns on his dark knight sword surged violently, as if ignited by darkness itself. "Congratulations, you got it wrong." His voice was light and airy, yet it struck like a judge's gavel. The 4 flying daggers suspended in midair suddenly reversed direction, hurtling back with ear-piercing whistles through the air. Thud! 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 Metal pierced bone as the gray-robed youth's limbs were precisely impaled at the joints. Blood splattered across the ice surface, instantly crystallizing into crimson ice flowers. Ah! A piercing scream exploded through the ice cavern as the fourth-tier assassin crumpled like a puppet with severed strings. Su Ming turned his sword, its cold gleam pointing directly at Lung Wuhan. Your turn. What kind of monster are you? He staggered backward, instinctively reaching for the ice blue badge in his pocket. But in the next moment, he lost control of his own body. Under Su Ming's silver-glowing gaze, his right hand moved on its own, picking up a sharp ice shard. The cold light reflected in his trembling pupils as the shard slowly pressed against his carotid artery. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as his voice trembled. Stop! I surrender. Then he roared. The Lung family will never let you go. Slash! The ice blade sliced through his throat, blood spurting forth in a sound that was crisp and jarring in the deathly silent ice cave. Meanwhile, the gray-robed youth pinned to the ground struggled to lift his head, his lips twisting into a mocking smile. Never thought I'd fall into your hands too. Just kill me. In his hoarse whisper, he cursed coldly. Xiao Ju will never spare you. They'll skin you alive and tear you to pieces for the dead. Just then, howls echoed from outside the ice cavern, reverberating through the deep canyon. Su Ming suddenly smiled, as if remembering something amusing. Hui Zhao's pupils dilated in terror as his whole body shook like a leaf. No, you can't. Shoo. Su Ming raised his index finger. A few sword lights flashed, and Hui Zhao's wounds immediately tore open wider, blood gushing like springs. The metallic scent spread, and the howling instantly intensified. I heard wolves love eating live prey. Su Ming grabbed Hui Zhao by the collar, dragging him across the ice and leaving a long trail of blood, especially the kind that screams. Madman! You madman! Kill me! Just kill me already! Hui Zhao struggled desperately. Through the crystal waterfall, dozens of glowing green wolf eyes watched hungrily. Su Ming called out to them. Here's a little snack for you. He swung his arm in a wide arc. Off you go. Hui Zhao traced an arc through the air before crashing into the center of the wolf pack. Ah! Tearing and screaming instantly filled the canyon. Lung Linua quietly turned her face away. The two turned and left as the spine-chilling sounds of gnawing echoed behind them. Deep in the ice cavern, the overhead crystals refracted an eerie blue light, stretching their shadows long across the ground. Lung Linua gazed at Su Ming's profile, complex emotions rippling in her ice-blue pupils. She held two frost cores emanating blue light, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Su Ming turned his head, the corner of his mouth lifting. What? Charmed by my handsomeness. Lung Linua turned her face away, though the tips of her ears quietly flushed red. The two made their way through the deep ice cavern, the frozen ground beneath their feet gradually becoming transparent, revealing glimpses of an endless abyss below. Lung Linua suddenly grabbed Su Ming's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. There's light ahead. A ghostly blue glow flickered in the distance, casting dancing bands of light across the ice walls. Moving forward, the cavern opened into a vast chamber. A crystal altar nearly 30 feet tall stood at the center, surrounded by 7 massive ice pillars arranged in a semicircle. Ancient runes covered their surfaces, and bone-chilling cold swept toward them the polar altar. However, the depression at the altar's peak, where the frost core should have been placed, was now completely empty. Well, we have visitors. A mocking voice shattered the silence. Beside the altar stood 3 figures draped in crimson robes. The young man in the center carried a slender meow blade on his back, casually spinning a fist-sized frost core between his fingers. The ice-blue radiance made his scarlet pupils appear even more sinister. The Twilight Cult. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Frost mist gathered around Lung Linua's fingertips as thin ice instantly covered her palm. The young man chuckled softly and pulled back his hood, revealing a handsome yet eerily beautiful face in the ice light. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kong Yu, the 10th executor of the cult. That overwhelming presence reminded Su Ming of Jiang Qingli, another peak 4th-tier warrior, and his heart sank like a stone. Kong Yu held up the frost core, seemingly admiring its refracted light. We've been waiting for you, for quite some time. The elderly man beside him spoke in a raspy voice. Beneath this altar lies the secret of the frozen war god. To awaken it requires 3 frost cores. The secret of the frozen war god. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he exchanged glances with Lung Linua. She shook her head slightly, clearly knowing nothing about this. Kong Yu's lips curved into a cold smile. It seems the Lung family has kept you youngsters thoroughly in the dark. With a flick of his finger, the frost core floated above the altar, ice blue patterns spreading outward and causing the surrounding pillars to glow with faint runic light. 200 years ago, your Lung family's founding patriarch never went to any gate of revelation. With his cowardice, how could he dare set foot on the front lines? Kong Yu's voice turned icy cold. He was right here, personally cutting open the chest cavity of a calamity-class aberrant that had been dead for years, digging out its frozen heart, and implanting half of it into his own body. As the words landed, Su Ming felt his mind buzzing. Lung Linua's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief written across her face. Ha! The one you've worshipped as a war god was actually nothing but a despicable thief. And this is the true source of your Lung family's ice bloodline. Boom. The ice at the altar's center suddenly exploded, sending an arctic storm and razor-sharp ice crystals flying in all directions. Su Ming pulled Lung Linua close, green light blazing from his eyes as his sword trembled, shattering every incoming ice shard. As the ice fragments fell and the mist cleared, a translucent, ghostly blue humanoid corpse floated silently in the frozen abyss beneath the altar, clearly not human. The gaping wound where its chest had been cut open was horrifying to behold, and half of a crystalline heart still beat slowly, producing deep, clear thuds. Thump thump. Kong Yu suddenly spread his arms wide, his scarlet pupils blazing with light, his voice wild and piercing. Behold, this is your Lung family's true war god. Su Ming stared at the frozen alien corpse beneath the altar, his heart churning like a raging storm. Could all of this actually be real? Was the origin of the Lung family bloodline truly so vile and corrupt? He glanced sideways at Lung Linua, worried whether she could bear this revelation. The young woman bit through her lower lip, blood beading as her expression grew vacant. It was the remains of a catastrophe-class alien, the Frost Erosion Sovereign. Kong Yu's eyes gleamed with sickly fervor, his voice cutting like ice shards. It fell here years ago, and was torn open by the Lung family's founding patriarch, Lung Hanzhou, who ripped out its heart. The so-called Cold Abyss secret realm is nothing but spiritual energy leaked from this catastrophe's death. And your Lung family has been nothing more than parasites feeding on divine remains from the very beginning. As his words landed, Lung Linua was struck as if by lightning, her face instantly turning deathly pale as she staggered backward. She clutched the frost core tightly, her knuckles white with strain. No. Impossible. Kong Yu sneered wickedly, tossing out a yellowed parchment scroll. See for yourself. Su Ming caught it and unrolled it. Lung Hanzhou's personal journal. Winter of the 77th year of the apocalypse calendar, discovered divine remains in the depths of the ice plains, carved out its heart, divided and consumed it, gained ice powers. However, divine nature is difficult to tame, requires direct bloodline descendants as sacrifice, suppressed for generations. At the crude ending, there was even a drawing of a heart being carved open. Believe it now? Kong Yu tapped the altar with his fingertip. The Cold Abyss trials? Nothing but using you as sacrifices, using Lung family children's blood to suppress the divine corpse's resentment. Su Ming's expression darkened. No wonder when the secret realm had problems, those old bastards from the Lung family rushed to advance the trials. The frost core clattered to the ground as Lung Linua trembled all over. She thought of her elder brother's abnormal anger, of the clan elder's sinister gazes, despair and pain intertwining. Suddenly, a warm, strong hand fell on her shoulder. She jerked her head up. Su Ming was right beside her. The young woman's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Su Ming patted her shoulder firmly and grinned. Heroes aren't judged by their origins. We live our own lives, as long as our conscience is clear. Lung Linua took a deep breath of cold air, picked up the frost core, and ice blue light instantly erupted. I'll walk my own path. Kong Yu narrowed his crimson eyes. Only children comfort themselves with such lies. Su Ming shook his head with a light scoff. Some people claim the moral high ground, while secretly coveting that half a heart, don't they? Kong Yu's expression darkened. So what if I do? Treasures have always belonged to the capable. Attack. The two redrobed figures behind him threw back their hoods, curse marks crawling across their faces. The elder on the left formed hand seals, and dozens of crimson chains suddenly erupted from the ground. The one-eyed woman on the right opened her mouth in a high-frequency shriek, the sound waves making eardrums ache and causing dizzying pain. Su Ming snorted coldly, sweeping his sword horizontally, silver-white sword energy pouring out like torrential rain, slashing toward the chains and sound waves. Clang, clang. The crimson chains that lashed out were instantly shredded to pieces by the sword light. Lung Linua followed up immediately, her frost core bursting with blinding blue radiance as a thick ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the incoming sound waves. The ice wall's surface cracked with dense spider webs, but it finally deflected that deadly strike. Not bad. Kong Yu sneered coldly as his Miao sword rang from its sheath, the blade wrapped in eerie crimson curse marks. His figure flickered, advancing like a specter across the ground, the blade aimed straight for Su Ming's throat. Clang. The knight's sword collided with the Miao sword, sparks flying. Tremendous force transmitted through, making Su Ming's hands go numb. This strength was 3 times greater than the gray-robed assassin's. A hint of surprise flashed in Kong Yu's blood-red pupils, then he grinned savagely. Interesting, you can actually block one of my strikes. The blade technique suddenly changed, crimson curse marks writhing as the skull on the hilt opened its mouth and spat out several cold gleams. Those gleams actually condensed into blood-colored skull blade chi, letting out piercing shrieks as they rushed forward. Su Ming's wrist shook rapidly. the night sword tracing continuous arcs of light clang. 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 With each blade chi he blocked, his sword trembled violently, and his palms split open, blood seeping out. Blade soul, resonance activate. Kong Yu roared. The curse marks on the Miao sword bulged like blood vessels, the skull's eyes shooting out crimson beams as the entire blade swelled and twisted, instantly transforming into a 3-meter monstrous giant blade. S-rank talent. Blade soul resonanciate the cost of burning life force. Awaken the war spirit within the blade. Boom. Crimson energy waves exploded around Kong Yu, instantly cracking the ice surface. His speed increased threefold, and in a flash of afterimages, he was already before Su Ming. Die. The giant blade fell, tearing the air with explosive sounds. Bang. Su Ming hastily raised his sword to block, his entire body sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing through 3 ice pillars before stopping, sweet blood frothing at his throat. Su Ming. Lung Linua cried out in alarm. Her frost core's blue light surging as hundreds of ice spikes rose from the ground, shooting toward Kong Yu. Petty tricks. Kong Yu swept his giant blade horizontally crack. The ice spikes shattered into white mist, the aftershock sending Lung Linua flying several meters, the girl spitting fresh blood upon landing. I'll deal with you first, little girl. His murderous aura fully revealed, he raised the giant blade high. At the critical moment of splendor, winter is coming. Su Ming's pupils glowed ice blue as fierce wind and snow erupted. The cold current clung to Kong Yu's blade like a quagmire. Smashed down. Su Ming pressed his sword finger down, spiritual energy surging. Above everyone's heads, a jagged piece of black ice rock thunderously condensed, plummeting toward Kong Yu. Kong Yu's blood pupils contracted sharply. Too late to roar. He could only hastily raise his blade to resist. Crack. His right arm twisted, the clear sound of breaking bones piercing the air. Ah! The excruciating pain made him scream as the giant blade slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. The Miao sword's skull floated in midair, the blade transforming into crimson fluid that wrapped around Kong Yu's arm again, the broken bones forcibly reconnected by blood energy. You think this is over? Kong Yu wiped the blood from his mouth corner, his madness intensifying. The true power of blade soul resonance is just beginning. The skull on the hilt suddenly opened its mouth wide, lunging toward the 2 red-robed companions. For the arrival of the great twilight hour, we willingly offer our bodies. Twilight eternal. The 2 red-robed figures showed fanatical expressions, offering no resistance. The sound of flesh being devoured made scalps tingle. The Miao sword instantly swelled to 5 meters, 7 crimson eyeballs splitting open along the blade. Kong Yu's upper body fused with the sword, transforming him into a half-human, half-blade monster. Complete blade soul formed 10-minute countdown. Rumble. With one slash of the giant blade, the entire altar floor shook and cracked. Su Ming grabbed Lung Linua and rolled to dodge, a several-meter-deep ravine appearing where they had been standing. There's actually a second phase. He gritted his teeth. Both their spiritual energies were nearly depleted, no longer a match for Kong Yu. 4th-tier peak plus S-strength talent, far stronger than that half-baked Jiang Xian. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lung Linua's palm. The frost core was flickering intensely, resonating with the divine corpse's heart beneath the altar. Su Ming. Perhaps we still have one option. Lung Linua grabbed his wrist, her ice blue eyes showing determination. Buy me 10 seconds. Her gaze locked onto the half-heart in the divine corpse's chest, the frost core's blue light pulsing like breathing. He wants the divine corpse's power? Then I'll give him the whole thing. Are you sure you want to do this? Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively gripped Lung Linua's arm, his voice dropping to an urgent whisper. That's a catastrophe-level monster. The girl didn't answer, only raised those pure, almost frigid ice blue eyes to meet his gaze directly. The frost core in her palm trembled as if trying to break free, but she clenched it tighter in her grip, bone-chilling cold radiating through her fingers. Su Ming stared into her eyes and suddenly realized this woman had a death-defying madness buried deep in her bones. After a moment, he grinned. Fine, if we're going crazy, let's go crazy together. Smoke and dust billowed as Kong Yu's maniacal laughter pierced through the ruins. Death throes. A 5-meter blade sliced through the air, its edge carrying suffocating pressure. Su Ming's eyes flashed with green light as the blood patterns on his dark knight sword blazed to their brightest. He licked his split lip and sneered. 10 seconds? I'll give you 20. The sword tip pointed straight at the half-human, half-blade monster. In the next instant, ice blue waves surged in Lung Linua's eyes as frost chi erupted like a dragon breaking free from an abyss, spreading across the entire altar in a single breath. Kong Yu's descending blade was forcibly slowed by 30%. Petty tricks. Kong Yu snarled, the crimson curse marks on his blade lighting up simultaneously as 7 eyeballs rotated in unison, his blade's momentum surging once more. Clang. Sword met giant blade as Su Ming's grip burst open, blood dripping down the hilt. The tremendous force pressed him to one knee as the ice beneath his feet cracked into a spider web of fissures. Is that all? Kong Yu looked down mockingly. The giant blade suddenly twisted, its tip striking like a viper towards Su Ming's forehead. In a split second, Su Ming tilted his head as the blade grazed his face, leaving a bloody streak. He used the momentum to surge upward, delivering a vicious head, but to Kong Yu's face the crisp sound of cracking bone rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Quit your damn posturing. Kong Yu staggered backward. Su Ming pressed his attack, the Dark Knight, sword sweeping upward from below, tearing a vicious gash across the monster's chest as black blood sprayed forth. Kong Yu roared in pain, the 7 eyeballs on his blade swelling grotesquely. You're asking for death. The giant blade suddenly shattered into dozens of crimson tentacles that lashed out like a torrential downpour. Su Ming hastily blocked, but was still struck, his body flying sideways as the metallic taste of blood filled his throat. He wiped the blood from his mouth and glanced at his timer. 5 seconds. His peripheral vision caught sight of what was happening behind him. At the altar's edge, Linua knelt with both knees on the ground, her black hair floating without wind. She pressed 2 frost cores side by side against the ice surface as a third frost core rose from the altar's center, resonating with the other 2. Piercing blue light shot straight into the heavens. Ice crystals formed at her fingertips as she made a cut, crimson blood trickling down her pale wrist. Boom. The frost abyss canyon trembled as ancient runes on the altar's 7 ice pillars lit up in sequence. The 3 frost cores transformed into ice blue liquid, merging with the fresh blood and spreading along the ice layers patterns, finally flowing toward the catastrophe-level divine corpse in the depths of the frost abyss. The strange phenomenon caught Kong Yu's attention. He followed the light with his gaze, and with just one look, his crimson pupils contracted sharply. Crazy woman! He shrieked in rage. You actually dare to summon the remnant will of the Frost Erosion Sovereign. Even those Twilight cult lunatics, notorious for their madness, only dared to target that half-art. This madwoman had the audacity to directly awaken a catastrophe-class aberrant. Given its tragic history of being torn apart and sealed away, if any remnant consciousness truly remained, everything before it would be reduced to ruins. Kong Yu's face twisted with a mixture of ecstasy and terror. The 7 eyeballs embedded in his giant blade, Nightmare, bulged simultaneously, blood vessels bursting. The blade writhed and swelled, as if trying to break free from human form. He actually abandoned Su Ming, who was within arm's reach, and lunged straight at Linua with his blade. Stop! Do you know what you're doing? Do you think I don't fucking exist? Su Ming roared. Spiritual energy surged within him. Winter's arrival, full power. Ice blue light exploded from his pupils as bone-chilling frost instantly swirled around his body. Crack! The extreme cold spiritual energy formed hundreds of ice crystal chains that wrapped around Kong Yu's giant blade with a hiss. Boom! The chains yanked hard, altering the blade's trajectory and sending it crashing into the ice surface half a meter beside Linua, sending ice shards flying. Yet Linua remained motionless, concentrating solely on maintaining resonance with the divine remains at the altar's center. The final second of the countdown fell. She looked up, her ice blue eyes completely darkening to deep blue. Su Ming, fall back! Su Ming retreated several yards without hesitation. The next second rumble. The entire altar shook violently, thick ice cracking like glass in a spider web pattern. Kong Yu's giant blade hadn't even had time to withdraw before being swallowed by a pillar of ice blue light that pierced straight to the heavens. Ah! He screamed as the crimson curse marks on his blade instantly melted in the blue light. Simultaneously, at the altar's center, the half-heart remaining in the divine remains chest burst forth with blinding cold radiance. In the bone-piercing frost, a deep blue phantom slowly emerged, a humanoid figure forged of ice crystals, with a gaping hole in its chest and ice hair flowing to its waist. Catastrophe-class aberrant Frost Erosion Sovereign's remnant consciousness awakened. At the same time, on the top floor of the Lung Corporation building in Hanhai City, Lung Jin, who was reviewing documents, suddenly clutched his chest as sharp pain shot through his heart. He stared in shock at his palm as thin ice rapidly spread bloodline resonance. Not only that, but every member of the Lung family worldwide froze at the same moment. In a top-tier club in some city, a playboy pushing away his model companion in terror as his right hand completely froze. Demon hunters on the northern snowfields felt frost creeping up their arms, collectively falling silent. Even distant branch family members vacationing at the equator heard a crack as the pool beneath them instantly turned to ice, as if their blood had been replaced by freezing currents. At the entrance to Frost Abyss Canyon, several elders' communicators erupted simultaneously, ice bloodline rampage. The Grand Elder drove his mystic ice staff into the ground with a crack, his cloudy eyes showing panic for the first time. This means the divine remains have awakened. The third elder hurriedly checked the monitoring formation, the light screen filled with static. Should we forcibly terminate? Terminate my ass. The second elder kicked over the ice crystal round table, his face twisted with rage. Going in now would just be delivering snacks to the divine remains. The youngest fifth elder collapsed, mumbling, "Sin. The sin our clan bears, we can't escape it." "Shut up." The second elder's beard bristled with anger. "What fucking sin? Empty words. What matters most now is how to clean up this mess." The fourth elder remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. "While the divine remains can't possibly possess full-strength power, we old bones can't suppress it either. There's only one option now. Silence like a graveyard." The grand elder seemed to age 10 years in an instant, sighing deeply. "Notify Lung Jin. Tell him his sister has had an accident in the secret realm." The elders exchanged glances. The second elder opened his mouth, but ultimately remained speechless. At the altar, Defiler. The frost erosion sovereign's voice was like tint of sandy-rolled ice, each syllable causing ice crystals to form in the air. "Time to pay the price." It raised its hand, pointing at the half-human, half-blade Kongyu. "No, impossible." Kongyu retreated, the eyeballs on his giant blade spinning frantically. "It died long ago. This must be an illusion." Before he could finish, a beam of deep blue light instantly pierced through his chest. No blood, no wound, only rapidly spreading ice crystals. Crack, crack, crack. Kongyu watched helplessly as he crystallized into an ice sculpture, finally laughing hysterically. "Dusk will come. You will all die." Bang. The ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments. Su Ming's scalp tingled, his hand gripping his sword hilt in a death grip. This was the power of a catastrophe class? Just a wisp of remnant consciousness had instantly killed Kongyu, a peak fourth tier. The frost erosion sovereign slowly turned its head, its hollow gaze falling upon Lung Linua. Blood of the thief. Its voice was filled with hatred, yet carried a trace of eerie longing. Lung Linua knelt trembling at the edge of the altar, her entire body shaking violently. The frost sovereign's glacial power surged through her bloodline like a raging torrent, her bones creaking as if they might shatter at any moment. She lifted her head to gaze at the floating azure phantom above, her pupils completely transformed into the same catastrophic blue. "Su Ming." Her voice was so faint it nearly dissolved in the wind. "It seems to be calling me. I'm so tired, I want to sleep for a while." Alarm bells rang in Su Ming's mind, veins bulging at his temples. This was possession. "Lung Linua. Stay awake," he roared, his voice echoing through the canyon. "That thing is eroding your consciousness." But the girl seemed not to hear him. She slowly rose to her feet, her long hair floating without wind. With each step she took, a crystalline ice lotus bloomed beneath her feet. The moment her fingertips touched the phantom, boom, a violent torrent of frost exploded outward with her at its center. Su Ming was hurled several meters by the shockwave, his back slamming hard against an ice pillar of the altar, ice shards flying everywhere. He coughed up blood and looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Lung Linua floated in midair, her azure hair writhing like living creatures. The gaze she cast down at Su Ming was cold and indifferent, as if looking at an ant. "Despicable descendant of thieves." The catastrophe's voice flowed from her mouth, mixed with the girl's faint struggles. "Using this body to destroy you all." The 7 ice pillars of the altar suddenly exploded. The thunderous roar echoed through the depths of the canyon, and the entire Frost Abyss Canyon began to collapse, rock walls cracking, snow and dust churning. Su Ming struggled to his feet using his sword as support, spitting blood mixed with ice fragments onto the ground. "You damned old monster." He wiped the blood from his face, and the crimson patterns on his nightfall sword blazed to life, blindingly red. "Get out of her body." The catastrophe phantom was actually stunned. This mere human's first reaction upon seeing a catastrophe-level being was to curse. "Ant." The overlapping voices of Lung Linua and the catastrophe carried trembling echoes. Azure light condensed at her fingertips, the very same strike that had instantly killed Kongyu. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, but in the next moment, the girl shook her head slightly, her voice brittle as shattering ice crystals. "No, can't hurt him." The light flickered and finally dissipated. Meaningless emotions. The catastrophe snorted coldly. "In that case, I'll make you kill him with your own hands." It forcibly suppressed Lung Linua's consciousness. The girl's slender hand rose gently, and countless ice crystals bloomed around Su Ming into sharp ice spikes, forming a killing formation in the blink of an eye. Crash! Su Ming swept his sword horizontally, shattering the front row of ice spikes into powder, but countless more cold gleams shot from all directions. Thud! An ice spike pierced through his chest and shoulder, penetrating flesh and blood. The blood had no time to flow before freezing into dark red crystals. The extreme cold power invaded madly along his blood vessels like millions of ice needles swimming through his body. Su Ming gasped, his knee buckling as he half knelt on the ice. The severe pain in his shoulder made his vision darken, but his gaze remained locked on the girl floating in midair. "Lung Linua," he roared hoarsely, "wake the hell up." Wind and snow howled as the girl's azure hair danced wildly, the catastrophe's power condensing into violent frost whirlwinds around her. She raised her hand again, gathering a thicker ice-blue beam in her palm. Su Ming. Her voice carried tearing agony. Run quickly. I can't control it. Can't control my ass. Su Ming bellowed, gripping the ice spike in his shoulder and yanking it out violently. Blood sprayed as he immediately channeled his ice spiritual energy, instantly freezing the wound to stop the bleeding. I promised your brother I'd bring you back safe and sound. He staggered to his feet, the crimson patterns on his nightfall sword blazing blindingly bright. The sword suddenly rang out with a sharp, resonant cry, as if sensing its master's resolve to fight to the death. You think, Su Ming spat out each word as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. This bit of cold can freeze me to death? He stomped hard, shattering the thick ice beneath his feet. Fragments exploded outward as he launched himself like a cannonball toward Lung Linua, suspended in midair. His blade traced a cold arc of light, aimed straight at the girl's heart, but at the last inch, it suddenly veered aside. Swish! The sword tip grazed past Lung Linua's ear and pierced precisely into the phantom of calamity behind her. Get out of her body now. Su Ming's eyes blazed crimson red, his spiritual energy burning as the blood-red patterns on his dark sword writhed like living creatures. For the first time, the Calamity Phantom showed shock this human was actually sacrificing his life force to forcibly sever its connection with its host. Insignificant ant, seeking death. With that furious roar, the frigid abyss canyon trembled violently. Countless ice spears plummeted from the dome above, creating an apocalyptic scene that blotted out the sky. Lung Linua let out a heart-wrenching scream as ice-blue blood seeped from the corners of her lips. The Calamity was forcibly draining her life force to crush Su Ming. Su Ming, run! She reached out with trembling hands, her voice choked with tears. Shut up. Su Ming's entire arm was encased in frost, yet he still gripped his sword tightly. I promised your brother I'd bring you back. His consciousness began to blur as the system's warning alarms grew increasingly distant. Warning. Host life force has dropped to critical levels. Immediate evacuation recommended. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Boom! A blinding ice-blue pillar of light descended from the heavens, instantly blasting a crater 100 meters wide in the canyon. Ice crystals filled the air as the blizzard reversed its flow. A tall figure approached through the air. Golden-rimmed glasses reflected the cold light, and his pristine white suit fluttered in the fierce wind. With each step, the air crystallized into icy stairs beneath his feet. The man my sister has taken a liking to, Lung Jin adjusted his glasses, his voice frigid, is not yours to kill. The Calamity Phantom whipped around, its hollow gaze serious for the first time, descendant of the thieves. Lung Jin couldn't be bothered with words and casually snapped his fingers. Crack's pace suddenly froze. The wind and snow stopped, scattered ice crystals hung suspended in midair, and time itself seemed to halt. Lung Jin calmly walked to his sister, placed his palm on her forehead, and whispered softly. Sleep now, your brother is here. Ice-blue light bloomed from his fingertips, and the ghostly glow in Lung Linua's eyes receded like a tide. Her body went limp as she collapsed into Lung Jin's arms. He handed the girl to Su Ming, then turned to face the Calamity. Now, it's time to settle our score. He removed his golden-rimmed glasses and tossed them up casually. The lenses floated in the frozen storm, refracting countless cold rays of light. Lung Jin's hair and pupils turned completely ice blue as his spiritual pressure climbed steadily. The ice beneath his feet cracked silently, fissures spreading like a spider web to the altar's edges. The Calamity Phantom radiated chilling menace. Despicable thief! How dare you speak so boldly to a Calamity? Lung Jin chuckled softly, conjuring an ice crystal flower at his fingertips. If you still possessed the might of a true Calamity, I would already be nothing but dried bones beneath the ice abyss. Unfortunately, you're merely a wisp of obsession from the river of history, needing to borrow my clan's bloodline just to manifest this pitiful form. Ice crystals shattered around the Calamity Phantom as frigid waves surged like raging seas. Lung Jin stepped forward against the howling storm, his eyes cold as winter stars, speaking in a deep voice. Given our shared history, I'll offer you two choices. Either rest with your sovereign dignity intact, awaiting that slim chance of revival, or be utterly destroyed, letting the name Frost Erosion Sovereign vanish forever from history. Arrogant. The Calamity Phantom's deafening roar seemed ready to tear the canyon apart. When I return, Lung Jin raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze sweeping over the Su Ming siblings below. Don't overestimate yourself. You've merely lived long. When your so-called return comes, any of these three could kill you as easily as reaching into a bag. The Calamity's roar ceased abruptly, and the frigid abyss canyon fell into eerie silence. The azure pupils suddenly contracted, shifting between Lung Jin and Su Ming. I see. His voice turned desolate, as if carrying a century of weariness. Lung Hanzhou calculated even this. Then his tone dropped low, like dark currents beneath ice. You humans are utterly despicable. Thanks for the compliment. Lung Jin replied indifferently. The azure phantom spoke no more, its form collapsing into scattered ice-blue particles that flowed back toward the abyss depths. Thump! The divine corpse's half-heart beat one final time. 7 broken ice pillars instantly reformed, condensing into a massive ice coffin that resealed the calamity's remains. Lung Jin caught his gold-rimmed glasses as they fell from the air. The wind and snow gradually subsided, leaving only ghostly winds echoing from the abyss beneath the ice upon closer listening. They sounded like sighs spanning centuries, laden with cold and unwillingness, finally disappearing into the eternally frozen darkness. Is it all over? Su Ming's throat bobbed as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but noticed the girl in his arms stirring slightly. Lung Linua slowly opened her eyes, her ice-blue pupils clear yet veiled with mist, softly calling, "Brother? Big brother?" Su Ming brushed ice crystals from her hair, grinning. Your brother looked just a tiny bit cooler than me when showing off. Seeing his sister awaken, the frost in Lung Jin's eyes completely faded, though his brow furrowed slightly, sensed a massive ice-cold power stirring within Lung Linua. Could it be from the blood resonance with the calamity just now? His thoughts raced, but he felt no joy. Every gift from fate had its price marked in advance. When dealing with calamity-level beings, one could never be too cautious. Lung Linua also sensed the anomaly. She raised her delicate hand as blue liquid flowed through the blood vessels beneath her snow-white skin, and azure light lingered in her pupils' depths. Watching the siblings' strange condition, Su Ming pondered for a moment. Could this be the legendary talent advancement? Most likely, Lung Jin replied calmly. But Lung Linua couldn't suppress her excitement, her eyes sparkling. I finally won't hold you back anymore. She stole a glance at Su Ming, her pale neck blushing pink. We'll need to test the specific level when we return, Lung Jin reminded. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Why go through all that trouble? Light flickered in his eyes. Moment of splendor activate. Instantly, cold energy exploded from his palm. Natural type S-level talent replicated Frost Rhapsody. Current talent slots. S-level Myriad Phenomena. S-level Frost Rhapsody. SS-level Taiji. S-level talent. Su Ming's heart jolted. Even he was surprised by the result. However, things weren't over. Lung Jin suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, pointing toward the ice field's edge. There are still some accounts to settle. His low tone carried bone-piercing coldness. The Su Ming siblings followed his gaze as even figures tore through the wind and snow toward them. The leader wielded a black ice staff. It was the Lung family's grand elder, followed by 6 other family elders. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a soft chuckle. What an impressive show of force. 7 figures approached across the ice. The frozen surface crackled beneath their feet as frigid winds howled past, carrying swirling snow. The grand elder at the front wore a grim expression, his face shifting between light and shadow. He suddenly slammed his mystic ice staff against the ground with tremendous force, and the thunderous impact sent spiderweb cracks racing outward in all directions. Ice shards flew through the air, but his complex gaze remained fixed on the figure ahead, the foremost talent of the Lung family's younger generation, or rather, the undisputed number 1 of the entire Lung family, Lung Jin. Just as the grand elder was about to speak, the second elder cut him off, his voice dripping with venom. Lung Jin, how dare you show your face before me? Rage nearly twisted his features as his beard bristled with fury. He held up a sable coat stained with dark red blood, his knuckles white from gripping it so tightly. Your sister conspired with outsiders to slaughter our own clan members. According to family law, her bloodline should be severed. Su Ming recognized the coat. It was the same one Lung Feng had worn earlier. He silently speculated. Could Lung Feng have been this old man's descendant? He glanced at Lung Linua with a questioning look. The girl seemed to read his thoughts and gave an almost imperceptible nod of confirmation. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Well, looks like we pulverized someone's descendant. But with Lung Jin standing right beside him, he felt no fear and sneered coldly. So he's allowed to kill others, but others can't kill him? What kind of twisted logic is that? You little beast. Seeking death. The second elder roared, his eyes bloodshot. Whoosh raised his hand and conjured a gleaming ice spear that shot through the air straight at Su Ming's face. Su Ming reacted swiftly, pulling Lung Linua behind Lung Jin. Lung Jin merely gave a soft snort and flicked his finger. Boom. The menacing ice spear instantly shattered into countless crystalline fragments. The ice crystals refracted rainbow halos in the bright sunlight, falling like scattered diamonds, beautiful yet chillingly cold. Witnessing this display, the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of gravity flickering in their depths, while the other elders' faces changed dramatically. They had tacitly allowed the second elder to attack as a test, wanting to gauge Lung Jin's current strength, but the result proved unfathomable. Lung Jin calmly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses flashing coldly. Second elder, Perhaps you should first explain why members of the Twilight cult appeared in the Frost Abyss? At these words, the ice field fell into deathly silence, with only the howling wind swirling around them. The elders wore various expressions, but the second elder exploded in fury. What are you implying? Do you think I'm in league with the Twilight cult? Lung Jin remained non-committal, letting out a soft snort. The elders, who had originally planned to intimidate the long-absent Lung Jin, now found themselves being interrogated instead. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Lung Jin, the Twilight cult's infiltration of the Frost Abyss was indeed unexpected. The second elder has lost his bloodline and is understandably distraught, but that doesn't mean he's connected to the Twilight cult. After all, your parents' vendetta remains, and our Lung family is locked in mortal combat with the Twilight cult. At these words, Su Ming keenly noticed the girl beside him trembling slightly, her fingers gripping her clothes so tightly they turned pale. His expression grew serious. So the Lung family and the Twilight cult had such deep-seated enmity. Lung Jin raised his hand to interrupt the Grand Elder, his eyes narrowing. Grand Elder, speak plainly. Don't waste time. The old man paused, his clouded eyes boring into the ice coffin deep within the Frost Abyss, his words slow but weighted. The divine remains, are they truly sealed again? The seal remained perfectly intact. Lung Jin's voice remained as calm as an undisturbed lake surface. If the Grand Elder doesn't believe me, you're welcome to try it yourself. After receiving this definitive answer, the heavy atmosphere in the council hall seemed to burst like a punctured balloon, and all the elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, with external threats eliminated, internal troubles immediately arose. Lung Jin, the second elder, suddenly sprang up from his seat, pointing directly at Su Ming. This boy must be handed over to us for punishment. Su Ming let out a mocking laugh. Old fool, Lung Foam struck first. If his skills weren't up to par, who's to blame? He then drew his hand across his throat in a slashing motion, causing the second elder's beard to tremble with rage. The Grand Elder struck his mystic ice staff heavily against the ground, sending ice shards flying in all directions. His gaze locked onto Su Ming's bloodied shoulder. Did Wu Hen also die by your hand? Probably. Can't really remember clearly. I think there was someone like that. Su Ming shrugged. Impressive. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, his voice growing menacing. You've killed 2 of the Lung family's elite members. Lung Wu Hen had been the culmination of half his life's work, destined to inherit his legacy. With his sudden death, the old man's chest burned with unquenchable fury. At this moment, Lung Jin interjected with a faint smile. I rarely make bold claims, but I'll offer you this advice: didn't cross this young man. Because of you, the Grand Elder responded in a deep voice. The Lung family's most promising talents had all fallen to Su Ming's hands. This humiliation was impossible to swallow, and even at the risk of violating the Han Yuan Trials clan rules, he had to teach this lawless youth a lesson. That's only one reason. Lung Jin's eyes were crystal clear. Most importantly, I have high hopes for him. His future achievements will surpass even mine. The second elder let out a cold snort through gritted teeth, while the other elders fell into silent contemplation. Su Ming glanced sideways at Lung Jin, his lips curling into a grin. So this is what it feels like to have a big shot backing you. Yup, it really is satisfying. The Grand Elder's expression shifted several times. Everyone in the hall could see that Su Ming had a close relationship with Lung Lingyu, and Lung Jin was clearly paving the way for his future brother-in-law. With this connection, Su Ming's path ahead would naturally be much smoother. Seeing the collective silence of the elders, which in the Lung family was tantamount to acceptance, the second elder stormed out in fury. The fifth elder watched his retreating figure and muttered quietly. It's not even his own grandson. Is it really worth getting so worked up? Before he could finish, the Grand Elder's cold stare silenced him immediately. Grand Elder. Su Ming turned at the sound of his name to see the old man's wrinkled face forcing out a benevolent smile as he produced a gilt invitation from his sleeve. In 3 days, the Lung family will hold its centennial ceremony. On behalf of the Council of Elders, I invite you to attend as our distinguished guest of honor. The ice crystal invitation refracted rainbow hues in the sunlight, with the Lung clan's emblem clearly visible along the edges. This was the highest grade invitation that only core family members were qualified to possess. Though somewhat inappropriate for the moment, Su Ming couldn't help but think. Those who understand the times are truly wise. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This Grand Elder was certainly no simple character. 2 prodigies had been slain by his hand, yet the man could still take the initiative to bow his head and seek peace. Such methods were truly terrifying. A flash of shrewdness flickered in the depths of the old man's cloudy pupils. The Lung family has always valued talent. Since you could defeat Wu Hen, both your natural gifts and strength are exceptional. Lung Jin suddenly chuckled softly. Grand Elder, what a clever scheme, trying to steal away my brother-in-law with just a few words. This is a peerless genius who withstood a heavenly disaster. Even I couldn't have done that back in my day. Lung Lingyu's pretty face flushed red as she gently tugged at Lung Jin's sleeve. Brother. Su Ming, the person in question, quietly observed from the sidelines with his brother-in-law making moves, his own value naturally rose accordingly. The Grand Elder had long grown accustomed to Lung Jin's tendency to favor outsiders over family, and his expression remained unchanged. Special consultant for Lung Corporation, 8-figure annual salary, private floating vessel, and elder-level resource allocation. Su Ming glanced over and saw Lung Jin nod slightly, then cleared his throat. I can agree, but I have one condition. Name it. The Grand Elder's response was crisp, as if allowing him to set any price. From now on, the Lung family must abolish the Han Yuan trial. Though spoken quietly, his words struck like a heavy hammer to the heart. Lung Ling suddenly held her breath, her eyelashes trembling in the cold wind, her ice-blue pupils filled with shock. Su Ming continued, his voice low but powerful. To put it nicely, it's a trial by ordeal. To put it bluntly, you're just using living people to fill an ice pit. And you've been doing it with relish for hundreds of years. His voice was extremely low, yet every word pierced straight to the heart. The Grand Elder's smile froze on his face, his withered hand gripping the mystic ice staff tightened involuntarily, and a thin crack appeared on the crystal with a sharp snap. Young friend, surely you jest. His voice was hoarse. The frigid abyss trial is the foundation of the Lung family's establishment. How can it be abolished at will? Using bloodline descendants as sacrificial offerings, this is what you call the foundation of your establishment. Su Ming's voice wasn't loud, yet it struck like a boulder crashing into an icy lake, stirring up turbulent waves. The expressions of several elders changed dramatically. No one noticed that the second elder had returned and was now lurking behind the crowd. His sinister gaze, like a serpent's tongue, fixed deadly upon Su Ming. How dare a wet-behind Thier's brat presume to criticize our clan rules? The second elder's veins bulged. The Lung family has maintained its heritage for over 200 years. It's not your place to point fingers. Lung Jin's lips curved into a faint smile as he pushed up his glasses. A heritage of over 200 years. His tone was lazy, yet each word was ice cold. A heritage sustained by feeding on clan members' blood is better severed cleanly. Bang! The mystic ice staff struck the ground heavily. The Grand Elder shouted, Lung Jin, watch your words. With the staff's tip as the center, a circle of ice cracks spread outward, and bitter cold air swirled up white mist. Lung Linua was so frightened by this chill that she instinctively stepped closer to Su Ming. Su Ming's mind suddenly flashed to words Jiang Bai had once said, when has the Jiang family ever cared about the younger generation's wishes? So these so-called great families were all the same at their core. He stepped forward, looking directly at the Grand Elder. Do you truly believe that raising-style trials can cultivate real powerhouses? The geniuses you speak of are worthless in my eyes. The second elder trembled with rage and was about to explode, but the Grand Elder raised his hand to stop him. The old man squinted as he studied Su Ming, then slowly turned to Lung Jin. Is this your intention as well? Lung Jin didn't answer immediately, conjuring an ice flower the size of a knuckle between his fingertips. The ice petals rotated, reflecting cold light. 200 years ago, the founding patriarch rose to power by stealing divine remains. 200 years later, we're still gnawing on the rotting flesh left by our ancestors. As his words fell, the ice flower exploded with a thunderous crash. Fine ice crystals shot into the ice surface like bullets, leaving behind a honeycomb of holes. The frigid abyss trial should end. These words struck like thunder. The elders exchanged glances, and the third elder even staggered back half a step. The Grand Elder's pupils contracted, his voice hoarse. Without the frigid abyss trial, what will the Lung family use to suppress the calamity divine remains? Lung Jin's lips curved upward. Rest assured, he is quite reasonable and has agreed not to awaken easily. The ice field fell into deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to stop. The elders felt a chill in their hearts. The shadow of the divine remains that had hung over them for 200 years was being brushed aside so casually by this young man before them. The Grand Elder let out a long sigh, as if setting down a massive boulder. Perhaps this is for the best, who would want to watch their own children march to their deaths. He looked up and solemnly declared, Young friend Su Ming, I agree to your request. The frigid abyss trial ends today. Your group will be the last victims. With that, he produced a golden-laid invitation, its golden patterns gleaming in the sunlight. The invitation I extended earlier still stands. I sincerely invite you to participate in the Lung family's centennial ceremony. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. I don't enjoy being in the spotlight, so I'll skip the festivities. Seeing this, the Grand Elder didn't press further and simply expressed his regret. However, unable to resist the request from several elders and Lung Jin's hints, Su Ming still agreed to take on the position of special consultant for the Lung group. To be honest, he still felt somewhat dreamlike at this moment. Just a while ago, he was scrambling everywhere to raise money for a spirit domain connection pod, and now his annual contract income had already exceeded 10 million. In chaotic times, the hardest fist ultimately prevails. Thinking of this point, Su Ming felt deeply moved. After the Frigid Abyss trial concluded, Su Ming and Lung Linua followed Lung Jin aboard the Lung family's private airship for the return journey. The vessel's hull cut through the cloud layers, with snow-white billows churning outside the portholes. Inside the cabin, the lighting was soft, and Lung Linua leaned against the window, her fingertips lightly touching the cold window frame. Su Ming sat beside her, his shoulder wound already bandaged with medicinal cloth, the seeping bloodstains having congealed into a dark brown color. Does it still hurt? Lung Linua turned her head and asked softly. This little scratch is nothing to worry about. Su Ming grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The girl pressed her lips together and said gently, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for not giving up on me." Her voice was extremely soft, yet carried unprecedented seriousness. Su Ming was stunned for half a second, then burst into hearty laughter. "I promised your brother I'd bring you back safely, so I couldn't break my word." Lung Linua's ear tips turned slightly red as she turned her face away, only responding with a soft Across from them, Lung Jin pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sweeping between the two, the corners of his mouth lifting in an almost imperceptible smile. After returning to Hanhai City, Su Ming shut himself in his small rented room, sleeping and recuperating for several days straight. The college entrance exams were coming up soon, so he needed to restore his energy and spirit first. This evening, the setting sun filtered through the curtain gaps, casting the room in a dusky, orange glow. Su Ming sat on the old sofa, holding the Black Knight sword in one hand and a cloth in the other, carefully wiping away the fine dust from the blade. Suddenly, ding ding ding, his phone vibrated on the coffee table. He glanced at the caller ID, Jiang Bai. "Hello." Su Ming answered, his tone casual. "Su Ming, you finally picked up." Jiang Bai's voice carried urgent breathing. "What's wrong? You sound pretty anxious." Jiang Bai took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress her emotions. Jiang Qingli has become the head of the Jiang family. Su Ming's movements paused, his brow furrowing. "What?" "The Jiang family has been in complete chaos these past few days. Jiang Xian disappeared. The elders have been fighting tooth and nail, and finally all parties compromised by putting Qingli in power. She's the only direct descendant, but she's too young, so the Grand Elder is temporarily handling family affairs. The old fox has calculated well, setting up a living puppet." Su Ming sneered. After the Frigid Abyss trial, he had completely seen through the true nature of these wealthy families. Each one was an old fox who had cultivated for years, ruthless and merciless. Jiang Bai sighed and lowered her voice. "Not only that, but Qingli disappeared after visiting the Jiang family ancestral mansion, and it's been 2 days now. The Grand Elder is publicly claiming she's in closed-door cultivation, but I know Kinglish would never go missing without saying a word." Su Ming's expression suddenly darkened. "Where is the ancestral mansion?" "Luofeng Mountain on the city outskirts. It's a Jiang family forbidden area that supposedly hides many secrets." Jiang Bai paused for a moment. "I suspect Qingli has been placed under house arrest, or worse. I can't get away recently, so I can only ask you." "Understood." Su Ming agreed readily. After hanging up, he stood up, the Black Knight, sword emitting a slight hum, as if sensing its master's fighting spirit. Outside, night was falling and the streetlights were coming on. Su Ming casually threw on his jacket, went downstairs, and raised his hand to hail a taxi on the roadside. The car door opened, and just as he was about to step in, he froze in place. What a coincidence! Wasn't this the same unlucky driver who had been blown up by a rocket launcher with him last time? Holy crap, not you again. In the darkness, the taxi driver immediately recognized Su Ming and felt a chill run down his spine, nearly dropping the steering wheel in his trembling hands. "B-boss, I've got elderly parents and young kids to feed. Please find someone else to mess with." Su Ming slid into the back seat and gave the driver's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Relax, I didn't bring the rocket launcher this time. Take me to Luofeng Mountain in the suburbs and step on it." The driver wanted to ask more questions, but Su Ming's piercing stare silenced him. Trembling, he pressed the gas pedal while constantly stealing glances through the rearview mirror, terrified that this dangerous passenger might attract some deadly trouble again. "I gave you so much money last time. Why are you still driving a cab?" Su Ming asked with mild curiosity. The driver smiled bitterly and shrugged. "I can't sit still. If I'm not working, I feel restless all over. But if I'd known I'd run into you again, I'd rather suffer at home than come out tonight." Su Ming nodded and said nothing more. Over an hour later, the taxi stopped at the foot of Luofeng Mountain. Su Ming handed over several red bills. "Thanks, buddy." The driver waved his hands repeatedly. "What you gave me last time was already more than enough." He hesitated, then continued. "What brings you to Luofeng Mountain in the middle of the night? This place is cursed. People say it's haunted." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Su Ming waved dismissively. The driver sighed, knowing that skilled people were naturally bold, and reluctantly drove away. Mountain winds carried a chill through the air. Su Ming looked up at the sky. Night had fully fallen. He flexed his wrists and began climbing the mountain silently. The Jiang family ancestral mansion sat halfway up the mountain, looking like an ancient estate from a distancered walls and black tiles, with two large red lanterns swaying gently in the wind, creating an atmosphere so eerie it seemed designed for a period horror film. Su Ming grimaced and vaulted over the surrounding wall in one fluid motion. Under the pale moonlight, he surveyed his surroundings, ornamental rocks and flowing water, pavilions and towers all meticulously arranged. Yet in the corners stood several mannequins dressed in ancient costumes, their rouge garishly applied, looking particularly sinister under the cold light. He held his breath and moved along the wall. The knight, sword in his palm, trembled slightly, clearly sensing something ominous. As he passed through several courtyards and was about to continue, sharp whistling sounds suddenly erupted behind him. Su Ming instinctively dodged. Three slender steel needles whizzed past his shoulder and embedded themselves in a redwood pillar with dull thuds. Trespassers in the ancestral home shall die. A hoarse whisper rose from all directions. By moonlight, Su Ming saw that his attackers were those very mannequins. Their joints twisted unnaturally as they stood up, their pale faces with painted rouge looking like reanimated opera puppets. A supernatural ability? Or spiritual puppet arts? This is what they use for security. Su Ming sneered. The puppets shrieked in unison, their fingernails instantly growing 3 inches longer, reeking of decay as they lunged forward. Clang! His blade flashed with cold light, and 2 puppets were instantly decapitated. But the next moment, Su Ming's pupils contracted. What sprayed from their severed necks wasn't blood, but a swarm of black insects. Soul-devouring parasites. An entry from the Apocalypse anomalous creatures guide flashed through his mind. Soul-devouring insects lived in colonies, feeding exclusively on spiritual energy, and only appeared in secret realms where spiritual particles gathered. But they could only exist in secret realms where spiritual particles concentrated, so why were they appearing in this Jiang family ancestral mansion? There was no time to think. Su Ming quickly retreated, his sword tracing an arc in front of him as azure light flashed. Moment of splendor. Frost elegy. Ice blue spiritual energy erupted violently, sending waves of frigid air surging forward. The spirit-devouring insects at the front instantly crystallized into white frost and ice fragments, crackling as they fell. Several puppet figures in the rear were also frozen into delicate ice sculptures before shattering into glittering shards with sharp cracks. As the icy mist dispersed, Su Ming's brow remained furrowed during the brief skirmish. He had noticed that the spirit-devouring insects and puppets deliberately avoided the ancient well at the center of the courtyard. The thought struck him, and he strode toward the ancient well, leaning over to peer inside. The opening was pitch black, like a gaping maw in the night. Su Ming took a deep breath and leaped down. Splash! Bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his entire body. By the dim red glow of the blood markings on his dark knight's sword, he could see the well walls. Densely packed runes spiraled downward, identical to the curse marks of the Twilight cult. His suspicions deepened as he descended along the wall until he found a narrow passage at the bottom, which he entered without hesitation. The tunnel was cold and cramped, ending in a sealed stone chamber. Ancient scrolls hanging on the walls depicted various rituals burning incense, blood offerings, carrying corpses. The imagery of blood sacrifice was horrifying to behold. Su Ming's eyes darkened. The Jiang family's connection to the Twilight cult ran deeper than he had imagined. Rumble! The ground suddenly trembled lightly, and the stone slabs beneath his feet abruptly sank. A trap! As weightlessness struck suddenly, Su Ming quickly adjusted his posture in the darkness, holding his dark knight sword horizontally across his chest. The rushing wind pressure lasted far longer than reasonable, as if he were falling into a bottomless abyss. Bang! He crashed heavily onto wet stone ground, water splashing everywhere. Wiping the moisture from the corner of his eye, he used the blood markings on his sword for dim red illumination. Surrounding him were intertwining stone passages, their walls carved with the same sinister runes as those in the well, emanating a faint crimson glow. The mixed stench of decay and blood invaded his nostrils, nauseating him. Su Ming gripped his sword hilt tightly and proceeded down one of the branching paths. The winding tunnel seemed endless. After walking for an unknown duration, he found himself back at the original landing spot. A phantom wall maze? He chose another entrance and moved quickly, only to arrive at the same place again. Damn! His curse echoed briefly in the empty corridor. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from the distance. Su Ming held his breath and hid in the shadows. A faint light appeared around the corner as 2 cultists in crimson robes hurried toward him. Damn it! Where is that little girl from the Jiang family hiding? We still haven't found her after all these days. One of them cursed angrily. Should we ask the deacon? Only he knows the layout of this maze. The other hesitated. If you have the guts, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. The deacon despises incompetence, the first one muttered under his breath. Hearing this information, Su Ming's gaze turned ice cold. Beneath the Jiang family ancestral home was actually a Twilight cult stronghold, and Jiang Qingli was indeed imprisoned in this underground location. He silently approached, his dark knight sword striking like a venomous snake thud. Thud. Blood sprayed from both cultists' throats, and they collapsed without even managing a scream. Su Ming quickly dragged away the bodies and stripped off one of the red robes to disguise himself. After advancing a few steps, his peripheral vision suddenly trembled. From the depths of the shadows, a familiar, graceful silhouette emerged, azure sword light coldly cutting through the air. In the next moment, that cold Frosong sword would silently kiss his neck. Su Ming froze for a moment, then realized this silly girl had mistaken him for a member of the Twilight cult. He stepped back slightly to dodge the sword's edge, then grabbed the girl's wrist and twisted sharply, sending the blade clattering to the ground. Jiang Qingli's expression remained ice-cold as she raised her knee to attack, but Su Ming's thigh firmly trapped it, pinning her entire body against the rough stone wall. Their noses nearly touched, breaths mingling in the tense atmosphere. As Jiang Qingli tensed her body to struggle again, Su Ming lowered his voice. What? After just a few days apart, you can't even recognize me? The familiar voice made her rigid shoulders relax slightly. Just then, her stomach growled loudly twice, the sound echoing particularly clearly in the hollow tunnel. Both of them froze simultaneously. In the dim light, Su Ming clearly saw her earlobes quickly flush red, the color spreading all the way to the base of her ears. How many days since you've eaten? He released his grip and picked up the sword, placing it back in her palm. Jiang Qingli lowered her gaze and answered almost inaudibly. 2 days. Though psychics had strong constitutions, prolonged hunger still took its toll. Here, have something first. Su Ming pulled out a chocolate bar he always carried, broke off a piece, and offered it to her fingertips. Jiang Qingli nodded, put it in her mouth, and the sweetness quickly dispelled the emptiness in her stomach. Just then, the harsh scraping sound of chains dragging across stone echoed from ahead. Su Ming quickly covered her lips with his hand as they pressed against the wall to hide. 3 red-robed cultists passed by, dragging an iron cage containing a creature covered in whip marks. In the faint light, Su Ming recognized it as the female succubus who had once served him at the enchanted night bar, and his heart tightened. How had she fallen into the Twilight cult's hands? The quality of merchandise keeps getting worse. The lead cultist kicked the cage. This succubus isn't even second tier. Be grateful, his companion complained. Capturing live non-humans is getting harder. Let's just avoid angering the deacon. The footsteps and chatter gradually faded away. Only then did Su Ming release Jiang Qingli. Her fingernails had dug into her palms, and her face was cold as frost. To think such a place exists beneath the Jiang family ancestral home. Let's figure out what's really going on first, Su Ming whispered back. Jiang Qingli stared at the blood trail on the ground. Follow the traces. Su Ming nodded, but first turned back to retrieve the bodies of the 2 Twilight cultists they had killed earlier. He efficiently stripped off one of the red robes and handed it to her. Put this on. It'll make it easier to blend in. Jiang Qingli glanced at the identical robe he wore, said nothing, and draped the crimson fabric over herself. Pulling up the hood, shadows concealed half her face, making her look exactly like a cultist. The 2 followed the blood trail deeper into the tunnel. Around a corner came the sharp crack of whips against flesh and agonized screams. Their view suddenly opened UPA stone chamber about 30 square meters reeked of blood, urine, and decay that assaulted their nostrils. More than 10 iron cages were haphazardly stacked together. Besides the female succubus, they contained a deer-like creature with broken antlers and festering humans. Their limbs were pierced with iron spikes inscribed with twisted runes, wounds continuously seeping black blood that dripped into carved grooves. Dark red liquid churned in the blood channels, emanating an eerie glow. Not far away, 3 cultists were pressing a skeletal man onto a stone altar. The man's back was carved alive with twisted runes, and with each cut of the blade, black mist seeped from the wounds, drawn into the crimson crystal suspended above the very same cursed seal Su Ming had encountered in Qingshi village. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, understanding instant lyso the raw material for cursed seals was negative energy erupted from living beings. Before his words had finished, the stone platform erupted in blinding red light. The agonized screams cut off abruptly as the carved man's entire body exploded into a bloody mist in midair. Simultaneously, the dispersed black fog condensed into a palm-sized cursed talisman. Below the platform, a cultist wearing a gold-rimmed mask laughed maniacally. Excellent resentment. Drag that dear demon over here. Su Ming swept his gaze across the scene including the gold-rimmed mask wearer. There were only 4 cultists present. His fingertips caressed the night sword as the blood-red patterns on the blade quietly began to glow. After a brief exchange of glances with Jiang Qingli, both struck simultaneously. Su Ming flicked his wrist, and a dark sword arc flashed swiftly, slicing straight toward the gold-rimmed cultist's throat. The man only had time to widen his eyes. You. The word never left his lips as his head flew high into the air, the pupils behind the mask frozen in terror. Jiang Qingli moved like a phantom, her Frosong sword erupting with azure phoenix sword energy, instantly piercing the hearts of 2 other cultists. The last man frantically reached to activate the crimson crystal, only to be kicked in the temple by the deer demon beside him. The crisp sound of shattering bone rang out as his eyes bulged with blood, his body folding in half his dying vision, somehow capturing the sight of his own back. Su Ming shook the blood droplets from his blade and sheathed his sword just as the severed head hit the ground and rolled. From the first strike to clearing the field had taken merely 3 seconds. The stone cavern fell into deathly silence, save for the heavy breathing of prisoners in iron cages. All eyes were fixed on Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. "Young man, it's you." The female succubus recognized Su Ming and called out in delight. She glanced toward the cool young woman beside him. "And this is Jiang Qingli? No wonder our little wolf pup has no interest in us common beautyish, already has a master." Su Ming felt a chill creeping up his spine. The cool young woman slowly uttered 3 words. "Little wolf pup?" She raised an eyebrow. "I had no idea student Su had such preferences." Su Ming coughed lightly. Just joking, just joking." Jiang Qingli snorted coldly and turned toward the altar in the center of the plaza. Su Ming shrugged and began opening the cages, freeing both humans and non-humans. All the imprisoned were intelligent non-human beings with legal residence permits for Hanhai City, essentially law-abiding citizens. An incident occurred during the rescue. A werewolf, driven mad by torture, lunged at Su Ming with fangs within striking distance. The knight's sword flashed coldly, and the werewolf's head flew off as blood sprayed in an arc. With blood dripping from his sword tip, Su Ming's gaze turned ice cold. "I'm no saint, and I have no obligation to save any of you." Deathly silence spread through the cavern. Whether human or non-human, all wore expressions of ferently. The female succubus grew more excited. Her face flushed as she licked her lips. Had the mistress not been present, she might have done something to this rebellious little wolf pup. Just then, a soft gasp came from Jiang Qingli's direction. Su Ming's brow furrowed as he quickly approached the altar. Spread across it was an experimental log, its title page clearly reading, May 15th, Test Batch 49. There are significant differences in pain tolerance between humans and non-human species, with succubi recommended as the priority choice due to their strong emotional perception abilities. The second line of the appendix noted, the soul-binding array provided by the Jiang family can effectively enhance the purity of resentment. Reading this, Jiang Qingli's face turned completely cold. Her teeth clenched so tightly, they chattered. The had actually used her family's secret techniques to carve curse seals for the Twilight sect. Some members of the Jiang family truly deserve to die. Su Ming rushed to her side, scanning the data on the screen as his pupils instantly contracted. These experiment reports clearly documented the dealings between the Jiang family and the Twilight sect, dating back over a decade. Jiang Qingli drew in a sharp breath of cold air, completely unaware of this dark history. After a moment of silence, her voice turned resolute. "Keep searching. I don't believe this is all there is here." "All right." Su Ming nodded slightly, then moved alongside her deeper underground. As the corridor lights grew dimmer, the mixture of medicinal and bloody odors in the air became increasingly intense, each step feeling like treading on unsolidified shadows. The deeper they went, the more horrifying the scenes before them became. Passing through the final concealed door, the two suddenly found themselves at the edge of an underground laboratory the size of a football field. Rows of towering cultivation chambers stood like transparent crystal coffins, containing humans, non-human species, and even grotesque creatures that even the scholarly Su Ming couldn't identify. Twisted limbs and translucent organs slowly churning in blue-white nutrient fluid, making their skin crawl. At the operating stations, over 20 researchers in crimson robes focused intently on adjusting instruments, the metallic friction of mechanical arms and keyboard clicking sounds rising and falling in succession. In the center of the laboratory, a black altar resembled a platform supported by a giant beast's spine, with over 20 incompletely solidified curse seals floating above it, pulsing with blood-red light. The most prominent 5 were enlarged versions of crimson curse seals, their patterns writhing like living creatures. Su Ming's expression instantly darkened, but he was first to notice the abnormality in the girl beside him. Jiang Qingli's shoulders trembled violently, her face paler than the stone platform on the altar, her red lips opening and closing as if an invisible hand gripped her throat, her entire body frozen in place. Following her frozen gaze, Su Ming saw a woman in a white lab coat beside the altar. A white test tube swayed gently in her fingertips, the crimson liquid inside creating ripples. This was the melted form of crimson crystals, highly purified crystallizations of biological negative emotions. "Qingli, you've come?" The woman raised her hand to adjust her glasses. That delicate face, bearing 3 parts resemblance to Jiang Qingli, showed cold eyes behind the lenses as the corners of her mouth curved into an arc, both pitying and mocking. "When your father broke into this laboratory years ago, he had the exact same expression." The overly familiar tone, that similar face. Su Ming instinctively held his breath. Could this woman in the white coat possibly be? His Adam's apple bobbed as he glanced sideways at Jiang Qingli beside him. The girl's fingertips dug deep into her palms, blood dripping down the blade of the Frost Song sword. She struggled to squeeze out a single word from her parched throat. Mom? The woman in the white coat paused in her swirling of the test tube, then smiled as before, her voice soft yet mocking. After all these years apart, you can't even say mama anymore? That familiar voice she had longed for day and night struck straight to her heart. Jiang Qingli swayed as if struck by a heavy hammer. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. The Frost Song sword clattered to the ground, its tip ringing with a cold echo. Impossible, she murmured in a daze, her voice barely audible. What's impossible in this world? The woman chuckled softly, placing the test tube into an instrument. The crimson liquid gleamed with an eerie luster under the cold white lights. All these years, I haven't properly introduced myself. I hope it's not too late. She lifted the hem of her white coat and performed a standard court curtsy, her eyes crinkling. Dusk Cult 9th Executive, Blood Rose, greets Yumi, dear daughter. At these words, Jiang Qingli's world came crashing down. Years of searching, countless days and nights of hope, had led to this absurd truth. The deepest despair wasn't from blade or sword, but discovering that the light she had pursued her entire life had been an abyss from the very beginning. Her mother had been right there in the nearby Jiang family ancestral home, and she was a high-ranking member of the Dusk Cult. She suddenly understood from childhood to now, she had lived within this woman's carefully woven lies. The girl's form swayed unsteadily, and Su Ming quickly caught her in his arms. Jiang Qingli bit her tongue hard, using the pain to force back some clarity, her gaze locked tightly on Blood Rose. Even having personally forged her daughter's despair, Blood Rose remained composed. She leisurely removed her glasses, revealing phoenix eyes identical to Jiang Qingli's without any concealment. The organization sent me to get close to Jiang Hanshin for the Jiang family's soul-binding array secrets. Jiang Qingli's face was bloodless. Childhood memories flashed back those eyes that always held a look of regret and distance. So, her voice trembled. All those years, when you looked at me, it was like looking at a failed creation? Blood Rose picked up the thread, her tone as light as discussing the weather. Indeed. The organization wanted to cultivate the perfect weapon through genetic fusion. That high fever when you were 3 was actually me testing your spiritual energy tolerance. I didn't expect you to survive, and your potential was decent enough. She shook her head slightly, her lips carrying regret. But you still couldn't meet the standards. Before she finished speaking, a redrobed experimenter approached, completely ignoring Su Ming and the others, reporting in a low voice. Executive, the 50th experiment has failed. The Crimson Curse Mark fusion rate is still stuck at 67. Unable to break through the threshold. Hearing this, Su Ming's gaze swept sharply around the cultivation chambers. In the transparent liquid, human bodies had crimson curse marks embedded in their chests, with blood vessels spreading like spider webs. His pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing. These people were being subjected to human experimentation, attempting to fuse crimson curse marks into human bodies. He instantly thought of Kong Yu, that monster who had fused the crimson curse mark into his weapon. The owner of this gleaming scalpel before him was the very creator of that weapon. But in the next second, his heart suddenly lurched, as if he had missed some crucial clue. He whipped his head around to look at the redrobed figure not far away, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to utter a name. Chen. It was the doctor from Qingshan Mental Hospital 10 years ago in the Nightmare Beast's illusion. The redrobed figure paused slightly, pulling back his hood to reveal a face Su Ming knew well, his voice tinged with amusement. Oh? You know me. Chen Shi's presence, here Su Ming's gaze instantly turned ice cold as he looked toward the Blood Rose lady, watching with interest nearby. Jiang Bai's ordeal at Qingshan Mental Hospital was that you're doing too. Jiang Bai died. Oh, you mean little Jiang Dai? Blood Rose's eyes lit up several degrees, like she'd discovered a rare specimen. She's a 1 in 10,000 S-level psychic talent, with potential even greater than Qingli's. Too bad that child was too clever. She still managed to escape back then. She shook her head with a sigh, though her tone held not a trace of regret. Su Ming's expression darkened further. This seemingly delicate woman had a heart more venomous than a snake's. Blood Rose quickly cast aside her regret, her burning gaze falling on Su Ming. So you're the Su Ming who disrupted the blood sacrifice at Qingshi village? Your performance. She paused, tilting her head as she searched for the right words, is very strange. You were originally just an ordinary high school student, but starting 2 months ago, it's as if you suddenly gained some kind of great power. I'd love to cut you open and study you properly. As her words ended, she licked her lips, her eyes wild with fervor, as if she might devour Su Ming alive at any moment. Shut up. Jiang Qingli suddenly broke free from Su Ming's embrace, the Frost Song sword erupting with blinding blue light. Sword energy tore through the air, aimed directly at Blood Rose's throat. The woman gracefully sidestepped, a strand of hair severed and drifting slowly down. She narrowed her eyes, her laughter crisp. Drawing your sword against your mother for a man? Haha, you really are a badly raised child. With that, she clutched her stomach in wild laughter, as if thoroughly amused by her own witty remark. What? You're not laughing? Wasn't that funny? Su Ming and Jiang Qingli watched coldly, letting her rave alone. Blood Rose's laughter continued, but her tone suddenly turned icy. Qingli, emotion is the most useless thing in this world. Just like your father could have lived, I didn't originally want to kill him. She still wore that exaggerated smile, but each word was like an ice pick stabbing into Jiang Qingli's heart. This became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Jiang Qingli's pupils blazed with blue light, the frost song sword's sharp cry resonating as it trembled wildly in response to its master's fury. The blade traced a piercing arc of blue light, violent sword energy sweeping through the entire laboratory. Boom. The experimental table behind Blood Rose was instantly cleaved in two, test tubes and precision instruments exploding as crimson liquid splattered across the walls. The redrobed figures busy with their experiments finally lost their composure, screaming as they scattered in panic at the edge of life and death. Oh my, angry now? Blood Rose leaped back and landed gracefully, her white coat's hem fluttering. She crooked her fingertip, and three floating crimson curse marks suddenly blazed with blood-red light. Then let little Qingli play with mommy. The curse marks twisted and transformed into blood-colored chains that coiled toward Jiang Qingli. Murderous intent blazed in Su Ming's eyes. Just as he was about to rush forward to help, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly crept up his spine, and he rolled sideways with lightning speed. Boom. Fire and debris exploded where he had been standing, the scorching shockwave hurling his entire body high into the air. He tasted the metallic sweetness of blood in his mouth as he slid several meters upon landing before regaining his footing, then looked back with cold eyes. As the smoke gradually cleared, 5 black-robed cultists formed an arc formation. The leader pulled back his hood, revealing a scarred face in the lamplight. It was Jiang Xian. His left arm had been replaced with a mechanical prosthetic, blood mist seeping from the rotating metal gears, clearly another cursed artifact. Well, what distinguished guests we have. Jiang Xian licked the corner of his mouth, his killing intent unmistakable. You little bastard, it's time to repay the debt for my severed arm. Clank. The mechanical arm's components shifted and reassembled, a gun barrel protruding abruptly. He grinned maliciously as he raised his arm. Die. From the other side came a woman's gentle, sweet laughter. Don't play too rough and break my precious treasure. She twirled her daughter's long hair between her fingers, toying with her as casually as strolling through a garden. Despite Jiang Qingli's fierce sword strikes, the woman in the white coat remained effortlessly composed, not even a speck of dust touching her sleeves. Hearing the reminder, Jiang Xian's expression stiffened slightly, knowing he couldn't kill Su Ming today. But thinking of what fate awaited in that woman's hands, his eyes immediately gleamed with malicious glee. Yes, executive. Bang bang bang. The rotating gun barrel unleashed a torrent of bullets accompanied by blue flames. Su Ming's toes barely touched the ground as his ghostly figure weaved through the ruins, bullets grazing his clothes and sparking against the debris. Is that all you've got? He sneered coldly, the blood patterns on his dark knight sword blazing bright. Last time I only took one hand. Apparently, that wasn't enough. Jiang Xian's face turned ashen as his mechanical arm transformed again with mechanical clicks, a crimson chain blade extending a full meter with a sharp whoosh, its cold gleam piercing. This time I'll chop you into mincemeat. Su Ming remained unfazed, having lost both arms. Jiang Xian's bronze aura was far weaker than before. But at that moment, the other 4 redrobed cultists formed hand seals. Boom. The ground erupted in bloody light as dozens of crimson chains shot out like venomous serpents, lunging at Su Ming's limbs. Su Ming's pupils blazed with silver light. Moment of splendor, myriad manifestations. In the next instant, all the chains froze midair as if bound by invisible shackles. In the distance, Blood Rose seemed to sense something, her gaze turning toward them with confusion. Jiang Qingli seized the moment of her opponent's distraction, azure light exploding in her eyes as her sword transformed into 3 streaks of cold radiance. Azure Phoenix, Triple Tribulation. 3 intersecting sword beams fell, sealing off Blood Rose's escape routes. She pursed her red lips and flicked 3 crimson curse seals from her wrist to meet the attack heat. Boom. Sword energy clashed with curse seals, shockwaves rippling outward in circles, shattering all the surrounding cultivation tanks with sharp cracks. Blood Rose was sent flying by the aftershock, her back slamming into the metal wall as debris rained down. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes filled with sick excitement. Now that's more like it. Let mommy see your limits. Before her words finished, she violently tore open her white coat, revealing a form-fitting combat suit underneath. A pulsing heart-shaped curse seal was embedded in her chest crimson embrace. The seal writhed as vascular tendrils spread to her limbs, her aura climbing steadily until it broke through the 4th tier peak and reached the 5th tier in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qingli's breath caught as she held her frost song sword horizontally before her, fully alert. Her peripheral vision swept towards Su Ming. Clang. Su Ming's knight sword clashed against the mechanical chain blade. Sparks flew everywhere, the impact thunderous as the floor beneath his feet cracked into a spider web pattern. Using the recoil, he quickly retreated half a step. Jiang Xian raised his chain blade, laughing maniacally as fierce winds howled die. The blade light descended once more. In that split second, Su Ming's lips curved into a cold smile. This is exactly what I was waiting for, you getting close. The knight's sword thrust upward violently, its blood patterns blazing with blinding light. Jiang Xian intended to dodge, but saw silver light exploding in Su Ming's eyes as his overwhelming mental power instantly reached its peak. His movements froze in an instant, slowing as if by 10 times, leaving him only able to watch the sword pierce through his chest thud. As the knight's sword penetrated his heart, Su Ming sneered and twisted the hilt, grinding the heart into bloody pulp. The light in Jiang Xian's eyes shattered, his face frozen in disbelief. Su Ming withdrew his sword, flicking off the blood droplets as Jiang Xian crashed to the ground. The remaining 4 redrobed cultists were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee frantically. Su Ming swept his sword horizontally, sending 4 sword energies like soul-seeking chains that consecutively pierced through their backs. With the minions cleared, he immediately looked toward the main battlefield. Blood Rose had completely transformed, suspended in midair, wrapped in crimson energy. Jiang Qingli's face was deathly pale, blood at the corner of her mouth, yet she still resisted desperately. 2 against 1 isn't very fair, is it? Blood Rose giggled sweetly. As a mother, I don't want to break up lovebirds either. Before her words finished, a blood whip shot through the air, striking directly at Jiang Qingli's face. The blood whip shrieked as it tore through the air. Su Ming's pupils showed black and white spirals as he stepped forward like lightning, blocking in front of the girl. Taiji moment of splendor. The knight's sword wrapped in black and white energy like a coiling dragon. Clang. The blood whip struck the sword body, erupting in a metallic roar as the violent impact sent both him and Jiang Qingli flying. Midair, he used Taiji to dissipate the force, forcibly twisting his position to cushion the girl's fallbang. Both crashed into the metal wall. Under the tremendous shock, Su Ming felt sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of fresh blood splattered on Jiang Qingli's snow-white neck, the blood droplets rolling down her collarbone, startlingly red. The girl trembled slightly, tears blurring her vision as she cupped his face. Don't die. Su Ming forced a smile, his fingertip wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Don't worry, I'm not dying yet. Blood Rose tilted her head in examination, her eyes narrowing with a cold gleam. A 3rd-tier body resisting 5th-tier power? Could it be the legendary SS rank talent? Her voice grew increasingly tremulous. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. She fell into madness, her gaze burning. I never expected to encounter an undeveloped SS rank talent holder. Daughter, you are my lucky star. Mommy is grateful you brought him right to me. Blood Rose extended her hand, the blood whip within her body transforming into a giant crimson palm, lunging towards Su Ming. Silver light exploded in Su Ming's eyes. The crimson palm seemed to hit an invisible barrier, freezing midair as the air rippled with visible silver waves. Blood Rose's pupils contracted sharply, her cheeks flushed, her whole body trembling. Mental type SSS rank. The first since the Apocalypse era. She nearly screamed. His mental and soul power must be incredibly strong. Endless energy. Her white coat fluttered wildly in the wind as she laughed until her voice cracked. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Crack, crack. The crimson palm struggled to break through the mental barrier. Su Ming's veins bulged, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, yet he was still pressed back step by the 5th-tier pressure. The chasm-like level difference left him nearly exhausted. Buzz. Mental ripples suddenly expanded. The world fell silent, all movement frozen. The crimson palm stopped 3 inches above Su Ming's head, even the flow of its blood-colored patterns suspended. In the deathly silence, only the rhythm of high heels striking the ground could be heard. Tap, tap, tap. After years of absence, Jiang Bai slowly emerged from the shadows, her smile-filled, beautiful eyes churning with silver mental storms. You still like to break your toys like this? Seeing the newcomer, Blood Rose tilted her head, her blood-stained white coat contrasting with her brilliant smile. Oh my, if it isn't little Butterfly. The little lab rat who escaped from my laboratory years ago. After all these years, you're still as crazy as ever. Jiang Bai stepped forward, her red lips curling into a mocking smile. You could even bring yourself to harm your own daughter? As her words fell, Jiang Qingli's entire body trembled, so her aunt had known everything all along. She stared blankly at the 2 women, her clear eyes instantly filling with sorrow. Her pearly teeth bit down hard on her lip as tears rolled down like broken pearls. Su Ming felt his heart ache watching this scene. He gently patted her shoulder. Your aunt probably feared you couldn't handle the truth, and didn't want hatred to consume you, so she bore this burden alone. Jiang Qingli didn't respond, only letting her tears flow more fiercely. On the other side, a tense atmosphere suddenly erupted. Thanks to you. Jiang Bai's eyes surged with silver light, her voice carrying a chilling tone. I spend every day thinking about how to kill you. Just you. Blood Rose covered her lips with a light laugh. A little lab rat who fled in panic? If you hadn't run so fast, you'd have become a specimen in my laboratory long ago. Jiang Bai snapped her fingers. Crack. The frozen bloody hand in front of Blood Rose suddenly exploded, transforming into a sky full of blood mist. Blood Rose grunted and stepped back, the heart-shaped curse mark on her chest pulsing wildly. She sneered with scrutiny. Your mental strength isn't weak. It seems you haven't been idle these years. This is just the beginning. Jiang Bai raised her hand, and over 10 silver rays shot out like a violent storm. Blood Rose traced her fingertip across the curse mark, and 5 crimson chains whistled forth. Clang, clang, clang. The chains and silver rays collided in midair, sparks flying everywhere, as the entire underground laboratory shook violently. Culture tanks shattered, crimson cultivation fluid poured down like rain, and the bloody smell in the air grew even more intense. Blood Rose pressed her palms together, and the curse mark instantly expanded. Crimson embraced complete liberation. Countless blood vessel-like tentacles burst from within her body, crawling across the walls and ceiling, writhing madly. Her voice became distorted and overlapping. Considering how well my late husband treated you, be a good girl and become your sister's test subject. You vile woman, how dare you mention my brother? Jiang Bai roared in fury, her winered hair turning brilliant silver under her mental power, dancing wildly without wind. Visible mental ripples spread from beneath her feet. S-rank talent myriad phenomena. An invisible shockwave swept across, and wherever it passed, the crimson tentacles exploded inch by inch. Blood Rose's figure staggered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet she smiled viciously. Interesting. She spread her arms wide, and the severed tentacles quickly reformed, weaving into a massive crimson net that blocked out the sky in the blink of an eye. Time to close the net, little lab rat. The giant net suddenly contracted, attempting to trap Jiang Bai within. In that split second, Su Ming's eyes blazed with green light, as his dark knight sword gleamed with cold radiance. Boom. He stomped down and shot forward like a cannonball, tearing through the air as he aimed directly for Blood Rose's back. Without turning around, Blood Rose swept her hand back, forming a crimson barrier. Bang! The sword energy collided with the barrier, creating a deafening explosion. Su Ming was sent flying by the recoil force, spitting fresh blood. However, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. His goal had been achieved. Jiang Bai caught that fleeting moment of Blood Rose's distraction, and the silver light in her pupils blazed intensely. An invisible psychic blade shot through the air, aimed directly at Blood Rose's forehead. Ah! Blood Rose screamed in agony, clutching her head as blood seeped from all 7 orifices. Jiang Bai dragged herself closer, her silver hair whipping wildly in the aftermath. Blood Rose staggered back against the wall, then suddenly turned her head towards Su Ming in the corner of the laboratory, flashing a bloodstained smile. I will find you, daughter. We will meet again. Before the words had fully left her lips, she exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even her bones disintegrated by the energy. Jiang Bai frowned and cursed under her breath. At that very moment, blinding red light spread like spilled ink, engulfing the entire laboratory. Piercing alarms shattered their eardrums. Alert! Self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Su Ming's hair stood on end as he mentally cursed the inhumane design. Instinctively, he scooped up the unconscious Jiang Qingli, locked eyes with Jiang Bai, and in the next instant, both of them sprinted toward the exit. They hadn't even run a few dozen meters when boom. The underground space behind them was torn apart, and a terrifying energy shockwave pursued them like a tsunami. Su Ming felt a searing pain tear across his back as his body was hurled through the air, crashing into the concrete ceiling like a kite with a broken string. As consciousness faded into darkness, he caught a blurry glimpse of silver light exploding around Jiang Bai to form a protective barrier, and the terrified eyes of the girl in his arms reflected in his pupils. Time passed how long, he couldn't tell. Su Ming struggled to open his eyes to a blindingly white ceiling, his nostrils filled with the sharp smell of disinfectant. He tried to prop himself up, but his back burned like a branding iron was pressed against it. Looking around, he found himself in a single patient room with the sky outside the window painted in twilight hues. By the window, a striking figure with silver hair stood out. Jiang Bai leaned against the windowsill, a slender lady's cigarette between her fingers, the filter carved with an ornate phoenix tree design. Seeing him awake, her red lips curved slightly. Awake? You're pretty tough. Su Ming grimaced, the movement tugging at the gauze on his back. Thanks to you. That final psychic barrier. I owe you one. Don't thank me yet. Jiang Bai exhaled a smoke ring, her gaze turning cold. Blood Rose isn't dead, and she's got her sights set on you. That woman is insane. Being on her radar is bad news. She pulled out a silver coin the size of a fingernail, spinning it between her fingers. 3 crimson dots appeared on its surface. 3 Twilight cult coordinates. After the martial arts college entrance exam ends, we need you to take them down. We. Su Ming caught the keyword. Jiang Bai pocketed the coin, extinguished her cigarette, and leaned forward slightly, her fragrance mixed with nicotine washing over him. Su Ming's gaze happened to fall on her collarbone, where a purple butterfly tattoo glowed with an eerie luminescence. Apocalypse Affairs Management Bureau, Field Operations Division, Special Agent, codename, Purple Butterfly. Her voice suddenly dropped to a low register, completely different from her earlier languid tone. Su Ming's pupils contracted. The Apocalypse Affairs Management Bureau reported directly to the central government. Even the military couldn't access their personnel files. Why me? Because only you can resist the psychic corruption of curse marks. Jiang Bai pressed her fingertip to his forehead. Here, you're hiding something that even SS-level talents can't analyze. Click. The hospital room door opened, and Jiang Qingli appeared in the doorway carrying a meal tray. The girl's gaze lingered for half a second on their uncomfortably close proximity, and the tray trembled slightly in her hands. Her cool voice echoed through the room. It seems I've come at an inconvenient time. Su Ming felt embarrassed. Where did this kid learn to talk like that? Jiang Bai was so startled by those words that her spine straightened. She quickly cleared her throat. Ahem. Qingli, you're here. Perfect timing. I have something I want to tell you. The fluorescent lights in the hospital room cast a pale white glow. She hurried over to Jiang Qingli, placing her palm over the slightly trembling wrist, her voice extremely gentle. It was wrong of me to hide things from your parents. Jiang Qingli's eyelids drooped. I understand. But Jiang Bai still sighed. I know the truth is hard to accept, but your brother doesn't want to see you so dejected. She opened her mouth, but all the words she usually had were now stuck in her throat. Those sleepless nights, the sword blade she polished alone, everything had been exposed as an elaborate deception orchestrated by others. She herself was equally struggling to process it all. In the silence, she placed the steel meal tray on the bedside table. Let the patient eat first. Then she turned around and gave Su Ming a meaningful look. Her red lips moved silently, but formed clear words. Comfort her. With that, she swiftly pushed open the door and left. The door slammed shut with a bang, sealing the space into a quiet sanctuary for just the two of them. Jiang Qingli sat down beside the bed, resting her forehead against Su Ming's bandaged arm, without saying a word. Warm tears seeped through the gauze, making Su Ming's heart clench. Really was crying. The way she looked at me, the girl spoke in a muffled voice, trembling slightly, was like looking at a failed experiment. Su Ming lifted his uninjured hand, his fingertips gently stroking through her cool, soft hair. So what? His voice was hoarse but resolute. In my eyes, you're the best. Jiang Qingli's shoulders trembled slightly, but she still kept her head buried and refused to look up. Su Ming sighed, then suddenly grasped her chin and lifted her face. The girl's eyes were red-rimmed, tears swirling in her clear pupils, but stubbornly refusing to fall. Su Ming stared at her intently. Listen, you are Jiang Qingli, not anyone's experiment. You have your own way of the sword, and your own path. Jiang Qingli froze, her earlobes flushing pink as she quickly turned her face away. Outside the window, dusk was settling. An array of sunset light slanted through the gap in the curtains, gilding her profile with a soft golden edge. Su Ming watched, slightly mesmerized. Knock, knock, knock. The window glass was tapped. Su Ming turned his head to see Lung Linua's delicate face pressed against the glass, waving frantically at him. After shedding the heavy burden of the Lung family's destiny, she seemed like a bird freed from disguise. So lively, she practically glowed with sunshine. Jiang Qingli. Su Ming rubbed his forehead. How did this girl find this place? Lung Linua tiptoed and climbed through the window into the hospital room, her ice blue long hair tracing a graceful arc through the air. Su Ming. My brother said you were blown to halfway through her sentence. She saw Jiang Qingli sitting by the bed with red-rimmed eyes, and abruptly fell silent. The air instantly froze. Oh no. Lung Linua twisted her fingertips around her skirt hem, both embarrassed and cautious. Did I come at a bad time? Jiang Qingli's mouth twitched slightly, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu from those words. She silently cut the apple into 8 pieces, the knife tip clinking against the plate with sharp sounds. A cold atmosphere spread through the hospital room. Lung Linua's ice blue eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, also sensing the subtle tension. She coughed lightly and held up the box in her hands. I came to deliver medicine. As she spoke, she pulled out an exquisite crystal vial from her pocket, its surface glowing with a soft blue radiance, while the high-concentration spiritual energy inside stirred up tiny frost mist in the air. Su Ming took the medicine bottle, feeling a bone-chilling coldness the moment his fingertips touched it. Thanks. But how did you know I was here? My brother told me. Lung Linua blinked. then quickly changed her tone. He said you were blown up into. She caught sight of Jiang Qingli out of the corner of her eye and abruptly switched to badly injured. The fruit knife fell with a sharp crack, splitting the apple core cleanly in half. The crisp sound exploded in the hospital room, making Linua involuntarily shiver. Fine sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead as he felt this pressure was even heavier than facing catastrophe-level monsters. Qingli, he tried to ease the awkwardness. This is Linua, from before at the cold abyss. I know who she is. Jiang Qingli set down the knife, her voice cold as early winter frost, lifting her gaze to stare directly at Linua, the eldest daughter of the Lung family. Their gazes clashed in the air, almost audibly crackling with invisible sparks. Hello, student Jiang. Linua forced out the words, her shoulders tensing slightly. Su Ming drew in a sharp breath, his back wound throbbing with pain as he tried to prop himself up. Ahem, don't move. Two female voices pressed down simultaneously, then fell silent at the same time. Jiang Qingli stepped forward first, her palm steadily pressing against his shoulder. The wound will tear. Not to be outdone, Linua's fingertips lit up with ice blue light. I'll use ice spiritual energy to numb your pain. Hot and cold energies surged through Su Ming's body, making him tremble all over as he nearly coughed up his words. Wait. Bang, the hospital room door was pushed open. Jiang Bai leaned against the doorframe, her red lips curving into a teasing arc. Oh my, quite lively in here. Her gaze wandered between the three of them, finally settling on Su Ming's utterly defeated expression, chuckling softly. Looks like I missed quite a show. Su Ming was left speechless. Jiang Qingli fell silent for half a second, then suddenly stood up. I'll go get you some clean clothes. As she passed the doorway, Jiang Bai gently caught her arm. Qingli, Jiang Bai said quietly, don't overthink it. Jiang Qingli's shoulders trembled slightly. Without answering, she left directly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly relaxed. Linua glanced at Su Ming, then toward the door, saying softly, I should head back too. She pulled out a delicate ice crystal pendant and placed it on the bedside table. It can speed up healing. Before her words had fully faded, she hurried away, her retreating figure revealing a hint of panic. Finally, only two remained. Jiang Bai sighed and sat down beside the bed. That girl's heart is troubled. Su Ming fingered the pendant, still feeling the icy sensation at his fingertips. I know, Jiang Bai added meaningfully. It's not just about her mother's situation, you understand? Su Ming remained silent. She walked to the door and turned back with a reminder. Rest up and heal properly. Don't disappoint me at the college entrance exam in 3 days. The door closed, and the hospital room returned to silence. In the dim chamber, 11 crimson candle flames burned silently, their light and shadows tearing at the stone walls, twisting into grotesque totems. Around the long table, 11 masks reflected the wax light. The 10th seat remained vacant. The 9th executor's test subject escaped. The blood sacrifice at Bluestone Village failed. The 10th executor died at the cold abyss, and the divine remains seal was forced to reset. The redrobed figure at the head tapped the table lightly with their fingertips, a hoarse voice rolling out from behind the bronze mask. Colleagues, is this the report card you've handed in? At the far end of the long table, the 11th seat, a mechanical-armed cultist suddenly slammed his fist down and rose to his feet. Blood Rose activated the self-destruct protocol without authorization, exposing Laboratory 4. She must face punishment. The dull reverberation spread along the stone table, causing the candle flames to flicker. Blood Rose, seated at the 9th position, leaned back in her chair with a light laugh, her eyes behind the metal mask gleaming with mockery. Accuse me? Don't forget who provided the Crimson Embrace technology that allows a cripple like you to still sit here. You. The mechanical-armed cultist's gear joints clicked and whirred, as if he were about to lunge forward. The leader slowly raised his hand, a hint of derision seeping through his bronze mask. So you're telling me that our 9th executor was forced to self-destruct and flee by 2 high school students and 1 test subject? What's even more laughable is that one of them is your own daughter. Blood Rose, surely you haven't developed a soft heart? Your loyalty to Dusk is questionable. At these words, the other executors' gazes simultaneously fell upon Blood Rose. Their expressions varied. Loyalty. Blood Rose suddenly tore open her collar. Beneath her pale skin, the crimson curse mark at her heart was missing a corner, its edges writhing like a living thing. Do you need me to cut open this heart and show it to you, Lord Leader? The next second, the curse mark abruptly swelled, and blood vessel-like tentacles burst forth, striking toward the leader like venomous snakes. Enough. The leader flicked his finger, producing a sharp crack as the tentacles scattered into blood mist. His voice turned ice cold. Explain yourself clearly, or I don't mind replacing an executor. Blood Rose calmly adjusted her clothing, fastening the last button. That boy named Su Ming is no ordinary person, an SS-level talent holder who can neutralize curse mark contamination at the soul level. 10 masks turned toward her in unison. Are you certain? For the first time, the leader's voice showed a tremor. Blood Rose licked the blood from the corner of her lips, her eyes burning with intensity. He harbors something more ancient than the catastrophe itself, perhaps the very vessel the gate seeks. As her words settled, the atmosphere in the chamber erupted into agitation. No living being can be immune to curse mark infection, the sixth seat spoke grimly. The curse marks originate from beyond the gate. Bloodrose, you're not spouting nonsense to escape responsibility, are you? Enough. The leader swept his black robe, suppressing the chaos as the candle flames leaped higher in unison. The coordinates of the Apocalypse Gate have been confirmed at the estuary of Hanhai City, in that level secret realm humans call the Abyss Corridor. On the stone walls, the firelight suddenly twisted, revealing the pattern of 108 doors, with the central door slowly seeping black mist. Over the past 30 years, we sacrificed 72 apostles to locate it. With our great undertaking at hand, let us all strive together. The leader slowly rose, his voice deep and oppressive, like the whispers of demons from the abyss. The other 10 executors stood in perfect synchronization, their gazes beneath the bronze masks cold yet fanatical. The leader pressed his right fist to his heart, and the others moved in unison. For dusk, the deep, devout response echoed through the chamber, overlapping into the howls of the damned. The candle flames surged once more. Hanhai City, the leader's voice twisted with madness, will be the site where the 108th Apocalypse Gate opens. Boom. The candles suddenly extinguished, plunging the chamber into absolute darkness. Only 11 pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the blackness, gleaming with bloodthirsty light. On the day of the college entrance examination, Hanhai City was blessed with clear blue skies. The Hanhai First Martial Arts Arena was packed early with crowds, the audience seats roaring like ocean waves, layer upon layer of sound crashing against eardrums. The VIP section was equally full, with representatives from major universities, prestigious families, and the military sitting in rows watching the arena, ready to select the future guardians from today's candidates. For every examinee, the Martial Arts College entrance exam was the narrow bridge to climb into the top institutions, the nation's top 10 martial arts universities. These 10 academies were not only pillars of the nation, but each one guarded a gate of apocalypse, behind which were sealed terrifying entities capable of destroying the world. Gaining entry meant not only enjoying the finest resources, but also shouldering the honor of wielding the sword to guard the nation's gates. Su Ming stood in the waiting area, his expression calm, fingertips gently caressing the crystal pendant at his chest. This spiritual energy item, gifted by Linua, had taken only 3 days to heal his shocking wounds completely. The surrounding examinees looked at him with curiosity or fear. They already knew that this young man, once labeled as Frank Trash, was no longer the same person, his name spreading rapidly among the younger generation. Is that Su Ming? The one who defeated the 4th-tier expert Jiang Qingli? He's inhuman. How can we compete with such a monster? That's ridiculous. You wouldn't beat the others either. He doesn't look like much. I thought he'd really have 3 heads and 6 arms like in the legends, with a tiger's back and bear's waist. Chill. Keep it down, he's looking this way. Hearing these whispers, Su Ming silently complained to himself. He wasn't that troublemaking kid who stirred up the seas. Where would he get 3 heads and 6 arms? His gaze swept across the audience, searching for that familiar, graceful figure. Looking for me? A cold yet clear voice sounded from behind. He turned around to see Jiang Qingli in white robes pure as snow, the frost-song sword hanging at her side, her black hair casually pinned up with a jade hairpin. Her face still appeared pale, but couldn't hide the sharp determination in her eyes. How's your recovery? Not bad, it won't affect the exam. Su Ming nodded slightly. As they spoke, a burly middle-aged man stepped onto the main platform. He moved with the bearing of a dragon and tiger, his lightning-like gaze sweeping around, spiritual energy faintly visible around his body. This was the principal of Hanhai High School, a rarely seen 5th-tier expert. Without using amplification equipment, his voice thundered down over the entire venue. Fellow examinees, the gates of apocalypse have descended for over 300 years, with alien invasions and demons wreaking havoc. Humanity's survival depends on the path of martial arts. Today's examination is not only a turning point in your lives, but the starting point for protecting Blue Star's future. The principal surveyed tens of thousands of young faces, his tone suddenly rising. Regardless of talent level, only the fearless can climb to the peak. Remember, true strength lies not in awakening grade, but in the courage to draw your sword when facing desperate situations. After a few moments of silence, passionate gazes focused on the stage. The principal raised his arm. Now, I declare the Martial Arts College entrance examination officially begins. May your martial fortune prosper. The next moment, the entire martial arts arena erupted, waves of sound rolling through the air. Caught in this torrent, even the usually composed Su Ming couldn't help but place his hand on the knight's sword's hilt, battle intent igniting in his eyes. The white-robed girl beside him radiated equally impressive aura, her sharpness fully revealed. At that moment, a series of crisp bell chimes rang out. Attention all candidates. The first round of the Martial Arts College entrance examination, the talent assessment, is about to begin. Please enter the testing area according to your candidate numbers. Testing Zone 7, first batch, candidate numbers 0701 to 0720, please enter. Su Ming looked down to confirm the exam badge on his chest 0716. Right next to him, number 0715 read Jiang Qingli. What a coincidence. Su Ming glanced sideways. Jiang Qingli lowered her voice. My aunt arranged it on purpose. Su Ming nodded slightly without saying more. 20 transparent cubic chambers stood side by side in the center of the testing area, connected to backstage equipment by metal tracks. As soon as candidates entered, the chamber doors automatically sealed shut, and scanning light columns rose from the floor, quickly capturing talent levels, spiritual energy intensity, and physical indicators. The most common grades in the venue were C and B levels, with an occasional A level causing minor commotion, while S level was even rarer, each appearance accompanied by gasps of amazement. Number 0715, Jiang Qingli, please enter chamber 15. The announcement echoed as the audience immediately erupted. The name of Hanhai's greatest prodigy was known to almost everyone. All eyes fixed on her retreating figure. The chamber door closed. After just a few seconds, an electronic voice clearly resonated. Talent level, S grade. Spiritual energy intensity, 3rd tier peak. Overall score, 100. The gymnasium fell silent for an instant, then erupted in thunderous applause. Perfect score. Long live goddess, Jiang Qingli. Someone shouted loudly, but more people shifted their gaze to the young man behind her number 0716, Su Ming. Representatives from major universities, families, and military forces all paid attention, all because the rumors about this young man were beyond belief. Number 0716, Su Ming, please enter chamber 16. Su Ming took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling countless sharp gazes fixed on his back, with several examiners paying particular attention. The chamber door locked shut, and milky white scanning light climbed from bottom to top, a fine energy like needle points detecting against his skin. Suddenly, the light beam intensified blindingly, and the equipment emitted abnormal humming. Warning: abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Recalibrating. The audience immediately stirred. At the examination panel, a white-haired elder narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, exchanging glances with the examiner beside him. After recalibration, the electronic voice announced the results. Talent level, F grade, spiritual energy intensity, estimated 4th tier peak. Overall score unable to calculate, exceeds standard range. With that announcement, the entire martial arts hall exploded. A 3rd tier body but spiritual energy at 4th tier peak? How is that possible? F grade can't even achieve spiritual energy resonance. How could he cultivate? The Apocalypse laws clearly state that F grade candidates are not permitted to take the martial arts college entrance examination. What right does he have to stand here? Many candidates simply stood up in protest. Please retest. Fairness must be ensured. At the examination panel, the examiners wore complex expressions. The chief examiner said gravely, the testing equipment is directly supplied by the Apocalypse Affairs Bureau and has never malfunctioned. He looked towards Su Ming in the chamber, his brow furrowed. But the law equally stipulates that F-grade candidates do not qualify for participation. Su Ming, at the center of the storm of public opinion, remained calm and was about to speak in his defense. Just then, Jiang Qingli stood up. Her voice was cold and resolute, challenging those who questioned him to step onto the stage and test his blade themselves. The clamor from the audience was largely silenced by her words, though some still remained defiant, shouting loudly. No matter how strong he is, the law is the law. Are we really going to make an exception for just one person? Before the words had even finished echoing, a booming voice exploded from the venue entrance. Who says Frank can't take the college entrance exam? Everyone turned to see the deputy chairman of the Demon Hunter Association striding forward, with Director Zhou and several high-ranking demon hunters following closely behind, their uniform insignia gleaming under the lights. The deputy chairman surveyed the surroundings and spoke with authority. Su Ming has completed multiple high-risk missions according to association records, slaying nightmare beasts, eliminating cursed aberrants, with contributions far exceeding ordinary candidates. The association has already applied for special approval from the Apocalypse Affairs Bureau. He pulled out documents from his coat and handed them to the chief examiner. This is an exemption order signed by the Apocalypse Affairs Bureau, allowing Su Ming to participate in the college entrance exam as a special talent. The crowd erupted in uproar. On the testing platform, Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected, the Lung family had made their move. Facing the shocked, jealous, and even resentful gazes, he merely smiled faintly. The chief examiner quickly scanned through the documents, confirmed their authenticity, and looked up to ask, Su Ming, do you wish to use the special talent pathway to continue with the college entrance exam? Under the gaze of thousands, Su Ming simply shook his head slightly. The deputy chairman was stunned, frantically making eye signals. Director Zhou was also pacing anxiously at the side of the platform. As the crowd grew restless, a familiar shout came from the audience. "Boss, catch!" Cold light sliced through the air, carving a sharp arc in mid-flight. Su Ming raised his hand and caught the menacing demon Fong mask steadily, the cold metal gleaming ominously under the lights. The young man spoke calmly. "I am the evil ghost." The entire venue instantly erupted. Evil ghost? The one with 18 consecutive wins in the spirit domain. Impossible. Isn't he a mysterious master? How could he be in Frank high school student? Holy shit. It really is him. I saw the video of him beating up Thunder Fury Zhang Lei with my own eyes. Silence. The chief examiner's spiritual pressure swept across the venue, cutting off the commotion instantly. He exchanged a glance with the examiner beside him, who quickly accessed the terminal data and soon provided confirmation. After verifying the information, the chief examiner looked deeply at Su Ming. The name Evil Ghost had swept across the entire internet. Even he, an old-timer who rarely went online, had heard of it. According to Apocalypse law, current students who enter the top 10,000 in spirit domain rankings are eligible for the martial arts college entrance exam. Testing continues. Before his words had finished, the dome of the martial arts hall exploded with a thunderous crash, and a crimson fissure tore across the sky. Boom! The earth of Hanhai City shook violently. Deafening roars echoed from the distance, and spiritual energy monitoring devices throughout the city wailed in unison. Warning! Space Fissure Index has exceeded threshold. The 108th gate of Apocalypse is forcibly descending. Descent location: Hanhai City Harbor entrance. Boom! A thunderous heartbeat, like that of an ancient behemoth, echoed from the estuary. The ground trembled lightly at first, then violently undulated as even the massive spectator stands in the martial arts arena groaned and twisted under the tremors. Su Ming jerked his head up to see the cracks spanning across the sky tearing open at a visible pace, with countless writhing limbs squirming in the rolling black mist within its depths. The abyssal corridor. The apocalypse descends. The vice president of the Demon Hunter Association's face turned ashen. Srank's secret realm outbreak. As if confirming his words, thunderous explosions echoed from the distance. "Everyone evacuate immediately." The principal roared, his fifth-tier spiritual pressure erupting like a volcano, making the air itself whimper. All non-combatants proceed to underground shelters at once. At Hanhai Estuary, the once calm sea now churned with 100-meter black waves. Atop the crests, countless shadows surged forward, hordes of aberrant beasts riding the waves. In the distance, the outline of a bronze gate nearly 1,000 meters tall loomed faintly, with dark crimson liquid seeping through its cracks, staining the entire sea area blood red like a pool of gore. Crash! The first tsunami wave slammed into shore, making the entire city's ground ripple like water. Coastal skyscrapers collapsed one after another, steel and concrete twisting and snapping under the immense force. Before this disaster, fleeing figures scattered in all directions while agonizing wails rose and fell. The once prosperous Hanhai had become a hellscape in mere moments. Warning! Apocalypse-level energy fluctuations detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. Repeat, evacuate immediately. The system's alarm blared in Su Ming's mind, filling his temples with stabbing throbs. Immediately after, holographic projections spelled out crimson words across the city sky. All citizens' attention, evacuate to underground shelters. Execute Apocalypse Protocol 1 immediately. Citywide blood red alert status. All communication channels now under full control of Hanhai Command. Repeat, this is not a drill. Blood red sirens pierced the sky, their piercing wails weaving together with the earth's tremors into an apocalyptic symphony. We're doomed. It's the end of the world. Mommy, I want to go home. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Terrified shouts erupted everywhere. Inside the martial arts arena, the sweeping cheers instantly froze, then transformed into tsunami-like screams. Examinees pushed and shoved toward exits as order collapsed in an instant. Silence. The chief examiner's roar, accompanied by overwhelming spiritual pressure, crashed down, making the air itself vibrate and instantly strangling the chaos. He stood suspended in midair, robes billowing, his gaze sweeping across the venue like lightning. All examinees, listen up. According to the Apocalypse wartime regulations, this year's college entrance exam rules are hereby changed. With a wave of his hand, the dome's light screen switched to a blood red announcement. Blood red college entrance exam emergency protocol. All examinees will form temporary demon hunting squads under wartime organization and immediately deploy to the front lines. Aberrant kills will be converted to exam points based on grade level, with real-time rankings determining admission eligibility. Those who flee from battle will be charged with treason and executed on the spot. The crimson text seared everyone's vision like a branding iron. This isn't fair. A noble son burst from the crowd, face deathly pale. We came here to take exams, not to die. I demand. Uft. From the VIP section, An officer in military uniform suddenly shot a blinding golden beam from his fingertip. The head of the student, who was still shouting, exploded instantly. Blood and shattered skull fragments sprayed outward, the warm, viscous liquid splattering across the faces and uniforms of nearby students. The scalding sensation sent chills down everyone's spine as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The officer slowly withdrew his fingertip, pointing it at the crowd like a gun barrel, his cold gaze slicing across each pale face like a blade. Anyone else who disrupts order will be executed without question. After speaking, the military personnel turned and left like a whirlwind. With the Demon Hunter Guild members following closely behind, they all had more urgent battlefields to reach. The acrid smell of blood permeated the venue as students stood frozen in place, finally realizing that the martial arts exam arena had truly become a battlefield. Does anyone else have objections? The chief examiner hovered in midair, his voice as cold as polar ice. Su Ming gripped his sword, Black Knight, feeling the hilt vibrate slightly from spiritual energy resonance. Above them, the holographic screen was broadcasting the hellish scenes from outside. At Hanhai City's harbor entrance, a massive bronze gate was gradually materializing, with dark red liquid gushing from its cracks, staining half the sky. He whispered under his breath, "The world is about to change." The gate of apocalypse, the source of global spiritual energy waves, containing unimaginable power while heralding disaster. Throughout history, countless cities and nations had been destroyed by the descent of the apocalypse. Jiang Qingli silently moved to his side, her frost song sword emanating a cold blue light. Boom! The ground shook violently. The western wall of the martial arts hall exploded, steel reinforcement bars flying everywhere as three massive sea lizards, each 3 stories tall, burst through the dust cloud. Their metallic scales reflected cold light. Crimson vertical pupils locked onto the crowd, and their gaping maws dripped with emerald saliva that immediately corroded black holes into the alloy flooring upon contact. Their third-tier mutants, bone corrosion lizards. Someone retreated in terror, screams rising one after another. Their saliva can melt through alloy. The giant lizards reared their heads and roared, toxic liquid pouring down like a sudden downpour. Su Ming and Jiang Qingli's eyes met, and they moved almost simultaneously. Su Ming charged forward, his Black Knight sword cutting out a crescent-shaped black blade aura that formed a barrier, instantly vaporizing the intercepted poison into choking white mist. Jiang Qingli moved like lightning, her frost song sword trailing over 10 meters of blue radiance, instantly severing the throat of the frontmost lizard. Its head spun through the air as dark green blood fountained out. Student ID 0715 killed third-tier bone corrosion lizard, points 500. Student ID 0716, defensive contribution, points 200. The cold electronic voice announced simultaneously through their wrist devices. The remaining 2 lizards flew into a rage, their thick tails sweeping across the hall, sending chairs flying like confetti. But in the next second, their massive forms seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, bones crushed, flesh exploded. Su Ming turned his head to see Jiang Bai approaching in black high heels, her psychic field surging, silver hair dancing wildly without wind. "The situation is worse than anticipated," she said with a grave expression. "The Twilight cult is forcibly prying open the gate of apocalypse." Su Ming's pupils contracted. What exactly is behind the gate? Beings called old gods. Jiang Bai gazed toward the harbor entrance, her voice low and throaty. "And the source of all curse marks." As if responding to her explanation, the bronze gate let out a deafening sound dong. Every piece of glass in Hanhai City shattered. Countless people collapsed, convulsing with blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Through the gate's crack, a massive tentacle covered in countless eyes emerged, each pupil reflecting different hellish scenes as the blood-red sky grew ever more oppressive. At the same moment, all phones, computers, and other terminals were forcibly displaying a holographic map. Hanhai City was divided into 12 war zones, each with a continuously expanding crimson vortex at its center. Beep! Jiang Bai's wrist device erupted in blinding red light as an emergency military order projection appeared. Apocalypse Affairs Bureau highest directive. Harbor entrance defense line collapse rate 47. All 5th-tier and above combatants report for immediate reinforcement. Her silver eyes trembled slightly. "The front lines can't hold much longer. I have to go immediately." Several examiners on the main platform rose simultaneously. The white-haired chief examiner's robes billowed. "With the apocalypse upon us, duty calls. Count me in." A muscular man tore off his uniform, dark patterns appearing on his bronze skin as he grinned broadly. "These old bones of mine have been itching for action." Jiang Bai restrained her aura, her gaze falling on Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. "You must be extremely careful." She raised her hand, pressing her fingertip firmly against Su Ming's chest, her tone particularly stern. "Especially, you didn't try to be a hero. This was war. This was the end times." The group didn't waste time on small talk. Jiang Bai led the examiners and other fifth-tier powerhouses, treading over rubble and dust as they rushed toward the front lines at the estuary. Su Ming and Jiang Qingli exchanged glances, their expressions equally grave, before quickly leaving the martial arts hall that had been reduced to ruins. "Boss, wait for me. Let's go find shelter," came a breathless shout from behind. The fat guy stumbled through a gap in the collapsed wall, his face still covered in dust, his eyes filled with panic. At that moment, the thunderous impacts from the bronze giant gate continued to reverberate across the city's sky, while entire glass facades of nearby skyscrapers crashed down like torrential rain, the shards reflecting the pale, grim light. Su Ming shook his head. "No, I still have things to do." The fat guy gritted his teeth. "Then I'll go with you, boss. We can't spare the attention to protect you. Go to the safe zone." Su Ming's tone brooked no argument. The fat guy's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and finally, with tears welling in his eyes, he nodded heavily. "Boss, you have to come back alive." He turned and ran frantically, his figure appearing both stumbling and stubborn in the swirling dust. Su Ming had just looked up when he heard the roar of rotors. 12 armed helicopters swept through the clouds, their hulls painted with the emblem of a towering iceberg. The Lung family? His pupils contracted slightly. Through the open side doors of the aircraft, two figures came into view. Lung Jin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and leaped down, ice crystals instantly forming stairs beneath his feet to cushion his landing. Lung Linua followed close behind. Lung Jin's expression was stern, his words brief. "Take care of my sister. I'm going to support the front lines." Before his words had finished, he stepped back onto the ice crystal stairs and returned to the cabin. The 12 helicopters roared as they turned toward the estuary, their rotors whipping up clouds of dust and sand, leaving only Su Ming standing alongside the two young women. Lung Lingua's ice-blue eyes flickered as she took a deep breath, lifted her hand to lightly grasp the edge of her skirt, and stepped forward. Jiang, please take care of me." Jiang Qingli's gaze was cool as she nodded slightly, her snow-white neck held straight. "Miss Lung, let's look out for each other." An awkward silence spread immediately. Su Ming secretly rubbed his temples, thinking, if only a monster would show up right now. The thought had barely formed when, boom, a fireball exploded not far away, the shockwave carrying a wave of heat that hit them heated. Su Ming's wristwatch suddenly flashed a blood-red alert. Battle Zone assignment complete. 7th Battle Zone, Central Business District. Current alien beast density, 67. Recommend forming tactical squads of 35 members. Immediately after, a fierce roar pierced through steel and concrete. The fountain in the center of the business district exploded, water shooting high into the air as 3 deep-sea alien species resembling giant crocodiles burst from the water. Their spines were covered in fluorescent scales, high-voltage electricity crackling between their fangs, leaving the ground they passed over scorched and cracked. "Thunder crocodiles," Lung Lingua warned, frost condensing in her palms. "Be careful of conductivity." Su Ming raised his sword, the blade tearing through the air straight toward the lead crocodile. The beast nimbly dodged to the side, only to collide with Jiang Qingli's swift blue sword. Light the sharp beam pierced through its chest, blood spraying everywhere. The second thunder crocodile roared in fury, its tail whipping horizontally. Crack! Lung Lingua pressed her palms together, and a half-meter-thick ice wall rose from the ground. The tail struck heavily, and the ice wall shattered inch by inch. Before the ice fragments had finished falling, Su Ming used the debris as stepping stones to leap into the air, his sword tip precisely piercing the crocodile's eye before twisting violently. Brain matter splattered as the massive body convulsed and collapsed. The wristwatch display flickered with an update. 3rd-tier alien creature eliminated, 510. Mental Synchronization Index 2. Current Mental Synchronization Index, 84. Roar. The third thunder alligator let out a deafening bellow upon witnessing its companion's gruesome death. The fluorescent blue scales along its spine instantly blazed with light as high-voltage arcs crackled wildly, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning ozone. "Watch out," Jiang Qingli shouted, raising her frost song sword horizontally, its silver-white blade gleaming coldly under the electric light. The massive alligator's gaping maw snapped open, unleashing a bullthick bolt of lightning that tore through the air like a mad serpent, accompanied by searing heat waves. Lung Lingua reacted with lightning speed, crossing her arms before her chest as ice-blue spiritual energy surged forth. Extreme frost barrier. A transparent crystal shield formed instantly to meet the lightning heat. Bang! Spiderweb cracks spread across the ice shield's surface as fragments scattered, but it successfully deflected most of the electrical current. The remaining arcs dispersed, scorching the ground into blackened spots. The moment the electricity dissipated, Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliant light. He tapped his foot on the charge formation and shot toward the massive alligator like a phantom, his sword tracing a decisive arc clang. The thunder alligator's head flew high into the air, blood and lightning dancing together. Third tier aberrant creature eliminated, 610. Mental synchronization index 2. Current mental synchronization index, 86. Candidate 0716. Thunder alligator eliminated. Points 500. The electronic wristwatch's notification echoed clearly in the silence. Linua slowly exhaled a puff of white mist as her crystal barrier shattered into scattered blue light. Jiang Qingli sheathed her sword, her cold eyes sweeping over the two companions. Good coordination. The commercial district fell temporarily silent. Ding ding ding. Su Ming's wristwatch suddenly blared an alarm as a holographic projection forcibly displayed a crimson interface. 7th War Zone Red Rescue Directive. Coordinates Huanyu Tower. Mark survivor count, 247. Threat level, Deep 1 Colony, 4th tier Lord class. Mission reward, 5,000 points per person. Huanyu Tower. Linua's ice blue pupils trembled slightly. That was Hanhai City's landmark building, over 80 stories tall. Jiang Qingli swiped through the projection with her fingertip, revealing a three-dimensional structural diagram. Green dots clustered densely on the upper floor survivors while numerous crimson points crawled upward like ants from below. Survivors are mainly concentrated on the top floors. The deep ones are already climbing. If we go, we must race against time, she said with cold urgency. Let's go. Su Ming's decisive command sent all three sprinting through the rubble-strewn streets. The closer they got to Huanyu Tower, the stronger the nauseating fishy stench became, as if seawater was flooding their nostrils. Rounding the final corner, the 400-meter glass curtain wall tower loomed before them. What should have been crystal-clear exterior walls were now densely covered with seaweed and barnacle-like growths, with hordes of dark green fish-headed humanoid monsters clinging to and moving across the surface. These creatures had humanoid skeletal frames with gray, slimy skin covered in mucus. Their heads were fish-like with fong-filled maws, bulging grotesque eyeballs, and spined fins running down their backs, moving with twisted, savage motions. In the plaza, a blood-stained middle-aged man struggled desperately, trying to rush into the building, but several soldiers held him back firmly. Let me go? My wife and child are still in there. The man's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. She's only 5 years old. One of the soldiers restraining him said through gritted teeth, Sir, please calm down. There are at least 100 deep ones inside. Please, I'm begging you please. The man suddenly collapsed to his knees, slamming his forehead against the cracked marble. I'm kowtowing to you. Please save them. Blood seeped from his forehead, carving shocking crimson streaks across his pallid face. Fleeing crowds rushed past him, their faces twisted with terror and pity, yet not a single soul dared to stop. Before the building's main entrance, several corpses gnawed down to mere skeletons lay scattered, dried bloodstains forming dark brown patches that silently proclaimed the horror within. Just as everyone instinctively fled, three figures moved steadily against the tide. The guard soldiers tensed, raising their weapons to block the way. Halt. The building has been overrun by deep, 1 sentry is forbidden. Su Ming, the young man at the front, never broke his stride, merely lifting his gaze to respond calmly. We are martial arts examination candidates here to complete a rescue mission. His voice wasn't loud, yet it cut clearly through the chaos, reaching every ear. The desperate man on the ground suddenly looked up, his tear-clouded eyes reflecting the three silhouettes. His throat tightened as he dropped to his knees with a resounding thud, his forehead striking the ground again. Please, I beg you, save my wife and child. Three still inside. Su Ming stepped forward, steadying the man's shoulder with one hand to prevent further kowtowing. Sir, why kneel and beg? His deep voice carried unquestionable authority. This is precisely why we've come. That single sentence exploded like thunder across the plaza. The restless crowd came to a complete halt, the cacophony instantly fading as hundreds of eyes focused on the young man wearing the demon mask. The man froze, tears blurring his vision, yet he could still make out the unwavering determination in Su Ming's eyes. Really? Truly. His voice trembled violently, like someone grasping their final lifeline. Su Ming said no more, merely nodding slightly before turning to gaze up at the building's top floors, calling softly. Qingli, Linua. Jiang Qingli's slender fingers traced along Frost Song's blade, the metallic resonance seeming to dance like cold light. Azure radiance flowed across the sword's surface, casting her features in stark relief. Linua raised her palm as transparent ice crystals rapidly spread between her fingers, the bitter cold causing delicate frost patterns to form on the ground. Su Ming simultaneously gripped the hilt of his dark knight sword, blood-red patterns instantly blazing to life as a fierce, killing intent swept forth like a gale, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Let's go, he uttered a single word. The next second, all three charged shoulder to shoulder toward the building's entrance, moving against the flow like three sharp blades piercing straight into darkness. The man remained kneeling in place, tears streaming down as he choked out repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. The surrounding crowd watched those three retreating figures, awe and reverence surging in their eyes. Someone whispered in amazement. Is that the demon Su Ming? And the Jiang family prodigy with the Lung family's eldest daughter? Can they really handle those monsters? Inside the main lobby of Huanyu Tower, a thick, nauseating stench of blood hit them heated. Shattered crystal chandeliers hung overhead, swaying back and forth with the building's subtle tremors, casting fragmented shadows across the broken floor with their flickering light. Su Ming stepped into the lobby first, gripping his knight sword horizontally. Jiang Qingli followed close to his left, her frost song sword's blue radiance contained but ready to be drawn at any moment. Lung Linua brought up the rear, ice crystals swirling around her body, trailing an icy blue wake. The moment the three reached the center of the lobby, scratching sounds suddenly echoed from the ceiling above. Above us, Lung Linua called out in a low voice. The next second, dozens of deep ones burst through the ceiling, their foul wind mixed with putrid stench rushing straight at the trio. Jiang Qingli's wrist trembled, and her frost song sword unleashed a torrent of blue sword energy like a rainstorm, instantly shredding the deep ones in front into pieces of flesh. Su Ming advanced instead of retreating, his knight sword carving a clean arc of light as he swept horizontally, cutting the monsters, blocking his path in half at the waist, spilling organs and intestines across the floor with a splash. Lung Linua crossed her hands. Extreme frost storm. Ice blue spiritual energy surged wildly. The lobby's temperature plummeted instantly, and the remaining deep ones froze mid-motion, thick frost forming on their bodies in an instant. Take the stairs. Su Ming made a split-second decision, kicking open the emergency exit door with a thunderous bang that echoed throughout. The three rushed into the stairwell as roars erupted behind them, more deep ones pouring in from all directions. Jiang Qingli turned back, continuously swinging her sword, blue radiance transforming into waves of sword energy that forced back their pursuers. Lung Linua ran while staying alert. Suddenly her pupils contracted. Watch out. Around the corner, a noticeably larger deep one crouched in the shadows, its dorsal fin mutated into sharp bone spikes, fangs dripping corrosive slime. It's a third-tier lord class, Su Ming warned in a deep voice, holding his knight sword horizontally before him. The monster exploded into motion with a thunderous roar, moving several times faster than its kin, bone spikes thrusting like spears straight at Su Ming's face. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, the concrete floor cracking in spiderweb patterns centered on Su Ming's feet, yet he remained unmoved, instead pressing forward aggressively. At the same time, Lung Linua pressed both palms to the ground, extreme cold spreading along the steps, instantly freezing the monster's legs. Spiderweb cracks appeared in the thick ice as the deep one roared and struggled, but Su Ming seized the brief opening, his blade piercing swiftly toward its throat, then twisting sharply. The head rolled away. Third-tier alien creature eliminated, 710, mental synchronization index 2, current 88. The electronic wristwatch's notification followed immediately. Candidate number 0716. Third-tier lord class, deep 1 eliminated, points 1000. Keep moving. Su Ming flicked the blood droplets from his sword, and the three continued upward without slowing their pace. As they climbed higher, the number of deep ones decreased sharply, but their individual strength grew increasingly formidable. Almost every floor harbored elite monsters, forcing them to constantly adapt their tactics to break through. When they reached the 60th floor, Lung Linua was gasping heavily, her ice blue hair soaked with sweat and clinging to her pale cheeks. In contrast, Su Ming and Jiang Qingli remained composed. Natural type ability users were indeed inferior to martial arts practitioners in terms of physical stamina. Su Ming made a pause gesture. Lung Linua gratefully sat down on the steps to catch her breath. Finally, a moment to breathe. Jiang Qingli leaned against the wall with her sword, quietly standing guard. Su Ming glanced at the emergency exit sign. 20 floors to go. Lung Linua wiped the sweat from her forehead, her ice blue eyes gazing up at the dark stairwell above. I can't figure out why these creatures are concentrated on the upper floors. Su Ming frowned deeply as well, quickly flipping through the Apocalypse Anomalous Creature Guide in his mind. Deep ones were supposed to dwell in the deep sea and had always feared high altitudes, yet now they were gathering at the top of this skyscraper. The two exchanged glances, their alertness rising simultaneously as they tightened their grips on their sword hilts. Either way, going up will give us answers, Su Ming said in a low voice. Jiang Qingli nodded slightly, and the three set off again, cutting through everything in their path until they reached the 80th floor. Unlike the chaos below, this place was terrifyingly silent, with only the distant clamor from the streets drifting up faintly. The hall was in complete disarray. The smooth floor tiles were covered in slime and bloodstains. Several corpses had been gnawed beyond recognition and lay scattered among the broken furniture. Even more chilling was that all the bodies had been arranged in kneeling positions, their heads tilted back at unnatural angles, empty eye sockets all facing toward the stairwell directly at Su Ming and his companions. A sacrificial ritual. Su Ming's expression darkened. They're trying to please some entity. Lung Linua suddenly covered her mouth, her pupils contracting sharply. Following her gaze, Su Ming saw twisted symbols painted in blood on the wall ahead identical to the curse marks of the Twilight cult. Drip. The sound of water broke the deathly silence. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from the ceiling, splattering at Su Ming's feet. He jerked his head up. Dozens of deep ones hung upside down from the concrete ceiling like a forest, their claws embedded deep within, bulging fish eyes gleaming with sickly yellow light in the darkness. Even more horrifying was that they were all perfectly still, as if a horror movie had been paused. Hiss. One creature suddenly opened its mouth full of teeth, saliva dripping down. As if a switch had been flipped, all the deep ones simultaneously turned their eyes, locking their gazes on the three humans. Fall back, Su Ming shouted, the blood patterns on his dark knight sword flashing brilliantly. Bang! The first deep one released its grip and fell. Then the second, the third. The entire ceiling instantly became a rain of monsters. Su Ming's pupils contracted. Each of these deep ones bore complete curse marks on their chests, emanating an eerie glow. No longer the Twilight cult's half-finished products, but genuine curse marks. This, Linua gasped. The frost gathering in her palms instantly dissipated as she discovered in horror that her spiritual energy was being suppressed by that light. Invisible malevolent whispers flooded the three's consciousness, like cold insects crawling chaotically through their brains. Hold fast to your minds. Su Ming's temples throbbed wildly. The frontmost deep one landed on all fours with joints bending backward, charging forward like a spider. 3 o'clock, he roared. Jiang Qingli flicked her wrist, her sword edge tracing a crescent of blue light, cutting 3 monsters in half at the waist. However, their upper halves continued crawling forward, dragging their entrails, as flesh buds rapidly regenerated at the wounds. Linua groaned and fell to her knees, the maddening whispers nearly tearing apart her sanatorium type. Gifted individuals had stronger spiritual sensitivity than martial artists, making them more vulnerable. These aren't ordinary deep ones. Su Ming swept his sword horizontally, cleaving an attacking monster in two. Apocalypse power is catalyzing their mutations. Jiang Qingli supported the staggering Linua, driving her Frost Song sword into the ground. Blue light exploded into a barrier, temporarily blocking the mental pollution. Seizing the opportunity, Linua pressed both hands to the floor, ice blue light surging, ice breath spears. Massive ice spears burst from the ground, pinning half the deep ones back to the ceiling. Excellent work. The pressure suddenly eased, and Su Ming cheered. But the next second, even denser hissing came from above. All three looked up to see countless black shadows leaping down from the higher floors, yet instead of attacking, they formed orderly ranks. They're forming ranks. Su Ming felt his spine chill. The deep ones split into 2 columns, creating a straight pathway. From the depths, a tall figure in coral robes walked slowly forward. It wore a crown made from human skulls, its bulging fish eyes flickering with dark yellow light. 4th Tier Lord class. Jiang Qingli's knuckles turned white as she gripped her sword. It's been waiting for us. The priest stopped and struck its chest with finned palms, the deep, drumming sound spreading outward. All the deep ones responded by prostrating themselves, their fish mouths opening and closing in unison, speaking the same words in an eerie human voice. Welcome, sacrifices. A sacrifice? Su Ming sneered coldly. You think you pathetic creatures can make me one? Before his words even finished, he stomped down and shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. The Dark Knight sword shrieked through the air, its blade aimed straight at the deep one priest's throat. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal rang out, shaking the entire floor. The priest had somehow produced a coral staff and casually raised it to block the lethal thrust. The crimson curse marks embedded in the staff suddenly blazed to life, and blinding red light surged along the sword into Su Ming's arm. He felt an icy chill slither into his bones like a venomous snake, instantly numbing his entire right arm. Watch out! Jiang Qingli shouted sharply. The Frost Song sword erupted with brilliant blue light as she thrust toward the priest's back. The priest's lips curved into a sinister smile as a dark green energy orb formed at the tip of his staff, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he roared, "Get back!" He grabbed Linua and retreated rapidly, while Jiang Qingli withdrew her sword and slid backward, simultaneously raising Frost Song horizontally. Azure Phoenix sword energy instantly wove a barrier of light before them. Boom! The energy orb exploded, its expanding shockwaves hitting like a sledgehammer and shattering the sword energy barrier with a sharp crack. Jiang Qingli grunted, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but she steadied herself. The priest let out a piercing shriek, and the deep ones lurking around them suddenly erupted, surging forward like a tide. The curse marks on their chests blazed simultaneously, weaving an invisible web of mental corruption. Linua collapsed to her knees, clutching her head as her ice blue hair was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Disrupt them, Su Ming roared. The blood patterns on the Dark Knight sword boiled as his eyes gleamed with icy blue light. Moment of splendor frost elegy. The dozen or so deep ones in front froze mid-motion as frost rapidly crystallized along their skin. Jiang Qingli seized the opening. Frost song erupted with blinding blue light as sword energy tore through the frozen monsters like a storm, sending flesh and blood flying. Roar! The priest bellowed in rage and slammed his staff into the ground. The entire floor immediately softened, transforming into a dark green viscous swamp. Watch the floor. Linua endured the splitting pain in her head and pressed her palms to the ground, releasing spiritual energy. Eternal frost domain. Ice blue frost spread from her palms, colliding with the swamp and producing a hissing corrosive sound. However, countless pale arms suddenly emerged from the swamp, violently grasping the three fighters' ankles. Su Ming swept his sword horizontally, the blade's edge instantly severing several arms, but more arms kept emerging. He cursed under his breath. Damn, this freak is really persistent. Jiang Qingli's eyes flashed coldly as she bit her tongue hard and sprayed her blood onto Frost's song. Azure Phoenix burning heaven. Blue flames ignited along the sword's blade, turning every arm they touched to charcoal. Su Ming caught sight of this and silently marveled. Same Azure Phoenix sword immortal technique, but this move is incredible. Deep development of natural talent really is key. For the first time, the priest showed shock. The curse marks on his staff flashed frantically as he formed a thick crimson barrier before himself. The Azure Phoenix sword energy clashed heat-in with the barrier, erupting in deafening thunder. Now's our chance. Su Ming gathered his strength and launched himself forward, becoming a black shadow that burst through the aftermath with explosive force. The Dark Knight's sword pierced precisely into the priest's chest. Splurt dark green blood sprayed high as the priest howled in pain, yet amid the agony, it revealed a vicious smile. Its webbed claws suddenly clamped onto the sword blade and yanked Su Ming closer. You are also a sacrifice. Familiar crimson curse marks suddenly appeared in its bulging fish eyes. Alarm bells rang in Su Ming's mind. Boom. The priest-level deep one's body suddenly swelled, inflating like a giant balloon filled with air it was going to self-destruct. Jiang Qingli's face instantly turned ashen as her Frost Song sword erupted with an unprecedented dark blue radiance. At the same time, Linua pressed her palms together, brilliant blue light exploding from between her fingers as bone-chilling currents spread outward with her as the center, instantly forming a thick ice wall in front of Su Ming. The next moment, bang. A deafening explosion tore through the enclosed space of the 80th floor. The ice wall shook violently, its surface immediately covered with spiderweb cracks. Crack! The ice barrier gave way as the shockwave roared past, sweeping all three of them away. Su Ming slammed heavily into the side wall, his chest tight as the metallic taste of blood surged up his throat. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet, only to see the entire floor transformed beyond recognition. The ground had collapsed, steel beams were exposed, and sparks flew everywhere. Even more horrifying, the deep one's severed limbs, blown to pieces, were writhing among the debris, fusing together and rapidly reassembling. An immortal body? Linua's small face turned deathly pale. Jiang Qingli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and raised her sword toward the ceiling. Look at the ceiling. Su Ming looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A massive curse mark had somehow appeared on the ceiling, its sinister radiance churning. The deep one's flesh and blood were drawn to it, continuously piecing together and regenerating. I see. Su Ming suddenly understood. They've turned this entire building into a sacrificial ground, with the survivors as offerings. We need to move faster. On the rooftop of the Universal Building, over 200 survivors huddled in the corner of the observation deck. The floor tiles beneath their feet had been corroded into pitted, rotting holes by dark green slime, and the air reeked with a fishy stench. Dozens of deep ones patrolled back and forth carrying bone spears, their bulging fish eyes coldly surveying the crowd like butchers counting lambs for slaughter. In the crowd, a 5-year-old girl cowered in her mother's arms, her pink dress covered in dust. Mommy, will Daddy come? The young mother pressed her daughter's head down tightly, her nails digging into her own arm as she whispered soothingly, Yes, Daddy will definitely come to save us. Her voice was gentle, but the despair in her eyes had almost solidified. At this moment, all she could do was comfort her child, even though this comfort was utterly meaningless. Crash! The sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. 3 deep ones crawled up onto the platform through the broken opening. Human remains still stuck between their fangs. The crowd collapsed into panic as a man in a suit screamed and rushed toward the emergency exit, only to be pierced through the thigh by a spear and pinned to the ground. Screams, sobs, and trembling wove together into a suffocating symphony. Hot tears seeped through the young mother's fingers as the girl in her arms trembled uncontrollably. Just then, boom. The reinforced glass of the observation deck's outer wall was forcibly blown open. All the deep ones whipped around. Against the backlight of flying glass shards, 3 figures stepped through the glass fragments, and slowly entered a fierce demon mask with menacing fangs was the first thing to catch everyone's sight. Su Ming dragged his knight sword behind him, its cold gleam scraping across the ground and sending up brilliant sparks. Time seemed to freeze. The young mother held her child, frozen in place as tears streamed down her face. The man in the suit lifted his pale face, staring fixedly at that figure who seemed like a descending demon god. The other survivors held their breath as the suffocating despair was torn open. Wind was rushing in. Roar. The massive gills on the deep ones' heads flapped violently as their bone tridents gleamed with an eerie light. In the next second, azure sword light poured down like a cascading galaxy. Jiang Qingli's frost song blade left a trail of afterimages in the air, instantly beheading several deep ones in the front row as dark green blood sprayed wildly. Following closely behind, Linua pressed her palms together, her ice blue hair dancing wildly in the air currents as bone-chilling cold spread frantically, instantly freezing half the deep ones into crystalline ice sculptures. Shatter. Su Ming lightly tapped the ice surface with his sword edge. Crack. Dozens of ice sculptures exploded simultaneously, scattered limbs covering the ground as frozen dark green blood turned to ice shards. The remaining deep ones retreated in terror, their bulging eyes trembling violently as they stared at the demon slowly approaching them. Su Ming dragged his sword tip along the ground, the iron blade scraping against the surface with a piercing screech. With each step he took forward, the deep ones retreated 3 steps back. "Weren't you pretty arrogant just now?" Before his words finished, his blade erupted upward, cold light slicing through the air. Thud. 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 3 fish heads shot skyward as the headless corpses still held their tridents rigid, then crashed down thunderously. Linua waved her hand like summoning rain, ice spikes pouring down like a hurricane, pinning the deep ones fleeing toward the building's edge to the spot. Jiang Qingli's sword moved like a swimming dragon, leaving severed limbs flying and blood splattering wherever it passed. In just 10 seconds, the observation deck had become a slaughterhouse. Su Ming flicked his sword, scattering blood droplets, then turned his gaze toward the crowd huddled in the corner. A little girl in a pink dress was peeking through her mother's fingers, her tearful eyes still filled with terror. Su Ming removed his mask, crouched down to meet her eye level, and said, "Your father asked me to give you a message." The young mother trembled all over. Su Ming produced a piece of chocolate as if performing magic, then continued gently, "Little princess, it's time to go home." The girl reached out with trembling hands, put the chocolate in her mouth, and the long mist sweetness spread across her lips and tongue. Wah! The crowd suddenly erupted in heart-wrenching sobs, not from fear, but from the release of surviving disaster. A man in a suit crawled over, dragging his injured leg, pressing his forehead heavily against the ice surface. "Thank you. Thank you." Jiang Qingli flicked her sword tip, removing the fish spear embedded in his leg. Linua's fingertips glowed blue as she instantly froze his wound. 7th War Zone level rescue mission completed. Mission completion assessment in progress. An electronic voice rang from their wristbands. Survivor rescue rate 100, alien elimination rate 90, overall rating, SSS level. Candidates 0716 and 0715 each receive 5,000 points. The wristbands burst with brilliant golden light, projecting medals. For the first time, the notification carried a hint of humanized admiration. Your performance has been recorded in the Apocalypse archives. The glory of humanity stands with you. Strong winds swept across the building's top floor. Linua's ice blue hair flew in the wind as she pressed her earpiece, her voice cold yet commanding. 7th War Zone Universe building rooftop cleared. 247 survivors, requesting immediate support from the Lung Family Ice Soul Squadron. The channel quickly responded with unified voices. Order received. Ice Soul Units 112 are in position, estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Soon after, engine roars echoed from the distant horizon. 12 armed transport aircraft bearing Ice Mountain insignias hovered outside the damaged observation deck, emergency ladders extending from their cargo, doors remarkably crafted entirely from condensed ice crystals. Shortly after the last survivor boarded, the entire building suddenly shook violently. Jiang Qingli's face turned pale as she warned in a low voice, "We're in trouble. The deep ones on the 80th floor have awakened." Su Ming's gaze turned cold as he pressed the communication button on his wrist device. "Hanhai Central Command. This is the 7th War Zone Temporary Demon Hunting Squad. Coordinates, Huanyu Tower. Requesting authorization for psychic bombardment." His voice was crisp and decisive. The channel fell silent for 3 seconds before a hoarse reply came through. Reason? The entire building has been contaminated by curse marks. A colony of deep ones is regenerating inside. As he spoke, he kicked aside a dark green mass of flesh at his feet. The grotesque biological tissue was still writhing. They've converted the entire Huanyu Tower into their nest. Requesting approval. Approved. Psychic Strike Squadron is in position. The voice on the other end immediately turned grave. When the evacuation team reached the safe zone 3 kilometers away, the sun was directly overhead, yet a layer of lead gray clouds pressed down over Hanhai City, completely devouring the light. Above the sky, 5 fighter jets swept past, trailing ethereal blue flames as psychic bombs dropped from high altitude. Boom! The glass curtain wall of Huanyu Tower shattered into a shower of crystal rain. The 400-meter-tall landmark that had stood for nearly a century crumbled like it was being crushed by an invisible giant hand, its steel frame collapsing layer by layer. The explosion's shockwaves surged forward, and the rushing air currents made their robes flutter violently. Su Ming stood atop a building in the safe zone, his eyes deep and mysterious beneath the demon mask. Is it over? Linua asked softly, her ice-blue hair lifted by the wind. Jiang Qingli shook her head, the frost-song sword in her hand trembling slightly. No, this is just the beginning. Su Ming raised his eyes toward the estuary and continued in a deep voice. Yes, everything is just beginning. That stretch of sky had been completely stained dark red, and the outline of the bronze giant gate was becoming increasingly clear. Ant and the others. Jiang Qingli's voice carried a rare tremor. Linua immediately pulled up the holographic map. The psychic energy readings in the estuary area spiked like an out-of-control curve, breaking through the monitoring limits in the blink of an eye. The situation is worse than we thought. At Hanhai's estuary, the sky was torn apart. The bronze giant gate spanning the horizon fully materialized, its ancient runes seeping dark red liquid with a primitive and ominous aura. The sea surface boiled as waves of blood rolled, and tens of thousands of deep-sea aberrations roared as they surged forth. Third defense line has collapsed. Repeat, third defense line has collapsed. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the military channels. The psychic artillery along the coast fell silent, their steel barrels corroded and twisted by viscous black matter. The defensive line formed by fifth-tier powerhouses fought while retreating, everyone bloodied. Silver-haired Jiang Bai floated in the air, her mental force field creating whirlwinds that tore several large flying aberrations into bloody pulp. At that moment, her pupils contracted sharply. Beneath the sea surface, a massive shadow over 100 meters in diameter emerged, and 8 tentacles covered in suction cups burst through the water. 6th-tier catastrophe-class Kraken. All units retreat, 500 meters, someone roared. The warning had barely fallen when the tentacles crashed toward the shore. The reinforced concrete defense line crumbled like cookies, and the shockwave sent over a dozen demon hunters flying. A young man was caught midair by a tentacle, his screams cut short, leaving only blood mist and torn uniform fragments. The colossal monster's assault continued relentlessly, another tentacle sweeping toward the squad. Boom! An ice-blue beam of light descended from the heavens. Fierce winds and sudden snow instantly covered the battlefield, the bone-chilling cold bringing expressions of joy to everyone's faces. Roar! The deep-sea behemoth let out an ear-splitting wail as dark blue blood gushed from its wounds like a waterfall. Beast died. In midair, Lung Jin descended slowly, stepping on layers of crystalline ice stairs, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a piercing cold gleam. Frigid blizzards swirled around him. It's the young master of the Lung family. A fifth-tier warrior shouted excitedly. This cry struck like a heavy hammer driving into steel, instantly steadying the wavering morale. Jiang Bai wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her silver hair dancing wildly in the violent airflow as she mocked casually. Took you long enough. Lung Jin didn't respond. His ice-blue pupils locked onto the massive shadow writhing beneath the sea surface. His hands formed mystical seals, and thousands of thick ice spikes suddenly rose behind him, spreading bone-chilling cold across the sky. Go! He swung his right arm down, and the ice spikes poured down like a torrential downpour, piercing deep into the sea. Each spike exploded into freezing mist upon contact with water, and in the blink of an eye, the entire area where the Kraken lurked froze into a solid block of thick ice. The sea monster's remaining 7 tentacles were frozen solid. It thrashed frantically, causing dense cracks to spread across the ice layer. Lung Jin adjusted his glasses and raised his hand to summon 12 massive crystal swords, their blades inscribed with ancient runes. If Su Ming and Lung Linua had been present, they would have gasped in shock. Those runes carried a trace of the cataclysm-level frost erosion lord's divine pressure. Annihilate. He uttered the low command, and the 12 swords spun rapidly downward, instantly dissolving into pure freezing energy that poured entirely into the Kraken. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grinding sound of freezing rose from the ocean depths as the massive body stiffened, frost spreading visibly across its entire form. Boom. The 100-meter ice sculpture stood lifelike for a moment before crumbling into countless ice crystal fragments that crashed onto the frozen sea surface. The deathly silence lasted only 3 heartbeats. A trembling report came through the command center's communication channel. 6th tier Calamity Kraken confirmed eliminated. The defense line immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. However, Lung Jin suddenly spun around, his gaze fixed on the massive bronze gate on the shore. Through the gap in the door, a bloodshot giant eye slowly rotated, its crimson pupil reflecting the image of every person on the coast. All breathing stopped simultaneously as everyone's faces turned deathly pale. An indescribable terror pressed down, nearly suffocating them. Despair remained the underlying tone of the estuary defense line. Lung Jin's expression darkened. This ominous aura even surpassed that of cataclysm-level threats. If the Apocalypse Gate hadn't been fully opened yet, Hanhai City would likely have already become a living hell. He stared at the giant eye and shouted to Jiang Bai, "When will your Apocalypse Bureau's reinforcements arrive?" Jiang Bai held a lady's cigarette between her fingers, already soaked with blood, and shook her head with a bitter smile. They set out early. But the Dusk Cult's blood sacrifice array is accelerating the gate's opening while cutting off our spatial teleportation and blocking conventional routes for reinforcements from other provinces. Hanhai is now completely isolated. The Dusk Cult has been planning for decades, and when they finally struck, their strategy was flawless. She sighed softly, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Those lunatics. Lung Jin cursed under his breath. What good does destroying the world do them? Jiang Bai exhaled a mixture of blood bubbles and smoke. If we could understand madmen, we'd be pretty much insane ourselves. As the two spoke, dark red liquid formed waterfalls through the gate's cracks, each drop spawning new aberrations upon hitting the sea. The massive gate's trembling grew more violent, as if some unspeakable entity was ramming against the doors from within. Won't hold much longer. Someone's murmur struck everyone's hearts like a hammer. The third spiritual cannon battery is overheating. Repeat, third artillery group overheating. Curse-marked corrupted detected on the eastern perimeter. Requesting purification squad support. The overlapping shouts in the communication channels pressed against their eardrums, yet couldn't mask the brutal reality. Hanhai City's most elite defense line now stood before that colossal gate, like a sandcastle desperately trying to hold back a tsunami. Beep beep. A piercing alarm suddenly erupted from every candidate's wristwatch. Su Ming and Jiang Qingli looked down simultaneously to see a holographic projection forcibly displaying crimson text. Blood emergency mission, array breaker. Objective, destroy the Twilight Cult's blood sacrifice formation. Coordinates, marked. Mission level, SSS. Success reward. All Hanhai City candidates receive 50 to total college entrance exam scores. Failure consequence. Spatial gateway remains sealed. Hanhai City falls. Below the projection, 12 crimson light points surrounded the harbor entrance, twisted curse marks arranged in a line like pulsing wounds. This is... Lung Lingua's ice blue pupils contracted violently. Jiang Qingli's expression grew grave. They're using blood sacrifice to accelerate the opening of the Apocalypse Gate. The wristwatch communications remained frantic. All squads attention. This is Hanhai Command Center. The 12 array nodes must be destroyed. Simultaneously report combat readiness immediately. The channel instantly exploded with dozens of responses. Golden Demon Hunter Squad in position. Taking array node 3. Lung Corporation Field Unit requesting node 7. Henan High School faculty team heading to node 4. Military Special Ops taking nodes 9 and 10. Within 3 minutes, 11 array nodes had been claimed, leaving only the central primary node glowing an ominous deep red. After static crackled, Command's hoarse voice dropped to an urgent whisper. Node 12. The core altar. Corruption index has breached threshold. Repeat, sovereign-level corruption. Requires at least 3 fourth-tier combatants. The channel fell into dead silence. Everyone understood that in sovereign-level corruption, fourth-tier survival rates were less than 10%. I'll go. Su Ming's voice thundered into the public channel, shocking everyone into holding their breath. 7th Warzone Temporary Demon Hunter Squad, requesting to execute core altar destruction mission. Command fell silent for 3 seconds, their reply carrying disbelief. Please repeat. I said, Su Ming roared, his nightfall sword pointing directly at the bronze gate that pierced heaven and earth. We're taking this job. The channel erupted instantly. Are you insane? The core altar? Just a few of you against sovereign-level corruption. Their answer came as Sword Song Jiang Qingli's frost cry sword burst with blinding azure light, sword energy splitting the clouds. She stepped forward, her robes flowing like snow. Hanhai Jiang Clan, Jiang Qingli, joining the mission. Ice crystals suddenly materialized in Lung Linua's palm, extreme cold sweeping around them. Her ice blue hair danced without wind as her voice rang clear yet resolute. Arctic North Lung family, Lung Linua, requesting battle. Command fell speechless, as if the entire city had frozen with them. With sword in hand, I shall not yield. Su Ming's fierce cry rang out, his nightfall sword trembling with resonant song. The sword's voice pierced through artillery fire as the young man's silhouette stood against the blood-red sky, like a descending god or demon. Request approved. Command's voice cracked as they shouted. All 7th War Zone artillery units attention. Clear a path for the Demon Hunter Squad. The next second, every spiritual energy cannon across the battle line turned in unison. Nearly 100 azure beams tore through the night sky, blasting a smoke-filled, blood-soaked path before the 3 warriors, vaporizing alien creatures along the way. Su Ming's sword pointed forward. The 3 shot out like arrows from a bow, charging straight for the core altar. Someone in the public channel was first to roar, "Evil Ghost Squad, may fortune favor your battle." Then a thunderous cheer rose like a flood through the gunfire and blood. "May fortune favor your battle." At the end of the path carved by artillery fire, thick fog spread everywhere. The moment Su Ming, Jiang Qingli, and Linua stepped inside, all gunfire and battle cries instantly faded away, leaving their ears in deathly silence. As if they had been thrown into another vacuum, a mental barrier silently unfolded. Su Ming held his sword horizontally in front, the blood patterns on his dark night sword flickering bright and dim like breathing. Linua groaned and whispered, "Something is corroding my spiritual energy." Before she could finish, dozens of snow-white bone spikes suddenly shot out from the fog. The Frost Song's sword blazed with blue light as Jiang Qingli's sword energy fell like a sudden downpour, neatly severing the bone spikes. However, those fragments froze in midair and instantly reassembled into thumb-sized skulls, emitting piercing shrieks like crying infants. "Cover your ears." Silver light burst from Su Ming's pupils as he roared. Moment of splendor, all things in nature. The mental barrier expanded, tightly protecting all 3 of them. The shrieks crashed against the barrier, creating visible ripples. Linua rapidly formed hand seals, pouring out freezing spiritual energy that instantly froze, shattered, and dispersed the skulls into mist. His bone-chilling scraping sounds then spread as 12 withered skeletons in crimson sacrificial robes slowly crawled out from the fog. In their hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames danced. On their chests, heart-shaped curse marks pulsed rhythmically. "These are the remains of martyrs." Linua's voice tightened. "They've turned the cultists guarding the formation's core into living corpses." Su Ming immediately deployed. "Qingli, take the left flank. Linua, control the field. I'll lead the attack." As soon as the command fell, all 12 skeletons burst into action, but were slowed by the sudden assault of ice-blue spiritual energy. Azure Phoenix 1,000 feathers. Jiang Qingli's sword moved like a swimming dragon, her blue sword energy splitting into hundreds of feather blades that pinned and shattered the 4 skeletons on the left in midair. Su Ming followed closely, his dark night sword trembling as the blade danced, sending severed limbs flying. The 3 coordinated seamlessly, and the skeletons crumbled in an instant. When the last 2 were cornered, they suddenly self-destructed. Rotting white bone fragments poured down like rain. Clang, clang, clang. Su Ming spun his sword into a protective screen, blocking the storm of debris. Before the 3 could catch their breath, the scattered bone fragments merged and reformed in the fog, instantly piling up into a giant skeleton 5 meters tall. A massive curse mark was embedded in its chest, radiating evil energy. Damn! Even though Su Ming had expected this, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Sovereign-level corruption really isn't that easy to deal with. The giant bone claw swept down with a sinister wind boom. Su Ming blocked it horizontally with his sword, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the impact. The tremendous force shook him until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but it also ignited the murderous intent in his eyes. Black and white energies spiraled around his sword blade like a dragon coiling around a pillar. Moment of splendor, Taiji. The sword edge suddenly changed tactics, the tip thrusting straight at the curse mark's core as violent energy poured through the blade. At the same instant, Jiang Qingli grasped his left arm, the Frost Song sword's blue light merging with the Dark Knight's sword. Linua clasped his right wrist, surging freezing spiritual energy into him. 3 completely different forces circulated and converged within Su Ming's body, unexpectedly forming perfect balance. The blood patterns on the Dark Knight's sword writhed like living creatures as the blade thunderously extended into a 10-meter-long light blade. Crack! That massive curse mark shattered like glass. Su Ming seized the moment and executed the Rising Dragon sword technique. The blade's radiance pierced through the air, and with thunderous roars, it cleaved the massive skeleton from top to bottom, splitting it clean in half. Boom! The ensuing shockwave sent all 3 flying as shattered bones and dust clouds merged into a towering wave. When the swirling mist was finally torn apart by fierce winds, the core altar's true form was revealed. 12 blood-red pillars rose from the ground, standing in the center of the ruins. Their surfaces crawled with twisted curse marks that writhed like living creatures. At the center of the circle formed by these pillars lay a high platform constructed from countless bones, where dark crimson liquid bubbled and churned, its stench overwhelming. Just then, hollow yet crisp applause echoed from the shadows. Clap, clap, clap. The mist parted to the sound of crimson high heels, and a woman in a white lab coat emerged slowly. Her hem was stained with scarlet splotches, and she wore a sickly smile while her fingertips caressed the incomplete curse mark on her chest. Blood rose. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Madness and excitement flickered in the woman's eyes. Welcome to Mommy's playground. Long Lingua's heart jolted as she couldn't help but glance sideways at Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli's face instantly turned pale, her lips trembling as if an invisible hand had seized her heart. Blood Rose cast a casual glance at Long Linghua before gently shaking her head at Jiang Qingli, her voice soft yet cruel. My dear daughter, your taste in men still can't compare to Mommy's. Though I killed your father with my own hands, he loved me deeply even in his final moments, begging me to turn over a new leaf. She licked her lips reminiscently. Even now, remembering how he knelt and pleaded brings me such joy. Her slender fingers wound through her crimson hair, her expression seductive, while her high heels crushed bone fragments with teeth-grinding cracks. Su Ming snorted coldly, his sword light cutting through the air. Old hag. Age makes you chatty. Such an impatient child. Blood Rose's smile deepened. With a casual flick of her finger, the 12 scattered skeleton fragments rapidly reassembled, folding into a bone throne. She reclined lazily upon it, and with a light tap of her finger, Su Ming's sword energy shattered completely, just 3 inches from her face. You're not worthy to mention my father. Jiang Qingli suddenly erupted, her sword light transforming into a azure phoenix phantom that struck directly at Blood Rose's chest. Almost simultaneously, Long Linghua focused her mind, frigid energy boiling from her palms as ice spikes sprouted from the ground, shooting toward their target. Blood Rose remained motionless in her seat as the crimson curse mark on her chest suddenly expanded. Both the phoenix sword energy and ice spikes froze midair, as if gripped by invisible force. Her red lips curved upward, her gaze tender to the point of being eerie. Good daughter, let Mommy show you what true power really is. In the next instant, countless blood vessel-like tentacles burst from her chest, coiling and converging into a massive crimson blade that slashed toward all 3 with a bloody gale. Clang! The Black Knight's sword clashed with the crimson giant blade, sparks flying. Su Ming retreated another step, his grip torn and bleeding, yet he refused to yield. However, the crimson blade suddenly dispersed, transforming into hundreds of tentacles that instantly bound his limbs. Long Linghua's pupils turned azure blue as she rapidly formed hand seals. Extreme cold burst from around her body, and the air rippled with frost as delicate as laments, frost lament. She shouted decisively, Qingli. Now, the frost song sword's azure light blazed to its peak as Jiang Qingli became a streak of light, her sword piercing precisely into the curse mark on Blood Rose's chest as QELCH. Blood splattered as the blade emerged from her back. Yet Blood Rose showed no pain. Instead, she looked down and caressed the young woman's pale cheek, murmuring tenderly, Silly child, Mommy replaced her heart with a curse mark long ago. As she spoke, she tore open her lab coat, revealing curse marks writhing beneath her bare skin, outlining the shape of a dark red heart on her abdomen. But Mommy's heart still aches so much. Her fingertips moved toward Jiang Qingli's slender neck. So, I'll give you the most magnificent death. At the critical moment, bang! Su Ming's body suddenly erupted with earth-shaking roars as black and white energies spiraled like twin dragons soaring skyward. A taiji diagram rotated beneath his feet, and countless blood vessel tentacles were instantly pulverized. Faced with this chasm-like disparity, only an SS-strength talent could alter the situation. Su Ming's black hair whipped wildly, his left eye blazing white while his right eye glowed with dark depths, making him appear like an ancient god or demon. For the first time, Blood Rose showed fear. Gazing at the interweaving black and white currents, she unconsciously staggered back half a step, mumbling in shock. This is Taiji giving birth to the 2 principles. No, this is impossible. How could Taiji manifest within you? Taking advantage of Blood Rose's momentary distraction, Jiang Qingli leaped backward with butterfly-like grace. The instant she landed, her toes touched the ground lightly, and frost spread across the surface like ripples. Su Ming's aura suddenly exploded outward, energy waves rolling around his body. He and Long Linghua locked eyes, and in that single glance, they understood each other perfectly. They had long known that Su Ming harbored an earth-shattering secret, yet they never questioned it, because regardless of the truth, Su Ming would never harm them. Blood Rose caught this silent understanding, a flash of cold jealousy crossing her eyes as she chuckled softly. Dear daughter, it seems I must take back what I said earlier. Your judgment is far better than mine. She slowly turned her head to stare at Su Ming, crimson surging in her pupils, her scarlet lips curling into mockery. If Zhang Sanfeng himself were here, I would turn and flee. Unfortunately, you're merely a 3rd-tier high school student. As her words fell, she suddenly spread her arms wide. The boiling dark red liquid at the altar center surged upward with a thunderous roar, forming a blood-colored array that collided heat-in with the Taiji vortex churning within Su Ming. Boom! In the deafening explosion, The stone altar trembled as a whole, dust cascading down. However, in the next moment, Blood Rose's smile froze on her lips the instant the Taiji vortex touched the blood array. Silver light blazed in Su Ming's pupils, and vast mental power transformed into chains, instantly binding her limbs. In a flash, Linua slammed both palms to the ground, cold spreading rapidly along the stone cracks. Qingli, Su Ming roared. Jiang Qingli, who had been gathering her strength, suddenly dove forward. The Frost Song sword left its sheath, an azure phoenix phantom soaring along the blade's spine, its edge aimed directly at the curse mark's core on Blood Rose's abdomen. Squelch. Flesh tore apart as Blood Rose screamed and fell into the altar, the dark red liquid instantly exploding into violent boiling. Su Ming and Linua's eyes were simultaneously covered in ice blue, white mist spraying from their mouths as freezing currents swept forth. The boiling blood bloomed into frost flowers midair, freezing solid with crackling sounds, but spiderweb cracks immediately appeared, clearly unable to contain her for long. Just as the ice layer was about to shatter, Jiang Qingli's form became a streak of moonlight, flashing past the breaking ice flowers, her sword aimed straight for Blood Rose's throat. In this critical moment, Blood Rose suddenly yanked a thin silver chain from her lab coat's inner pocket, a jade phoenix pendant hanging from its end, glowing with warm luster through the blood mist. She coughed up blood and spoke hoarsely. Qingli, this is from when you were 5. Your father carved it himself for 3 whole months. Jiang Qingli's pupils contracted sharply. Buried memories surged forth that year. Her father had bent down to hang the jade pendant around her neck, his hands smelling of wood shavings as he gently stroked her hair. Ollie, always be as free as a bird. Su Ming and Linua's hearts tightened, just about to warn her. Clang. Cold light exploded. The jade phoenix pendant instantly turned to dust under the sword energy, the blade piercing through Blood Rose's snow-white throat without hesitation. You would even exploit his tenderness? The girl whispered, her voice cold to the bone. Blood gushed forth, scalding droplets splashing onto Jiang Qingli's pale face and dripping from her chin. Blood Rose clutched her torn throat, pupils trembling, as if seeing the blood-covered infant who had smiled at her in the delivery room 18 years ago. She staggered backward, her voice mixed with bloody foam, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Huh, truly my daughter. The laughter stopped abruptly as her body fell powerlessly into the boiling altar. Jiang Qingli's fingers gripped the sword hilt tightly, her knuckles white. Cold wind tousled her long hair as she looked up, stubbornly refusing to let tears fall. Su Ming gazed at the girl's slender silhouette, his heart filled with mixed emotions. It's all over now. Linua stepped forward, sighing softly as she drew the girl into her embrace. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Jiang Qingli's body trembled. Cry, he said. Let out all the tears you haven't shed in 18 years. After this, no more crying. Hearing these words, the girl could no longer hold herself together and buried herself in Su Ming's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. In the distance from the altar, the salty sea breeze carried the scent of blood as it swept past, stirring the strands of hair that fell beside Linua's ears. The bronze gates thundered and shook like doomsday bells echoing through the air, but at this moment Su Ming could only hear the brittle sound of Jiang Qingli's defenses crumbling and Linua's soft humming of a lullaby from the far north. At the Hanhai Central Command, alarms blared one after another around the holographic sand table, red lights flashing. More than a dozen officers surrounded the table with ashen faces, no one speaking. This place had once strictly prohibited smoking, but now smoke filled the air with everyone holding a cigarette between their fingers. If not for fear of compromising their duties, alcohol would have already covered the tables. The pressure of the apocalypse gate weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The commander-in-chief was a middle-aged man with graying temples, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on the sand table. The cigarette burned down to his fingers, but he remained completely unaware. On the sand table, of the 12 formation points of the blood sacrifice array, only the last one flickered with warning red. The marker for the demon squad suddenly went dark at the formation point, and he spoke hoarsely. Demon squad signal lost beyond time limit. Mission deemed failed. The public channel fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted. They failed. Impossible. They clearly broke into the core area. What about the psychic readings? Check again. We've checked 3 times. The technician's voice was hoarse, with a sobbing tone. The core altar erupted with monarch-level energy collision. No one below 5th tier could survive. The news instantly spread throughout Hanhai City. Blood clouds pressed down on the city at the estuary front line. Ice crystals around Lung Jin cracked and shattered with sharp sounds, fragments falling to the ground as he stared rigidly towards Su Ming's direction with a deathly pale face. The mechanical female voice in his earpiece repeated on loop. Demon squad signal lost. Mission deemed failed. In midair, Jiang Bai's psychic field fluctuated violently, and she stumbled, nearly falling. A flying mutant beast seized the opportunity to attack. Tears of blood slid from the corners of her eyes as she tore the creature apart with her bare hands. Its foul blood and flesh covering her body, though she felt nothing. Underground shelter number 7 reeked of sharp disinfectant mixed with sweat, filled with crying babies, coughing elderly, and the thunderous sound of artillery outside. The fat man hugged his arms, curled up and shivering. Nearby, a family of 3 huddled together. The man protecting his wife and daughter, the wife's forehead bandage seeping blood, and their 5-year-old daughter in a dust-covered pink dress, her small hands clutching tightly to an ordinary chocolate wrapper. 7th Warzone Core Alter mission failed. Demon Squad psychic signals have disappeared. The mechanical female voice from the overhead broadcast stuttered and echoed repeatedly. That's a lie. This is a lie, right? The fat man stared in shock, tears instantly blurring his vision as he suddenly grabbed the pant leg of a passing young soldier. The young man in military uniform turned his face away, unable to bear the sight, letting out a deep sigh. The heavy-set man suddenly lost control, dropping to his knees as his fists pounded against the rubble and dust. Damn, damn, damn. Each roar was accompanied by the sharp crack of splitting knuckles, and even as his palms split open with blood and torn flesh, he refused to stop. Several teenagers in Hanhai High School uniforms silently stepped back half a pace, their school badges trembling in the firelight, yet none dared to approach. Hanhai Command Center. All combat forces in the 7th War Zone, attention. The commander's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a hoarse voice. We're now opening registration for the Suicide Squad. Target the 12th Formation I Alter. Golden Demon Hunter Squad requests to fight again. A rough roar exploded through the channel. The Demon Hunter captain tore off bandages with his teeth and re-wrapped his bleeding severed arm, blood still streaming from his shoulder. Behind him stood 3 men, supporting each other. Most conspicuous was a burly man covered in scars, the same brute who had been taught a lesson by Su Ming when he first registered as a demon hunter. Now his left arm hung limp with protruding fractured bone, yet his right hand still gripped his giant axe tightly as he spat out bloody phlegm. Hanhai demon hunters don't have cowards. Let's fight those bastards one more time. The other team members echoed in unison without hesitation. Lung Corporation's field division still has breathing members, came the tearful roar of a young team member through the communicator. Tell Chun Lian I'll definitely marry her in my next life. The channel was suddenly interrupted by a bout of hoarse coughing. Hanraven High School faculty group. All present and accounted for. The old principal leaned on his broken sword, removed his shattered glasses, and slowly cleaned the lenses with the blood-stained hem of his shirt. I've taught the swordbearer's code for 40 years, can't let my students memorize it for nothing. At the other end of the ruins, the military special forces unit advanced in formation, wrapped in bandages. A soldier with a broken leg rode on his comrade's back, pounding the metal armor and roaring. How can we say we have no clothes? 72 hoarse voices exploded through the smoke. We share the same robes with you. All remaining spirit cannons throughout the city simultaneously turned their barrels toward the 7th War Zone. The operators' palms were ulcerated and blistered, yet they gripped the controls steadily with unwavering determination. On the public channel, voices volunteering for the Suicide Squad surged like a tide, wave upon wave. The officers in the command room instantly turned reedied. The graying commander tilted his head back, afraid his tears might fall. Memory flashback. 300 years of apocalypse history flashed by. First-generation psychics raising battle flags in the ruins. Expeditionary forces using their bodies to build communication stations in the center of insect swarms. Beneath air raid shelter debris, newborn cries mingling with explosions. In reality, the blue dots pulsing on the holographic map gradually overlapped with the sparks of hope from historical footage. Valiant China, united against national crisis. The channel was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep male voice. This is the 7th War Zone, Demon Squad. The thunderous roar of the altar's collapse echoed in the background. The 12th Formation I Core Altar has been destroyed. Repeat, Core Altar has been destroyed. Silence instantly enveloped the entire city. The holographic tactical display in the command center suddenly erupted in blinding green light. The 12th Formation node confirmed destroyed. A technician shot up from his chair, his elbow sweeping the coffee cup off the desk. Scalding brown liquid splashed across his thighs, but he felt nothing, only pressing his trembling hand to his headset and screaming. It's broken. The blood sacrifice array has collapsed. Spatial lockdown lifted. The commander stood frozen in place, this battle-hardened warrior's eyes suddenly bloodshot, his voice hoarse and cracking. Repeat. The 12th Formation node, the core altar has been destroyed. After 3 seconds of dead silence, the public channel exploded into chaos. Holy shit. The Ghost Squad is still alive. Incredible. They did it. Continuous exclamations mixed with maniacal laughter, some even howling at the sky to completely release the wild joy bursting from their chests. On the tactical display, the crimson marker representing the gate of apocalypse visibly dimmed, its opening speed slowing to a crawl. Coastal defense line. Lung Jin's face was pale, his gold-rimmed glasses with shattered lenses still perched on his nose. He raised his hand and hurled an ice crystal spear, instantly pinning an attacking siren to the reef. His earpiece suddenly exploded with overwhelming cheers. He froze for half a second, his eyes blazing bright, then threw back his head in wild laughter. Yes, yes, yes. The next second, a blizzard howled into existence, sweeping across the entire sea like a massive wave. Wherever it passed, alien monsters were instantly frozen mid-bite, reefs and shells crystallizing into transparent ice sculptures, like cold and exquisite display pieces. 800 meters away, Jiang Bai's psychic storm condensed into a giant silver-white butterfly. The massive creature fluttered its wing membranes like a woman's long lashes trembling, scattering countless glittering silver scales. Each scale transformed into a razor-sharp blade as it fell, shredding airborne aliens in a rain of blood. Between the spattering droplets, Jiang Bai touched the void with her toes, creating ripples of psychic energy. Her eyes filled with enchanting smile as she danced a stunning performance among the mountain of corpses and sea of blood killing and blooming in harmony, like flowers breaking through ice at dawn. Simultaneously, the speakers in all 12 underground shelters across the city crackled with harsh static, broadcasting an emergency bulletin. Ghost Squad has breached the core altar. Repeat. In the shelter, a fat man who had been huddled in the corner with his arms over his head, expression numb, suddenly looked up at the broadcast. Tears burst from his eyes. Heroes! Heroes! Wah! Equally hysterical cheers erupted around him. A man clutched his wife and daughter tightly, his wife excitedly kissing their daughter's forehead, tears soaking her palms. Thank God. Thank God for his protection. The long-suppressed despair was torn open in this moment, and even those survivors on the verge of mental breakdown were forcibly pulled back to reality by this timely victory. The three words Ghost Squad spread like wildfire from headquarters to streets and shelters, inspiring every beating heart. The thunderous roars from behind the Gate of Apocalypse still echoed over Hanhai City, but people finally believed hope remained. Beneath the blood-red sky, 300 meters underground in the abandoned church in Hanhai City's western suburbs, 10 figures in crimson robes sat around a circular stone table, their masks bizarre and varied, wailing wraiths, grinning demons, weeping angels. The bronze mask at the head bore ancient Ouroboros patterns, gleaming with cold light. The blood sacrifice array, destroyed by a group of ants? The 11th executor, wearing a mechanical gear mask, violently slammed his mechanical arm onto the stone table, causing cracks to spread instantly across its surface. That bitch Blood Rose is indeed worthless. Yes, it's trash like her that's dragging down our grand cause. He breathed heavily as his mechanical prosthetic limb emitted harsh grinding sounds. The chief raised his hand and lightly tapped his knuckles on the table. With that crisp sound, the previously noisy council chamber fell into deathly silence. His voice made the very air tremble. When we gaze into the abyss gazes back at us. Isn't this exactly the variable we've been expecting? The flower of hope blooms, then plunges into despair in an instant that is the perfect sacrifice, a beautiful and moving decay. At the center of the stone table, a holographic projection suddenly lit up, showing the Apocalypse Bureau's powerhouses tearing through spatial barriers and breaking through their defenses. The chief calmly ordered, "Let the 7 deadly sins meet those hypocritical champions of justice." The 2nd through 8th executors rose simultaneously. Their crimson robes billowed without wind, and under the blood-red candlelight, their masks rapidly transformed. Pride's ice-fire crown towered high. Gluttony's fangs dripped with saliva. Envy's poisonous vines writhed and spread. The 7 deadly sins departed silently. His knuckles tapped the table again as the chief turned his gaze toward the corner. 12. In the shadows, a pure white mask without any blemish reflected the candlelight. The chief's tone was calm, yet it felt like iron hooks clawing at one's heart. "Come with me to the abyss corridor. Let's meet our distinguished guest." His crimson robe stirred like blood-red waves as the chief was about to leave his seat when the mechanical gear mask suddenly looked up. "You're going to awaken that being? This goes against our original plan." Noisy. The chief flicked his finger. A metallic gleam flashed by, and half of the 11th executor's mask instantly melted into molten iron, burning him as he screamed, "Ah!" The white-masked executor stepped out of the shadows, knelt on one knee, and spoke in an ethereal female voice from beneath her mask. "I await your orders, Chief." The chief nodded slightly, his peripheral vision sweeping over the writhing, wailing mechanical executor on the ground. "Shut up." The screaming stopped abruptly, leaving only trembling. The chief delivered the final blow in a low voice. "Go capture that boy Blood Rose mentioned. The destruction of the blood sacrifice array is connected to him." "Yes, Lord Chief." The mechanical executor swallowed saliva that tasted of rust and bowed before retreating. The chief lingered no longer and entered the secret passage with the white-masked executor. The corridor was silent, the candle flames stretched thin by the cold wind. The white-masked executor whispered a reminder. Even the 9th and 10th executors met their downfall. The 11th probably isn't a match for that boy either. Who says he isn't? The chief chuckled softly. The white-masked executor was stunned. Then why did you still? I simply want him to die. He's too noisy. The chief's tone was peaceful, as if commenting on the weather. The two passed through the secret tunnel beneath the altar, black mist crawling up the walls as the foul wind from the abyss corridor carried whispers toward them. Floating corpses gently collided beneath their feet, making crackling sounds. The chief spoke calmly. They're still using 300-year-old thinking to fight the apocalypse, not knowing that the true abyss has long taken root and sprouted in the soil of human despair. The white-masked executor's spine tensed. What you're trading for is despair deeper than the abyss itself. Clever. In the darkness, the chief's bronze mask revealed an Ouroboros, its cold bronze light flickering. When they think victory is within reach, the true finale is only just beginning. As if responding to his whisper, thump 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 Phoebe heartbeats echoed from the deepest part of the shrank's secret realm, abyss corridor, shaking loose stones from above. Some existence beyond human comprehension opened its eyes. 300 years, and you humans are still so impatient. A resonant call echoed from the depths of darkness, reverberating through the entire abyssal corridor and causing it to tremble. The Primarch raised his head, chuckling softly at the sound as he pointed into the air. The boiling black mist parted as if swept aside by an invisible hand, and a stairway formed of condensed vapor slowly materialized, extending straight toward the deepest part of the corridor, the realm of ultimate darkness. The 12th executor followed closely behind. The acrid spiritual contamination hit her face like a wave, instantly causing spiderweb cracks to appear across her pure white mask, while the crushing pressure in her chest made breathing nearly impossible. Esteemed Lord, she managed to speak despite the strain, only to see the Primarch had already stepped onto the black mist stairway with unhurried grace. You remain as cautious as ever. Boom. The black mist exploded outward in rolling waves, and a throne assembled from countless bones suddenly materialized. Upon the throne sat a motionless black shadow, its 12 pairs of compound eyes flickering in and out of the haze like watchful sentinels observing the intruders. An incomparable aura of power struck like a sledgehammer, causing the white-masked executor's legs to buckle as she staggered backward, blood seeping from her ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Yet the Primarch spread his arms wide, welcoming the approaching black mist with calm and pleasant tones. Have you not also been awaiting this day? When humanity waters despair with hope and feeds madness with faith otherwise, why would you have lain dormant here for nearly a century? The corridor thundered as a cold voice emanated from the throne. Mere ants dare covet apocalyptic power? The Primarch shook his head slightly. Not so. The one to gain this great power is not us, but you. Everything we have done is merely to pave your way. As his words fell, the abyss suddenly fell silent. In the next breath, countless pale arms emerged from the mist, suddenly grasping onto the Primarch's limbs and torso. You dare to meddle? Accompanied by a furious roar, the true name of the ancient god behind the apocalyptic gate transformed into tangible psychic assault, instantly cracking and crumbling the surrounding stone walls. The 12th executor's mask exploded into fragments, revealing her bloodied, yet still beautiful face exposed to the twisted currents of air. Not meddling. The Primarch allowed the arms to tear at his flesh, his voice growing even more pleased. But a transaction using his power in exchange for your temporary condescension to serve as my chess piece. The black mist boiled once more. Claws formed from countless arms suddenly pierced through the Primarch's chest, yet stopped just short of touching his heart. Fresh blood trickled down the pale arms, staining the mist red. The 12th executor looked down in terror, not daring even to breathe heavily. Interesting. The abyssal sovereign withdrew all the arms. The Primarch stood riddled with bloody wounds yet remained upright, seemingly oblivious to pain. But what I desire is not merely the dregs that seep through door cracks, the shadow whispered. The Primarch wiped the blood from his lips with elegant composure. Naturally, when the new world is reshaped, all beings will sing your praises, and you shall be inscribed in history alongside those great existences. The black mist churned more violently, and a light called pleasure flickered in the depths of the 12 compound eyes. Should you fail, he pronounced in low judgment, then let my bones become but an insignificant step beneath your feet. The Primarch bowed with a hand to his chest, his words utterly sincere. As the smoke and dust cleared from the ruined altar, the figures of Su Ming and his two companions emerged. Beep beep. Su Ming's tactical watch on his wrist suddenly projected a ghostly blue beam, and Jiang Bai's holographic projection materialized in midair. Behind the image, the estuary front line was engulfed in artillery fire and black smoke, with fifth-tier powerhouses locked in bloody battle against waves of alien creatures, their roars and explosions echoing endlessly. Well done, little heroes. Jiang Bai held a half-smoked, blood-stained lady's cigarette between her fingers, casually flicking ash that fell at the edge of her projection. Su Ming wiped the blood from his face and sheathed his dark knight sword with a soft click, chuckling lightly. Just doing our duty. He made no mention of their recent brush with death. Only then did Jiang Bai notice the undried tear tracks on Jiang Qingli's face, her brow furrowing slightly. What happened? Did you encounter something? A terrible suspicion began to form in her heart. Su Ming's gaze darkened. Perhaps it's better if Qingli tells you herself. Jiang Qingli's breathing became unsteady, her usually cold voice trembling. I met her. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted, her throat bobbing, blood rose. She knew exactly what her meant, and that Su Ming's trio alone would be no match for that woman. I killed her with my own hands, Jiang Qingli added quietly. In an instant, the cigarette between Jiang Bai's fingers snapped with a crack, and the holographic image shook wildly due to her mental turbulence. The next second, this usually elegant and charming woman burst into wild laughter. Good. Well killed. That woman deserved to die. Jiang Qingli remained silent. Knowing this wasn't the time for detailed discussion, Jiang Bai composed herself and changed her tone. The blood sacrifice array has been broken, and Apocalypse Bureau reinforcements have breached the spatial blockade. They'll reach Hanhai within half an hour at most. All three breathed a collective sigh of relief, and Jiang Qingli's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. For Hanhai, this was undoubtedly timely aid in a snowstorm. Jiang Bai was in high spirits, having received two pieces of good news at once, smiling as brilliantly as spring wind. The apocalypse's descent was never meant to be faced by a single city alone, but as a battle for the entire nation. Once reinforcements arrive, we can all beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm suddenly cut into the city-wide frequency. All communication devices blazed to life simultaneously, and a technician's heart-wrenching scream from headquarters shook their eardrums. The Dusk Cult's 7 deadly sins have mobilized in full force. They've severed the spatial reinforcement channel. Silver light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes as she took a deep breath, only managing to throw out, "The situation has changed, you must be careful," before forcibly cutting the communication. A brief silence pressed down on the air as the three exchanged glances, each seeing gravity and unease in the other's eyes. Even with Su Ming's temperament, facing this plunge from heaven to hell, he couldn't help but curse through gritted teeth. These damn Dusk Cult bastards are truly insane. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he appears. Before his words had faded, a thunderous roar erupted overhead. The dark clouds were torn apart as 12 military-grade drones in swarm formation dove down. SS Level 1 target detected. The cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed from above. The 11th Executor Machinist sends his regards. Click, 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 click. The 12 drones actually began combining and assembling in midair. Before long, a massive mechanical construct plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ruined altar. The shockwave swept up debris and dust, surging outward like a gray tsunami. Standing atop the construct's broad shoulder armor was the 11th Executor the Mechanist. His metal mask was mostly shattered, revealing half a face that was charred and festering, with flesh clinging to scorched steel bones. His eyeball bulged grotesquely from the heat damage, creating a truly horrifying sight. Su Ming stared at him with a cold smile. "Your makeup is quite distinctive. It's all because of you." The Mechanist twitched his burned lips, his left mechanical pupil suddenly emitting a blood-red laser. "You made me suffer the chief's punishment." Before he finished speaking, gears in his right arm exploded with a grinding roar, and his entire arm reconstructed itself amid steam and electrical arcs into a rotating cannon. Su Ming's heart tensed as a strong sense of déjà vu swept over him. This cannon arm structure was identical to Jiang Xian's mechanical limb from before. It was almost certainly created by this very monster. The electronic eye beneath the broken mask locked onto Su Ming, its red light flickering like ghostly flames. "Entertain me with your screams." Rat-a-tat. The cannon roared, countless bullets pouring down like blazing rain. Su Ming was ready. His left palm shot forward as a black and white vortex burst forth. Taiji barrier. The metal projectiles struck the vortex, and their kinetic energy was instantly absorbed, their speed plummeting. In the next second, he swept his hand, and all the bullets reversed trajectory, streaming back. Clang, clang, clang. Dense sparks exploded across the mechanical construct's shell, instantly covering it with dents. The Mechanist laughed maniacally, tearing off his right arm's armor to reveal a mechanical core wrapped in crimson curse marks. "In that case, try this." His bloodshot remaining eye trembled violently, veins bulging on his neck as his spiritual energy went berserk. The massive mechanical construct rumbled and shook like a colossal beast gathering strength, leaping high as its shadow engulfed Su Ming and the others. "Scatter!" Su Ming roared. The three shot apart like arrows from a bowstring. Boom! The mechanical construct crashed down, the ground collapsed, and cracks spread like a spider web across the entire altar in an instant. Had they been half a second slower, only bloody pulp would remain. Su Ming's gaze swept toward the mechanical construct and suddenly brightened. All the thick joints were connected by massive interlocking gears. Qingli, strike its joints. In the next instant, Jiang Qingli's form blurred into afterimages, her frost song sword blazing with blue light as sword energy coiled toward the right leg joint like a swimming dragon. Simultaneously, Linua pressed her palms together, sending several crystalline ice spears targeting the left leg joint, piercing through the air. How amusing to watch toys struggle. The mechanist laughed wildly. The curse marks on his mechanical core writhed as a pale blue energy shield rose, blocking all the sword energy and ice spears. His laughter suddenly stopped. Su Ming had already flashed behind him, sword edge pressed against his back, black and white taiji energy surging. Jiang Qingli and Linua's attacks were merely feints. This sword strike was the real killing blow. The mechanist was horrified beyond measure, frantically thickening his energy shield. Sizzle! The taiji blade pierced through both shield and chest, running him through the heart. Huh! He spat blood mixed with organ fragments. The mechanical construct, losing its spiritual energy circuit support, began collapsing from within as chaotic energy rampaged through the armor's gaps. Su Ming touched down with his toes and retreated with the momentum. Impossible! This, impossible! The mechanist's shriek was swallowed by the ensuing explosion. The thunderous impact sent debris flying as firelight painted the night red. Su Ming watched coldly, his voice ice cold. Those who commit many wrongs will destroy themselves. However, before the smoke cleared, a sudden change occurred. The mechanist's broken head actually shot up violently, suspended 10 meters in the air. 8 dark gold mechanical tentacles extended from his severed cervical spine, their tips bearing twisted curse marks. The sacred seal granted by the chief is beyond your comprehension. The withered head spun in the air, tentacles dancing wildly. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. This grotesque sight was like mental pollution. Su Ming felt his spine chill and scalp tingle, cursing inwardly. Damn it. These people have gone completely insane. So far he had encountered 3 executors from the Twilight cult, and each one was crazier and more twisted than the last. Boom. The mechanist descended into madness under the curse mark's corruption. Die? I want you all to die, he roared, his 8 rune-covered metal tentacles thrashing violently as dark purple plasma erupted in torrential lightning cascades. Su Ming slid low across the ground, the fierce wind grazing his ears as his sword, wreathed in black and white energy, instantly struck at the thickest tentacle's base. Sizzle! The blade cut through the alloy like iron, sparks flying with the sharp screech of tearing metal, casting everyone's faces in ghastly pallor. Linua's fingers flew through hand seals, ice blue light points exploding as mist instantly formed a freezing curtain, encasing the remaining tentacles in frost. Jiang Qingli seized this momentary opening, exchanging glances with Linua and nodding slightly as her frost-song sword traced an elegant yet deadly arc. The azure phoenix phantom spread its wings behind her, piercing through the frost with a cry like tearing silk. 3 tentacles were severed at their roots, crashing to the ground in explosions of ice shards and sparks. The agony made the mechanist emit a metallic grinding shriek. Vile insects. The remaining tentacles suddenly coiled together, twisting into a spiral drill crackling with crimson lightning, lunging straight for Su Ming's chest. Perfect timing. Su Ming's eyes swirled with the twin fish of taiji as black and white energy surged along his blade. The moment the spiral drill entered his 3-foot radius, it became mired as if in quicksand, its speed suddenly halting taiji's principle of using softness to overcome hardness, redirecting force with subtle power. The mechanist's electronic eyes flashed frantically. This is impossible. My spiritual energy overload. Before he could finish, Jiang Qingli stepped forward half a pace, the azure phoenix phantom expanding to 10 zhang as sword energy poured like an inverted galaxy. Flash. The remaining tentacles all snapped apart, dark green machine oil mixing with crimson blood, dripping onto the scorched earth. Impossible. This is the power the hierarch granted me. The mechanist fell backward, his head crashing heavily into the burnt soil, his mechanical body sparking as he could no longer rise. The acrid smell of burning mixed with blood and machine oil was nauseating. Jiang Qingli stepped forward, sword tip pointing directly at his bulging electronic eye, the cold gleam ready to take his life. Wait! Su Ming called out to stop her. The frost-song sword halted half an inch away. The young woman sheathed her sword without hesitation and stepped back. Su Ming said coolly, "A dusk cult executor is worth more alive." He planted his foot on the mechanist's head. The creature snapped his broken gear teeth, trying to bite, but Su Ming immediately kicked him away bang. The mechanist smashed into the collapsed altar, bouncing back like a torn ragball before falling at Su Ming's feet again, firmly pinned down. Linua marveled from the side, chuckling softly. If that footwork were used to save our national soccer team, it would be invincible. Hanhai Central Command. Blinding red alerts flashed wildly across holographic screens, the alarm sounds making the walls tremble. The commander's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the tactical display, veins bulging like dragons on his neck. A technician rapidly reported, "The Dusk Cult's High Command has mobilized in full force, sealing the space tunnels and completely cutting off contact with Apocalypse Bureau reinforcements. No support possible in the short term. The Hanhai front has been in bloody battle for hours. Our warriors are at their limit. If not for young Master Lung sharing the pressure, the consequences would be unthinkable." The commander's temple veins throbbed, yet he still gave his hoarse order. "Tell them to hold the line. Hold it no matter what. Even if they all die, they must die at their posts. One step back and the defense line will be torn open. If the alien swarm breaks into the city, Hanhai will face utter devastation." His eyes reddened, fists clenched white at the knuckles, yet his orders remained ice-cold and resolute. This gray-templed man had once fought bloodily on the front lines himself. How could he not know the soldiers suffering in tears? He wished he could fly straight to the front lines right now and fight to the death alongside those warriors defending their homeland. However, he still had to prioritize the bigger picture and hold down the command center. At this moment, the battle was like two armies in a standoff. Once the leader fell, humanity's last line of defense would crumble completely. On the other side was the Apocalypse Legion, whose overwhelming strength was enough to drive one to despair. Under the dim lights, the air in the command post seemed to have been sucked out, making every breath feel like walking on a knife's edge. Suddenly, the communication station erupted in brilliant blue light. "This is the Demon Hunter Squad from the 7th War Zone." Su Ming's holographic image leaped out, his foot planted on a constantly twitching mechanical skull. He got straight to the point. "We've captured the 11th executor of the Twilight Cult, the Mechanist, requesting immediate escort to headquarters." The command post fell instantly silent. The commander's bloodshot eyes blazed with cold light. An executor? A high-ranking member of the Twilight Cult. He must possess enemy intelligence. This good news cut through the endless night like a blade. The commander slammed his iron fist down and roared hoarsely. "Military Special Forces, take position. Deploy all psychic cannons in the war zone to clear a path for the Ghost Squad." "Report, Commander." The technician's hands trembled. "All psychic ammunition in the city has been completely depleted." The deathly silence lasted only 3 seconds. The commander switched to the public channel, veins bulging on his neck. "All units in the 7th War Zone, attention. Ghost Squad is escorting a high-value prisoner. Route Central Ring Overpass, Twin Star Plaza, final 3 kilometers through underground tunnels. All units along the route clear obstacles immediately and escort at all costs." As soon as the order was given, responses exploded across the channel. "Cold Family Field Operations Group 3 is 2 kilometers from Central Ring. Will clear passage in 10 minutes. Golden Demon Hunter Squad has 4 members remaining, still combat ready. Heading immediately to the west side of Twin Star Plaza. Raven Teacher Group still has strength left, doing one last thing for the children." At the same time, Su Ming's wristwatch shot out piercing blue light, and countless friendly unit markers on the 3-dimensional map were converging toward him. He suppressed his surging emotions, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he had regained his cold rationality. Then he tore off a severed tentacle and tied the mechanical skull to his waist. Qingli takes point. Linua covers the rear. The 3 of them became arrows shooting into the flames of war. The Central Ring Overpass, once bustling with traffic, had collapsed, its broken bridge lying like a giant beast. In the shadows below, swarms of insects crouched waiting to devour. Lu Feng, a young member of the Cold Family's Field Operations Unit, was covered in blood as he thrust his broken blade into a giant insect's eye socket and twisted violently. "Die, damn you." For other team members used their bodies as shields, forcibly tearing open a passage. Squelch. The giant insect's blade-like leg pierced through Lu Feng's abdomen, blood gushing wildly. "Lu Feng, don't come over. Keep clearing the path," he roared, trembling as he pulled out the psychic bomb from his waist. "Chen Lian, I've wronged you in this life. I'll marry you in the next." Before the explosion could come, a streak of cyan sword light fell like a meteor, instantly shattering the insect swarm. Su Ming leaped over the insect corpses to Lu Feng's side, his gaze deep beneath the demon mask. "You okay, brother? Brother?" Lu Feng's Adam's apple bobbed, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the bomb in his hand had been sealed in thick ice. He turned his head to see Lung Lingyu, her long hair like ice-blue flames, light flowing at her fingertips. "Young miss." Lu Feng saluted, his wound tearing open despite himself. "This subordinate is incompetent. Have you chosen Chun Lian's wedding dress yet?" Lingyu said quietly, ice light sealing his abdominal wound. "On the day of victory, I want to see the grandest wedding." Lu Feng's face flushed red. Lingyu smiled and added, "All expenses will be covered by Cold Corporation." She surveyed the insect corpses scattered across the ground and the wounded field operations team members, her voice clear and cold. "Effective immediately, All field operations personnel will receive 10 times their current salary. Cars, housing, retirement fully covered. Children's education subsidies, lifetime medical green cards for parents. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. An older team member wanted to decline modestly. Young miss, this is all what we should. Are you the young miss, or am I? Linua snorted coldly. After a brief silence, they exchanged glances, and joy burst forth simultaneously. Long live the young miss. In the collapsed ruins, joyful shouts rang out. The field operative's brave pathfinding saved Su Ming and his companions considerable time, allowing them to quickly cross the central ring overpass and speed toward their destination. As their vehicles disappeared into the distance, the Lung family's field operatives left in the ruins immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Some leaned against walls while others sat on the ground, taking precious minutes to bandage their wounds and apply hemostatic agents. Lu Feng cradled the psychic bomb that had been frozen to the size of a fist, grinning like he was holding a love letter. A teammate beside him nudged him with an elbow. If Chunlian knew that the young miss promised to arrange your wedding right in front of everyone, she'd go crazy with joy. Absolutely. Lu Feng beamed from ear to ear. Once this battle's over, I'm marrying her. The female operative bandaging his wounds looked up and winked at the three figures speeding away in the distance, pointing with her blood-stained fingers. Did you see that? The way our young miss looks at that demon is exactly like how Chunlian looks at you. Everyone froze for 2 seconds, then burst into suppressed laughter that sounded like pig snorts. Even the sentries couldn't help but turn around and give a thumbs up. A perfect match. When the young miss gets married, we'll get to enjoy a luxurious feast. Just as things were getting lively, someone quietly added, but the Jiang family's young miss is there too. The atmosphere instantly felt like cold water had been poured over it. An older veteran's mouth twitched. We spoke too soon. A love triangle is scarier than the apocalypse gate. The female operative jumped to her feet, clutching the bandages, and shouted at the top of her lungs. If he dares let our young miss suffer even the slightest grievance, I'll. Her words got stuck before she could finish. Lu Feng suppressed his laughter. You'll what? The guy can solo a sovereign-class contamination. Our entire field operations department tied together wouldn't even fill the gaps between his teeth. Give it a rest. Better think about how you're going to get married yourself. The female operative pouted like a wilted pepper, turned around sullenly to treat other wounded members, but suddenly pressed hard on Lu Feng's arm wound. Sharp pain shot straight to his brain as he sucked in a breath. Gentle. I'm saving this arm to hold my wife. Seeing him grimace in pain, the whole team burst into laughter again. Overhead, the rumbling of the apocalypse gate still echoed like a death knell, yet among the ruins and rubble, sparks of cheerful human warmth somehow managed to flicker to life. Smoke and the stench of blood rolled above Twin Star Plaza, where the giant statue of Zhang Sanfeng's watcher at the center had been reduced to rubble. The 4 members of the Golden Demon Hunter squad stood back-to-back in formation. Beneath their feet lay broken tiles and spreading pools of dark green blood. Nearly 100 mutated fish monsters formed a circle around them resembling deep ones, but having lost their humanoid outline. Their metallic scales reflecting cold light in the firelight, gills split open to behind their ears, fangs dripping with foul saliva. The captain swung his chainsaw sword with one arm, gears screaming as he split a fish monster down the middle, the spraying dark green blood instantly staining half his body. Captain, gap at 3 o'clock. The scarred, burly man roared, his giant axe sweeping horizontally to send 3 fish monsters' claws flying. His broken left arm hung in a hastily wrapped bandage, blood soaking through the fabric during the fierce battle and dripping from his fingertips. Old Scar, take it easy, the captain bellowed, his chainsaw sword grinding into the fish swarm, shattered scales exploding in the firelight. Don't actually tear your arm off. Don't worry. The scarred man spat out bloody saliva, his axe handle whistling through the air. I killed 7 aberrants in my first year as a demon hunter. These stinking fish. All right, stop bragging. Our ears are getting calloused. Another team member shouted back dismissively. You don't know shit. The scarred man's words cut off abruptly. A roar. From the eastern side of the square came the relentless roars of fish monsters, as 3 figures burst through the tide of creatures. At the forefront, the demon mask was splattered with fresh blood droplets, and Su Ming's sword trailed a cyan gleam, shredding fish monsters into pieces wherever it passed. The demon is here, someone shouted, raising their arm in excitement. Upon hearing the voice, Scarface immediately roared with excitement. Demon brother. Quick, this way. Su Ming's sword faltered for a moment. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Without time to think further, he led Jiang Qingli and Lung Linua as they turned and charged toward the western side. These fish monsters were pathetically low-level, just like the previous swarm of insects, yielding not a drop of soul power. The stone pathway on the western side had already been turned into a river of blood by fish monster corpses, clearly showing that the demon hunting squad had slaughtered most of them here, significantly reducing the pressure. The group didn't stop moving and soon regrouped with the demon hunting squad. Su Ming immediately recognized an old acquaintance, the brute he had beaten into enlightenment during Demon Hunter registration. So it's you. Su Ming flicked the blood droplets from his sword tip, and a light chuckle came from behind his mask. You. Scarface trembled all over, his thick Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his mouth seeming stuffed with sand. The demon that the whole city sings about is actually that young man from that day. Su Ming examined his left arm, where the plaster bandage was seeping blood. At least he looked like a real warrior now. Scarface swallowed hard and spoke hoarsely. Back then, thanks. Everyone was stunned as this brute who had once boasted about teaching Su Ming a lesson pointed to the sword scar on his face, his voice trembling. If you hadn't beaten me awake that time, making me realize there are always stronger people out there, I would have died worthlessly in this disaster long ago. The air felt terrifyingly silent. A team member muttered quietly. Didn't you say last time that Scar was from a blood battle with a third-tier lord? Scarface's entire face instantly flushed red. Linua chuckled softly, conjuring ice crystals with a flip of her hand to freeze a sneak-attacking fish monster into an ice sculpture. Jiang Qingli's sword energy spread like a net, instantly cutting the fish monster's head into pieces. Su Ming said nothing, only patted the brute's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Everything was understood without words. The brute's eyes reddened as he turned and roughly wiped them with the back of his hand. Sand got in my eyes. Everyone tactfully didn't call him out. Just then, dense rustling sounds came from the distance. The one-armed captain's expression grew grave. Fish monsters are surrounding this square, at least 200. Demon Squad retreat first. Golden Squad is ordered to clear obstacles at all costs. Su Ming surveyed the surroundings as swarms of fish monsters rushed in like sharks smelling blood, and the situation instantly deteriorated. He said in a low voice, "Follow behind us. We'll break you out. Otherwise you'll surely die." The Golden Demon Hunting Squad members looked at each other and smiled simultaneously. The captain explained, "The path behind you is even more difficult. You need to conserve your strength. We're staying to clear the way for you." Scarface grinned. "Demon, I respect you now, but asking us to retreat." Before he could finish, he suddenly pulled the pin on his last spiritual energy bomb and hurled it at the fish monster horde. Boom. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere as the shockwave knocked down dozens of fish monsters. Amid the explosive roar, he bellowed, "Unless you step over my corpse." Before his resolute words had even faded, the golden-level demon hunting squad rapidly launched a suicidal breakout. They knew the demon squad could lead everyone to break through, but they understood even more clearly that this spark of hope must preserve its strength. Deeper darkness awaited ahead. In this crumbling city, some were destined to cleave through dawn with their blade, while others must build the final wall with flesh and blood. "Leave the left side to me," Scarface roared, smashing his heavy chain axe into the dense scales of the fish monsters. Blood splattered across his weathered face as he simply cast aside his shield, tearing a brief gap through the horde with unreserved ferocity. Su Ming watched that frenzied figure and suddenly understood why the Golden Squad could hold this line to the death. Facing blood and fire, some people were naturally forged into steel. "Brothers, hold the line. Clear the way for Demon Squad." The Golden Demon Hunter Squad members roared against the reeking wind, but their voices were quickly drowned by the shrill screams of the fish monsters. Su Ming's pupils contracted violently, his knuckles white as he gripped his sword. The blade trembled slightly as he said in a low voice, "Qingli, Linua, prepare for battle." At that moment, a thunderous roar rolled from the distance. "The Council of Elders arrives late. Please punish us, family head." Several white-haired elders burst through the walls, blocking the monster tide. Form the array. They formed hand seals, and spiritual patterns lit up on the ground, spreading into a complex formation. Spirit binding array. Golden pillars of light descended from the sky, crushing the fish monsters within a 100-meter radius into bloody mist. However, the next wave of creatures surged forward like a tide, corpses churning underfoot. Elder Xianjian. Jiang Qingli's voice trembled slightly. The former Grand Elder had stepped down, and now Elder Xianjian, who had once been at odds with Jiang Xian, had become the new Grand Elder. Elder Xianjian's voice boomed like a great bell, his withered palm resting on Jiang Qingli's shoulder. "The family head has urgent matters to attend to. Please depart immediately. Leave the rest to the demon hunter warriors and us old ones." Jiang Qingli nodded, her gaze meeting Su Ming's and Linua's. The three turned and hurried toward the city gate. "Hey, demon!" Scarface's shout was made hoarse by the blood mist. Su Ming turned back to see a cold gleam arc through the air. A heavily worn silver demon hunter badge fell into his palm. When the war's over, Scarface twisted that centipede-like scar, forcing out a smile uglier than crying. "Buy this old man a drink." Su Ming raised his sword in a slight salute as his answer, then led his team away from the square. The Golden Demon Hunter Squad members watched those three figures disappear into the distance. In the reeking wind, they heard the low murmur from beneath the demon mask. "Come back alive, and I'll buy you the strongest liquor. Coordinates confirmed. The demon squad has entered the underground pipeline network. The technician's explosive roar tore through the heavy silence of the command center. On the holographic map, a solitary blue flickered intermittently as the commander's bloodshot eyes locked onto a last remaining spark of hope for the entire city. Deep within the underground tunnels, humid air thick with the acrid stench of rust assaulted their senses. Emergency lights, long overdue for maintenance, swayed wildly from side to side, their failing filaments casting dim, wavering halos of light. Su Ming gazed into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel and whispered a warning. While taking the pipeline route helps us avoid most of the aberrants, everyone stay alert. The last mile is always the hardest. Jiang Qingli and Linua nodded in silent understanding. The sound of their steady footsteps echoed through the stagnant water covering the ground. Linua raised her hand, ice crystals at her fingertips blooming with pale blue light, barely illuminating the path ahead. Drip, drip. The captured mechanic was reduced to nothing but a severed head, oil continuously dripping from his fractured cervical spine. His bulging electronic eye suddenly flashed an ominous red as he let out a piercing, maniacal laugh. You think you've won. Bang. Su Ming's expression remained cold as he drove his sword hilt straight into the electronic eye. Sparks flew as the optical components were instantly destroyed. The mechanic's head convulsed violently, screaming in agony. Honestly, your screams are far more pleasant than your babbling. Su Ming shrugged. Jiang Qingli and Linua nodded in expressionless agreement. 100 miles away, at the exit of the abyss corridor, the first seat suddenly stopped, a muffled chuckle escaping from beneath his bronze mask. The mechanic has activated the curse beacon. The white-masked attendant's face went rigid. Just as she was about to speak, she watched him grab his own pinky finger crack. Bone-white fragments pierced through flesh. First seat. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Crack, crack, crack. A series of teeth-grinding snaps rang out as all 10 fingers were broken. As they say, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. The pain was unimaginable. The first seat finally spoke, his tone as calm as if reading the news. I made a mistake. The mechanic's capture me disgust for him made me act foolishly. But everyone makes errors, don't they? The white-masked attendant's throat bobbed as she swallowed hard, not daring to interrupt, only able to watch as he twisted his hands into grotesquely contorted shapes. It was precisely this same ruthless madness he showed toward himself that made the Abyss Master willing to deal with him. But this makes things more interesting. The brighter the flame of hope burns, the more beautiful the flower that blooms from despair. The first seat's voice carried a note of pleasure. It's time for our allies to prove their worth, to show that little savior's friends what the true abyss really looks like. Alarms suddenly blared throughout the command center. Report. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected at S-Class Secret Realm, Abyss Corridor. The technician's nearly hoarse roar reverberated off the walls. The holographic tactical display instantly turned a blinding crimson. Black mist, the symbol of abyss contamination, spread wildly across the map, like cancer cells devouring everything in their path. The commander's breath caught as he followed the direction of the spreading faucet was heading straight for the underground pipeline area where the demon squad was located. Energy pattern analysis complete. Staring at the results displayed before him, the technician's pupils trembled with disbelief as he stammered. The energy fluctuations from this black mist, they perfectly matched those of the abyss overlord that Zhang Sanfeng sealed 40 years ago. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Bang! The commander slammed his fist onto the control panel, denting the alloy surface as he roared with bloodshot eyes. How could this be such a coincidence? The Shrank's secret realm master was about to interject when his hand froze midair, cold sweat rolling down his spine. The Twilight Cult. It must be those lunatics behind this. Damn it. The commander yanked at his military collar, veins bulging on his neck. Deploy all special forces. Get the ghost squad back at all costs. In the underground tunnels, the damp air suddenly grew heavy. The emergency lights overhead exploded with a sharp crack as thick black mist surged forward like a living creature. Watch out. Su Ming's instincts screamed danger. Before he could finish speaking, his, Jiang Qingli's, and Linua's watches all flashed red simultaneously. Abyss Corridor Black Mist Breach. All units immediately, command's hoarse roar erupted through the public channel before being cut off by electromagnetic interference. The mechanic suddenly threw back his head in maniacal laughter. The first seat has even pried open the Abyss Corridor. You're all dead. Ha ha. The black mist surged forward with its acrid contamination as carrion rats within rapidly swelled to human size, their fangs dripping corrosive slime. Linua slammed her palms to the ground. Breath of frost. Ice crystals raced along the tunnel walls but instantly disintegrated upon contact with the black mist. The mist suppresses spiritual energy. Su Ming grabbed both women and retreated urgently, his pupils contracting behind the ghost mask. Command. Can you hear us? We need. Only harsh static answered him. Boom. The ground shook violently as the tunnel exploded, debris and gritty wind pelting them. A purple-black centipede dozens of meters long burst from the earth, its 1,000 legs shredding the pipe network as the earthen waves it raised swallowed buildings 100 meters tall. Bang! Su Ming was hurled through the air, crashing hard against a ruined wall. His organs churned as the taste of rust filled his mouth, which he forced himself to swallow. The centipede's gaping maw spewed green corrosive venom. Without hesitation, Su Ming grabbed both women and leaped clear. Sizzle, sizzle, the ground was instantly corroded into a massive crater, the old pipeline completely destroyed, leaving the trio exposed on the surface. Nearby mutant creatures caught their scent and swarmed closer, their roars like a tide that made their eardrums ache. Kill the centipede first, Su Ming shouted fiercely as his blade gleamed. Jiang Qingli leaped to the left, bit her tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto her Frostcry sword. Azure Phoenix burned the heavens. Blue light erupted as a phoenix-like azure spirit dove down. Linua's eyes blazed with blue light as ice crystal chains wrapped around the centipede's tail segments. 3 attacks wove into an inescapable net. The fire phoenix's flames and the natural advantage of bird over insect exploded instantly. The purple-black centipede writhed in the inferno, its massive body sweeping across and smashing the remaining structures to pieces. Su Ming coughed up blood. Quick! Strike while it's down. Before he could say more, Jiang Qingli had already seized this moment of vulnerability, her sword transforming once again into a fire phoenix as it pierced straight toward the creature's jaw. Scorching flames erupted, fire racing along the centipede's hardened exoskeleton, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning chitin. A soul-rending shriek tore through the night sky as the purple-black centipede's massive body convulsed in agony. Su Ming's leg muscles tensed suddenly, using the explosive recoil to launch himself forward, his blade cutting through the darkness like a swimming dragon across the centipede's neck. A system notification appeared. Third-tier aberrant creature eliminated, 810. Mental synchronization index 2. Current mental synchronization index, 90. The colossal beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending tremors through the earth and debris flying in all directions. Their victory lasted less than a heartbeat. The 3 stood back-to-back atop the carcass, not daring to relax for even a moment. Black mist churned around them as countless crimson eyes blazed to life in the depths, flickering with bloodthirsty malice, while low growls made the very air feel heavy as lead. As far as the eye could see, powerful aberrant creatures corrupted by the dark fog stretched across a 1,000-meter radius, their numbers beyond what human strength could possibly overcome. The metallic taste of blood rose in his throat as Su Ming's breathing grew labored, his mind racing through possible escape routes. Flanking maneuvers? Impossible. Fighting their way out? Certain death. Calling for backup? No time. One plan after another surfaced, only to be dismissed. Ahead lay nothing but a dead end. Su Ming. The girl's voice, clear as a mountain spring, carried notes of exhaustion. Su Ming's entire body trembled. This was the first time Jiang Qingli had called him by name. Through her blood-stained mask, he could see those star-like eyes. Some names could only be spoken when using one's final breath. We might only be able to take you this far. Jiang Qingli's knuckles turned white as she gripped the Frost Song's sword, her breathing erratic, clearly pushed to her limits. Her gaze briefly met Linua's, and the same resolve appeared in both their eyes. Linua took a deep breath and said calmly, "You take the head and break through. We'll cover your retreat." Her tone was so matter-of-fact she might have been discussing the weather. Bullshit. If we leave together. If we die together. Su Ming's eyes blazed crimson. Get your head straight, damn it. Linua cursed, a rare occurrence. 30 million lives in the vast sea are worth more than just the 2 of us. Besides, for the Lung family, dying in battle is an honor. Jiang Qingli remained silent, tears gathering in her eyes. Both she and Linua had already embraced their fate. At that same moment, at the coastal front lines, Jiang Bai's psychic field suddenly trembled. She whirled around to stare toward the 7th war zone, her silver hair whipping wildly in the wind, moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes as she whispered, "Little Li." Her voice was swept away by the salt-laden sea breeze. Lung Jin also felt a palpitation deep in his bloodline, suddenly turning to gaze in the same direction, his ice-blue pupils reflecting the towering black mist rising in the far distance. After a long moment of stunned silence, he finally smiled gently, a trace of pride flickering in his eyes. Su Ming's throat trembled as he nearly fainted, the blood patterns on his dark night sword quivering violently. "You?" He bit his cracked lips, his bitter voice sounding as if scraped by a blade. "What gives you the right to decide my life and death?" "Because you are hope." Linua raised her eyes, her thin lips curving into a faint smile. Her ice-blue hair billowed in the wind as her fingertips gently caressed Su Ming's sweat-dampened cheek. "And hope should not be extinguished here." Clang! The Frost Song's sword suddenly erupted with blinding azure light. In the next second, Jiang Qingli transformed into a streak of light and charged into the monster horde. Her sword light tore through the black mist like a crescent moon, leaving behind a ghastly pale gash. Come back, Su Ming roared, terror growing wildly in his chest like weeds after rain. At the edge of the black mist, the mechanist's metal head let out a piercing laugh. What a touching scene of martyrdom. Once you become corpses, the chief will personally sew you into my new body. Before he could finish, several brilliant sword lights suddenly blazed from the depths of the misty sea. Children! An aged yet thunderous roar tore through the thick fog. Over a dozen figures burst through the mist, led by the old principal who clutched his chest, coughing violently. His broken sword swept down, golden light cascading like a waterfall. Dozens of golden sword energies wove into a giant net, instantly shredding the aberrants within the fan-shaped area. The old principal charged forward, his age-spotted wrists turning to reveal the legendary, army-breaking 13 forms that once shook the vast seas. Hanhai High School faculty, here to provide support. Behind him, an elderly woman with silver-rimmed glasses formed hand seals, and azure water surged from the ground. A giant water hand lifted Jiang Qingli back from the monster pile. The three students stood frozen in place. What are you standing around for? The old principal backhanded his sword to cleave an approaching vicious fish monster. His wrinkled face was stern, but his clouded eyes burned with flames that surpassed those of youth. Bear your mission well. Leave this to us. Cough, cough. A sudden violent coughing fit interrupted his bold words, and a mouthful of black blood mixed with organ fragments splattered onto his worn teacher's uniform. Only then did Su Ming clearly see that the old man had a penetrating wound below his ribs, deep enough to expose bone, with bandages long since stained into dark brown scabs. He instinctively reached out to help. Don't make that expression. The old principal shook off his hand, roughly wiping away the blood with his sleeve, his back straight like a stubborn old pine. A teacher's duty is to watch students go farther than we ever could. The old man turned to face the monster horde and roared like a bell. The essence of the army breaking 13 forms. I'll only teach this once. Watch carefully. Whoosh! His withered body suddenly swelled amid the howling, flesh expanding until he appeared as robust as a young man, his terrifying aura making the air tremble. Su Ming's heart raced wildly. A sixth-tier powerhouse. You are the Big Dipper Sword Lord? Jiang Qingli gasped. The floodgates of memory burst open. Nature, father in childhood, stroking a yellowed photograph. Ali, look, this is the brightest star of Jiangnan province, a world-renowned great swordsman. The handsome young man's features in the photo gradually overlapped with the wrinkled face before her. She bit her lips tightly, emotions surging. The once high-spirited Big Dipper Sword Lord had aged to such an extent. But the golden light on that broken sword materialized once again into sharp starlight, forming the phantom of the Big Dipper constellation above everyone's heads. Linua suddenly grabbed Su Ming's wrist, was burning his life essence. Even sixth-tier powerhouses couldn't withstand the erosion of time. The old headmaster's spiritual light flickered wildly around him as his white hair turned to ash in the blazing flames. With his broken body, he carved out a path of survival for everyone. Watch closely, this sword strike. Blood trickled down from the old man's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Yet his blade remained steady as a rock. In honor of the 3-foot podium, in honor of our 10th Sand-mile rivers and mountains. Army breaker fluctuating light. The sword fell, and the earth exploded. The Big Dipper constellation bloomed in the sky as countless golden rainbows, transforming into a torrential rain that pierced through the alien creature's skulls. Flesh and sword light intertwined, casting his hunched yet towering silhouette. Army breakers 13 forms, fluctuating light. The elderly woman with silver-rimmed glasses struggled to support herself, her lips curving into a smile as tears streamed down her wrinkled cheeks in her lifetime. She was witnessing this technique once again. Amid the roaring sword energy, the old headmaster's figure gradually faded as sword light fell like meteors into the black mist, tearing open a bloody path. However, the fog surged and instantly sealed the gap. The price of burning one's life force was laid bare. His skin cracked inch by inch, golden blood soaking through his clothes. The broken sword that had accompanied him for 40 years felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Back then, I taught you that the Big Dipper governs life. He coughed up blood, yet his sword could no longer cleave through the darkness. His soul flame flickered like a candle in the wind, and with each spreading wrinkle, the last of his spiritual power was stolen away. The sword light collapsed as he tremblingly reached for the scattered golden radiance, as if trying to grasp his fading years and his omnipotent self. Tears burst forth. I'm sorry, this old fool ultimately couldn't lead you all out. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within the black mist. Several armored vehicles bearing glacier emblems burst through the fog, their treads crushing the scorched earth as ice crystal turrets on their roofs swiveled in unison. Young miss. Found you. Lu Feng leaned halfway out of a window, his blood-stained bandages fluttering in the wind. A golden sword light shot into the sky. I knew it was you. Haha. I, Lu Feng, am truly a genius. Ice blue projectiles poured down, freezing monsters in droves. A female team member operated the vehicle-mounted Gatling gun, blue flame tongues sweeping across the front. Saturated strike at 3 o'clock. The old woman pulled her husband into her embrace, wiping away his tears. Do you hear that? The children say you're still the brightest star in Jiangnan province. That beam of Big Dipper golden light had become a lighthouse in the darkness. For thousands of years, it had guided travelers and led lonely boats home, and now, once again, it had summoned reinforcements for the dying flame. The military special task force arrived first, their standard spiritual armor-piercing rounds tearing through the monster horde. Close behind, war vehicles bearing demon-hunting emblems roared onto the scene. Charge! Charge forward! Director Zhou of the Demon Hunting Association stood atop a vehicle, his roar reverberating through the loudspeaker. The one-armed captain of the Golden Demon Hunting Squad and his scarred companions waved. Evil ghost! We're here. Don't think you can skip out on that drink you owe us. The Hanhai High School faculty also charged into the battle circle, the vice principal's voice rivaling any loudspeaker. Evil ghost Su Ming is our Hanhai student. Hanyan High School, don't try to claim him. Next, Hell Arena's tyrant Tai Long led his fighters crashing through the black mist like wolves among sheep, each punch shattering bone and flesh. Exhilarating. Exhilarating. The Azure's spiritual core embedded in his chest pulsed with his breathing a mark left from when Su Ming had pierced through him years ago. The old headmaster looked back at this battlefield, tears streaming down his face. Su Ming stepped forward, supporting him. Master, this is the passing of the torch that you taught us. The mechanical engineer's head at his waist continued cursing, and his fierce demon mask was stained with blood, yet it couldn't mask that gentle voice. This is the romance carved into Chinese blood for 5,000 years when the heavens break. We forge our own stones to mend them. Get the hell out. All of you bastards get out of my way. Covered in blood, Tai Long charged forward in berserker mode, his blood boiling within his veins. Like a human bulldozer, he roared as he smashed through the alien creatures blocking his path, the sounds of cracking bones mixing with screeching metal. Using the bloody trail he carved out, the blood-soaked armored vehicle finally broke through the edge of the black fog, its headlights tearing through the darkness to reveal hope ahead. Report. The Devil Squad has returned. In the command center, a technician looked up and shouted. The commander shot to his feet, rushing to the door in 2 quick strides. This tower of a man pulled Su Ming into his arms. Scalding tears fell onto the young man's battle-worn uniform, mixing with dried blood as they rolled down. Good boy. The commander's throat bobbed violently, his usually commanding voice now choked and hoarse. The officers in the room quietly wiped away tears, while the technician forced a smile through red-rimmed eyes. Clap, clap, clap. The applause started sporadically, then erupted like a thunderstorm, echoing endlessly through the command room and making the window frames tremble. To the interrogation room. I'll handle this personally. The commander took a deep breath and roared, then violently grabbed the metal tendrils on the mechanic's head, slamming that stubborn skull onto the alloy table with a loud crack, instantly denting the surface. Hook up the Apocalypse Bureau's psychic suppressor. I want every last drop of intel squeezed out of this bastard's brain. A blue force field expanded, locking the mechanic in place. His bulging single eye burst with crimson veins as harsh, electronically distorted laughter rang out. Foolish. You have no idea what you're up against. Is that so? The commander loosened his tie, revealing a twisted, hideous old scar across his chest, a mark from the Mount Everest campaign 30 years ago. Then let me see if you sewer rats' ambitions match your arrogance. The mechanic suddenly fell silent, his damaged vocal cords producing a cold synthetic voice. You think you stopped the blood sacrifice array? That was merely a casual gambit by the first seat. Ha ha ha. Everyone present froze. Sharp laughter mixed with electrical static echoed through the interrogation room. While you were busy blocking the apocalypse, the first seat had already made a pact with that being in the abyss corridor. The abyss will devour both you and the vast sea. Before he could finish, the mechanic's head was already gripped by the commander's thick hand. Bone and metal groaned as the alloy shell was crushed and deformed by sheer force. Don't worry. 40 years ago we crushed those beasts from the abyss, and we'll do it again. Cold fluorescent light reflected off the scattered metal fragments. The commander rolled up his military sleeves, revealing countless scars covering his arms. Activate the psychic suppressor, level 3 overload. He grinned savagely as he slammed the red button. Blinding electrical arcs exploded. The mechanic's single eye burst with sparks as ear-piercing sounds of twisting metal came from within his skull. It's useless, we've been trained. The first seat will destroy you all. Hiss. Countless invisible neural needles suddenly pierced his temples, the excruciating pain forcing out a soul-rending scream. Ah. The interrogation room filled with blood-curdling screams that echoed like the wails of demons from the depths of hell. Half an hour later, Commander-in-Chief Chen Shanha emerged from the room, his sleeves stained with dark splatters, his expression as grim as storm clouds gathering over a vast sea. Everyone in the corridor held their breath in anticipation. While we've obtained some intelligence about the 7 deadly sins, the real situation is far more dire than we imagined. His voice was hoarse and gravelly, and even this iron-willed soldier couldn't hide his exhaustion. Everyone's hearts tightened simultaneously. Chun Shanha took a deep breath before delivering the chilling truth. The leader of the Twilight sect had secretly allied with the master of the Abyss Corridor, plotting to control the ancient gods' remains beyond the Apocalypse Gate and transform Hanhai City into an ever-expanding, absolute forbidden zone that would eventually devour the entire Jiangnan province and ultimately all of China. The air suddenly grew thick with tension. Su Ming exchanged glances with his 2 female companions, their eyes reflecting tsunami-like shock. They understood the weight of those 4 words, absolute forbidden zone, a dead realm where the otherworld merged with reality when the Apocalypse Gate went completely out of control. The Battle of Mount Everest 30 years ago remained vivid in memory. Demonic black tides engulfing glaciers, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Had Zhang Sanfeng not emerged like a divine intervention, cutting through 100,000 demons with a single sword, Xuanqiang province and neighboring small nations would have become wastelands. As the news settled, the command center fell into deathly silence. Suddenly, a calm, yet clear voice broke through the oppressive atmosphere. I remember something recorded in the history books. The speaker was Su Ming, this young hero of Hanhai who removed his mask to reveal a handsome face still touched with youthful innocence. The light reflected in his bright eyes. 30 years ago, when Senior Zhang Sanfeng faced the Everest Forbidden Zone, he held only an iron sword. Behind him were wounded comrades. Before him stood 100,000 demons. The commander-in-chief's throat bobbed, his eyes reddening. That year, he had been a green recruit fresh from training. He told us, behind us are the lights of 10,000 homes. Before us lurk monsters and demons. This sword shall not break. This body shall not retreat. Su Ming's voice suddenly rose. Now we have spirit rifles, armored vehicles that can tear through dark mists, and 30 million Hanhai citizens plus 1.4 billion Chinese compatriots standing behind us. We may not be stronger than our predecessors, but we absolutely cannot lose their backbone. His rousing words ignited the command center. Everyone's minds flashed with images of the Lung family's external affairs division laughing after bloody battles, demon hunter squads bathed in blood amid beast tides, the old principal's trembling figure gripping a broken sword, and the light of humanity arriving from all directions. The air instantly became charged with energy. Chun Shanha's bloodshot eyes suddenly blazed with fierce determination. He seemed to see the young man's silhouette overlapping with that legendary figure atop Mount Everest. After murmuring, "If only you were still here," he cast aside his fantasies and returned to his iron resolve. "I, Chun Shanha, in the name of Hanhai's Supreme Commander." His voice thundered like artillery fire. "Hereby activate the final clause of the Apocalypse Bureau's Special Combat Readiness Protocol. From this moment, Hanhai City is temporarily renamed Hanhai War Zone. All citizens aged 15 to 60 are automatically enlisted in the reserves. All armories are fully opened. Spirit weapons safety locks are disengaged. All second-tier and above spirit users shall form combat groups by district and immediately proceed to the coastal front lines. Tell the citizens that Hanhai's survival hangs in the balance at this very moment." Communications across the city erupted instantly. "Fellow citizens of Hanhai, the bronze gates have tolled the death knell, and the apocalyptic tide has breached our final defenses. Waiting for rescue is tantamount to slow death. Only by forging a great wall with our flesh and blood, fighting with united hearts, can we seize a thread of hope for survival. With our blood and flesh, we protect our mountains and rivers. Hanhai shall not perish. China shall endure forever." Ding! The piercing sound of electrical static exploded through the smoke as Chun Shanha's hoarse declaration penetrated every shelter, every bunker, every broken ruin. In the makeshift hospital, the sharp smell of iodine mingled with the stench of blood. Chen Lian, wrapped in a blood-stained white coat, worked swiftly to unwrap the blood-soaked bandages from a soldier's severed leg and re-bandage the wound. The head nurse, sporting dark circles under her eyes, burst in. "Another wave of critically wounded from the front lines. Who's coming with me?" 12 hands shot up almost simultaneously. Chen Lian wanted to raise her hand too, but her left hand froze mid-air. The engagement ring on her ring finger flickered with a faint light, sent by her fiancé Lu Feng through an intermediary. Suddenly, the soldier with the severed leg bolted upright, grabbed a syringe from the cart, and jabbed it hard into his thigh. "Give me a gun. I can still fight 10 more rounds." Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and glared at the flames outside the door. In the jewelry store of Hanhai's wealthy district, the shop owner smashed the thick bulletproof glass with a hammer. Jade and agate scattered across the floor as he roughly tore away the jewelry padding and dragged several hunting rifles from the depths of the safe. Bloodshot eyes filled his sockets. "Kill those monsters. If we survive, I'll take you all to Dubai to make big money. The employees took the guns, their fingers trembling but gripping the triggers tightly. Chun Shanha's hoarse rallying cry rolled across the city sky through the radio. Hanhai shall not fall. China shall endure forever. In the underground auditorium of Qingchen High School, 800 teachers and students looked up in unison. A male student slammed his chair back. Even that old man from Hankro dares to take the field. Can Qingchen's backbone really bend? The middle-aged principal ripped off his tie and threw it to the ground, veins bulging in his neck. All teachers, attention. Follow me to the front lines to earn our place in history. The auditorium erupted. I want to go too. Me too. The restless shouts merged into a thunderous roar. The principal bellowed, spittle flying. Go my ass. All of you stay put. People die on battlefields. You think this is virtual reality training class? The students' eyes turned red. We know. We know. The principal suddenly turned away, his shoulders shaking as he forced out the words in a broken voice. When we're all dead, you can. His words were torn apart by sobs. In Shelter 7, the gray-white ceiling light flickered constantly. A mother braiding her daughter's hair paused, and the pink hair ribbon slipped from her fingers. The 5-year-old girl looked up to see tears streaming down her mother's face, frantically trying to wipe them away. Don't cry, Mommy, don't cry. But the more she wiped, the more tears came, and soon she was sobbing herself. Xiao Xiao, be good and take care of Mommy for Daddy. The man knelt down, wiped away both their tears, gently touched his daughter's soft cheek, then leaned down to kiss the blood-stained gauze on his wife's forehead several times. It's okay, everything will be over soon. He tried his best to maintain a smile, but the tremor in his voice still betrayed him. After speaking, he stood up and rushed toward the exit. Wait! His wife, holding the child, took a step forward and pressed the pink hair ribbon into the man's sweaty palm. Tie it around your wrist, at least. She choked up before finishing. The little girl also broke free from her mother, stood on tiptoe to grab her father's blood-stained shirt hem, and stuffed something small into his breast pocket, saying solemnly, Daddy, it will protect you. The man smiled and nodded, then turned to leave with firm steps, not daring to look back even as uncontrollable sobs erupted behind him. The portly companion who walked with him followed in silence, and the two merely nodded slightly to each other at this moment. 1,000 words could not match the power of this subtle gesture. Beyond them, countless people of all walks of life were streaming toward the shelter exits. Teachers, doctors, merchants, students, bank clerks. 30 million people, 30 million different life trajectories, now converging under the blood-red sky into the same color, the same voice knowing it was impossible, yet doing it anyway. The man slipped the pink hair tie around his right wrist, his fingertips reaching into his pocket where a crumpled heart folded from chocolate wrapper lay. The hair tie reminded him of the braids his daughter needed tomorrow. The heart reminded him of the steaming hot meal waiting at home. Every heart in the crowd carried the same ordinary, yet burning obsession: unfinished lessons, weddings yet to be held, family members still waiting, and these obsessions now transformed into millions of swords piercing toward the apocalyptic abyss. Inside the command center, the holographic sand table suddenly erupted in brilliant starlight. Dozens of bloodshot eyes stared intently at the three-dimensional projection. Countless azure points of light were pouring out from 12 shelters, hundreds of underground bunkers, and thousands of ruins, flowing like a galaxy toward the crimson front lines. Everyone was moved to tears. At the dome's peak, the first seat stood atop a 100-meter tower, his scarlet robes billowing in the foul wind. The bronze Ouroboros mask reflected the psychic flames flickering throughout the city. He gazed down at the cooking smoke from distant residential areas. Several hunched figures were setting up pots among the ruins, doing their small part for the warriors. Further away on the streets, people's shouts as they wielded crude weapons actually drowned out the alien creature's shrieks. How glaring, the first seat sneered. 300 years ago they were the same, holding torches against the blizzard. Admirable, yet pitiful, such meager strength changes nothing. He looked toward the coastline. The estuary will hold for 2 hours at most. The Lung family boy's Arctic psychic power is nearly depleted, and that woman with exceptional mental gifts shows cracks in her psychic field. The white-masked executor's heart stirred. That woman was actually an experimental subject from before the 9th executor blood rose, but she remained silent. The first seat disliked interruptions. The first seat smiled with amusement. Will the Apocalypse Bureau's reinforcements arrive in time to witness this grand despair? Report. The command center technician screamed with tears in his voice. Psychic readings at the estuary are spiking. Lung Jin. Before he could finish, the command center's temperature plummeted. Lung Lingua's ice blue hair flew as her face turned deathly pale. The holographic display showed the estuary front lines. Frigid air rolled across thousands of miles of ocean, and everyone gasped in unison. A 1,000-meter ice wall was rising from the coast, physically cutting off the alien tide. On the crumbling frozen throne, Lung Jin's shattered gold-rimmed glasses hung from his nose, His pupils behind the lenses completely transformed to frost blue. Half his ice blue hair had been burned snow white by his life essence, Arctic flames blazing around his body. Linua staggered back a step as pain shot through her chest. The bloodline resonance making her instantly understand this was the same soul-burning sign as the old principal of Hanhai High School. In the projection, Lung Jin coughed violently, blood foam crystallizing into ruby-like ice in the air. Facing the overwhelming, seemingly endless tide of alien creatures, he pressed his chest and whispered, "Ancestral spirits of the far north, bless me to hold on a little longer, just a little longer." Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's silver hair whipped wildly through the air as her psychic field began to ripple and crack with fractures. Two streams of bloody tears traced down her cheekbones as she bit down hard on her tongue, using the sharp pain to dispel the dizziness clouding her mind. Her pupils transformed completely into pure silver white as she forcibly steadied her consciousness on the verge of collapsed psychic storm. A silver hurricane erupted, sweeping forward and instantly vaporizing the alien creatures into bloody mist, filling the air with a burnt, metallic stench. She gasped frantically, with only one thought echoing in her heart. She couldn't fall now, not when there were still people she wanted to protect, people she longed to see. In the command center, the ice fortress on the holographic screen crumbled at a visibly alarming rate. Lung Lingua's body trembled violently as she grabbed the commander's sleeve. "Let me go. I need to support my aunt." Jiang Qingli cried out almost simultaneously, her voice shaking. Su Ming stepped between them, warning in a low voice. "If you go to the front lines now, you'll be walking to your deaths." His gaze remained fixed on the screen, showing Jiang Bai's eye bleeding from all 7 orifices. Her face was deathly pale, without a trace of color, her psychic field teetering on the edge of collapse. "But that's my brother." Lung Lingua's icy aura exploded outward, instantly dropping the command room temperature to freezing. The frost song sword hummed incessantly as Jiang Qingli gripped its hilt, her knuckles white, her silence declaring her resolve. Su Ming stepped forward. "I'll go." His voice was calm to the point of coldness. Yet the blood patterns on his dark knight sword suddenly blazed to life, as if sensing the turmoil in his chest. At that moment, Chun Shan's calloused hand pressed heavily on his shoulder. "When the sky falls, the tallest bear the weight. It's not your turn yet." His voice was rough, but resolute. 30 years ago at the Mount Everest campaign, I carried my comrades and carved through demon hordes when you kids weren't even born. The command room air instantly froze, the breathing of dozens of officers audibly clear. Someone shouted hoarsely, "No, you must hold the center. Send me. Let me go to the front lines. I'd rather die in battle than cower in the rear like a coward." "All of you shut up." Chun Shan's thunderous roar completely silenced the chaos. "Before I became commander of Hanhai, I was first and foremost a soldier of China." His sharp gaze swept across the flushed faces. "This place equally needs defenders. If the command center falls, Hanhai will collapse instantly. But your old injuries," the aide's words were cut short by his piercing stare. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chun Shan slowly removed his supreme commander's uniform, the general stars on his shoulder boards gleaming in the cold light. His torso was covered with crisscrossing scars, the marks of 40 years of bloodshed, and his most prideful medals. "Vice Commander Zhao." "Sir." Zhou Weigua, tears streaming down his face, instinctively straightened his spine. From this moment, Vice Commander Zhou Weigua assumes command. Chun Shan solemnly handed over the neatly folded uniform. "Remember, as long as the command center stands, Hanhai's spirit lives on." Zhou Weigua received it with trembling hands. This wasn't just a uniform, but the sacred trust of 30 million people. Chun Shan's gaze burned intensely as the pressure of a sixth-tier warrior descended like a mountain. Over a dozen officers shouted in unison, "Commander!" Their eyes red-rimmed, yet blazing with the same fire. Chun Shan roared with deep, unwavering conviction. "Remember your mission. You are Hanhai's final nerve center, the hope for millions to survive." When his gaze fell upon Su Ming and his 2 companions, his furious tone suddenly softened. "Young men, remember this: the spark that ignites a prairie fire is far more precious than a blade about to break." "Su Ming, will you?" And Zhao Kuo's eyes immediately turned red, and they nodded heavily as if struck in the heart by a sledgehammer. Chun Shan flashed his signature canine tooth with a satisfied nod. His foot pressed down, shattering the concrete ground as his entire body shot skyward, trailing blazing crimson light. That streak of red pierced through the blood clouds like a comet, instantly tearing open a gap in the gray sky. Long-absent sunlight poured down, so warm it brought tears to their eyes. "Salute!" Deputy Officer Zhou's choked roar echoed through the ruins. 17 soldiers raised their right arms in unison, their military salutes straight as blade edges. The deputy knew this departure might well be a final farewell. After years of warfare, Chun Shan's body was riddled with hidden injury could never withstand the 6th-tier spiritual energy overload. He was going with the resolve to die. Su Ming stood frozen, watching that crimson light gradually dissolve into the horizon. Suddenly, the textbook image of triumph at Mount Everest flashed through his mind. In that photograph, the young soldier holding the flag behind Zhang Sanfeng was also grinning, showing a canine tooth, the very same commander standing before them. At the estuary front lines, an Arctic storm raged. On his frozen throne, Lung Jin suddenly looked up to see the sky torn open by a burning crimson streak. That blazing remnant smashed through dozens of flying aberrants along its path, crashing heavily onto the top of the ice wall amid a shower of blood. Seeing who it was, Chun Shana, Lung Jin's ice-blue pupils contracted sharply. Despite his grievous wounds, he forced himself to render a standard military salute. Sir, it's an honor to fight alongside you. Chun Shanha tore apart the aberrants lunging at him, flesh and blood sticking to his armor. Yet he laughed heartily, his canine tooth gleaming white. There are no officers here. Only mobile soldier Chun Shanha of the 7th Regiment from the former Mount Everest campaign. His resonant voice rolled along the coastline. The Supreme Commander is joining the battle? Brothers, it's Chun Shanha. Hold fast. Don't disgrace yourselves before the commander. Instantly, morale ignited like gasoline. Arctic spiritual flames and crimson battle aura soared skyward together, tearing an even larger gap in the dark firmament. The two sixth-tier powerhouses stood back to back like anchoring pillars, holding the entire battle line against the overwhelming tide. At the other end of the city ruins, the hierarch strolled leisurely in his crimson robes alongside the 12th executor, a white-faced executor, debris crunching under their boots. Though the white-faced executor didn't understand, he knew the hierarch never acted without purpose. Aberrants that charged at them exploded into blood mist before reaching within 10 meters. The hierarch seemed to perceive the white-faced executor's confusion and said indifferently, I'm simply waiting. Waiting for the right moment. Just then, several survivors in the distance witnessed aberrants exploding into thin air and rushed over with excited shouts. The elderly man at the front dropped to his knees, sobbing. Please, sir, save the children. The hierarch looked down with interest. Why don't you go yourself? We're too weak. A young father stammered in reply, collapsing among the rubble. An infant in his arms let out hoarse cries. The hierarch sneered. Weakness absolves you of sin? Just because I'm stronger, I should bear your responsibilities? You people are as predictable as ever. Silence pressed down like leaden clouds. Suddenly, tremendous spiritual energy erupted from the coast. Ice-blue flames and crimson battle aura intertwined, tearing a terrifying rift in the blood clouds. The hierarch narrowed his eyes, seeming to hear distant thunderous roars, and chuckled softly. Chinshanha finally couldn't sit still. Our moment has arrived. Chinshanha. The survivors' faces went ashen. That was the name of the vast sea's supreme commander. Someone asked in a trembling voice. Who? Who are you exactly? Me. The hierarch spread his arms wide, his cloak billowing, with endless ruins stretching behind him. The architect of this magnificent tragedy. Before the terror could fully form on the survivors' faces, blood mist exploded outward. Rain-like droplets of blood splattered down, staining the 12th executor's shattered white mask crimson. In the command center, everyone watched the holographic display showing two towering figures cutting through the surging tide of alien creatures like a dam against a flood. The hall first filled with sighs of relief, though everyone knew this was merely a temporary measure to buy time. Beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared. Report. Apocalypse Bureau's level encrypted channel forcing connection. The technician's bloodshot eyes nearly pressed against the terminal as he rapidly read the identification code. One of the 4 Guardian commanders, Colonel Azure Dragon. Quick, connect the holographic projection at maximum power. Zhou Weiguo roared. The next moment, the central holographic screen in the command center exploded with blinding red light, accompanied by violent tremors. In the scene mixed with gunpowder smoke and flames, Colonel Azure Dragon, clad in dark battle armor, was tearing apart a 5th-tier monarch-level flesh worm with his bare hands, the pet beast of gluttony, the 6th of the 7 deadly sins. Viscous insect blood splattered across the camera lens, while his left arm was grotesquely twisted, bones piercing through his armor. Colonel Azure Dragon gritted his teeth, roaring hoarsely. The 7 deadly sins main force is blocking all spatial nodes. We're being held down. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash erupted as a torrent of ice and fire engulfed the screen, sending Colonel Azure Dragon's figure smashing through debris as he was sent flying. At the edge of the holographic display, 7 crimson figures slowly approached across the scorched earth. Pride, gluttony, envy. Zhou Weiguo stared at the crown burning with ice and fire, taking a deep breath. All 7 deadly sins are here. For at peak 5th tier, plus 3 6th-tier powerhouses. Su Ming's breathing hitched as he murmured. No wonder the Apocalypse Bureau reinforcements haven't arrived. This is probably the first time in history the Twilight cult has mobilized in full force. Zhou Weiguo's voice was particularly heavy. They've been preparing for decades for the Apocalypse descent. Among the rubble, Colonel Azure Dragon wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded with difficulty. Currently, over 70% of the Apocalypse Bureau's strongest are stationed outside guarding the gates of Apocalypse. They're taking advantage of this opportunity, coming fully prepared. Zhou Weiguo turned to stare at the technician. Have you organized the 7 deadly sins data we got from the mechanic? Sir, I sent it over the instant we established communication, the technician shouted without hesitation. A flash of surprise crossed Colonel Azure Dragon's eyes. You actually have this information? As soon as he spoke, the 7 deadly sins psychic profiles opened before him. He scanned the information rapidly, repeating in a low voice. Wrath's power source is the second spiritual core at the heart. Gluttony can maintain peak condition as long as it keeps feeding. Across the battlefield, the masks and hoods of the 7 deadly sins trembled slightly in the firelight. The flame emblem on Wrath's mask suddenly blazed higher. That mechanic truly succeeds at nothing but ruins everything. Beneath Pride's feet, lava and frost wove into cracks as he sneered. What does it matter if they know? I prefer watching prey make their final struggles. Lust's seductive woman leaned against the ruins, her gaze greedily appraising Colonel Azure Dragon's still-taut torso, licking her lips slightly as she exhaled a sweet, sickly breath. I just love this type of iron-blooded tough guy. It makes me reluctant to strike. Except for envy and gluttony, the other executors' expressions all shifted slightly. Envy, also female, cast a cold glance at Lust's coquettish display, letting out a disgusted snort. Little harlot. Lust lazily propped herself up. Dear Lady Envy, you wouldn't happen to be jealous, would you? After all, you'll never learn how to please a man. A cold gleam flashed in the envy executor's eyes as thorns on his mask rapidly sprouted and spread across the ground. Before the sharp thorns could reach the others, the Wrath executor had already lunged forward, roughly grabbing the Lust executor by the collar. The crimson robe was violently yanked, revealing glimpses of snow-white jade legs beneath. You filthy whore. Didn't you say you only loved me? He roared, his chest heaving violently. The Lust executor's beautiful face remained seductive as her delicate fingers traced circles on the man's solid chest, as if marking her territory. Oh my, don't be angry. I was just joking. And how could you call me by my pet name in front of everyone? You're making me embarrassed. Her voice trembled sweetly at the end, honeyed and lingering. She blinked her long lashes, ripples dancing in her eyes. The Wrath executor's breathing instantly became scorching, his eyes bloodshot with burning desire. I hope you two finish your flirting first, and help me turn those guys across from us into a sashimi platter. I'm already drooling with hunger. A deep, hoarse voice interrupted the intimate moment. The gluttony executor loomed nearby, his 500-pound mountain of flesh stretching his black robe to bursting. His mouth split like a crack from ear to ear, thick saliva dripping to the ground with a corrosive hiss. The Apocalypse Bureau members gazed across the battlefield, their expressions uniformly grim. Colonel Qinglong at the front wore a grave expression. The 7 deadly sins didn't consider them a threat at all. Even though their side had mapped the enemy's psychic patterns, the opponents remained supremely confident. Through the holographic screen, the technicians and officers in the command center could feel that naked contempt. Su Ming stared at the display and said quietly, "It looks like the situation here isn't optimistic either." Beep beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared as the entire command center shook violently. Report. The abyssal black mist is spreading toward the command center. A tide of aberrants is surging forward simultaneously. The nearest aberrant swarm is less than 1 kilometer from the command center. The holographic communication was forcibly cut off, and the tactical display instantly turned crimson with warnings. On the 3-dimensional map, the black waves representing abyssal corruption coiled around the green dot of the command center like a giant serpent opening its bloody maw. We're surrounded. Zhou Weiguo stared at the dense clusters of red dots on the tactical display, yet felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Better to face disaster than endure endless waiting. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Activate emergency protocols. All combat personnel prepare for battle. Simultaneously issue a city-wide conscription. All combat units converge on Hanhai Command Center immediately. Yes, sir. Boom. The alloy blast doors slowly rose amid the alarm sounds. In the distance, black mist churned as waves of aberrants rushed forward like a tide. Dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. Su Ming's gaze burned intensely as his fingers unconsciously caressed his sword hilt, the blood patterns on the blade pulsing. Jiang Qingli and Linua flanked him on either side, their beautiful faces shrouded in deadly coldness. Cold air swept in as steel sang softly. Zhou Weiguo's blood-stained uniform billowed in the fierce wind as he issued a resounding command. All forces, prepare. Click-clack. The sound of weapons being chambered rang out like sudden rain as soldiers moved in perfect unison, gripping their firearms tightly, barrels pointing grimly toward the black mist. Zhou Weiguo roared with a voice that even drowned out the distant apocalyptic bells. Kill. Light and sound exploded in an instant. Gunfire bloomed as tongues of flame poured forth like the Milky Way. armor gleaming toward the sun like golden scales unfurled. Countless psychic bullets tore through the air with piercing sounds, shredding the alien swarm to pieces. Rocket-propelled grenades with long flame trails arced from behind the defensive line, crashing into the pile of mangled monsters and exploding in crimson fireballs that shot skyward. Su Ming immediately recognized them as the same rocket launchers that had nearly taken him out earlier, truly divine weapons against swarms of aliens. As the thought flashed through his mind, he channeled the psychic energy within his body. The Dark Knight sword hummed and vibrated as he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, plunging into the monster horde with sword energy crisscrossing everywhere, sending bone fragments and blood spray flying in all directions. Boom! Black mist churned as several thick tentacles like those of an octopus suddenly pierced through the smoke, dripping with foul-smelling mucus as they lashed towards Su Ming. At the critical moment, Linua touched down with her toes and shot skyward, her ice-blue hair whipping like a waterfall in the blast wave. Frostbind. She pressed her palms together, and a cascade of extreme cold psychic energy poured down like a waterfall. The surface of those tentacles instantly became covered with dense ice crystals, their movements severely slowed. Jiang Qingli's gaze sharpened suddenly as the frost song, sword's blue radiance exploded outward. 3 Zhao. Azure Phoenix Tide Breaker. With a sweep of her blade, the sword energy transformed into layered waves that ruthlessly sliced through the already frozen tentacles. The tentacles shattered inch by inch in the tide, their dark green blood freezing into ice fragments the moment it splattered. 3 o'clock direction. Su Ming shouted fiercely. A black shadow shot up from the ground as he lunged ahead toward a swarm of second-tier scythe bugs charging the machine gun position. Jiang Qingli followed in perfect coordination, flanking Su Ming on both sides. Dark Knight and Frost Song crossed paths, blooming with dual blue radiance, as their intertwined sword energies tore the bug swarm to shreds. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Mental Synchronization Index 1. Current Mental Synchronization Index, 95. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from deep within the black mist as several third-tier aliens covered in armored bone spikes burst through the fog. Linua bit her fingertip and drew a bloody mark across her forehead, ice-blue light churning like a tsunami in her eyes. Sigh of Frost. With her as the center, ice spread instantly, firmly freezing the alien's claws to the ground. Jiang Qingli seized the opportunity, pointing her sword toward the heavens as her black hair danced wildly. True intent of Azure Phoenix, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix. Unprecedented torrential sword energy descended from the sky, transforming into countless Phoenix sword shadows that swept toward the enemy formation with howling winds, grinding those several third-tier aliens into crystalline powder. As the ice crystals collapsed, Linua brought her palms together, and the fragments condensed once more into a transparent ice wall that rose with a thunderous crash, buying precious breathing room for the frontline soldiers. On the battlefield where blood mist, bullet rain, and frost intertwined, 2 slender figures danced like startled swans beneath the crimson sky, leaving only death and bitter cold in their wake. Standing back to back, both women caught their breath slightly and smiled at each other. Not bad, Linua said. You too. Jiang Qingli nodded. Their coordination drew enthusiastic cheers from the defense forces. Miss Jiang truly is the greatest prodigy of the vast sea. The ice abilities of the Lung family's eldest daughter are terrifying. Su Ming also marveled silently. The strong are indeed forged on the battlefield. Someone in the crowd sighed. Girls this outstanding, whoever marries one of them would have their ancestors' graves smoking with good fortune. Both women froze simultaneously, their gazes meeting, and for some reason they found each other increasingly disagreeable. The next second, they both charged back into the alien swarm, sword songs trembling and cold air sweeping everywhere, as everyone felt the temperature plummet sharply. Watching the 2 prodigies' competitive figures, Su Ming felt nothing but a headache. Who was so loose-lipped as to bring up such a sensitive topic? He looked in the direction of the voice and met Zhou Weiguo's face, barely suppressing laughter. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Commander, don't you think things are chaotic enough already? Zhou Weiguo immediately threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice booming. The same good-natured laughter erupted around them, with one veteran even letting out a loud whistle. Only Su Ming looked thoroughly embarrassed while the 2 beautiful girls buried their heads in combat, their ears burning red. In the darkness, everyone caught this tiny glimmer of light and savored it like candy, never tiring of the moment. Roar! A thunderous bellow exploded from deep within the black mist. The ground collapsed as monstrous claws suddenly tore through concrete, causing the command post's outer wall to crumble. Steel and debris scattered like paper scraps caught in a hurricane. The black fog churned as a triangular skull covered in bone armor emerged, its body clad in diamond-hard scales. Only when the creature fully surfaced did everyone see the humanoid tyrannosaur's massive frame muscles bulging, as if ready to burst. with molten lava flowing through its chest cavity. Report. Psychic energy intensity has breached the 4th tier threshold. The technician roared as he slammed the chart onto the table. According to the psychic readings, it's a 5th tier sovereign class beast that inhabits undersea volcanoes Golzon. In the howling wind, Zhou Weiguo's blood-stained uniform was torn as he grinned savagely and rolled his stiff shoulders. Perfect, let me warm up. Through the rolling smoke, he stomped hard enough to shatter the ground, and with the sound of exploding concrete, shot like a cannonball into Golzon's lower abdomen. A heavy punch slammed into the scale joint sklang. Sparks flew as the monster's massive body was forced back 2 steps, bewilderment flashing in its crimson vertical pupils for the first time. Beast! Zhou Weiguo shook the blood from his knuckles, his arm muscles coiled like steel cables. This punch carries 20 years of my training, can you handle it? Though only possessing grade physical enhancement, he had climbed to the 4th tier peak through countless battles and training. Facing a 5th tier beast, he still dared to roar defiantly. His fists had never known defeat. Golzon angrily swung its tail, the 30-foot appendage sweeping like a steel whip. Zhou Weiguo advanced instead of retreating, his arms locking around the tail tip as his military boots carved a 30-foot furrow in the concrete. Get up! The 5th tier behemoth was actually lifted and hurled by him, crashing thunderously into the alien horde behind. Blood and flesh flew as screams filled the air. The monster's chest suddenly blazed with lava as it prepared its scorching breath. Zhou Weiguo leaped up, driving his knee toward its jaw while his left hand locked its throat, and his right fist delivered rapid strikes with whistling sounds. Bang! 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 Scales cracked and scalding lava sprayed from the fissures, blistering his chest, but he kept punching. The heart. The technician's voice cut through the battlefield. The molten core is at the 2nd rib on the right chest. Zhou Weiguo coughed up blood, but laughed maniacally as he thrust his lava-covered fist into the crack, his entire right arm disappearing into the chest cavity to grasp the beating molten core and yanked it out. Die! Golzon's wail cut off abruptly as scalding blood gushed like a small volcano. Zhou Weiguo used the monster's body to flip and land, the molten core in his palm exploding into countless sparks that illuminated his blood-covered but savage grin. As the massive corpse fell, the entire battlefield erupted in earth-shaking roars. If you want to crush Hanhai command post, this commander, entrusted with heavy responsibility by Qin Shanhe and appointed in crisis, tore off his half-burned uniform to reveal a network of old scars and fresh wounds. You'll have to step over Zhou Weiguo's corpse first. Zhou Weiguo's thunderous roar shook the heavens, causing even the surging tide of black mist creatures to momentarily falter. However, the next second, the tide surged forward again. He had just carved out a bloody passage, but this ignited the morale of the command post guards completely, erupting in earth-shaking battle cries. Standard psychic armor-piercing rounds and incendiary rockets wove together into a blazing curtain of fire, tearing through the black mist and sending flesh and blood flying everywhere, forcing the creature's advance to halt before the outer walls. Amidst the gunfire and smoke, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept across the battlefield. Linua's eyes flashed with icy light as she looked up to see Lung Corporation's heavy armored vehicles bursting through the black mist, their turret-mounted ice crystal emblems gleaming in the firelight. The vehicle's communication system crackled to life. Saturated firepower at 6 o'clock. Fire all the freeze rounds and frost shells. Haha, everything's getting written off anyway. This is the first time I've fought such a well-funded battle. What a rush. Lu Feng leaned half his body out of the roof-mounted machine gun position, his blood-stained bandages fluttering in the fierce wind. A female team member quickly reminded him. Shoo, keep it down. The young miss is right there. Her shout wasn't exactly quiet, and the bloody wind carried her voice straight to Linua's ears. Only then did Lu Feng notice the flowing ice-blue hair not far away, his expression turning sheepish. But Linua curved her lips slightly. No matter, as long as you can fight. You could empty the entire Lung Corporation's arsenal, and I wouldn't care. You hear that, brothers? The young miss has spoken full fire coverage. The vehicle-mounted psychic cannons roared to life, ice-blue frost waves sweeping forward, instantly freezing the creatures charging the outer walls into shattered ice sculptures. Almost simultaneously, the Demon Hunter Association's modified war vehicles struck from the flanks. A scarred, burly man from the Golden Demon Hunter squad bit down on an incendiary grenade's pin with his teeth, hurling it into the creature swarm as chain explosions lit up half the sky. The one-armed captain wielded his chainsaw sword, cleaving the attacking mantis bugs into chunks of meat. Demon, Scarface gave Su Ming a thumbs up. One round of drinks won't be enough to repay this. The most expensive place in Hanhai Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Drink all you want when the time comes. Su Ming called back. Scarface's eyes lit up. That place cost tens of thousands for a single meal, frequented only by the wealthy and powerful. But the next second his face fell. Fat chance. We passed by there earlier. The place got bombed to rubble. Su Ming still smiled. No problem. You can open a new one when the time comes. Scarface stood there dazed, fantasizing about the future, when smack, he immediately got slapped on the back of the head by a teammate. The battle's not even over, and you're already daydreaming? With reinforcements converging, the battle situation finally stabilized. Zhou Weiguo wiped the blood from his face and hoarsely ordered, "Convene a wartime meeting. Technician, compile Hanhai's remaining combat strength." His gaze swept over the creature corpses littering the ground, his burned face grim as iron. This is merely a small victory. The death knell of the Apocalypse Gate still tolls over Hanhai. The Apocalypse Bureau's reinforcements are tied down by the 7 deadly since we must concentrate all of Hanhai's remaining forces. Under the harsh white lights of the command room, everyone gathered, with Su Ming and his companions also present. Zhou Weiguo had only treated his burns with simple pain relief spray before returning to his position. The technician's voice was hoarse from prolonged shouting, but he still rapidly pulled up the data. Lung Corporation's Field Operations Division is fully engaged, with a 63% casualty rate. The Jiang family's Mystic Sword Elder Council is repairing the harbor defense line. Demon Hunter Association Director Zhou is severely injured and unconscious, with his deputy taking over. The technician's report echoed through the command center when he suddenly froze, as if discovering something, his voice cutting off abruptly. He stood rigid at the control panel, fingertips frantically swiping across the holographic display, suspended in midair. The screen flickered with data yet remained blank, cold sweat trickling down his forehead along his glasses frames. Strange, why is there no signal at all? What? What has no signal? Zhou Weiguo's brow furrowed sharply. The technician swallowed hard. The Zhao family, one of the 4 great clans, their spiritual energy signals have been completely silent since the battle began. The air turned frigid. Su Ming picked up the thread, a cold gleam flashing in his dark eyes. Like they found some rat hole to hide in where no light can reach. He knew those people all too well, classic bullies who preyed on the weak and cowered before the strong. Zhou Weiguo suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it onto the control panel, the alloy surface denting and warping. The Zhao family dares defy wartime conscription orders? Pull up all city surveillance, find where they're hiding. The technician didn't dare delay, typing frantically. Dozens of surveillance feeds flashed through the air before suddenly freezing on one. Report. Surveillance at Spiritual Weapon Depot Number 3 shows the Zhao Family Guard unit is transporting weapons under the guise of arming civilians. On screen, armored vehicles bearing the Zhao family crest rolled into the warehouse one after another. Crates of spiritual energy cores and weapons were rapidly loaded onto trucks, the warehouse shelves visibly half-emptied. The technician's Adam's apple bobbed. There, clearing out the weapons depot. The command room fell deathly silent, only the sound of rapid breathing audible. Zhou Weiguo's voice turned hoarse. Track where the convoy is headed. A 3-dimensional map rose up, the red dots representing the Zhao convoy bypassing shelters and bunkers, racing along the ring highway straight out of the city. Su Ming's knuckles turned white as he gripped his sword. Those are life-saving supplies. Zhou Weiguo's face contorted. This is war profiteering. Damn the Zhao family, an officer roared. Our brothers are fighting for their lives on the front lines while these animals drink their blood. Immediately declare the entire Zhao clan as traitors. Under Article 7 of the Wartime Emergency Act, all Zhao Group assets are now under military control. Zhou Weiguo's eyes blazed with fury. From this moment forward, Hanhai and the Zhao family are mortal enemies. Su Ming drew his Dark Knight sword and turned to leave, the blade scraping the ground and throwing sparks. Give me a modified motorcycle. 20 minutes. Wait. Jiang Qingli grabbed his bloodstained sleeve, her frost cry, sword humming softly. Let's go together. Linua bit her lip and nodded. Going alone is too dangerous, Su Ming shook his head. The command center needs defending. I'm enough to deal with those rotten people. The 2 women exchanged worried glances before both whispered, be careful. Zhou Weiguo opened his mouth, but only gave Su Ming's shoulder a heavy pat. The technician handed over encrypted tactical goggles. Su Ming put them on, the HUD immediately generating a crimson route leading straight to the Zhao convoy. Roar. The engine's thunder tore through the black mist, flames trailing a blazing tail as the modified motorcycle shot from the defense line like black lightning. The fierce wind whipped his blood-stained clothes, revealing the grinning demonic mask at his waist. The young man's ears filled with howling wind, murderous intent flooding his eyes. Beneath the blood-red sky, dark clouds churned as winds howled and rain lashed down. On the Hanhai Ring Expressway, 12 armored vehicles bearing the Zhao family's golden insignia roared forward. Their alloy tires crushed the asphalt, sending sparks and sand flying as they dragged long trails of dust in their wake. Inside the lead vehicle, Zhao Ting stared at the dashboard, his voice low but trembling uncontrollably. Father, look at this. On the radar projection, countless red dots were converging into a torrent, all heading straight for the Hanhai command center. Even the black mist seeping from the abyss realm was being swept along. Haha, heaven truly favors the Zhao family. Zhao Tianxiong threw back his head and laughed, crushing his still-burning blue-flamed cigar into a pure gold ashtray. The acrid smell of burnt tobacco filled the air. Those fools at the command center have drawn every mutant in the city to them, and Chen Shanha is personally holding the front lines. Who's left to guard the rear supply depot? Zhao Ting remained anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. But what if they discover? Stop panicking. Zhao Tianxiong waved dismissively. The apocalypse has arrived, and Hanhai's fall is inevitable. By the time they realize what's happening, we'll be sipping champagne on a yacht in international waters. In the leather seat behind them, Supreme Elder Zhao Wuya sat cross-legged with lowered eyelids, his withered fingers slowly caressing a pile of glowing blue spirit cores. Tinger is still too timid, he rasped. 30 years ago during the Mount Everest campaign, your grandfather made his first fortune by hoarding spiritual energy potions. Suddenly, the vehicle's communication channel was cut by a harsh alarm. Zhou Weigua's citywide announcement broke through. Zhao family treason. Those 4 words instantly froze the air in the vehicle. China's zero tolerance for treason was known to all. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would be dragged back. Zhao Ting's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke with a dry voice. Maybe we should go back. Go back and explain what? Zhao Tianxiong's composure vanished, his face turning ashen. The command center moved so fast and directly branded us with a capital crime. Zhao Ting swallowed hard, his voice shaking. We could say, we were strategically preserving the bloodline. Slap. Zhao Tianxiong's palm cut through the air, the blow swelling half of Zhao Ting's face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Preserving the bloodline? Damn it. You might as well say we're defecting to the enemy. He stopped mid-sentence, locking eyes with Zhao Wuya as a vicious gleam flickered in their depths. Zhao Wuya finished the thought in a grave voice. Since we've already been branded as traitors, we might as well take this cargo and join the Twilight Cult. The Twilight Cult, a fanatical sect crazy enough to summon the apocalypse itself. Zhao Ting's pupils dilated in shock. Just as he was about to object, a chill suddenly crawled up his spine. In the depths of the rearview mirror, a black shadow raced along the ground, its silhouette ghost-like. Taking a closer look, he let out a piercing shriek. Su Ming. It's Su Ming. He's coming. The name Su Ming struck like a nightmare made manifest, freezing both Zhao Tianxiong and Zhao Wuya in place. Before the words had fully left his lips, the vehicle's alarm system suddenly exploded into sound. On the 3-dimensional map of the ring highway, a red dot was tearing through the rain curtain at a visibly rapid pace, closing in fast. Torrential rain poured down as water mist rolled across the elevated bridge. Su Ming gripped the handlebars with white knuckles, his modified motorcycle spinning like a black hurricane, splashing up a long trail of water as it roared onto the bridge. Ahead, the crimson taillights of 12 armored vehicles flickered through the gray-white rain curtain like a string of dancing ghost flames. Stop him! Zhao Tianxiong roared through the communicator, his voice distorted with rage. The roof-mounted machine guns opened fire on command, their muzzle flashes forming brilliant streaks of light in the pouring rain. Bullets shrieked through the night, their tracers ruthlessly pursuing that dark shadow. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he pressed himself against the fuel tank and twisted the throttle hard. The speedometer needle shot past the red zone, the engine letting out a soul-rending roar that startled the alien creatures lurking near the roadbed into simultaneous shrieks. He weaved and changed lanes continuously, bullets sparking densely behind his bike. Boom. A deafening explosion. 3 standard spiritual energy armor-piercing rounds trailing crimson light caught up to him. Su Ming yanked the handlebars hard, the rear wheel throwing up an arc of water mist as the bike nearly scraped the ground sideways. The wind-cutting shriek passed overhead as the armor-piercing rounds grazed his scalp and slammed into the barrier wall. Inside the armored vehicle, Zhao Ting watched with his mind blank, his mouth agape. Is this guy even human? Stop boosting others' morale and destroying our own. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianxiong backhanded another slap across his face, instantly swelling the other side of Zhao Ting's face. Zhao Tianxiong panted heavily, his knuckles cracking. We have superior numbers. Even if he's a natural disaster reborn, today he'll meet his end here. Rain streaks were torn apart by the speeding motorcycle. Su Ming's roar intertwined with distant thunder. Zhao family old dog. Your arrogance knows no bounds. With that, he yanked up the front wheel, the motorcycle crashing into the rear of the nearest armored vehicle under its own momentum. Metal crashed thunderously as Su Ming used the impact to leap up, his demon mask's cold eyes locking onto the driver's cabin. The sword's edge flashed with blue light, piercing straight through the roof. Boom. The armored vehicle spun out of control, the driver's screams mixing with the shriek of brakes. The vehicle rolled and crashed to the ground, its steel plates twisting. Various standard spiritual energy weapons and bags of spiritual cores scattered across the rain-soaked ground with a clatter. Su Ming landed and grabbed several fist-sized spiritual cores, spiritual energy flowing like warm currents into his limbs, making blue light dance across his body. The explosive light from the armored vehicle illuminated Zhao Ting's widened pupils. His cheekbone burning, he said to his father in a trembling voice, "Father, we should retreat first. There's no need to waste time with him." "Retreat?" Zhao Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot. "This bastard won't leave us alone. He's forced our Zhao family to the brink. Don't forget your elder brother died by his hand. If I don't kill him, I, Zhao Tianxiong, swear I'm no man." As he spoke, more blinding gunfire swept toward them. Through the rain curtain, Su Ming held a sword in one hand and a standard spiritual energy submachine gun in the other, muzzle flashes jumping. "Zhao family old dog. Every spiritual core you stole is stained with the blood of frontline soldiers. Ram him. Ram him to death." Zhao Tianxiong screamed hysterically. For armored vehicles crushed road debris under their steel treads, their fronts plowing up massive walls of water as they charged at Su Ming in a pincer formation, determined to crush him to pulp. A critical moment. Su Ming's eyes flashed with the phantom of a blue phoenix as the Black Knight sword hummed. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he roared, "Rise!" The moment the blade touched the ground, blue light exploded. Blue Phoenix Ascension. The entire section of highway seemed lifted by a giant beast from below, concrete cracking into a web. Surging sword energy rushed along the Earth's veins, thunderously tearing up dozens of meters of roadway. The four armored vehicles were completely overturned by the violent air blast, hurled high into the night sky like iron beetles toyed with by a giant god. The multi-ton vehicles tumbled, disintegrated, and exploded in midair, flames and torrential rain weaving together in blinding brilliance. As the saying goes, read 300 Tang poems thoroughly, and even if you can't compose, you can improvise. Su Ming had observed day and night the 1,000 variations of the Blue Phoenix sword technique in Jiang Qingli's hands. At this moment, his accumulated exposure finally bore fruit as he comprehended a Blue Phoenix technique uniquely his own. However, compared to the graceful lethality of Jiang Qingli's moves, Su Ming's approach leaned more toward the ultimate aesthetics of violence. Torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, while crimson lightning tore through the heavens. Zhao Wuya clasped his withered hands together and crushed the spirit core on the spot. Blazing spiritual energy surged back violently, whipping his gray-white hair wildly in the fierce wind. "You insolent brat, do you think the Zhao family has no one left?" His hoarse roar echoed across the overpass. The old man's gaunt frame suddenly swelled as the overwhelming pressure of a fourth-tier powerhouse crashed down like a tsunami. "You little beast. Today I'll show you what a noble family's true foundation looks like." His 5 fingers formed claws as he struck through the air, like an eagle diving from the sky. Su Ming didn't retreat but charged forward instead, slashing with his sword to meet the attack. Clang! The clash of metal rang out explosively. Zhao Wuya felt a tremendous force slam into him, his aged face instantly turning pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Old thief! You dare challenge me with such pathetic skills?" The bridge surface cracked beneath his feet, yet Su Ming remained unmoved, throwing his head back in wild laughter. "Even that waste Jiang Xian is several times stronger than you." Zhao Wuya trembled with rage, his gray beard quivering. The head of the Jiang family was revered by outsiders, yet this youth dismissed him as trash. What was even more chilling was that he was writhed truly couldn't compare to Jiang Xian, couldn't even match Su Ming's defeated opponent. Overwhelmed by humiliation, the old man's face contorted as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You insolent fool! How dare you insult me? I'm not just going to insult you, I am going to beat you up too." Su Ming sneered. Fury consumed him as Zhao Wuya's 5 fingers blazed with ghostly light, wreathed in spectral flames. Netherworld Phantom Claw. Sinister claw shadows tore through the rain curtain, striking directly at Su Ming's throat. Big name, small talent. Su Ming spun his body, sidestepping past the claw strike. His dark knight sword gleamed with azure light, its trajectory weaving like a swimming dragon as it forcibly shattered the phantom flames. As the ghostly fire collapsed, Zhao Wuya retreated in horror, only to see his withered arm already torn open by sword energy, blood spattering everywhere. Before he could catch his breath, the youth's figure ghosted up to him like a specter. "If that's all you've got, then it's my turn." Su Ming grinned savagely as he grabbed the old man's neck and slammed his head toward the armored vehicle. Crack! The thick metal instantly dented, accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones. "Supreme Elder!" Zhao Tianxiong's eyes blazed with fury as he screamed hoarsely. "All gun turrets, fire in unison. Blast this little beast to pieces." The remaining 7 armored vehicles opened their top hatches, revealing dark cannon barrels gathering crimson light. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he dragged the half-dead Zhao Wuya in evasive maneuvers. Boom! 7 blood-red beams tore through the rain like roaring fire dragons, melting massive craters in the overpass surface. "Aim properly, damn it." Su Ming roared, hurling Zhao Wuya toward the cannon barrels. In this life-or-death moment, the old man gritted his teeth and crushed a jade pendant at his waist, causing a blue protective shield to burst forth. Boom! Red light collided with the shield, unleashing violent shockwaves. Zhao Wuya flew backward like a torn rag, spraying blood and organ fragments in midair. After rolling several times in the puddles, his internal organs were completely shattered. Blood flowing from all 7 orifices was on death's door. Huh. The old fool had a life-saving talisman hidden away. Su Ming shook the blood from his hands. In the torrential rain, his sword gleamed coldly as he advanced toward Zhao Tianxiong and Zhao Ting. Zhao Tianxiong glanced at the supreme elder lying unconscious on the ground, his throat working with difficulty. This youth before him was terrifyingly demonic. Even a 4th-tier powerhouse, far beyond ordinary humans, couldn't last more than a few moves against him. His back pressed hard against the twisted car door, his expensive suit soaked and clinging to his body, making him look as wretched as a stray dog. Su Ming, you don't have to wipe us out completely, can split it 50-50. No, 70-30. In the rainy night, Zhao Tianxiong's voice was hoarse and frantic, his bloodshot eyes flickering like a gambler's as he threw his psychic weapons and spirit cores into the muddy water, splashing dirty waves, begging only for a way to live. Su Ming remained expressionless, his long sword dragging on the ground, the iron blade scraping against the bluestone and sending sparks flying. With each step he took, the thunder seemed to pound like a giant hammer into the hearts of the Zhao family members. I was wrong. Su Ming, we were wrong. Splash. The head of the Zhao family, who had once been all-powerful in the vast sea, dropped straight to his knees in the mud, his entire body soaked with rain and filth. Su Ming sneered and shook his head. You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're about to die. Lightning split the dark clouds, illuminating the sharp angles of the young man's profile, cold as iron in the flickering light. Zhao Tianxiong opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, he caught sight of his only remaining son, Zhao Ting, beside him. His eyes lit up as he violently dragged his son in front of the sword. It was all this wretched boy who provoked you. I'll immediately disown him and hand him over to you. Su Ming paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. Seeing hope, Zhao Tianxiong became instantly excited. Go ahead and kill him. Once he's dead, our grudges will vanish into thin air. Su Ming asked calmly. What about your eldest son and the Zhao family's grand elder? They both died by my hand. How do we settle that account? Zhao Tianxiong didn't hesitate. They attacked you and deserve to die? Violent coughing came from nearby. Zhao Wai's Zhao family's grand elder struggled among the rubble. Hearing these words, his old eyes blazed with fury as he rasped angrily. Beast! You've forgotten who raised you. Blood foam choked off his final accusation. In the rain, he sighed darkly. So be it. Perhaps it's better that the Zhao family perishes. As his words faded, his gaze grew vacant, and the dying flame was finally extinguished. Zhao Ting was still being pushed toward the sword by his father, despair and grief surging within him. Squelch! Cold steel pierced flesh. Zhao Tianxiong staggered backward, a dagger thrust through his abdomen, blood gushing forth. Unfilial son! You dare commit patricide! Zhao Ting's hand trembled as he gripped the dagger, his face deathly pale. Unfilial son! If only your brother. Before he could finish, Zhao Ting had tackled him to the ground. The dagger rose and fell squelch, squelch. Blood mixed with rainwater as Zhao Ting screamed hysterically. You forced me to this. You forced me to this. The pool of blood spread along the stone cracks to Su Ming's feet. He stepped aside half a pace, watching coldly with an expression as calm as if he were reading a boring morning newspaper. Zhao Ting staggered to his feet, looking up at the young man, slightly raising his blade. Admirable courage. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. But then he saw the blade turn to press against Zhao Ting's own throat. Su Ming, for the sake of our time as classmates, let me end this myself. Su Ming nodded. Please, go ahead. Squelch. The blade sliced through his throat, and Zhao Ting felt the world spinning. In his final vision, the young man's face remained calm as a lake, without the slightest ripple. If we had never provoked him back then, but had befriended him instead, would he and the Zhao family have? But alas, there are no ifs in this world, only cause and effect. Su Ming showed no mercy to the Zhao family convoy, wiping them out completely. He flicked the blood droplets from his sword blade and sheathed it, the blue light of his tactical visor flickering on his mask. Pressing his earpiece, he reported in a deep voice. Commander Zhou, the Zhao family traitors have been eliminated. Ring Expressway G7 Section 12 Armored Vehicle Rex and Spiritual Energy supplies await recovery. BZZT, through the static, Zhou Weigua's deep voice crackled. Excellent work. I'll have logistics team 3-inch before he could finish. The distant roar of engines suddenly echoed. Su Ming squinted as he saw a convoy of armored vehicles bearing the Lung family's ice crystal emblem racing across the ruins toward them. The gunner on the lead vehicle was Lu Feng, his abdomen wrapped in bandages, shouting over the wind and sand. The young miss was really worried about you, so she sent us for backup. Su Ming chuckled softly. Looks like we won't need to wait for logistics after all. In the command center, Zhou Weiguo also spotted this convoy on his holographic map, a weight lifting from his heart. While these supplies won't decide the battle, they'll at least give our frontline brothers some breathing room. Ghost, can you still hold up? Commander Zhou, please speak freely. Su Ming knew the command center was short-staffed. Sure enough, Zhou Weiguo immediately ordered, escort the Lung family convoy and deliver those supplies to the front lines immediately. The front lines where Jiang Bai was stationed, along with countless soldiers holding the defense line closest to the Abyss secret realm and the Gate of Apocalypse. No problem. The moment communication cut off, the quiet command center erupted in cheers. Zhou Weiguo smiled. Hanhai is blessed to have a young man like Su Ming. All the officers nodded in agreement. But his smile quickly froze behind him. Two young women stared intensely. Commander Zhou, we want to go to the front lines too. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, and Zhou Weiguo's mouth twitched slightly. Engine roars resumed as the supply-laden armored convoy crushed through broken walls and rubble. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the vehicle roof, cradling his Black Knight's sword. His tactical visor continuously updated crimson routes the shortest path mapped out after being swallowed by the black fog. Beast pack ahead. Lu Feng roared through the communicator. Should we detour through Seaside Avenue? Su Ming stood up, his visor's crosshairs locking onto the low-tier fish monsters lurking in the shadows ahead. He narrowed his eyes. No need. Keep moving forward. Leave those monsters to me. All units on alert. Su Ming preparing to clear the field. Lu Feng hit the vehicle alarm. The armored convoy suddenly reduced speed, all gun barrels simultaneously turning toward the ruins where the fish monsters hid. Wu Su Ming touched his toe to the vehicle roof and launched into the air. His visor projected an enemy distribution map. The Black Knight sword suddenly hummed, blood-red patterns flowing across it like molten lava. The blade traced a crescent moon trajectory. Azure Phoenix. Azure sword energy swirled, condensing into a fierce azure dragon, that dove from midair. Dragon's roar. The azure dragon phantom carried the force of wind and thunder as it crashed into the fish monster pack, instantly engulfing the ruins in a bloody storm. What the hell kind of combat power is this for a high school student? Even though Lu Feng was mentally prepared, his eyes still widened amid the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Su Ming appeared like a god of slaughter descended to earth. The visor's blue light flickered as dozens of lurking red dots simultaneously extinguished. Path cleared. Full speed ahead. Su Ming pointed his sword forward and roared. The armored convoy roared as it crushed through the scattered corpses. At the horizon where sea met sky, the blood-tinged gale whipped up shards of ice and crimson foam. The blood at the corner of Jiang Bai's mouth had frozen into dark red crystals in the bitter cold, while her silver-white psychic field was riddled with cracks that spread like a spider's web. Ant! Jiang Qingli's cry pierced through the battlefield as she transformed into a streak of light, charging into the front lines. Her frost-song sword danced like a dragon, its fierce blade energy tearing apart the aberrants lunging at their defenses. Supplies are coming soon. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly looked up. Boom! A blazing white psychic storm erupted between sea and sky. Chun Shanhe and Lung Jin floated back-to-back in midair, the overloaded psychic aftershocks carving a 100-meter chasm across the ocean surface. Blood rained down as the old commander's left arm twisted unnaturally, yet he still threw back his head in hearty laughter, grabbing a diving aerial aberrant and hurling it into the sea with tremendous force. Exhilarating. Even more thrilling than the Mount Everest campaign. Commander Chun is mighty. Chun Shanhe, guardian of the mountains and rivers. The soldiers on the defense line roared their battle cries. Blood seeped from the corner of Lung Jin's mouth as his pupils contracted. Beside him, Chun Shanhe was shrouded in a crimson aura of battle chi, his presence overwhelming, but Lung Jin knew it was merely a facade. The commander-in-chief's body was already riddled with wounds, like a candle flickering in the wind. Realizing his own precarious state, he smiled bitterly. At that moment, a massive shadow emerged from the ocean depths. A whale-like behemoth burst through the waves, raising a wall of water over 100 meters high. Its barbed tail swept across, and the ice wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Freeze! Lung Jin raised his hand, Arctic flames wrapped in psychic energy shooting forth in fury, only to extinguish the moment they touched the creature's scales. His throat tasted sweet as blood droplets crystallized in the air. Through the howling wind and rain, he seemed to hear his sister's call. Brother! Atop the ruins, Lung Linua desperately worked to repair the ice wall, ice blue energy radiating from her body, but compared to the massive frozen construct, her efforts were like a drop in the ocean. Almost simultaneously, 12 Lung family heavy assault vehicles burst through the fog, their steel beast engines roaring across the entire coastline. Supplies have arrived. The cheer exploded, instantly boosting morale to its peak. I've squeezed out every last drop of psychic energy. Give me spirit cores. Second squad needs several psychic rocket launchers. The young man atop the vehicle pointed his sword toward the front lines as crates of psychic crystals poured down. Linua and Su Ming's gazes met briefly before parting. Ice blue energy swirled in her eyes as she instantly channeled massive amounts of crystal energy, pouring torrential psychic power into the wall as the cracks visibly healed. Ghost Squad, Jin exhaled deeply. His shattered gold-rimmed glasses fell, which he caught steadily in midair and put back on, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Your timing is impeccable. Under the blood-red sky, Colonel Qinglong knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his dark armor shattered and scattered across the ground. The Apocalypse Bureau members were all wounded. Through the smoke, the 7 deadly sins advanced shoulder to shoulder. Qinglong spat out a mouthful of blood. If it were 3 or even 4 of the 7 deadly sins, he could still defeat them, but unfortunately, today, all 7 of the 7 deadly sins emerged together. It seems the blazing fire of the Apocalypse Bureau will be extinguished today. Lust licked the fresh blood from her fingertips, her gaze still lingering on Qinglong's blood-stained abs. I'd love to turn you into a specimen. The gluttonous mountain of flesh rolled across the ground, its drool corroding holes into the earth where it fell. I want his liver, it rumbled. They say the organs of a 6th-tier warrior have quite the satisfying chew. Qinglong took a deep breath. Even if it meant death, he would take one of them down with him. He leaped up with a thunderous roar that shook the ruins. The spiritual energy in his azure dragon killing fist surged to its absolute limit in an instant. The brilliant blue fist aura rose like a massive tide, tearing through the crimson canopy overhead, only to be brutally shredded by a cage formed from 7 intersecting streams of terrifying spiritual energy. His strike crumbled inch by inch, dissolving into scattered blue fragments of light. Apocalypse Fool. The Pride Executor raised his hand, a vortex of ice and fire spinning at his fingertips. Let your death serve as tribute to the end times. Cough, cough. A sudden, aged, hoarse cough exploded through the air like thunder splitting the battlefield. The atmosphere instantly froze. The spiritual energy surging around the 7 deadly sins came to a complete halt, like flames frozen in time. The ice flame sigil on Pride's mask trembled violently, emitting fine cracking sounds. Ryup. A rust-covered iron sword tore through space, opening a pitch-black fissure before them all. The blade dragged against the ground, its screech against stone penetrating to the bone and making the 7 deadly sins tremble involuntarily. From the fissure emerged a disheveled old man with unkempt hair and a grimy face. He stood leaning on his sword with one hand, his clouded gaze sweeping indifferently across the crimson battlefield. In the next second, the burning ice-fire crown atop Pride's head silently extinguished. Gluttony's mountain of flesh visibly withered at an alarming rate, his skin and meat twitching as if ready to collapse at any moment. Zhang. Gluttony let out a torn whisper, but his crack-like maw opened and closed repeatedly, unable to utter that name. His throat, his very instincts, desperately fought to prevent those 2 syllables from emerging. Retreat. Pride's face turned deathly pale as he decisively crushed the ice crystal pendant at his chest. A formation of intertwining frost and fire rapidly expanded from beneath his feet, enveloping all 7 deadly sins. Space rippled and their figures dissolved into blurred spots of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the last traces of spatial disturbance faded, Colonel Qinglong could no longer hold himself up and collapsed with a thud among the rubble and bloodstains. Senior, why didn't you? Only increasingly violent coughing answered him. The old man bent over as if trying to expel his entire lungs, spitting up black blood mixed with clots that filled his withered, branch-like palm. Beneath the blood-red sky, atop a towering skyscraper, the crimson robes of the chief billowed like waves in a sea of blood as his gaze locked onto the sudden burst of psychic flames from the distant command center. They actually held their ground. He raised his eyes, chuckling to himself in a low voice. Not bad at all. This way, at least I won't be performing a one-man show. The pale-faced executor stood with bowed head, the communicator behind her ear crackling with static. Chief. She lowered her voice, cold sweat trickling down her cheek from her forehead. Pride and the others have failed. The chief's fingertips tapped intermittently against the rooftop railing, the metallic sound ringing crisp and clear. Those capable of forcing the 7 deadly sins into collective retreat could be counted on one hand worldwide. Before the words had fully settled, the black mist behind them suddenly twisted into a vortex, and 7 crimson figures stumbled and fell through. Pride's crown of ice and fire had dimmed to fading embers. Gluttony's mountain of flesh had withered and collapsed. Lust's carefully cultivated long hair was charred and curled. The chief kept his back to the group, his tone gentle and measured. Speak. What happened, Chief? Pride collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling violently. We encountered Zhang Sanfeng. The tapping ceased. The chief rolled that name around between his lips and teeth. Zhang Sanfeng. After a silence both brief and eternal, he suddenly laughed softly, the sound building from low to high until it swept across the entire rooftop. If it's really him, then I can rest easy. Wind swept across the rooftop as everyone fell silent as cicadas in winter. The pale-faced executor noticed that the chief's hands beneath his sleeves trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an almost pathological excitement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Accompanied by his wild laughter, the sound waves shattered all the glass on the building's exterior walls. A piece of the doomsday puzzle has finally fallen into place. Zhang Sanfeng is no longer the Zhang Sanfeng of old. The 7 deadly sins exchanged glances. Had the chief lost his mind? At that moment, the previously silent pale-faced executor suddenly raised her head, her eyes lighting up. I understand. The 7 deadly sins turned in unison toward this unremarkable 12th executor. Zhang Sanfeng has always been one to despise evil like an anemia walking natural disaster. The fact that you could return alive can only mean one thing's not at full strength. Otherwise, you would all be dead without question. Pride froze, his face behind the mask instantly contorting. You mean we were played by him? Zhang Sanfeng is just barely hanging on. Then didn't we miss our chance at fame and glory? That was Zhang Sanfeng. If we could have killed him. Before he could finish, the chief's scornful laugh cut him off. Foolish. He shook his head. Even if that old man had only one breath left, as long as he was determined to die fighting, crushing U7 would be as easy as turning his hand. Pride opened his mouth, then ultimately fell silent. He was proud, but not stupid. Next, the chief restrained his laughter and raised his eyes toward the abyssal fissure on the horizon. We need to discuss with our ally beneath the abyss how to raise the curtain on Doomsday in a way that will truly dazzle the audience. The bronze Ouroboros mask shimmered with ethereal light as the corner of his mouth curved upward. Report. Colonel Qinglong's psychic signal has reconnected. The technician shouted hoarsely with his raspy voice. The suddenly tense air seemed to be stretched into a sharp blade, and the entire command center instantly held its breath. Colonel Qinglong's voice came through urgently amid the electromagnetic interference. Zhou Weigua, we're arriving at the command center right away. Quickly prepare the medical team. Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Before he could finish, the communication was cut off again by interference. On the holographic sand table, the crimson light representing the abyssal corruption at the estuary flashed frantically like a restless heart, foretelling that the Lord of the Abyss was eager to emerge. Deathly silence spread. Zhou Weigua's throat tightened as he confirmed with a trembling voice. Did he just say? Senior Zhang Sanfeng. It's Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Huh. Zhang Sanfeng has come to Hanhai. We're finally saved. The officers sprang from their chairs, erupting in uncontrolled cheers. Zhou Weigua leaned back in the commander's seat, feeling as if he had been drained completely, yet also as if molten iron had suddenly been poured into him. The crushing weight on his shoulders finally loosened, and he wept tears of joy. Only sitting in this position could he truly understand how Chinshana had endured before. Quick, medical team. He hadn't forgotten Colonel Qinglong's instructions, judging that a strong warrior from the Apocalypse Bureau must be severely injured. Senior Zhang Sanfeng? No, he simply couldn't believe that legend would be wounded. His gaze fell on the churning black mist on the sand table, and Zhou Weigua gritted his teeth. 40 years ago, Senior Zhang could suppress you. Today, he can still tear you apart. Boom. The alloy gate suddenly rose, and billowing smoke mixed with the sweet metallic scent of blood rushed toward them. Colonel Qinglong stepped in carrying the old man with the rusted sword on his back, and the clamoring voices suddenly froze. Zhou Weigua's pupils trembled violently. Black blood had congealed on the old man's robes, and the iron sword that had once pierced through the Everest Forbidden Zone was covered in mottled rust. The spine that legend said could support heaven and earth was now hunched like a candle flickering in the wind. Salute! The tearful roar cut through the deathly silence. 17 figures instantly stood straight as spears, saluting in unison. Zhou Weigua maintained the most standard military salute as scalding tears flowed down his burned cheeks. 30 years ago in the Battle of Everest, it was this old man who carried the red flag and carved out dawn among 100,000 demons. Yet now, his steps were faltering. All the officers in the room wept uncontrollably. The pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with rusty blood. Zhang Sanfeng's withered palm gripped the edge of the sand table, his clouded pupils fixed intently on that crimson glow. The military doctor approached with trembling hands holding a needle, but he pushed him away. Don't bother. This old body of mine is beyond any medicine. Being able to draw breath is mercy from the king of hell. Zhou Weigua's Adam's apple bobbed as his bloodshot eyes observed the countless scars crisscrossing the old man's body, each one earned defending the nation and its countless people. A lifetime of overexertion was now demanding payment all at once. But Zhang Sanfeng paid no heed to his failing body, only raised his finger to point at the sand table. The apocalypse gate at the estuary hasn't truly opened, yet we still have time. Every apocalypse gate requires a reality anchor. As long as we sever the connection to the anchor before it fully forms, we can prevent the apocalypse's descent. Zhou Weigua asked in a low voice. And that anchor is? The abyssal corridor. The old man's words carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The silence deepened. That lord of the abyss, a genuine catastrophe. Zhang Sanfeng coughed lightly several times, concealing the black blood in his palm with his sleeve. This old man came here to use this broken body to complete what was left unfinished 40 years ago to sink the abyss. The frozen Great Wall erupted in brilliant blue radiance as the spiritual energy core surged through it. The frontline soldiers burst into thunderous cheers, yet no one moved faster than Su Ming. He flashed forward to the coastline, his tactical visor filled with crimson dots warning of lethal threats lurking in every inch of air. He raised the night sword high, its blade aura exploding outward by 3 inches. 3 o'clock. Jiang Qingli's clear shout pierced through the artillery fire as her frost-song sword traced a cyan arc, slashing toward the alien swarm at 3 o'clock. Su Ming followed closely, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword chi that cleaved a giant octopus alien in half. Tier 3 alien creature eliminated, 910. Mental synchronization index 2, current 97. Blue blood gushed forth, freezing midair into sharp ice spikes by Lung Linua's frigid aura before piercing another alien's eye socket, sending flesh and blood flying. Suddenly, Su Ming's scalp prickled. He leaped onto the frozen Great Wall and gazed into the distance, spotting a mountain's eye shadow lurking beneath the sea surface. A Tier 6 alien beast, the abyssal worm, was watching the battle with thousands of compound eyes, its gaping maw spewing black mist that corroded the thick ice with hissing sounds. That's an abyssal alien. Lung Jin roared, coughing up blood as the ice flames in his hands flickered unsteadily. Chun Shanha bellowed, condensing his blood chi into a giant palm that struck the sea surface, only raising 100-meter waves. The worm's massive form remained elusive in the black mist, absorbing the Tier 6 warrior's attack completely. The tactical visor indicated, target surface covered with armor-like keratin layer, conventional firepower extremely ineffective. Su Ming suddenly remembered the massive spiritual energy armor-piercing rounds the convoy carried, turning to shout at Lung Jin. Give me 5 seconds. Ice blue energy surged in Lung Jin's eyes as frigid air poured from his nose and mouth. Frostbind. With him as the center, ice crystals spread like a plague, instantly freezing the worm's 20-meter-long head. The window was open. Su Ming leaped onto the armored vehicle's roof, operating the anti-material sniper cannon. He pulled the trigger. Boom. A brilliant blue tail flame streaked across the battlefield as the spiritual energy armor-piercing round drilled straight into the compound eyes. The other 11 armored vehicles' cannons roared in unison. Screech. The worm let out a deafening wail as black mist and pus gushed forth, its carapace around the compound eyes forcibly carved open into a bloody hole. Well done. Chun Shanha seized the opportunity, condensing his blood chi into a ferocious spear and hurling it through the air, striking directly into the opening. Crack. The worm's life force vanished instantly as its massive body crashed into the ocean depths. Cheers swept across the front line like a tide. But the next moment, the entire sea fell into eerie silence. Su Ming's spine instantly turned cold. 7 crimson figures emerged from the abyssal black mist, their masks sinister patterns flickering with ghostly light under the blood-red sky. Watch out. It's the 7 deadly sins. Lung Jin roared. The Pride Executor stood suspended above swirling ice and fire, the oppressive aura of the 6 shadows behind him nearly solidifying the air. Lust's fingertips wound with pink threads, gently caressing Jiang Bai's already cracked mental barrier, whispering, Sister Silver Hair is so beautiful, it would make such lovely accessories. Boom. Extreme cold ice flames and crimson blood chi erupted simultaneously, surging toward the 7 deadly sins. Under the massive spiritual energy impact, Jiang Bai was sent flying with bloodstained silver hair. Su Ming's heart trembled as he leaped up and caught her slender waist. Jiang Bai's eyebrows curved like crescent moons as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. How heartbreaking having you see me in such a sorry state. Su Ming's eyes turned crimson with the sight of blood as he clearly sensed her once mighty psychic field crumbling bit by bit. You fool, why did you have to show off? There was no choice. When the sky falls, someone has to hold it up, right? Before she could finish, Jiang Bai coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood, the warm crimson quickly soaking through Su Ming's battle uniform. Despite her deathly pale complexion, she managed to smile. Don't worry, I'll help you wash it later. Meanwhile, the gluttony deacon's massive maw split open to his ears, unleashing an abyssal suction that swept away several soldiers, devouring them whole along with their equipment. The sound of crunching accompanied by splattering blood filled the air as agonized screams were instantly swallowed into his belly. Fresh flesh, he let out a sinister laugh. Tastes the best. You beasts. Chun Shanha roared, his crimson battle aura blasting toward the leading Pride Deacon, only to be brutally blocked by a storm of ice and fire. Blood surged from Chun Shanha's throat as he bellowed. I'll hold them off retreat. Today, none of you will escape, the envy deacon replied coldly. The thorns on his mask grew wildly, piercing into the ground and instantly weaving a web of black vines across the entire coastline, sealing off everyone's escape route. The sea wind carried bone-chilling cold as the aura of the 7 deadly sins pressed down like an abyss. The pride deacon spread his ice and fire wings behind him, looking down from above at the retreating humans. The struggles of ants are always particularly amusing. Is that so? An aged, hoarse voice suddenly pierced through the battlefield. A weathered iron sword came flying through the air, embedding itself straight between the two sides. The blade trembled lightly, and the black fog within a 1,000-meter radius scattered like it had been burned by blazing sun. The rusty sword became a dividing line, clearly separating the blood-red sky from the black mist. Everyone turned to look. Behind the 7 deadly sins masks, pairs of pupils suddenly contracted. Zhang Sanfeng's hunched figure slowly emerged from the depths of the mist, his clouded pupils reflecting the blood-red sea and sky. With each step forward, the thorny vines automatically parted as if encountering fierce flames. The next second, the entire coastline fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of waves crashing against the ice walls disappeared. Su Ming held his breath. That familiar face belonged to the legendary figure Zhang Sanfeng. The tactical eyepiece burst with blinding red light as the psychic readings jumped wildly between 0 and infinity, as if witnessing the collapse of physical laws. Lungjin spoke through his shattered gold-rimmed glasses, his voice trembling. Senior Zhang Sanfeng, Chen Shanha, covered in blood and grime, nearly buckled at the knees. Senior Zhang, his Adam's apple bobbed as tears burst from his eyes. Clang! The rusty sword sang like a dragon, and Zhang Sanfeng's hunched back straightened with the sword's cry, resembling his former self atop Mount Everest. The old man's age-spotted hand steadily fell on Chen Shanha's shoulder as a smile appeared in his clouded eyes. Little Tiger Fong has become the commander-in-chief, so why are you still crying? The long-missed nickname made Chen Shanha's entire body shake violently. He suddenly stood at attention and roared. All personnel, attention! The surviving soldiers on the frozen Great Wall snapped to attention in unison. Countless military salutes held motionless in the bloody wind and rain, honoring this old man who had served his country and people for decades. Zhang Sanfeng looked nostalgically at the rusty sword, but suddenly began coughing violently as black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. You can no longer use your psychic powers. Behind him, Colonel Qinglong rushed forward with reddened eyes to support him, but the old man gently pushed him away with a raised hand. Years ago, I said this. Zhang Sanfeng's clouded gaze swept across the young faces as his rusted sword scraped against the ice, sending sparks flying. Chinese soldiers may die, but our spines will never bend. On the opposite shore, the arrogant executor's wings suddenly spread wide as ice and fire wove into a violent storm. His eyes blazed with fury, yet his voice trembled. Zhang Sanfeng, can your old bones still endure such torment? The old man's only response was the dragon-like cry of his sword. Beyond, the clouds in the sky instantly split apart as a ray of blazing sun pierced through the blood-red heavens. Zhang Sanfeng uttered a single word: strike. Black and white spiritual energy surged as a true dragon's phantom coiled around the rusted blade, its sword light blazing like the rising sun. The 7 deadly sins, 7 life-saving forbidden techniques detonated simultaneously. Pride's crown of ice and fire, lust's substitute puppet, wrath's explosive core, all turned to dust in the sword's radiance. Suddenly, earth-shaking roars echoed from the ocean floor as the sea churned and mountain-sized bones surfaced, assembling into a 1,000-meter-tall skeletal throne. Viscous black mist gathered into human form, 12 pairs of crimson compound eyes burning in the darkness, each pupil reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The Abyss Lord's projection sat majestically upon the throne, looking down at the old man who flickered like a candle in the wind. 40 years have passed, and your blood reeks of decay. Do you dare enter my abyss again? Zhang Sanfeng squinted, knew this was not the true form. The real Abyss Lord remained sealed in the depths of the abyss. This Shrank's secret realm was merely materialized overflow of psychic energy. To completely eradicate the abyss, he must destroy the main body. Ha ha! The old man threw back his head in laughter, his hoarse voice echoing across the entire coastline. Let this old man strike down the abyss once more. Though Lianpa grows old, can he still feast? Black mist instantly enveloped his hunched figure, disappearing along with the Abyss Lord's projection as the 1,000-meter bone throne collapsed, its aftershocks rippling across the sea under the blood-red sky. The 7 deadly sins struggled to their feet from the ruins. The arrogant executor's ice-fire mask cracked with sinister lines as he roared venomously. The old fool is finally gone. Now it's your turn. His words were answered by Colonel Qinglong's devastating azure dragon-killing fist. The arrogant executor was blasted hundreds of meters away, his mask completely shattered to reveal a handsome, yet demonic face with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Colonel Qinglong's eyes blazed red as an azure dragon phantom coiled around him. Come, 7 deadly sins round 2. Behind him, Lung Jin's body blazed with frigid ice flames, while Qin Shanha radiated towering blood energy. 3 sixth-tier powerhouses faced the 7 deadly sins heathen. Meanwhile, as Lung Jin and Qin Shanha engaged the enemy, the pressure from the frontal beast tide intensified dramatically. Su Ming held Jiang Bai as he regrouped with Jiang Qingli and Lung Linua. Jiang Qingli's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip, looking at her injured aunt. Jiang Bai forced a smile. It's nothing, I won't die yet. Before she finished speaking, sudden change erupted. Several third-tier sea beast variants burst through the ice, bloodthirsty light gleaming in their crimson eyes. Lung Linua was first to detect the ice tremors as frost mist rose from her fingertips. The frost-binding spirit domain instantly expanded, freezing the beast pack solid. Su Ming's eyes flashed with azure light as he drove his sword straight through the ice below. Azure Phoenix ascend to heaven. Violent sword energy spread rapidly along the ice cracks like exploding thunder, tearing the sea beast horde to shreds in the blink of an eye. Flame Heritage Sequence Authority 3 mission complete. Mission content: slay 10 third-tier aberrant creatures. Current progress: 1010. Mission reward: Stolen Fire Authority Fragment 1. Next stage: slay 55th tier and above aberrant creatures. The system's voice followed immediately. Stolen Fire Authority Fragment automatically absorbed. Ability Forge acquired. Confuse replicated talents into one, lasting 3 hours. Cooldown 10 days. Mental Synchronization Index 2. Current Index 99. Multiple notifications exploded in his mind, yet Su Ming only frowned. The Mental Synchronization Index should theoretically be full. Why was there still one missing? Did he have to obtain it from Jiang Qingli? He looked up, his gaze precisely locking onto Jiang Qingli through the battlefield smoke. Was the system trying to trap him again? Especially with Jiang Bai and Lung Linua also present a perfect recipe for disaster. Jiang Qingli sensed that burning stare, her heart tightening. Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes blazing with intense and dangerous emotion. What's wrong? The girl's voice trembled slightly. Su Ming took a deep breath, resolve surfacing. The battle was fierce, and he had to seize every thread of power. He suddenly moved closer, the orchid fragrance hitting him. Jiang Bai's gaze froze, her red lips parting then pressing together. Lung Linua stood stunned, her ice-blue pupils contracting sharply. Su Ming, you dare! Her warning never finished, as everything was already decided. Su Ming pressed against the back of Jiang Qingli's head, his handsome face rapidly enlarging, and the girl's pupil soft warmth instantly covered her lips. Clang! The Frost Song's sword fell to the ground, its crisp sound echoing across the snowy field. Heat spread from her ear tips to her neck, snow-white skin flushing crimson. Thump! 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 She heard her own heartbeat pierce through the battlefield's roar, louder than thunder. Mental Synchronization Index 1, Current Index 100. Congratulations on completing Mission Ascend to Godhood I. Reward: SS Rank Martial Talent Divine Sword Mastery. Before the system's echo faded, a new notification arrived. Next stage Mission Ascend to Godhood 2 triggered. Mission requirement: control 1 gate of revelation. Reward: unknown. Su Ming's mind reeled in shock. The next Ascension to Godhood mission was actually to control a gate of divine revelation? System, are you kidding me? He had no time to ponder further. In the next instant, enlightenment of the divine sword path poured into his mind like a cascading galaxy. Deep within Su Ming's pupils, countless sword shadows wove together into a torrent of laws. This wasn't a copied ability, but his true SS strength talent. Only now did he truly comprehend the terrifying power of an SS rank gift. Jiang Qingli's ears instantly flushed red, the crimson spreading all the way to her collarbone. Her proud chest rose and fell as her racing heartbeat left her body tingling. Her delicate jade hands rested on Su Ming's shoulders, but despite using all her strength, she couldn't push him away even an inch. A few steps away, Lung Linua lost control of the cold aura around her, frost patterns rapidly forming on the ground as she clenched her silver teeth. Jiang Bai's eyes flashed with silver light as her red lips curved into a teasing smile. You little brat, have you kissed enough? You're about to bite through Qingli's lips. Only then did Su Ming release her. As they separated, a crystalline silver thread stretched between them before snapping. Jiang Qingli hastily wiped her lips and stumbled back half a step. Su Ming couldn't help but smack his lips, and this small gesture was caught by the girl, who cried out in shame and anger. Pervert! You absolute pervert! Jiang Bai narrowed her phoenix eyes, her tone dangerous. I think you'd better give us a reasonable explanation. Su Ming felt a chill down his spine as his mind raced. Roar! The tide of alien beasts thundered toward them from the distance. Su Ming had a flash of inspiration and shouted, with such a great enemy before us, now is not the time for this. Before his words had finished, he was already gripping the knight sword and charging toward the beast tide. Sword light crisscrossed in countless variations, yet returned to simplicity. Jiang Bai noticed his sword techniques were several times more fierce than before and couldn't help but ponder. She glanced at Jiang Qingli's cherry lips, now rosy from being kissed, and her heart trembled. Could kissing her once really advance his swordsmanship so dramatically? What a perverted cultivation method. On the other side, Linua stamped her feet in anger, yet still stared at that charging figure. Jiang Qingli kept her head lowered, her pretty face as delicate and beautiful as a blooming flower. At the center of the battlefield, sword chi surged around Su Ming, expanding into an invisible sword domain. Steel fragments, twisted shrapnel, and alien beast scales trembled in the air, circling like birds paying homage to a phoenix. SS rank martial talent divine sword path. Infinite sword domain. Broken steel bars, metal fragments. Every metallic element within 100 meters transformed into swimming dragons, weaving together behind him into a sword formation that blotted out the sky. Azure Phoenix. The sword cry exploded as 800 flying swords wrapped in azure light descended. The sea beast's tough hide was pierced through, blood-colored ice flowers bursting across the frozen surface. Su Ming flicked his wrist lightly, pointing his sword toward the heavens as the sword formation thunderously split into 3,000 meteors. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals about to assault the frozen Great Wall instantly froze, their heads pierced with bull's-eyed bloody holes as their corpses fell one after another. Linua watched the rain of swords fill the sky, the countless corpses reflected in her ice-blue pupils as the ice spears gathering behind her quietly melted. She didn't need to act. Within 200 meters had become a forbidden zone of death. So this was the true form of the sword path? Jiang Qingli stared blankly at the young man who had forcefully kissed her, the frost-song sword in her hand resonating continuously. If she hadn't gripped the hilt tightly, this legendary weapon of extreme cold would have likely rushed towards Su Ming like a pilgrim. Jiang Bai also stood frozen in place, her high-level psychic talent making her more sensitive than anyone else, as she detected a blazing and entirely new power from within the young man's body, an unprecedented SS-level sword cultivation talent. She had long known that Su Ming harbored secrets, but never imagined they would be so terrifying that he could even give birth to new SS-level talents. Sudden chaos erupted. The seabed exploded thunderously, and a 100-meter-high pillar of pitch-black mist surged upward. 12 tentacles covered in writhing eyeballs, accompanied by corrosive slime, whipped through the air with a putrid stench assaulting their senses. Watch out! A fifth-tier abyss observer. Zhang Bai's expression changed drastically. These aberrant creatures had lurked in the black mist for years, thoroughly corrupted by the Abyss Lord's psychic energy, making them both violent and cunning. Before her warning finished, ice-blue light flashed in Linua's eyes as her 10 fingers danced through hand seals, instantly spreading frigid currents. Pale white ice mist enveloped the tentacles, crystalline ice scales rapidly spreading to freeze the originally python-like assault midair. Within mere breaths, the ice layer shattered, and the flesh whips roared forward again. Psychic ripples burst from around Jiang Bai as her remaining mental power penetrated the black mist to lock onto the monster's core. I'll restrain it. You handle the killing. Linua changed her hand seals again, and several meter-long deep blue ice spears formed in array behind her, shrieking through the air toward the tentacle's roots. Jiang Qingli gripped her sword as the frost-song blade's azure light blazed, its edge carving a crescent arc of cold light. Almost simultaneously, Su Ming activated his sword formation. 800 flying swords converged and compressed into a rotating drill, transforming into an azure comet that pierced through the cluster of tentacles. Break. Sharp edges collided with grotesque flesh whips, creating deafening shockwaves. The Abyss Observer let out shrieks like a crying infant as its severed tentacles thrashed wildly on the ice, grinding several crab-like aberrants into bloody pulp. Su Ming charged across the ice as his flying swords suddenly scattered, then wove a cage around the monster, completely sealing its escape routes. The Frost-Song sword and Night sword crossed to slash out a cross-shaped starlight, cold radiance and dark shadows falling simultaneously. The massive head covered in compound eyes split into 4 pieces on the spot, exposing a pulsating abyss crystal at its center. The sword formation followed immediately, piercing through in one strike. Roar! The observer let out a heart-rending wail as its remains plummeted back to the seabed with black blood. A system notification appeared. Slay 5th tier or higher aberrant creatures, 150. The soldiers on the ice wall erupted in thunderous cheers. Boom. The seabed ruptured again. 1,000-meter-high turbulent waves rolled up, and a clear sword light burst through the black mist from the abyss, piercing straight toward the heavens. The aftershock ground the observer's remains into bloody mist, painting the sky red with blood rain. Watching the sword light that lingered long in the sky, Su Ming's heart tightened, his knuckles gripping the night sword turning white. His divine sword cultivation senses told him that strike had burned away the last flame of life from whoever wielded it. In the deeper depths of the abyss, black mist rolled like thick ink. Zhang Sanfeng's hunched figure radiated overwhelming presence as his rusted sword trembled, tearing through the gloom. His clouded pupils reflected the enemy's form, a 12-eyed giant on a bone throne slowly rising. Each compound eye fixed intently on the old man's withered face. The evil eye failed to completely destroy 40 years ago. Zhang Sanfeng coughed up black blood as black and white energies coiled around his rusted sword, bursting with blinding light. Must end here today. The Abyss Lord's hoarse laughter shook the seabed into turmoil and caused rock layers to collapse. Zhang Sanfeng, you're far weaker than you were 40 years ago. The voice echoed from all directions. Viscous black blood seeped from beneath the throne, countless pale arms bursting forth to frantically grasp at the old man. Zhang Sanfeng's sword edge trembled lightly as the black and white energies transformed into swimming dragons, evaporating black blood and pulverizing arms wherever they passed. He raised his eyes, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Though my body may be old, it's enough to slay you. The rust-covered iron sword suddenly erupted with a clear dragon's roar, instantly bursting forth with blinding sword light. The old man gripped the hilt with whitened knuckles, and his magnificent figure from 40 years ago atop Mount Everest seemed to be carved back into reality by this radiant glow. The Abyss Lord's 12 compound eyes violently contracted within the black mist. The bone throne creaked and groaned as countless fleshy tentacles sprouted wildly from the gaps between the skeletal framework below, instantly spreading into hundreds of purple-black vessels. Their tips opened into massive maws lined with dripping fangs, shrieking deafeningly. You couldn't kill me even at your peak back then, and now you think this broken body can slay me? Delusional. The Abyss Lord's voice scraped like iron hooks against glass. Zhang Sanfeng let out a light snort. After all these years apart, you've certainly become more talkative. Before his words finished, his figure shot skyward. The rusty sword's trajectory appeared sluggish, yet in the next instant it pierced through the air, moving so fast only afterimages remained. A wisp of black and white energy spiraled outward from the sword's edge, forming a rotating taiji that drew the countless tentacles into its center, shattering them into bloody mist with thunderous crashes. His hunched body suddenly straightened, white hair standing on end in the violent spiritual energy with tiny crackling sounds. The Abyss Lord contracted its compound eyes again, the bone throne trembling violently as it finally realized the old man was approaching by burning his very life essence. You're insane. This way you'll also. Ha ha. Zhang Sanfeng threw back his head in wild laughter, black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. This old man has lived 120 years more than enough. That sword strike years ago failed to completely destroy you. This abomination. He coughed up black blood violently, the taiji whirlwind on his sword spinning ever faster. Today I'll use this old life to finish the job. Madman. The Abyss Lord showed fear and rage for the first time. You'd rather have your soul scattered to the winds then. Enough chatter. The old man roared, his iron sword trembling as it cut a straight fissure through the black mist. He advanced step by step over the falling tentacle debris, each stride making his sword light more brilliant. The wrinkles gradually smoothed in the blazing radiance, his gray-white hair rapidly turning black. This wasn't true rejuvenation, but the final burst of life's flame burning at its limit. Boom. 12 crimson beams shot from the compound eyes, yet when they touched the black and white energy before the old man, they melted instantly like snow meeting fierce flames. The sword light exploded into a great dragon, tearing through the abyssal shroud and leaving behind blindingly white fissures. This sword strike condensed the old man's lifetime of cultivation. This sword carried 40 years of regret. This sword was struck for the countless people behind him. Strike. The deafening word fell, and the entire abyssal secret realm hummed in resonance. The bone throne crumbled to pieces, shattered bones swirling away with the black mist. For the first time, clear fear reflected in the Abyss Lord's 12 compound eyes. No. The sword light pierced through its massive body, the black mist evaporating rapidly like boiling tar. The light beam wove a towering fissure, completely shattering the anchor point between the abyssal secret realm and reality. The phantom of the apocalypse gate trembled, bronze doors thundering in response. Unwilling roars echoing from within that struck everyone until blood flowed from their 7 orifices. The blood-red sky faded into fragments. Long-absent sunlight tore through the clouds, shining on the frozen Great Wall, illuminating every blood-stained face. Did we succeed? Senior Zhang succeeded. Ha ha ha. We won. Cheers swept like ocean tides from every point along the endless coastline. Zhang Sanfeng staggered out of the fissure, coughing blood, his footsteps leaving dark prints of black blood on the ice below. With each step, his shoulders trembled in the sea breeze as if he might collapse at any moment. The 7 deadly sins, Colonel Azure Dragon, and others all ceased their actions, their gazes following that tottering figure. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, as if even the wind held its breath. The pupils beneath the Pride Executor's mask contracted violently. The rusted sword in the old man's hand had cracked inch by inch, and the spiritual energy around him flickered like a candle in the wind. Fragments of the broken blade scattered at his feet, casting shadows of his hunched yet upright figure. Everyone understood that this old man was mere breaths away from death, perhaps in the next second, perhaps in 10 minutes, but at this moment, no one dared take a step forward. Even the wrathful executor, notorious for his recklessness, couldn't help but suppress his swallowing sounds and quietly shifted his heels back half an inch. Clap, clap, clap. Sudden applause tore through the deathly silence. From the distant coastline, footsteps approached with the tide. Magnificent, truly magnificent. The crimson robe billowed wildly in the fierce wind as the chief's Ouroboros mask writhed slightly on his face. He gazed down at the battlefield from his elevated position. To slay a calamity with a broken body truly worthy of Zhang Sanfeng, who pierced through 100,000 demons. So it's you. Zhang Sanfeng's clouded pupils contracted sharply, his body swaying as his hoarse voice carried both realization and anguish. Chun Shana's blood energy boiled as his eyes blazed with fury. Linyi, you're the deserter from the Mount Everest campaign. The chief slowly removed his mask, revealing a scarred face exposed to the wind. His right eye socket was hollow, wrapped by a strange serpent. That's right, it's me. His voice suddenly became gentle, like cold water seeping from a pile of corpses. The taste of crawling out from heaps of the dead you heroes will never understand. Zhang Sanfeng coughed violently, black blood trickling down his chin. Back then, you abandoned your post and caused a breach in our defenses. And then what? Lin Yi suddenly roared, his single eye flashing with maniacal light. I watched my comrades get torn to shreds. And you so-called commanders only knew how to make us fill holes that could never be filled with our lives. Why should we save those weak ants? Before his words finished, the sea wind grew more piercing, and the blood-red sky churned. The overwhelming pressure of a half-step calamity burst from within him, sweeping across the entire coastline. Lin Yi pointed at the wounded survivors on the frozen Great Wall. Just like them, they too have wives and children waiting for reunion. Why must they bleed dry for strangers they've never met? He suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his laughter shaking the very foundations of the frozen Great Wall. You mindless fools, tamed by spiritual conditioning. How many wronged souls lie buried beneath monuments built of flesh and blood? Who remembers their names? When the catastrophe passes, those living maggots will only celebrate while trampling on your tombstones. As he spoke, black mist condensed around him into 36 human silhouettes, the very forms of comrades who had perished in the Mount Everest campaign. Look at these wronged souls. They could have lived. The wind lifted his robe, revealing 36 rusted military tags hanging from his waist, clanging together. Zhang Sanfeng, do you now understand my despair? The old man's body swayed, yet his spine remained straight as a pine. Coward, you'll never understand the meaning of protection. Protection? Lin Yi sneered coldly, suddenly raising his hand. The black mist transformed into a giant palm, striking directly at the survivors on the frozen Great Wall. The soldiers looked up, terror written across their blood-stained faces. Zhang Sanfeng's pupils contracted as his remaining spiritual energy exploded, his withered figure instantly blocking the giant palm's path. Crack! The sound of breaking bones pierced the air, yet his spine remained straight as a spear. Lin Yi narrowed his single eye. Do you see? This is the consequence of your stubborn protection. You think this will make me yield? Zhang Sanfeng spat out black blood, his cracked body emanating terrifying energy as spiritual overload caused every inch of his flesh to rupture. The chief's face twisted like a demon's in the sunlight. Of course not. I know your backbone is harder than anyone's, Zhang Sanfeng, which is why I spent 30 years orchestrating this, just to lure you here. After all, in this world, you're the only one who can stop a calamity. The sea wind howled and blood clouds churned. Lin Yi lowered his single eye, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. I want you to die in your weakest moment, carrying this sense of helplessness. And I want all survivors to remember so-called heroes bring nothing but disaster. The serpent shadow in Lin Ye's pupils swelled against the wind, opening its bloody maw to frantically absorb the scattered power left behind by the fallen Abyss Lord. Zhang Sanfeng watched with his clouded eyes, trembling violently. No wonder this beast broke through realms so quickly. He recalled ancient Remorsa forbidden dark art from The End, an organization that was destroyed a century ago. A mocking smile crept across Lin Ye's lips. That fool from the Abyss dared to covet the apocalypse? In the end, he became nothing more than my nourishment. Tremendous energy surged within him, climbing steadily. He was only a hair's breadth away from calamity level, yet still lacked that final push. His gaze swept toward the dying Zhang Sanfeng as he chuckled coldly. There's still a great tonic here. Once I devour you, I'll be the new calamity. Zhang Sanfeng died. Chun Shanha, Lung Jin, and Colonel Qinglong roared as they charged forward, only to be blocked by the 7 deadly sins before the frozen Great Wall. The Pride Deacon at the front whistled. What a dramatic turn! Heaven falls to hell, and hell ascends to heaven. He raised his staff high, and storms of ice and fire crashed against the incoming crimson energy, explosions thundering across the sky. Get out of the way, Colonel Qinglong bellowed. His azure dragon killing fist manifested as a tangible dragon shadow, clashing Hedon with the gluttony deacon and sending him flying hundreds of meters. But the other 5 sins had already formed an encirclement. Greed deacon's chains wrapped around Chunshana's ankles. Lust deacon's pink threads bound Colonel Qinglong's muscular waist. Envy deacon's voice carried mockery from behind the mask. Your opponents are us. Atop the frozen Great Wall, Su Ming gripped the knight sword tightly. As a fellow SS-level martial arts prodigy, he could clearly sense the flame of life within Zhang Sanfeng beginning to fracture. Yet Zhang Sanfeng disregarded life and death, raising his rusted sword. In an instant, sword light poured down like the Milky Way, tearing through the black mist in one strike. The chief's expression changed dramatically as 36 black shadows instantly merged into a shield before him. Clang! The metallic roar shattered the clouds. His crimson robes were torn to shreds, yet the chief remained unharmed. Zhang Sanfeng could no longer hold on, dropping to one knee as black blood splattered across the ice, a shocking sight. Ha ha! Your sword is too weak, the chief laughed maniacally. Zhang Sanfeng, you're at the end of your rope. The old man's tall frame grew increasingly hunched as he spat out black blood mixed with organ fragments. Suddenly, he locked onto Su Ming in the crowd, his gray-white eyebrows trembling violently within the youth's body flickered faint traces of taiji. Impossible. SS-level talent has always been unique. While I still live, how could a second taiji appear? What shocked him even more was that within the youth's body lay a martial arts mark he had personally planted. His withered fingers gripped the broken sword tightly as his mind recalled the whisper from the mental hospital's fading phantom. The seed has been sown, awaiting the kindling flame. Zhang Sanfeng burst into earth-shattering laughter. Worthy of me. Worthy of this old man. He staggered around, his blood-stained sleeves fluttering as his gaze pierced towards Su Ming like torches. Lin Yi, do you think only this old candle remains? Young man, do you dare catch this strike from me? Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. The tactical visor's scanning interface flashed wildly with warnings as Zhang Sanfeng's collapsing spiritual energy surged like a reversed galaxy, locking onto Su Ming with deadly precision. Jiang Bai instantly understood, her psychic field snapping taut. Su Ming, his power will tear you to shreds. I know. Su Ming tore off his shattered tactical visor, revealing eyes that burned like flames. But when the sky falls, someone has to hold it up, right? Before his words faded, Zhang Sanfeng shattered the ice beneath his feet and appeared before Su Ming in an instant, his clouded yet blazing gaze fixed on the young man. Your body is like a cracked pot, and my power is a raging flood. You will very likely die. The battlefield seemed frozen in time. The serpent shadow and Lin Ye's remaining eye writhed frantically as he suddenly roared, "Stop them!" Too late. Su Ming's bloodied hand grasped the old man's withered, trembling fingers, grinning widely. Senior, we martial artists. The sword's sudden burst of clear dragon song drowned out the rest of his words. Yet everyone clearly saw the young man's lips form the words, couldn't ask for more. Good, good, good. Zhang Sanfeng threw back his head in laughter as his hunched frame began disintegrating inch by inch within the swirling black and white energies. The moment his withered palm touched Su Ming's crown, torrential spiritual energy poured in like an overturned sea. Blood vessels exploded into mist. Catch this well. This technique is called passing the torch. Boom. A massive taiji diagram erupted from beneath their feet, expanding 1,000 zhang, as black and white energies transformed into dragons that coiled around Su Ming. The sound of cracking bones rang out in succession as his skin split inch by inch, seeping golden red blood flames. Warning. Spiritual energy overload 1,000. Warning. Spiritual energy overload 2,000. Su Ming's body was on the verge of collapse, threatening to tear apart completely. Immediately after, Jiang Bai's psychic force pressed down forcefully, her thread-thin consciousness weaving through his body to mend the bursting blood vessels and muscles. Almost simultaneously, another wave of cold surged forth. Linua's ice-blue hair turned completely frost-white as extreme cold crystals sealed the tears in his flesh along the blood traces. Fire and ice intertwined, carving magnificent patterns across the young man's skin. Jiang Bai bit down hard on her silver teeth. You can't hold on much longer. 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes. Su Ming laughed hoarsely. That's enough. Fusion. Detecting fusible talents. SS rank Divine Sword Mastery. SS rank Taiji. S rank Myriad Phenomena. S rank Frost Elegy. Fusion in progress. 4 completely different powers collided within his body. The sharpness of swordsmanship, The mysterious changes of myriad phenomena, the extreme cold of frost elegy, and the true essence of Taiji inherited from Zhang Sanfeng. An unprecedented talent was being born E's rank, surpassing even SSS. Fusion complete. Obtained E's rank talent. Primordial void. Description: when chaos first opened, all things returned to void. Can briefly wield the primordial force from the dawn of creation, freezing space-time and annihilating all existence. Primordial void. Su Ming murmured, his voice like an ancient chant. He slowly raised the Dark Knight's sword, and as the blade swept through the air, space shattered like a mirror. Zhang Sanfeng's figure had already begun to fade, the old man's gaze gentle. Good child, let this sword strike for China. Understood. Su Ming nodded, his black and white pupils locking onto Lin Yi. The serpent shadow in Lin Yi's single eye suddenly froze. Impossible. How could there be a vessel in this world capable of containing the power of natural disaster? Roaring in fury, black mist churned as 36 military tokens floated in the air, transforming into 36 hideous ghostly shadows that lunged towards Su Ming. Su Ming didn't dodge, calmly swinging his sword. Primordial thought. The blade traced a beautiful arc as time seemed to stand still. The sword fell without sound, leaving only pure clarity between heaven and earth. Where the sword light passed, spacetime froze. The gluttony executor's bloated mountain of flesh froze mid-grin. The pride executor's ice-fire wings hung suspended in midair. The ghostly shadows churning around Lin Yi all turned into crystalline ice sculptures. Crack. A hairline fracture spread from Lin Yi's brow, slowly extending downward. No. Lin Yi struggled to speak, his voice filled with disbelief. In the next instant, his body shattered like porcelain, dissolving into countless ice crystals that scattered in the sea wind. Time and space shifted once more. The arrogant steward's half-ice, half-fire mask clattered to the ground, its fragments rolling to the feet of the 7 deadly sins, who stood frozen like statues. The leader's body was consumed by the bitter cold, instantly crumbling into fine ice dust. The vast ocean froze solid beneath a single sword strike, transforming into a silver-white frozen plain. The young swordsman stood silhouetted against the light, his blade still trembling. With a heavy thud, the arrogant steward was the first to fall to his knees, followed by lust, gluttony. All 7 deadly sins prostrated themselves. Faced with this unimaginable sword strike, they offered no resistance and dared not even flee. Within the sword's radiance, Zhang Sanfeng's phantom smiled as it dispersed. The old man's final words rode the sea breeze into the young man's ears. The torch has been passed, and China shall prosper forever. Dawn light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the frozen sea surface and refracting into a rainbow bridge that reached toward the heavens. Su Ming maintained his sword-striking pose as blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Jiang Bai's face was deathly pale, her spiritual energy completely drained as she cried out hoarsely. Su Ming, stop now. But Su Ming's hearing had already been swallowed by darkness. The backlash from the catastrophic forces and the primordial ruins mercilessly tore at his life essence. As consciousness faded, he dimly saw Jiang Qingli rushing toward him, the girl's tears glistening and trembling in the sunlight. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he whispered with his last strength, I have not failed our predecessor's trust. The black mist dissipated, leaving the remaining alien creatures weak and pitiful. The soldiers' battle cries pierced the sky. As the sounds of killing gradually ceased, only a weathered iron sword remained standing upright in the scorched earth, its hilt still bearing the faint warmth of the old man's palm print. Is it over? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Only the moaning sea wind answered, as if recounting the old man's legend. Chen Shanha stopped before the iron sword and bowed deeply. All personnel, his hoarse command tore through the deathly silence. Salute. On the frozen Great Wall, regardless of rank, every soldier simultaneously raised their right hand in a military salute that was uniform and resolute in the sunlight. Colonel Qinglong, his body marked with blood, stood ramrod straight. We respectfully send off our predecessor. Lung Jin, his hair completely white, adjusted his shattered gold-rimmed glasses and spoke in the same low voice. We respectfully send off our predecessor. On this day, Sword Saint Zhang Sanfeng slayed the abyss at the vast sea and returned his soul to heaven and earth. The iron sword still stood in place as the last flake of rust fell away in the light, revealing fine engraved characters. May this body guard our mountains and rivers. In the distance, surviving citizens stumbled away from the ruins. Elderly people carrying crying infants, young people supporting their injured parents, all gathering toward the coast. The Battle of Mount Everest 30 years ago was just like this. An old man with white hair knelt on the ground, leaning on his walking stick. His wrinkled hand pressed against the blood-stained ice as tears streamed down his face, his voice breaking with emotion. It's always these children standing in front. Nearby, a young mother held her baby close, whispering to her speechless child about the light of humanity shown by the unnamed soldiers in this war. The first to act were several raggedly dressed children who walked barefoot through the ruins, gently placing wildflowers they had gathered along the roadside by the sea. Soon, more citizens spontaneously joined them. Elderly people with walking sticks, mothers holding babies, the wounded supporting each other. No one spoke. They simply laid flower bouquets silently along the entire coastline. In honor of those unnamed soldiers, in honor of those most beloved people. No one knew who first began singing that century-old folk song, its hoarse melody spreading with the sea breeze until it merged into a mournful anthem that shook the heavens. In the center of the command post, crimson dots on the holographic sand table extinguished one by one, signaling the complete retreat of the alien tide. Zhao Weiguo stood before the main console, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the area where the last wisps of black mist had dissipated, his atoms apple bobbing violently. Report to the commander-in-chief. A technician shot up from his seat, his voice hoarse and choked with tears. Abyssal psychic energy reading 0. The apocalypse gate has closed. We've won. The words "we've won" exploded through the sealed command post. Zhao Weiguo slowly removed his military cap, revealing a scalp burned by flames, then turned to face the room full of equally battle-scarred officers. His lips trembled as his eyes reddened first. "Gentlemen," he said in a hoarse, low voice, "the war is over." The silence lasted only seconds before jubilant cheers erupted. Some pounded the control panels, others wept with their heads in their hands, while many more staggered to their feet to salute their comrades. Watching these brothers who had shared life and death, Zhao Weiguo suddenly remembered the Battle of Mount Everest 30 years ago that night. The survivors had also cried like children. He raised his military cap and declared loudly, "By the authority of the Commander-in-Chief, the Apocalypse Bureau's Special Combat Readiness Protocol is hereby officially lifted." Hanhai City. The command post erupted again. Officers exchanged smiles, some pulling out crumpled cigarette packs only to find their cigarettes soaked with blood. Zhao Weiguo produced half a pack of intact cigarettes, passing them out to everyone. Flames flickered between trembling hands, illuminating faces that were weary yet defiant. Just then, the alloy blast doors slowly rose. Colonel Qinglong entered, supporting Qinshanha as they walked in, both men's bandages seeping blood, their steps heavy. The noise instantly fell to silence, as everyone instinctively stood at attention. Zhao Weiguo hurried forward, solemnly extending his military cap. "Commander-in-Chief, I return command of Hanhai to you." Qinshanha didn't reach out. His cracked palm gently pushed the cap away as he shook his head with a bitter smile. This man who had always stood straight on the battlefield now had slightly hunched shoulders. "Old Zhou," he coughed, blood staining the corners of his mouth. "This old body of mine can't handle the front lines anymore." Colonel Qinglong stood silently beside him, knowing better than anyone how much of his life essence Qinshanha had burned in the final battle. Qinshanha surveyed the room, every familiar face bearing wounds and tears, his gaze finally settling on the virtual iron sword in the sand table, the coordinates, where Zhang Sanfeng had made his final stand. He smiled, revealing his characteristic canine tooth. "Someday, when I'm like Senior Zhang." His voice was soft yet each word carried weight. "I'll have to risk this life too, to do something meaningful." Zhao Weiguo's eyes reddened, veins bulging on the hand gripping his cap. Just as he was about to speak, Colonel Qinglong's hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Let him rest," Qinglong said in a low, hoarse voice. "This battle we won too dearly." Qinshanha turned and walked to the window. Morning sunlight streamed through the glass onto his graying temples. In the distance on the sea, flower bouquets spontaneously placed by citizens had formed a brilliant sea of blooms. He remembered himself as a new recruit many years ago. Back then, his squad leader had said, "We soldiers exist to shield the people from disaster and hardship." The squad leader now rested eternally on Mount Everest. But today, he had finally not let his squad leader down. "Old Zhou." Qinshanha suddenly showed a long absent ease. "Do me a favor." Zhou Weiguo straightened. "Yes, sir. Find me a chair." Qinshanha pointed toward the window. "Put it right here. I want to watch them rebuild their homeland." Someone in the room began humming "Mountains and Rivers at Peace" in a low voice, the hoarse melody quickly gathering into a resonant chorus. Qinshanha settled into the sunlight, gently keeping time, that canine tooth gleaming brightly in the golden rays. Host's physical body and soul detected on the verge of collapse. To save the host, authority fragments have been automatically deployed to select a suitable dream target, locked onto a special individual. Due to the subject's unique nature, talents cannot be replicated, and synchronized mental dream entry is impossible. Su Ming's consciousness drifted in endless darkness, as if falling into a bottomless vortex. Time lost all meaning until a faint glimmer of light tore through the black veil, and he struggled to open his eyes. A magnificent bronze temple came into view. The dome soared high above, supported by massive bronze pillars covered in ancient runes that flickered with a ghostly blue radiance, pulsing like a heartbeat. Only his footsteps and breathing echoed through the vast, empty hall. Where is this? His voice bounced off the high walls, lingering for a long time. Looking down, his hands appeared semi-transparent, their outlines trembling slightly with each breath and out-of-body experience. Who are you? An ethereal female voice drifted from the depths of the temple, clear yet tinged with a slight tremor. Su Ming spun around, his gaze locking onto an altar in the distance. Kneeling upon it was a slender figure. Silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall onto the smooth stone floor, a snow-white robe adorned with star-like runes, bare ankles wrapped in layers of bronze chains. Strangely, no matter how intently he stared, her face remained shrouded in a faint halo, too blurred to make out clearly. Who are you? He asked again, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. She, like the dawn's first light. The girl raised her head, her voice soft yet clear. She was a priestess imprisoned in this bronze temple. Su Ming frowned and stepped closer. Only then did he notice that the patterns on her robe were identical to those on the temple walls, as if carved by the same hand. Imprisoned? Who imprisoned you? She shook her head slightly. That doesn't matter. What matters is that besides me, you're the first person who's been able to reach this place. What do you mean? Su Ming grew more puzzled. This is the gap between dreams and reality, a prison created by ancient gods within the gate of revelation. Her voice carried a note of bitterness. Su Ming's heart jolted as his gaze swept across the walls. The familiar bronze color reminded him of the 108th gate of revelation that had appeared over Hanhai City, the Bronze Gate. This temple was clearly of the same origin. So I'm currently. Your physical body is on the verge of collapse, your soul shattered by the backlash of power, she stated matter-of-factly. Su Ming looked again at his semi-transparent hands, the ethereal quality spreading. Will I die? After a moment of silence, she raised her chain-bound wrists and extended her slender hand toward him. Touch me. What? If you want to live, touch my hand. Her tone was firm, brooking no argument. Su Ming hesitated for several heartbeats before finally stepping forward and reaching out. The moment their fingertips touched, warmth flooded into his soul, and his transparent outline rapidly solidified, color and substance returning. This is, Su Ming whispered, my ability using my own soul to repair another's soul. She's voice trembled slightly with pain. As the energy continued to flow, she's silver hair began to dim, and her figure gradually became transparent. It's all right. This power serves no purpose for me anyway. She managed a weak smile. Why are you helping me? Su Ming couldn't understand. She's voice softened. Because I saw your memories, saw everything you did in that city called Hanhai. Her face remained blurred, but Su Ming could feel the determination in her gaze. You deserve to live. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee to meet Xi's eyes at the same level. Tell me, how can I get you out of here? She was clearly stunned. You want to save me? You saved my life. I owe you this. Su Ming's tone was serious. Anyone who imprisons my savior is my enemy. She laughed softly, but it carried a bitter note. It's useless. This bronze temple lies deep within the gate of apocalypse. It's a prison forged by a deity's own hands. Unless that deity falls, but that's impossible. Su Ming stood up, surveying the towering temple, his gaze finally locking onto the bronze chains that bound Xi. I'll find a way. She looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes. You really would? I promise you. Su Ming said solemnly. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely come back to save you. She remained silent for so long that Su Ming thought she wouldn't respond. Finally, she whispered, all right, I believe you. Ding. Disconnecting. The next instant, brilliant white light cascaded from the dome, engulfing Su Ming as his figure dissolved away. The girl stared blankly at where he had stood, murmuring softly, I'll wait for you. Her voice gradually faded in the vast, empty temple. Su Ming opened his eyes to the sharp smell of disinfectant filling his nostrils. The white ceiling, beeping monitors, and bright sunlight streaming through the window made him wonder if everything before had been just a nightmare. Awake, came a lazy female voice from beside the bed. He turned his head with difficulty to see Jiang Bai sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, peeling an apple with a knife that reflected cold light. The silver-haired woman's red lips curved upward. You slept for 2 whole weeks. I was starting to think you'd become a vegetable. 2 weeks. Su Ming's voice was so hoarse it didn't sound like his own. 14 days and 7 hours, to be precise. Jiang Qingli's voice came from the doorway. The girl walked in carrying a thermos, her eyes clear and cold, but unable to hide her exhaustion. The doctor said your spiritual energy circuits were almost completely burned out. It's a miracle you survived. The thermos touched his lips, and he instinctively took a sip. The warm ginseng soup with its familiar orchid fragrance slid down his throat. Oomph, I spent 3 hours making spiritual medicine porridge, only to be beaten to it by someone else. Another voice spoke up. Linua leaned against the doorframe, her ice blue hair shimmering in the sunlight, also carrying a thermos, her tone distinctly sour. The sight of all 3 women together was more suffocating than facing the 7 deadly sins. Su Ming tried to prop himself up, but his muscles immediately cramped in pain. Jiang Qingli and Linua both stepped forward simultaneously, their hands colliding in midair as the atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Let me. Jiang Qingli was first to support Su Ming's shoulder, her movements gentle but brooking no refusal. Linua narrowed her eyes, cold air radiating from her body. Su Ming prefers my porridge. He just woke up. He should drink something light first. Jiang Qingli didn't yield an inch, a blue gleam flashing in her pupils. Caught between the two opposing auras, Su Ming's throat bobbed as sweat beaded on his forehead. Dear God, he'd barely been saved by she and really didn't want to immediately walk through death's door again. Just then, the hospital room door was pushed open as a nurse wheeled in a medication cart. The patient needs rest, so please keep the noise down. The nurse stood at the doorway, her gaze shifting between the tense standoff of Jiang Qingli and Linua before settling on the newly awakened young man in the hospital bed, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Su Ming felt warmed by that smile and thought to himself, so this is what they mean by an angel in white? I get it now. Jiang Qingli and Linua locked eyes, both letting out soft huffs, yet they tacitly slowed their movements. I'll come see you later. Jiang Qingli leaned down to whisper, her slender fingers seemingly brushing against Su Ming's arm by accident. Remember to drink the porridge. Linua placed the thermos steadily on the bedside table, her ice blue eyes lingering deeply on Su Ming. After the two left, the hospital room finally felt quiet. Jiang Bai pulled up a chair close to the bed, the relaxed smile fading from her face, replaced by an unusual gravity. How are you feeling? Her silver-gray pupils looked directly at Su Ming. Like I've been run over by a train. Su Ming smiled bitterly, barely managing to lift his arm. But it was worth it. Jiang Bai nodded, gathering a wisp of spiritual energy at her fingertips and gently touching his forehead. A cool sensation instantly flowed through his limbs, suppressing most of the pain. About Senior Zhang Sanfeng, Su Ming's voice was low. It's all arranged, Jiang Bai replied softly. A state funeral with the highest honors. His rusted sword will be placed in the Heroes Memorial Hall, right next to the Mount Everest Battle Monument. Su Ming fell silent for a moment, then nodded. He understood that for a hero like Zhang Sanfeng, this was the best possible resting place. Jiang Bai suddenly changed the topic, handing him a tablet. The martial exam results are out. See for yourself. The headline blazed across the screen. Hanhai martial exam witnesses highest score in history. Young hero Su Ming breaks 100 million points. The comment section was already in an uproar. Holy crap, 100 million. Are you kidding me? I heard he was fierce on the battlefield, but breaking 100 million is too ridiculous. Hanhai officials must be creating a god. My cousin is a second-tier warrior and barely scraped together 3,000 points fighting for his life. Faced with the skepticism, Jiang Bai shrugged. They think it's impossible for a high school student to have this kind of power, so they suspect the official data is fake. Su Ming chuckled. Let them try the battlefield, and they'll know. Zhou Weiguo and Qin Shanhe have already made public statements, Jiang Bai added. Hanhai officials are staking their century-old reputation on the data's authenticity. The Apocalypse Bureau is also backing it up, and Colonel Qin Long even released combat footage. At this point, she slapped a gold-embossed document on the bedside table. Special admission notice from Linua University. The school sent a private jet overnight to deliver it, quite sincere. Linua University, one of the nation's top 10 martial arts colleges. Su Ming remembered that name. Just as he reached for it, the hospital room door was pushed open. Zhou Weiguo, his face covered in burned scars, entered carrying a fruit basket, the scars startling in the sunlight. Heard you woke up. How are you feeling? Not bad, Su Ming nodded. Good. Your Hanhai's little hurricane have anything happened to you? Zhou Weiguo set down the fruit basket and let out a long breath. As his smile faded, he leaned in and lowered his voice. Those 7 deadly sins people have been locked up in Sin Prison Island. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Sin Prison Island, China's most mysterious prison, housing only the most notorious criminals. According to the 7 deadly sins confessions, Zhou Weiguo's voice was barely a whisper. Their leader Lin Yi belongs to an ancient organization called Terminus that appeared during the Great Catastrophe 300 years ago. What's more troubling is that the 12th executor they mentioned is still missing. Su Ming's pupils contracted. There's something even more shocking, Zhou Weiguo continued. That Lord of the Abyss came from an apocalypse gate called the Abyss. And this gate is currently being suppressed by Linua University. Su Ming and Jiang Bai exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Zhou Weiguo looked stunned. How did you find out? Soon, his peripheral vision caught the black and gold admission notice on the bedside table, with the 4 gilded characters Linua University particularly striking. His brow couldn't help but twitch sharply. These guys moved way too fast. If only they were this efficient in battle. So what's your decision? He paused and asked again. You really shown this time. I bet the other 9 top universities will come recruiting too. Su Ming shrugged, toying with the golden thread along the document's edge. I'll choose Linua University. They showed real sincerity, and besides, I want to see what the true abyss actually looks like with my own eyes. All right, Zhou Weiwa nodded. Old Chin's retiring, so the commander's burden falls on me. There's a pile of reconstruction work in Hanhai, so I need to head out first. The moment Zhou Weiwa left the hospital room, Jiang Bai strolled in. Between her slender fingers, a silver-white coin flipped and gleamed. I was planning to wait until you recovered, so we could take down those 3 Twilight cult strongholds together. But once the 7 deadly sins were captured, Colonel Qinglong felt he hadn't contributed enough in the great battle. Shouting, "Who else but me?" he cleared out all those small fry overnight. She smiled as she spoke. Though it did save me quite a bit of effort. Su Ming nodded lightly to show he understood. In the days that followed, the hospital became his temporary base. With no major incidents occurring, he was content with the peace. At dusk, Jiang Qingli would always push through the door. She had also chosen Linua University. The young woman often sat by his bedside, carefully polishing the frost song's sword with soft velvet cloth. Their occasional conversations were brief, but comforting. Lung Linua seemed to deliberately stagger her timing, visiting punctually every noon. Her ice blue eyes sparkled as she brought different formulations of spiritual healing potions each time. Su Ming's rapid recovery owed much to her remedies. The chubby guy occasionally burst in, clutching his phone and shouting, "Steal the base! Steal the base! Han Xian's going to steal the base!" His voice was so loud that nurses chased him down the hallway, scolding. Lung Jin visited twice, sitting briefly before hurrying away after all. Taking over the Lung Corporation meant being swamped with affairs. When Su Ming could finally get out of bed, he made a point of finding Scarface for drinks. The man's injuries were too severe for him to continue as a demon hunter. Fortunately, his battlefield achievements were remarkable, and the Demon Hunter Association awarded him a substantial, while opening Dragon Abyss Pavilion wasn't realistic, starting a barbecue stand was more than feasible. Most of his customers were demon hunters, and business was booming. 3 months flew by in a flash. On the night before school started, a sudden downpour arrived. Atop the Demon Hunter Tower, one of Hanhai's few remaining high-rises, Jiang Qingli held an umbrella while Su Ming stood beside her. Rain cascaded down as construction cranes in the rebuilding zone pierced the clouds like giant arms. The city's myriad neon lights made the horizon blur and flicker. Hanhai, having endured so much hardship, was stubbornly reviving. At that moment, the black and gold admission notice in Su Ming's hand projected a hologram. Beneath the abyss-shaped school emblem, crimson small seal script slowly unfurled. "Tonight at midnight, the Kunping comes to fetch you." In the distance came a sudden roar like that of an ancient fierce beast, as a steel behemoth crashed through the rain curtain and descended. The streamlined hull of the massive vessel was etched with mystical runes, and as the hatch opened, spiritual energy flowed forth, condensing into 8 characters in the night sky. "Walk by the abyss, witness all living beings." Atop the severed sky cliff of the East Sea, Linua University crouched like a steel behemoth on the precipice. Half of its bronze gates jutted out over the abyss, and when the rainy season arrived, blood-red script would emerge on the obsidian monument bearing the school motto, those same 8 characters. Su Ming stood on the deck of the Kunping vessel, gazing down at this legendary academy. The entire campus was forged from dark iron, built against the cliff face. 12 abyss-suppressing towers pierced downward into the clouds, their spires bound with chains of dark iron thicker than ancient trees, the other ends plunging deep into the churning fissure below the 9th gate of Revelation within China's borders, the true form of what was codenamed the Abyss. Even from thousands of meters away, he could smell the viscous black mist seeping from the rift, an essence that shared the same origin as the Lord of the vast abyss, yet was far more ancient and terrifying. Suddenly, the vessel shuddered violently. Boom! Pitch-black tentacles burst through the mist, so massive they blotted out the moon, instantly coiling toward the Kunping. The steel hull seemed like mere tinfoil before them. The runes on the abyss-suppressing towers blazed simultaneously, righteous energy forming golden cages that forced the rampaging tentacles back into the depths. "Don't be nervous, that's just a daily greeting." The white-haired guide instructor stood steady as a rock, explaining calmly. "Ever since Senior Zhang slayed that escaped abyssal creature in the vast sea, things here have grown increasingly restless." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Ming. The Kunping dove down, plunging into the vertical passage carved into the cliffside. The rock face was honeycombed with training chambers, their doors flung open to reveal bare-chested warriors climbing barehanded through howling winds, while corrupted winged demons stalked them from behind. Ice-gifted students worked together to freeze the waves into bridges, while below, molten aberrations roared, and Linua University's motto was to live by facing death. The instructor raised a withered finger toward the cliff top, where a 300-meter-tall basalt memorial stood, densely carved with 47,000 names. The newest entry Zhang Sanfinjit's ink still wet. In the freshman plaza, shadows from the 12 abyss-suppressing towers crisscrossed like prison bars. Su Ming stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Qingli, scanning the sea of black-clad figures when he suddenly caught a flash of ice blue in the VIP section. Linua sat with her legs crossed in a gilded chair, her slender fingers toying with an obsidian school emblem. "Tisk, what's she doing here?" Jiang Qingli muttered under her breath, her delicate brows furrowing. "I have no idea either." Su Ming was equally puzzled. Linua had never mentioned coming here. As if sensing his gaze, Linua turned to look his way, her eyes immediately locking onto the young man. Her ice-blue eyes sparkled like moonlight in early winter, her brows and eyes curving into lovely crescents as she waved across the distance. The freshman in front immediately stirred. "That's the Lung family's eldest daughter. She's smiling at me. Does she like me? See, I told you being handsome pays off. Wait, aren't you guys curious why she's here?" A richly dressed freshman lowered his voice, speaking with awe. "The Lung Corporation donated 300 tons of spirit crystals to Linua University. He just bought his way into an auditing spot." Murmurs of discussion surged from the crowd. Su Ming heard every word clearly, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed that no matter which world you were in, money always talked. Jiang Qingli instinctively tightened her grip on the Frostong sword and shot him a reproachful glare. At that moment, the vice-chancellor of Linua University stood upon the floating platform, his gray-white robes billowing in the fierce winds from the abyss. His aged yet resonant voice carried spiritual energy that shook the entire plaza. "Today, 47,000 heroic spirits bear witness as Linua welcomes new blood." Su Ming's gaze sharpened. That seemingly frail old man had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. "Among you, some come from noble families, others from the ruins." The vice-chancellor's eyes swept over the sea of new students, lingering briefly on Su Ming. "But here, you are all seekers who face the abyss directly, the last line of defense for China. 3 months ago, one new student defended an entire city against the abyss's minions." He tapped the podium lightly. "Now please welcome this year's top freshman, Su Ming." The plaza erupted in chaos. Top freshman. By tradition, only those who claimed first place in the freshman trials could earn this position, along with preferential resources, private dormitories, and even potential membership in the Apocalypse Bureau reserves. No one had expected this year's selection to be made by direct appointment. Many gazes below turned hostile. Quite a few had come specifically for that top position. "I object." The voice exploded like a sonic boom as a young man in fine robes shattered the stone beneath his feet and leaped into the air, flames wreathing his body like a fire god. "My Chu family has guarded Yunming Marsh for generations, benefiting countless people. Why don't we see such praise from the school? Moreover, his achievements only came from receiving Master Zhang Sanfeng's teaching sits, not his own strength." "Exactly. Brother Chu is right," another voice chimed in. "Since when does Linua University make direct appointments for top freshmen? Isn't the rule here that the strong rule? Having such a fame-seeking pretender as top freshman would be a disgrace to us all." The final cold laugh came from Yi Wudao, second son of the capital's Yi family. The vice-chancellor narrowed his eyes as he surveyed these young men with their powerful backgrounds, his fingers moving slightly beneath his sleeves. Yet he made no move to stop them. Those who could face the abyss wouldn't be shaken by mere noise, and competition for the platform was also part of cultivation. Thousands of gazes followed as Su Ming walked leisurely onto the platform. Facing the surging doubts below, he suddenly smiled and casually pointed his finger at the crowd. You, and you." The three he pointed at felt their pupils contract simultaneously to lock onto them, so precisely amid such chaos demonstrated Su Ming's terrifying perception. The crowd held its breath. Su Ming casually dropped a line. "Come at me together, don't waste time. You dare challenge all of us at once." The Chu family youth's angry flames exploded. "How incredibly arrogant." Su Ming added another line, his voice suddenly cold. "We'll settle both superiority and life and death." The Dark Knight sword hummed, and his battle aura shot straight to the clouds. The young man raised his eyes, cold as frost. "A bunch of ivory tower canaries sure love to chatter. I'm different from you pampered young masters who've never seen blood. I clawed my way out of the ruins. If you really dare step onto this platform and stake your lives against mine, then I, Su Ming, might actually think better of you." His fierce gaze swept across the entire venue as his voice thundered. "Come on, let the 47,000 pairs of eyes on the Memorial of Heroes see whether you have any real courage." The entire plaza fell deathly silent, with only the century-old wails from the abyss below still echoing. Su Ming's gaze swept across the crowd, and those freshmen who had been shouting moments before now dared not meet his eyes. The vice principal's withered fingers tapped 3 times on the podium, his deep voice resonating. "Now, does anyone else question the position of chief?" When Su Ming reached out to receive the obsidian chief token, it felt cold and heavy in his hand. The moment his fingertips touched it, all 12 abyss-suppressing towers resonated like ancient bells. Runes blazed along the tower walls, forcibly pressing down the abyssal black mist by 10 feet. The entire training ground trembled, and all the freshmen held their breath. Night fell. The chief's exclusive villa stood on the most prominent boulder of severed sky cliff, separated from the abyss by only a window. Behind the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, waves of black mist surged and rolled, occasionally forming countless dark hands that slammed against the glass, leaving twisted handprints. Tomorrow would bring the freshman trials, and those young masters from prominent families had likely already begun scheming in secret. Su Ming lay lazily in the center of his bed, tossing the token into the air with his left hand and catching it again. Moonlight struck the obsidian surface, casting sharp, cold gleams. He paid it no mind, merely humming softly. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When floods come, earth will dam them. Linua University's female dormitory was also built on the cliff's edge, with elegant eaves and jade pillars dotted with lights. The door to room 404 opened, and an icy blue breeze slipped through the crack. Jiang Qingli paused. Her only roommate for the next 4 years was none other than Linua. Truly, enemies were destined to meet. Two pairs of beautiful eyes locked, one surrounded by green light with barely visible sword energy, the other surging with icy blue as frost patterns crept across the floor. Buzz, the overhead light flickered, and scrawled words from a previous student came into view on the door. Those who would cross the abyss must first survive the roommate tribulation. The scene couldn't be more fitting. I'll take the window bed. Both spoke in unison, pointing simultaneously to the bed by the window. Through the glass, they could clearly see the chief's villa above the freshman dormitory complex. Su Ming's warm yellow light stood out distinctly in the black mist like a lighthouse. Jiang Qingli silently hung her frostcry sword on the left wall. Linua watched her every move, then suddenly smiled. Worthy of student Jiang, even treasuring someone's used thermos. She glanced at the snow-white thermos in the luggage, the item most frequently seen in Su Ming's hospital room. Jiang Qingli continued arranging her bedding with her back turned, her voice remaining cool. Can't compare to Miss Long, spending 300 tons of spirit crystals for an auditing seat. The air briefly froze. Linua turned and sat on the edge of the right bed, pulling over her ice silk comforter. Humph, this spot is yours. After changing into pajamas, she slipped under the covers and hummed softly. After all, some people need mementos to fall asleep. Jiang Qingli ignored her, changed into pajamas, and lay by the window, her gaze piercing through the glass to focus on that dim yellow glow. Only after the villa's lights went out did she close her eyes, whispering almost inaudibly, "Good night." Dawn broke through the morning mist. The vice principal stood atop the bronze platform, his hoarse yet penetrating voice echoing. This freshman trial will be held at the abyss-suppressing tower, divided into 3 tests: virtue, wisdom, and strength. To ensure Linua produces no black sheep or evil individuals, pillars of talent must cultivate virtue to nurture righteousness, wisdom to suppress evil spirits, and strength to bear the weight of mountains and rivers. The overall champion of all 3 tests will be the trial's first place. Someone in the crowd suddenly called out. Previous trial champions were always the chief, but now the chief is already decided. What's the reward for first place? A mysterious smile crossed the vice principal's wrinkled face as he raised an ancient scroll with his left hand. The ancient scroll looked utterly ordinary and unremarkable, yet it was precisely the reward for first place in this freshman competition. The crowd immediately stirred with excitement, countless gazes falling upon the vice-chancellor as they awaited his explanation. The old man didn't keep them in suspense, his expression growing solemn. This is a mysterious inheritance brought back from the gate of revelation. Linua University has studied it for years without success. Recently, a prophet declared that the true master of this inheritance would appear among this year's freshmen. As his words fell, the plaza fell silent for a moment before erupting completely. The Chu family youth's knuckles turned white. Yi Wudao's breathing quickened, his eyes blazing with determination to win. Anyone who could enter Linua was a martial prodigy. Each believed themselves to be the chosen one. Su Ming couldn't help but feel moved. In these chaotic times, having an additional skill meant having more confidence to survive. The vice-chancellor coughed twice to quiet the commotion. The first trial tests, virtue, examining one's moral character, begin now. The 12 Jianyuan towers suddenly blazed with brilliant light. In the blinding radiance, Su Ming felt heaven and earth turn upside down as the vice-chancellor's resonant voice reached his ears. All freshmen, listen. Your identity now is that of Academy student Chen Ming. Face this situation and make your choice. When he came to his senses, he had become an ordinary scholar in blue robes, standing in the center of a burning village. The cries of women and children pierced his eardrums as dozens of bandits wielded blades, chasing down civilians. Su Ming tried to summon his spiritual energy, but found he couldn't raise even a trace. Had truly become a powerless mortal. Touching his face, he discovered even his appearance had changed. Scorching smoke mixed with the acrid smell of burning flesh assaulted his nostrils, nearly bringing him to tears. A 7 or 8-year-old girl knelt in a pool of blood, shaking her mother's corpse and screaming hoarsely, "Mother, mother, Wake up! The next moment, that small figure was violently knocked down by a bandit's mount, trampled under hooves as blood and flesh scattered. The bandit leader revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, spitting out bloody saliva. New Year's here, and this damned village doesn't even have any oil to squeeze out. With that, he used his curved blade to lift the girl's corpse and casually tossed it into the fire. Su Ming trembled all over, his eyes blazing with fury. This was an illusion, yet it felt suffocatingly real. On the bronze platform, dozens of mystical mirrors hung suspended, reflecting the most promising candidates among this year's freshmen. The vice-chancellor stared at the scenes in the mirrors, sighing hoarsely. Not one dares to face the blade directly? Before he finished speaking, the seventh mystical mirror suddenly went dark in the image. Su Ming was curled up behind a blood-stained haystack, trembling as several bandits threw torches toward him. Wang family heir, eliminated. The recorder crossed out a name. Fainting at the sight of disembowelment, the Wang family of Jiangnan's century of reputation, the vice-chancellor suddenly interrupted. Show. All eyes then focused on the first mystical mirror. In the mirror, Su Ming stepped through pools of blood, crimson seeping through his torn blue robes. After observing the bandits' line of sight, he quietly set fires throughout the village, especially a pile of blood-soaked hay. The white smoke from the rising flames quickly spread. He then picked up half of a blood-stained hoe and struck a bronze gong with a resounding clang, startling a flock of birds into flight. 23 bandits turned in unison, their blades dripping blood, eyes bloodshot. In the sea of flames, the scholar Chun Ming's frail figure stood tall as a pine. Academy student Chun Ming stands here. If you wish to slaughter women and children, you must first step over my body. The bandit leader sneered, his yellow teeth gleaming coldly. A poor scholar thinks he can play hero? Just then, crackling sounds erupted from all four corners of the village. Firecrackers Su Ming had collected in advance, originally meant for New Year celebrations. The successive explosions frightened the war horses into panicked neighing and chaos, the beasts already maddened by blood completely losing control. Rolling thick smoke obscured vision as the civilians hiding in the shadows seized the opportunity to flee toward the mountains and forests. In the smoke, Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam, watching those stumbling figures escape into the distance, the corners of his bloodied mouth curving slightly upward. The bandit leader's curved blade sliced through the thick smoke, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Su Ming's swaying, unsteady form. It was this pathetic scholar who set the fire, roared the scarred brute, his soot-blackened face twisted with rage. I'll carve out your heart and liver for my wine. Kill him. At their leader's bellow, 3 bandits lunged forward. Scarface charged ahead, raising his curved blade for a diagonal strike, reeking of blood and violence. When the blade was mere inches away, Su Ming suddenly crouched down, using his life-or-death combat experience to exploit the opening. With a push of his toes, he crashed into his opponent's chest. Thud. The hoe's tip pierced straight into the heart, and a scream erupted. As Scarface collapsed, Su Ming seized his blade and immediately turned to meet the second bandit's heavy strike. Clang! Sparks exploded as the tremendous force split his palm and sent him tumbling into a burning pile of thatch, his back instantly searing with pain. The third man seized the opportunity to thrust with his dagger. Instead of retreating, Su Ming advanced, grabbing a handful of burning grass and smearing it across his opponent's face. As the man covered his face and screamed, Su Ming slashed his throat with a backhand strike. Hot blood gushed forth, and without pause, he seized the dagger and hurled it backward. A cold gleam flashed as the blade embedded itself in the second bandit's eye socket, blood and brain matter splattering. In mere moments, 3 corpses lay at the scholar's feet. The remaining 20 bandits all changed color. Their leader's eye twitched as he realized the man before him was no lamb for slaughter, but a wounded beast with bared fangs. Su Ming's curved blade dripped with blood, firelight reflecting in his pitch-black pupils as he panted like a broken bellows. Come on. Outside, the bronze platform was equally silent. The vice principal's pupils trembled as he exchanged wordless glances with several high-ranking school officials. If it were you, could you have managed this? No one answered. The trial recorder whispered, "This is the killing technique forged on the battlefield." The vice principal sighed deeply. Truly worthy of Master Zhang Sanfenjevan, his eye for talent is admirable. Within the illusion, the leader attacked personally, his curved blade whistling towards Su Ming. At the critical moment, Su Ming stepped forward, taking the blow squarely on his left shoulder. The pain of torn flesh and bone struck instantly, yet he didn't pause for a second, driving his right-hand blade straight into his opponent's throat. Blood spurted wildly, drenching Su Ming completely. Boss! The remaining 17 bandits' eyes blazed with fury. None had expected this frail scholar to consecutively slay 4 men. Su Ming leaned on his blade, gasping for breath. The wound on his left shoulder was deep enough to expose bone, blood streaming down his blue robe to pool at his feet. Yet facing this figure who seemed ready to collapse at any moment, the bandits felt their scalps crawling with fear. "He's not human, he's a demon. Come to take revenge on us," someone shrieked. Another bandit couldn't help but shout, "Those who do no wrong need not fear ghosts at their door." All the bandits present were ruthless villains, and this single sentence struck terror into their hearts. When had they ever witnessed a mere scholar suddenly turn violent and kill? They all became convinced that the scholar had been possessed by an evil spirit. These bullies who always preyed on the weak instantly felt the urge to flee, but their escape route had already been sealed by raging flames. The entire village was engulfed in a sea of fire. Through the distorted heat waves, Su Ming saw the villagers who had escaped into the mountains supporting each other as they stumbled toward the peak. Some couldn't help but look back, their eyes filled with terror and grief. It was worth it. The scholar silently mouthed these two words with his blood-stained lips as the fierce flames consumed his entire body. Screams rose and fell, and when the fire finally subsided, that charred skeleton had already collapsed into ashes. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he stood before the Jinyuan Tower. On the Shuangguang mirror, the words "Trial of Virtue" Grade shone brilliantly. When a common man flies into rage, blood spatters 5 steps away. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The freshman plaza fell silent in an instant. The other new students had already emerged from the illusion and witnessed everything Su Ming had done. The screen froze on the final scene. The survivors on the mountaintop knelt in unison, bowing toward the sea of flames in the distance. An elderly man with white hair tremblingly bit his fingertip and wrote 4 bold characters on the rock face: "Righteous Hero Chen Ming." The image suddenly shattered into dozens of pieces, and replays of other new students' trials appeared in succession. Some cowered at the bottom of wells while women and children screamed. Others knelt and begged for mercy, only to be beheaded instead. Such displays of cowardice and fear of death were unbearable to watch. Virtue is not foolish kindness, nor is it cowardice. The vice principal's voice boomed like thunder, causing all 12 Jinyuan towers to hum in unison. It is the courage to do what one knows cannot be done, the resolve to sacrifice one's life for righteousness. The trial recorder then began calling names: Zhao Chun, Wang Peng, Su Liang. Each name called out was like an arrow piercing the heart. The students whose names were called were precisely those who had betrayed the villagers to save their own lives. They hung their heads in silence, their faces flushed red. All the above individuals are expelled from Linua. The Bronze Plaza immediately erupted in chaos as everyone gasped in shock, finally realizing that the freshman trials would eliminate unqualified candidates. Everyone's nerves were on edge. The vice principal caught their expressions, and a slight smile curved his lips. Because the trial of virtue was the simplest trial. Next comes the second trial, the trial of wisdom. The wind lifted the corners of his robes as his resonant voice echoed overhead. The trial of wisdom does not test killing prowess, but only strategic thinking and cunning. As soon as these words were spoken, the Chu family's young master Chu Nan, Yi Wudao, and others immediately lit up with excitement, quietly clenching their fists. When it came to combat, they might not match Su Ming, but regarding strategic thinking and cunning, these scions of noble families were brimming with confidence. This time, they were determined to redeem themselves. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.